An individual devoid of a house, a car, and a partner dares to present a bride price of $660,000? Is there any sense of justice left? Awakening system. From this day forth, global prices will depreciate a millionfold. What? Luxury cars for merely 7 yuan? Purchase. A meal for just 9 cents? Purchase. King crabs for 0.003 yuan? Buy. 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 Lafite is merely grape juice. From this day forward, let's blow on the bottles and drink straight from the box. What staple food should one consume? One can feel full by indulging in lobsters. Such bad habits must be reformed. The price of a bottle of cola yesterday could now buy a luxury car. The cost of a set of hand-grab pancakes yesterday could now sell an entire building. Yesterday's bride price of 660,000 is now worth less than 1 yuan. Chapter 1. The little sycophant acquires a grand system. One Sunday, a man, apprehensive, stood at the door holding a plethora of gift boxes. Indeed, he is our protagonist, Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao arrived at his girlfriend's home to propose, and scarcely had he seated himself when Li Lu's mother began to speak in a sarcastic tone. She also informed him that the bride price must be increased, an additional 660,000 without a single cent less. Ji Linxiao's face betrayed his discomfort as he anxiously glanced at Li Lu's mother, his speech hastening considerably. "Auntie, we had already agreed upon a bride price of 660,000 plus the down payment for a 90 square meter apartment, totaling 1,020,000. I have known Lu since high school, and I have saved this money for 9 years. Now you demand another 660,000. I truly..." Before Ji Linxiao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sharp-tongued woman before him. "Little Ji, what are you saying? It sounds as if I am selling my daughter. Let me tell you, she is my only precious daughter, and asking for a higher bride price is to prove your sincerity toward her." Another man seated on the sofa furrowed his brow, silently smoking. He seemed poised to speak, but upon receiving a glare from the woman, he refrained. "Little Ji, I have heard that your father left you a house when he passed. It is in a good location. Lu's cousin is about to commence his studies. How about I speak to his father, and you sell them the house? Wouldn't that solve your monetary issue?" "Auntie, that house was allocated to my father by the state. It cannot be sold, and..." "What do you mean it cannot be sold? I see you simply do not wish to sell." The woman stood up, pointing her finger at Ji Linxiao's nose, preparing to unleash her tirade. Lu rose, grasping his hand, and addressed her mother. "Mom, please do not be angry. I will have another word with Linxiao." She gestured for him to follow her quickly. Ji Linxiao clenched his fists, sighed, and exited the door. Once downstairs, his brows knitted together, and a look of helplessness crossed his face. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but recalled that Lu disapproved, hastily returning it. Shortly thereafter, Li Lu descended the stairs, gently taking Ji Linxiao's hand. "Linxiao, just listen to my mom. You will surely find a way to come up with that 660,000, right? Lu, you are well aware of my family's circumstances. This sum of over 1 million was painstakingly gathered by my aunt and me through labor. She and my cousin have kept but a meager amount for themselves, and the remainder has been offered as my dowry. My family truly cannot produce any more funds. Linxiao, do you truly wish to marry me or not? With this small amount of money, can't you simply borrow some?" Li Lu feigned anger, releasing his hand and turning her back to him. Ji Linxiao gazed at Li Lu's silhouette, gritting his teeth. "Very well, Lu, wait for me. I shall go borrow the money immediately. Give me some time. That is more like it. Once you manage to gather the funds, inform me so I can tell my mother, and we can discuss when to wed. Lu, may I steal a kiss from you? I desire." "No, you do not wish that. Ji Linxiao, I have informed you that my family upholds strict values. If my mother were to discover that we had been embracing, she would deem me too frivolous and lacking self-respect. And you still wish to kiss me beneath my home." Li Lu glared at Ji Linxiao with tears brimming in her eyes, as though he had uttered something profoundly humiliating. "Lu, please do not be angry. I shall refrain from speaking further. I will go gather the money and bring you home as soon as possible." Having said this, Ji Linxiao dashed away like the wind. She understood just how fearsome her girlfriend could be when angered. Upon returning home, Ji Linxiao sat on his bed, clutching a phone directory, dialing numbers one by one. "Hello, Brotherly, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. Might I borrow some money from you? Ah, yes. Thank you, brotherly WeChat, right? Thank you, thank you. Hello, President Gu. I have a matter at home. Would it be possible to receive last month's bonus in advance? Waiting until the end of the month feels rather late. Oh, how desperate are you for funds? With only a few days left, you can hardly wait? Instead of wasting time on this, you might as well return to your paperwork. Hello, brother. Hi. Hey, it's been a while since we last connected. To be frank, I have a situation today. I'm about to get married to Lulu, and the dowry is still a bit short. Could you possibly? Xiaogo, what are you saying? Back when we were skipping class and getting into fights, you were never this hesitant. I don't have much money either, but I can manage to lend you 240,000. Just give me your car number, and I will transfer it over. Jilin Xiao covered his face with his hand and took a deep breath. Brother, thank you. After making dozens of calls, he managed to cobble together only 300,000. He lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Ding, 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 master, it's time to head to the garden restaurant for work. This was Jilin Zhao's alarm. Every weekend at this hour, he was required to work at the garden restaurant, a fact he had never disclosed to Li Lu. Aside from his weekday job at the company, he worked on weekends solely to earn money for the dowry. Consequently, he had little time to spend with her. That morning, he had requested leave from his boss, deducting 2 days' wages to visit Li Lu's home. Jilin Xiao pedaled his somewhat aged bicycle in a leisurely manner towards his workplace. He parked and skillfully changed into his server uniform, preparing to begin his shift. It must be said that Jilin Xiao possessed a striking appearance. His work attire clung perfectly to his muscular frame, accentuating his physique. Coupled with his naturally handsome features, he had long been discreetly regarded as a heartthrob during his school days. Why discreetly? This was somewhat tied to his family background. His father, a veteran, had received an apartment after many years of service and subsequently worked as a security guard in a high-rise building, marrying and fathering Jilin Xiao. It all sounded rather good. However, one fateful day, his father encountered a madman while on duty, a man intent on wreaking havoc with a knife near the building. As a passionate veteran, how could he stand idly by? Without hesitation, his father charged forward, tackling the man to the ground. Little did he know that the madman, resolved to die, had strapped explosives to his body and, while pinned down, struggled to activate the detonation switch. At that time, Jilin Xiao was merely 5 years old, a tender age for any child to begin forming memories. After his father's departure, his mother would often rage at home, smashing things and cursing his father. That old fool, whether he died early or late, what difference does it make? Why did he have to leave me with a child to raise? When he was alive, there was scarcely any money, and we lived in constant want. Now, he leaves me with a burden. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I will strangle you. The 5-year-old Jilin Xiao shook his head, crying, and pleaded, I will not look anymore, Mommy. Please do not be angry, as he tugged at his clothing, inching closer to her. Do not touch me. Your presence annoys me. Get out. Each day, Jilin Xiao endured his mother's tirades, berating him as a burden and bemoaning his father's financial shortcomings. Not long after, he witnessed his mother bringing a man home, clad in his father's slippers and holding his father's teacup. He approached and tugged at the man's shirt. Leave. Those are my father's slippers, and that cup belongs to my dad. Ha ha ha. Your father is already dead. Why are you still clinging to him? I forbid you to speak of him in such a manner. Jilin Xiao cried as he tugged at the man's garment. Get away from me. His mother forcefully shoved Jilin Xiao aside, causing his head to collide with the coffee table, breaking the skin. Blood trickled down his face as he stood frozen in fear, staring blankly at his mother. The man abruptly embraced Jilin Xiao's mother, seating her upon his lap, his hand reaching towards her bosom. If you wish to accompany me, I have no need for this wretched child. Darling, what are you saying? I would never burden myself with this encumbrance. Following this exchange, the two proceeded to demonstrate before Jilin Xiao the essence of a French kiss. In the throes of passion, they unconsciously stripped away all remaining defenses. Mother, what are you doing? I am Skyrocketed. Sobi, mama. Brat, cease your wailing. Do not call me mother from now on, for I have no son of such ignoble lineage. Jilin Xiao bore witness to his mother's intimate encounter with another man. Before long, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, he collapsed to the ground in tears. The man, with keen eyes, noticed Ji Lin Xiao sprawled on the floor, his interest waning. Get up, this little wretch has fallen. Don't tell me you pushed him too hard and caused his demise. What should we do? I am frightened. The man approached and checked Ji Lin Xiao's pulse. Still alive. Hurry and gather your things to leave. What if he dies? How disappointing. Merely a burden causing me trouble. With that, they hastily gathered their belongings and departed the city. Eventually, it was Chen Maianian's family, his good brother, who came to visit and ended the call with his only family, his aunt. Thereafter, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to women, as this incident cast a significant shadow over his childhood, rendering him perpetually somber until the arrival of Li Lu. Let us return to the main topic. With his handsome visage and well-proportioned physique, Ji Lin Xiao successfully secured a position as a temporary worker, earning a commendable wage. It is said the proprietress has a penchant for youthful charm. Clad in his work attire and cap, Ji Lin Xiao commenced his part-time job. The work was demanding, and it was only after 4 hours that Ji Lin Xiao found the opportunity to take a break for dinner. The establishment was accommodating, allowing patrons to dine outside when the crowd was sparse. Ji Lin Xiao settled at a window-side table, pondering how to resolve his financial troubles while eating. Lulu, I heard you were getting married. MHMY? You don't intend to give a gift, do you? I must inform you that even if you are my best friend, the gift must not be less. What? You're tied to a wealthy man, yet still concerned about such trifles? Oh, I'm curious. Is it that rich fellow from before? Ji Lin Xiao recognized a voice reminiscent of his girlfriend and her so-called close friend, causing him to lean back in his chair and listen intently. Enough said. This man is a scoundrel. Once in bed, he turned his back on me, tossing me 50,000 to sever ties, or else he'd send someone to deal with me. Such a paltry sum, merely a pittance. Then who are you marrying? It can't possibly be that sycophant. Who else could it be? A few days ago, I discovered I was pregnant, over a month along. Had it not been for the pregnancy symptoms, I would have remained oblivious. It's time to hastily marry. That worthless man neglected to wear protection and left me with this burden. I shall find a scapegoat, and once the child is born and grows a bit, I will confront that man for a share of his inheritance. Ji Lin Xiao's heart trembled at her words. His hands trembled so much he could barely hold his chopsticks. Taking several deep breaths, he lowered his cap and made a concerted effort to steady himself as he passed by their table with his meal. As he walked past the two women seated, a weight settled upon his heart, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Waiter, bring us some water. We've been sitting here for ages without a single pour. Some people truly deserve to remain mere waitstaff. Are you mute? Can't even speak. Ji Lin Xiao endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, suppressing his inner fury as he lowered his voice. Certainly, I will fetch water for you immediately. He stumbled into the kitchen and then staggered towards the staff lounge, removing his cap to reveal eyes reddened as though soaked in blood. He reported his absence to the duty manager and, in a daze, wheeled his bicycle home. Upon returning, he returned 240,000 to his good brother Chimaianian before stepping into the shower, seeking solace from the cold water to quell his anger. After an indeterminate duration in the shower, he felt a chill, suddenly perceiving the absurdity of his situation. Both his mother and Li Lu mirrored this pattern. Money, money, money. It was all the fault of money. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering the screen, though it remained functional, and then began to toss his pillow about, as if this could serve as an outlet for his pent-up fury. After venting his frustrations, he lay exhausted on his bed, his eyelids growing heavy, drifting into a hazy slumber while faintly hearing strange sounds. Detecting the host's thoughts, the anger level has reached its zenith. The system will alleviate the host's troubles and is currently binding. Transferring the host's assets to the system bank. Modifying world consciousness. The world's prices and assets have depreciated by 1 million times, while the host's assets remain unaffected in the system bank. Current assets of the host. Military distribution housing of 89 square meters, non-transferable. Cash, 1,087,028. No car, no house, no woman, referred to as the 3 no products. Mental strength, 12, representing your intellect and reaction speed. Luck, 8. You're fortunate to encounter this system. Physical ability, 8. Your strength is quite lacking, not even reaching the standard level. The average person is rated at 10. Regrettably, you are a dual failure, meeting the criteria in only one aspect. The system bank automatically deposited $500,000 to prevent the host from squandering money. The assets in the system bank will accrue interest at a rate of 10 annually. Daily interest will be approximately 137 yuan, rounded. Wishing the host prosperous business and family happiness, endeavoring not to remain a 3-no product. Chapter 2. A Little Cow on a Plane. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Ji Linxiao, who squinted at the brightness, his brow furrowing in response. The incessant ringing of the alarm clock heralded the time to rise and prepare for work. Ji Linxiao, roused from his slumber, shielded his eyes from the blinding light and succumbed to the allure of sleep once more. 5 minutes later, the alarm blared again, urging him to awaken or risk tardiness. With a sudden jolt, Ji Linxiao sat upright, rubbed his eyes, and silenced the clock before trudging to the bathroom to wash up. Gazing into the mirror, he observed his handsome visage, slightly marred by fatigue and a hint of weariness. Over the years, Ji Linxiao had been with Li Lu, working part-time jobs since high school at various small establishments. A fraction of his meager wages was saved, while another portion was spent indulging Li Lu's whims, leaving only a scant allowance for his own expenses. Occasionally, when Li Lu clamored for a designer handbag, he would grit his teeth and subsist on plain buns for 2 or 3 months to afford it. How ridiculous, he mused. It was all the same in the end. Ji Linxiao's eyes began to glint with a frenzied intensity as he covered his face with his hands, trembling with laughter. After enduring these experiences, his heart and spirit had succumbed to darkness. He lowered his hands and, staring into his own reflection, declared, "From now on, I shall live for myself. It is not worth expending copious amounts of money and energy on the opposite sex. Do you understand, Ji Linxiao?" Breathing heavily, he leaned against the sink, taking a moment to regain his composure before continuing his morning routine. He squeezed the nearly depleted tube of toothpaste, extracting every last drop. "Oh, time to buy a new tube," he sighed. Life always demanded funds. Even the smallest sum could thwart the mightiest of heroes. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he completed his morning rituals. Clad in fresh attire, he descended to the breakfast shop, greeting the owner as per usual. "Uncle Lu, I'd like a bowl of wontons. 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 braised eggs, please." "Certainly, young Ji. Have a seat. I'll bring it right over," Uncle Lu replied. The steaming wontons paired with crispy fried dough sticks and a succulent braised egg made for a delightful morning repast. True to his frugal nature, Ji Linxiao opted for a modest bowl of wontons and a single egg. At this early hour, the breakfast crowd was sparse, and Uncle Lu, seated beside Ji Linxiao, couldn't resist teasing him. "Have you struck it rich, young Ji? Enjoying a feast today?" "Uncle, you know my luck. It's just a breakup." "Oh, young Ji, I never dared to say anything before, fearing it might upset you. That girl didn't seem remarkable at all. Good riddance. You're too handsome to worry about finding a new girlfriend. Here, let me add another egg. You'll need to be well fed for work." Ji Linxiao felt a warmth in his eyes, sniffing back emotion. "Thank you, uncle." He quickly polished off the meal, saving 1 braised egg for a snack during work. As he reached into his pocket to pay the 15 yuan, he noticed something peculiar about the bills. Both the 10 and 5 yuan notes felt thicker than usual, adorned with golden threads. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that I've received counterfeit money? He hastily opened his wallet, only to find the assorted bills transformed, appearing more extravagant than before. Rushing back to Uncle Lu, he exclaimed, "Uncle, look at this money." Before he could finish, Uncle Lu pulled him into the kitchen. "Where did you get this money, young Ji? Tell me if you've done anything illegal. If you picked it up, you must return it to the station. These large denominations are tied to the owner's identity. If reported lost, you'd be in big trouble." "Uncle, what are you talking about? It's just 5 yuan. Just 5 yuan. I'll never earn that much in my lifetime." Seeing Uncle Lu's alarmed expression, Ji Linxiao retrieved another 10 yuan note from his pocket. Uncle Lu's demeanor shifted from shock to utter disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a braised egg. Ji Linxiao, finding humor in the situation, attempted to stuff the remaining egg into Uncle Lu's mouth. Only upon feeling the foreign object did Uncle Lu react, hastily spitting out the egg. "Young Ji, what on earth is going on?" he stammered, struggling to form a coherent thought. With a resigned sigh, Ji Linxiao replied, "Uncle, this is my money. Why are you so flustered over 15 yuan? Isn't that what breakfast costs? I eat breakfast worth 95 yuan every day." Uncle Lu gazed at Ji Linxiao with horror, as though he had uttered a terrifying proclamation. "Young Ji, have you lost your mind after the breakup? When have I ever charged you 95 yuan? It's clearly 95 cents. This time, Ji Linxiao was rendered speechless. "Cents? Yes, cents." Suddenly, Ji Linxiao recalled the faint sounds he had heard the previous night, as if something was stirring in his memory. Uncle, I just remembered I left the gas on at home. Can I settle the payment later? Forget about the money. You hurry back and turn off the gas. It could explode. Uncle Lu urged, shooing Ji Linxiao from the shop without allowing him to pay. Not one to linger. Ji Linxiao dashed home, his mind racing. Upon arrival, he called out, "Is anyone there? Hello? Is the voice I heard last night still around? Host, you have finally remembered this system." Ji Linxiao jumped at the sudden voice, a traditional monotone devoid of individuality. Are you truly a system? Like the ones in novels? He had often envied such systems in stories, and now he found himself in a similar predicament. Bingo, congratulations, host. You answered correctly. Last night. This system sensed your anger and has come to fulfill your wishes. You may call me the Dream Assistant System number 11. Though you may also choose to give me a name if it pleases you. At that moment, Ji Linxiao felt as if 1,000 divine beasts were racing through his heart. He had a system. A magnificent, awe-inspiring system. Please do not be overly excited, host. Allow the Dream Assistant to analyze your current situation. Before him materialized a light blue panel, reminiscent of a video game-esque character information screen. Host, Ji Linxiao. Age, 24, soon to be 25. Status, excited. Mental strength, 12. Luck, 8. You are fortunate to have encountered this system. Physical strength, 9. The average is 10. Regrettably, you are somewhat lacking. Current assets, military allocation for an 89 square meter apartment, non-transferable. Total assets, 1,087, 165. Bank balance, 500,000. Note, funds in the system bank will accrue interest at a rate of 10 over 10 years. No car, no house, no woman, the three nose products. Ji Linxiao examined the panel data, his lips twitching at the system's sharp tongue. According to your wishes from yesterday, the world's consciousness has been modified. All global assets and prices have depreciated by 1 million times. Ji Linxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to breathe. What? 1 million times? Indeed. Host. Ji Linxiao expertly navigated his phone to search for the car he fancied, where the price was clearly marked at 7 yuan. He stared intently at the vibrant screen, fearful that he might have misread the figures. This meant that my breakfast truly cost merely 95 milliliters? Indeed, host. Could you perhaps inquire about something more nutritious? Ji Linxiao gave an awkward chuckle and scratched his head. From now on, I shall call you Xiaoming. Could you enlighten me on how money is currently valued? Certainly, host. In the country you reside in, the currency conversion is as follows. 1 yuan equals 10 jiao. 1 jiao equals 10 fun. 1 fun equals 10 li, and 1 li equals 1,000 mao. Do you comprehend? What a beautiful plant! He exclaimed exuberantly. How extraordinary! Like a cow soaring through the skies. N13, ascending to the heavens. Ji Linxiao danced around his home in sheer elation, pinching himself to ensure he was awake. Ouch! That hurts. This isn't a dream. I'm rich. I am no longer the individual toiling day and night for a meager 7,105. I shall resign and embark on my entrepreneurial journey. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ji Linxiao felt a rush of blood to his head, momentarily losing consciousness and collapsing onto the bed, chuckling incessantly. Chapter 3 lazily sprawled on the bed. Ji Linxiao was digesting the information he had just received when an insistent ringing jolted him back to reality. The piercing sound of the phone echoed ominously, signaling a call from his team leader. Their company assigned tasks to various groups, with each responsible for different duties. Ji Linxiao's team leader had exploited his connections to bring in several indolent relatives, leaving the team comprised mostly of his kin and a gaggle of sycophants. The leader, in moments of delight, would whisk them away for leisure, relegating the workload to Ji Linxiao and 2 newly hired university graduates, stubborn individuals unwilling to bow down. The 3 bore the brunt of the team's tasks, clocking in overtime while enduring scorn from both the leader and other team members. Were it not for the generous salary, who would willingly endure the mundane existence of a corporate drone? As soon as Ji Linxiao picked up the phone, he was met with a furious tirade. Ji Linxiao, you wish to resign, don't you? You are already a minute late. I command you to arrive within the next minute, or forfeit your wages for today. Ji Linxiao hung up, unwilling to listen to that repugnant voice any longer. He gathered his belongings, descended the stairs, and rode his bicycle to the breakfast shop, preparing to settle his morning bill. Upon opening his digital wallet, his heart raced as he beheld the 10-digit sum. Gazing at the spent balance, he meticulously counted the digits once more. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, and billions. A staggering 50 billion, with an H preceding it, likely indicating milli. After swiftly scanning to make the payment, he tucked his phone into his pocket, still grappling with the surreal transformation of his circumstances, apprehensive that it might revert at any moment. Uncle Lu, the payment has been processed. After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Linxiao mounted his cherished bicycle and sped towards the proverbial battlefield. Humph, it's already been 20 minutes. Where's Ji Linxiao? How audacious. His wages are definitely being docked today, along with his entire week's pay. A corpulent, greasy man stood beside Ji Linxiao's workstation, muttering to himself, while two young men nearby sighed in resignation. Team leader Zhou, how outrageous. Ji Linxiao is over 20 minutes late. I believe his wages should be forfeited and instead offered as tribute to you. A shifty-eyed man sneaked in through the door, dropping off his items before rushing to flatter the rotund man. This flattery pleased the hefty leader, who cast an appreciative glance at the newcomer. Well, no need for further discussion. I've seen you, and this is your first warning. If you're late again tomorrow, your wages shall be at risk as well. Humph. Understood, team leader Zhou. After work, allow me to treat you to a back massage. I know a fantastic place. Given your eagerness, I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany you after work. The shifty-eyed man nodded eagerly, showering team leader Zhou with more compliments before making his exit. After some time, team leader Zhou's impatience grew, and he tore Ji Linxiao's neatly arranged documents into 4 pieces. Humph, how dare you keep me waiting? You shall regret this soon. At that moment, Ji Linxiao had just parked his beloved bicycle downstairs and was climbing the stairs, pondering what mischief fat Zhou might concoct. Wait a minute. I'm wealthy now. Why should I be concerned? He quietly inquired of the system. Xiaoming, I've read in other novels about systems issuing face-slapping quests for rewards. Do you have anything similar? If you desire, I can arrange that for you. Quickly, please provide me with one. The rewards must be substantial. Affirmative. System update in progress. Estimated time, 3 minutes. What? An update? Fine. Let me first go witness the fat man's antics. Ji Linxiao strolled into the office with a leisurely gait. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, team leader Zhou abruptly turned around. Ouch. Beautiful, my back. Oh, it hurts terribly. You lazy bum. If I weren't waiting for you, would I be in this predicament? Hurry and massage my back. Ji Linxiao observed the corpulent man clutching his waist, trembling in pain, his flesh jiggling repulsively. What are you saying? Hurry up and come help me. Ji Linxiao approached his desk, retrieving an old man's toy from the corner and poking it against team leader Zhou's waist. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Ouch. Ji Linxiao, what are you doing? Adjusting your spine. This old man's toy is quite beneficial for health. Ji Linxiao continued to poke the toy against Zhou's waist until the latter collapsed in exhaustion. How about it? Team leader Zhou, is your waist feeling better? I told you this old man's toy is quite effective. Indeed, it seems to have some merit. However, you're jesting with me. If you don't kneel and apologize today, you can consider yourself dismissed from this company. We do not employ idlers. Team leader Zhou, about to respond, found himself sidetracked, reveling in his own triumph as he envisioned Ji Linxiao kneeling and begging for mercy. Why should I leave? Can I stay? Or do you typically roll out the door? Humph, do you fear the consequences? Team leader Zhou stared in disbelief at Ji Linxiao, even probing his ears for clarity. What did you say? Are you serious? You must realize that as a recent graduate, it is challenging to find work in N City. And team leader Zhou observed the calm demeanor of Ji Linxiao, feeling a twinge of unease. What if he truly left? That would mean losing a laborer. Young man, don't be obstinate. After years of struggle in this city, I've attained my current position. Do you think you can find a better job if you leave this lucrative position? Don't be ungrateful. Zhou, do you really think me a fool? You expect me to continue to be your laborer? Farewell. With that, he turned on his heel and exited the office, leaving Zhou, the portly man, in a state of utter shock. As he watched Ji Linxiao walk further away, fury erupted within him, and he began to curse vehemently. Ji Linxiao, you ungrateful wretch. Who do you think you are, a mere son of a nobody? How dare you? Ji Linxiao paused midway, seething at the insults hurled at him, particularly those aimed at his family. Regardless of their shortcomings, it was not for an outsider to cast aspersions. You can repeat that, but I assure you, I won't hesitate to make your life miserable in this city. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression darkening as he glared at Zhou. Zhou felt a pang of unease under Ji's intense stare, but quickly dismissed it, thinking that he was merely a destitute youth, incapable of causing any real trouble. What's this? A pauper dressed in rags worth no more than 200 yuan threatening me? Who gave you the audacity? Liang. Ji Linxiao observed the smug expression on Zhou's face, the fat on his cheeks quivering with pride. It was both pitiable and ludicrous. With that, Ji turned and ascended the stairs, while Zhou resumed his mocking chatter with his colleagues. Did you see that? Such a pathetic display, reduced to empty threats. And you too, why are you staring? Get back to work. Complete today's tasks, and you too can scram. The other 2 employees gazed longingly in Ji Linxiao's direction, envious of his courage, for they lacked the guts to walk away from their high-paying jobs. Upon hearing Zhou's threats, they felt a mix of anger and fear but were powerless, hastening to finish their work. Standing at the threshold of the boss's office, Ji Linxiao suddenly heard the system's voice. New task released. Slap the face of your former superior. Zhou exploits honest employees for personal gain, utterly detestable. Ensure he and his relatives leave the company, so he understands my strength is not to be trifled with. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward, 1,000 yuan. No punishment. Host, if you wish, I can certainly add one. No, this arrangement is quite satisfactory. Ji Linxiao smiled, anticipating the unfolding drama. Zhou continued to boast to his co-workers when suddenly a phone call interrupted. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hurriedly answered. Boss, what can I do for you? Yes, I'm on my way. After hanging up, he turned to his colleagues. Off you go, back to your posts. The boss has summoned me again. You few have such rare opportunities to meet him, unlike me, who is constantly called for good news. Such a headache. Zhou's face beamed with pride as he tilted his head high. His companions showered him with flattery, further inflating his ego. With his head held high and chest puffed out, Zhou strutted out of the office, basking in their admiration. Knock, boss, you called. He approached the office door, knocking cautiously before opening it. To his astonishment, he found Ji Linxiao lounging on the couch, a frown immediately creasing his brow. What are you doing here, Ji? This is the boss's office. You can't just sit here. Get up. He then turned to Wang Heshou, the boss, forcing a smile. Boss, my subordinate lacks understanding. Please forgive him. I'll reprimand him upon my return. What do you need from me? Wang Heshou couldn't suppress a chuckle at Zhou's comical display, while Ji Linxiao observed with a bemused expression. The boss is sitting right there. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang pointed at Ji Linxiao on the couch, causing Zhou's face to drain of color as he followed the gesture. Boss, you must be joking. Zhou could hardly believe that the very person he oppressed daily was indeed the owner of the company. Do you not believe me? The boss has summoned you. Hurry and don't waste time. Wang's brows furrowed, displeased by Zhou's incredulousness. Zhou, noticing Wang's unsavory expression, felt a tremor run through his corpulent frame and swallowed hard. Ji Linxiao lounged back on the couch, grinning at him. Zhou, Boss Ji, it was all a misunderstanding. Please, let us forget it. I'll kneel and apologize. Zhou exclaimed, dropping to his knees and crawling towards Ji, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Ji Linxiao regarded him with amusement, lifting a toy in his hand and gently tapping Zhou's face. Zhou, how could you be so shameless? I had intended to let you off. But you crossed the line by insulting my father. Ji's smile remained, inscrutable, yet the glint in his eyes sent a chill down Zhou's spine. I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. Please, have mercy and spare me. So you mean to say that if I choose not to spare you, I am the villain? Zhou was on the brink of tears, bewildered by Ji Linxiao's peculiar line of questioning. Ji found his reaction laughable, realizing that one must wield wealth and power to hold their head high in this world. With a scoff, he raised the toy as if to strike, causing Zhou to flinch and shield his face. Just as it appeared to land, it gently tapped his arm instead. Zhou cautiously opened his eyes, peering through the gap to observe Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao set the toy down and stood, adjusting his attire. I'm not unreasonable, am I, Zhou? Zhou nodded vigorously. Ji then turned to Wang Heshou. Boss Wang, the company remains under your management. I am merely a figurehead. Isn't it vile for someone like him to misuse his position and bring in relatives? Wang, understanding Ji's implication, continued. Such a person should be ousted along with their relatives. I will also investigate if he has embezzled company funds. Ji Linxiao smiled approvingly at Wang. I look forward to your good news. He then cast a sidelong glance at Zhou, who lay prostrate on the floor like a defeated dog. Now, who is to be expelled? You might as well take the initiative and roll out. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Boss Wang, could you clarify this for me? Wasn't he merely a destitute boy after his father's death? Zhou gazed desperately at Wang, seeking answers. Wang sighed and shook his head. You are still too young. Can someone who can produce 150 yuan truly be called a pauper? Don't take everything at face value. Do what's best for yourself and take your impoverished relatives and leave the company. Zhou felt as though struck by lightning. 150 yuan. He realized he would never earn that much in his lifetime. He understood that it was all over for him. Everything had come to an end. Chapter 4. Hey boss. Do you need any accessories? Ji Linxiao stepped out of the company, stretching on the street, suddenly feeling as if the shackles that had weighed down his neck had vanished, leaving him both physically and mentally unburdened. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A reward of 1,000 yuan has been distributed to your duck payment account. Please check your receipt. How delightful it is to have money. Come, my old friend, let us find someone to give your car a fresh coat of paint. He fondly caressed his beloved vehicle, a treasure left behind by his father, which had accompanied him for many years. He recalled how, during his leisure time, his father would place him in the bicycle basket and take him for breezy rides. Upon arriving at the repair shop, the seasoned mechanic examined the bicycle from every angle. An antique. Are you looking to sell this? I could take it off your hands for 200 yuan. 200 yuan? Ji Linxiao twitched his mouth, recalling his aunt's words that this bike was bought for 800 yuan. He found it hard to accept the harsh reality of inflation. Master, I cannot sell this bike. It is the only keepsake my father left me. Is that so? What a pity. Young man, allow me to transform your bike to look as good as new. The master began with fervor, deftly disassembling the parts, polishing, waxing, and finally spraying it with paint. The entire process was seamless, and the old bicycle was rejuvenated. Young man, the paint will take some time to dry. Please return tomorrow at this hour to collect your bike. You may settle the payment then. Thank you, master. As Ji Linxiao walked away from the bike shed, he felt a sense of aimlessness. In his school days, he diligently attended classes and rushed off to work after school. Post-graduation, he was consumed by early mornings and late nights, busy as a headless chicken. Suddenly having free time felt rather unfamiliar. Oh, the leisurely days. Frankly speaking, being a lazy fish isn't so bad. The system, unable to bear the sight of such a lackadaisical host, interjected. New task released. Please acquire your first luxurious property. Time limit, 12 hours. Reward, a basic stamina potion. What is a stamina potion? Dream Assistant's little science. The stamina potion merely aids the host in enhancing physical strength and endurance, categorized into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels, increasing stamina by 10, 15, and 30 points respectively. Not bad, not bad. Onward. Time to buy a house. Ji Linxiao summoned a ride through the app. If we are to buy, let us purchase the finest property in N City. Destination input, Zijin Real Estate Sales Office. The app was quick to respond, and a car arrived shortly. Hello. Are you the passenger with the ending number 6688? Please fasten your seatbelt. We are ready to depart. Bro, are you going to buy a house? The properties in Zijin aren't cheap. You know, that's the best in N City. The driver, noticing Ji Linxiao's youth, continued. You must have a good income to afford a house here. Finding work in N City is tough. Ji Linxiao offered a wry smile, enduring the incessant chatter of the driver throughout the journey, responding politely to his enthusiastic remarks. The Zijin sales office was grand, with a rotating glass door adorned with golden dragon motifs, though likely not real gold, exuding an air of opulence. Upon entering, Ji Linxiao spotted a massive display showcasing a miniature model of the community, allowing prospective buyers to grasp the entire layout at a glance. As he wandered around, admiring the impressive setup, he found himself waiting for quite some time without a single salesperson approaching him to provide assistance, nor even a cup of tea. He frowned and approached a trio of individuals laughing and chatting near the water cooler. Don't you have anyone to attend to customers here? The woman glanced him up and down before slowly responding. Sorry, I didn't realize you were here to buy a house. I thought you were the new janitor. Xiaowu, where are you? Come attend to this gentleman. A small boy hurried over from behind, and Ji Linxiao regarded the group with cold indifference, nodding at the boy as a greeting before following him to a nearby sofa. The trio behind him erupted in laughter, mocking him. Look at him, dressed in clothes worth over 500 yuan, as if he is someone important. Seriously? What an act. The boy, having overheard their taunts, quickly turned to Ji Linxiao, attempting to explain, they're actually quite nice, just a bit blunt. Please don't take it personally. Ji Linxiao smiled at him. No worries, Xiaowu. Could you introduce me to your property types? You seem like a college student. Feel free to call me Brother Xiao. I'm just here for an internship. My name is Wu Ku. You have a great sense of people, Brother Xiao. Let me tell you about our properties. Wu Ku proceeded to explain their offerings, from bare shells to fully furnished units to villas, taking nearly 2 hours. He was left parched and exhausted, but not a hint of impatience showed on his face. Wu Ku was new to the internship, having seen wealthier clients snatched away, and those without money rarely ventured here. With only a few visitors, many were discouraged by the prices, leaving Wu Ku without a single deal in 2 months. He practiced nightly at home on how to present to clients, yet had yet to close a deal. Could you take me to see the villa area? Ji Linxiao pondered for a long moment, ultimately deciding that a villa would be preferable. He wished to escape the noise of neighbors above or beside him. Brother Xiao, I forgot to mention, the apartments here are 50,000 yuan per square meter, and the villas are 110,000 yuan per square meter. Are you sure you want to see the villa area? Our apartment units are quite nice as well. No problem, that price isn't exorbitant. Let us go see the villas. All right, Brother Xiao. I'll take you to see them. With that, he rushed to ask the manager for the villa keys, the very same harsh woman from earlier. Oh, looking at houses? Villas too? Can he even afford it? Nowadays, many come just to take pictures for social media and show off. Xiaowu, as someone with experience, I kindly advise you not to fall for his act. Find a reason to send him away. Wu Ku, feeling awkward, glanced back at Ji Linxiao, but then thought that as a salesperson, he was supposed to bring customers to view properties. Yet he hesitated to oppose his manager, caught in a dilemma. Ji Linxiao's expression reflected his displeasure, but the manager withheld the keys. Host, there exists a mechanism for complaints. Do those numbers on the wall resemble the phone number of their superior? Ji Linxiao approached and pointed at the phone number behind the woman. What are you doing? That number is your supervisor's, right? If they learn that their employees are insulting customers, well, what do you think would happen? The woman shot Ji Linxiao a glare and tossed the keys to Wu Ku. Humph, take the keys and hurry up. It's not like people like you can afford to buy a house anyway, dressed like you are. Perhaps so. Let us not dwell on the petty. With that, he allowed Wu Ku to lead him to view the properties, leaving behind the scornful woman. Wu Ku guided Ji Linxiao through the community garden, showcasing its unique features, leading him through a bamboo grove and across a small bridge to the villa area at the center of the community, which had been isolated and surrounded by nearby waters, creating a small island effect. Wu Ku guided Ji Linxiao through a tour of the villa, which comprised 3 stories, featuring both exquisitely decorated and raw units. Each meticulously designed interior possessed its own distinctive charm, and by the end of the tour, Ji Linxiao expressed his satisfaction with every single one. Just as Wu Ku was preparing to lead him outside, Ji Linxiao pointed toward a rather ostentatious villa and inquired, "Why didn't you mention that one?" Wu Ku followed his gaze, scratching his head awkwardly. "Xiao Gu, that is the largest villa in our Zijin estate. All the villas on the island occupy 300 square meters, while this one spans nearly 600 square meters, boasting 5 floors and a small attic with a flat rooftop. The gardens within the villa can be designed by a professional for free afterward, and the price per square meter is significantly higher. There aren't many who can afford it in city, so take me to see it." Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment. Considering how exorbitant could it really be? After all, he was a man worth 13 figures. Huh, what? Lead the way. Wu Ku sighed. Believing Ji Linxiao could not possibly afford such a lavish property, yet he still took him inside, providing a detailed explanation. Quite nice, I'm satisfied. How many villas on the island have sold so far? Oh, well, Xiao Gu, our villa district just opened a few days ago. No one has purchased anything yet. Wu Ku looked bewildered, unsure of the significance behind Ji Linxiao's question. Let us return and finalize the payment. Xiao Gu, are you really deciding to buy a house? Which one shall I assist you with the paperwork for? Wu Ku felt a surge of excitement. He was finally about to sell his first house during his internship. Previously, Ji Linxiao had merely browsed without making a decision, and Wu Ku had prepared himself for another fruitless endeavor. However, Ji Linxiao's words made his face flush with exhilaration. All of them. Ji Linxiao smiled broadly at him, nonchalantly uttering 2 words that left Wu Ku utterly stunned. Xiao Gu, are you joking with me? Wu Ku felt a tinge of embarrassment, thinking Ji Linxiao was teasing him about purchasing the entirety of the island's villas, which would cost a fortune. Ji Linxiao, unfazed, revealed his WeChat balance on his phone. This Xiao Gu, enough. Are you still doubting my financial capacity? Wu Ku's heart raced as he beheld the long string of numbers in Ji Linxiao's WeChat balance. Goodness, he had encountered a wealthy heir. No, more accurately, a financial mogul. Who on earth would store such a sum in their WeChat balance when they could simply deposit it in a bank for interest? Ji Linxiao, however, remarked, bank interest? That paltry sum doesn't concern me. Before the world was transformed, it was customary to deposit money, but after the transformation, who cares about the meager percentages of ordinary banks? Xiao Gu, do you still need an accessory to hang on to? I excel at being a decorative piece. Ji Linxiao found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and exasperation. Enough of the banter. Take me back to sign the contract before someone else snatches my villa. Sure thing, brother, from now on, you're my elder brother. As they made their way back, Wu Ku's anxiety reached its peak, worried that he might mishandle such a significant transaction and reluctant to share the spoils with the harsh manager. Quietly, he sent a message to the Zijin owner through the internal social platform, reporting the situation. Chapter 5. I'll take them all. Upon returning to the sales office, the female manager, with a keen eye, immediately spotted them, striding over with her arms crossed, elevating her voice to the highest pitch. Oh, Xiao Wu is back. Did you sell a house? Or did you just go for a photo op? The surrounding sales staff gathered to witness the spectacle. As it was close to noon and the number of visitors was sparse, most having gone out for lunch, this was indeed the quietest moment for the sales team. Not at all. Xiao Gu wants to buy a house. Wu Ku, feeling unjustly mocked by the staff regarding both himself and Ji Linxiao, flushed with indignation and argued back. Oh, when did someone dressed in such shabby attire become capable of purchasing a villa? Which one? Do share so we can all have a laugh. How obnoxious. Who invited this crow, cawing in the middle of the day? Ji Linxiao draped his arm over Wu Ku's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at the chattering woman. Xiao Wu, do you smell something foul? Huh, no, not at all. None of you can smell it. Ji Linxiao feigned shock, glancing around, but the others shook their heads in denial. then you might want to visit a hospital for a checkup. This person here has been spewing nonsense, perhaps indulging in a hearty breakfast this morning. And it's making me nauseous. Ji Linxiao waved his hand in front of his nose with a look of distaste, and the crowd erupted in laughter, whispering among themselves. Hey, it does smell a bit. I can smell it too. It's hilarious. Could it be true? The female manager, incensed by Ji Linxiao's humiliation, nearly lost her balance. Taking a deep breath to compose herself. No matter how venomous your tongue is, it doesn't change the fact that you're a pauper. You think you can buy a villa from our Zijin estate? Look in the mirror. The word impoverished is practically written across your forehead. I agree that the host's current attire does not reflect the aura of a wealthy individual. Ji Linxiao was about to retort against the female manager when the system's sudden voice cut him off. All right, I understand. I'll go buy new clothes. Is that sufficient? New task. People rely on appearances, and Buddhas rely on adornments. Task. Acquire new attire that aligns with the aura of wealth. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, 1 vial of mental strength potion. A mental strength potion? Is it akin to the stamina potion? Dream assistance. The mental strength potion enhances the host's intelligence, memory, and reflexes, classified into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, increasing mental strength by 10, 15, and 30 points respectively. As the system explained, the female manager continued her tirade, and Ji Linxiao helplessly dug at his ears. Such eloquence. I suppose you wiped your mouth after using the restroom. Shouting here for ages. Let me inform you that I've had rabies vaccinations. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If I were to describe you in a single phrase, it would be, the countenance of a person is a mystery. Do make sure to apply your makeup more vibrantly next time to avoid confusion between your face and your rear. If it weren't for my mentor teaching us not to litter, I would have discarded you by now. What am I waiting for? Your little green bean eyes glaring at me make it seem like you just woke up. Ji Linxiao did not hold back, retaliating with a barrage of sarcastic remarks. The female manager, overwhelmed by the retorts, resorted to expletives, preparing to claw at Ji Linxiao with her sharp nails, only to be stopped by a nearby sales associate. At that moment, a man entered, accompanied by a group of people, and the nearest sales staff, upon recognizing the commotion, quickly greeted him. Boss, good to see you. The other sales associates, upon hearing this, turned to greet him as well. Hello, Mr. Zheng. What brings you here? Zheng Yongnian, having just stepped inside, observed the sales staff huddled together, noticing a woman frantically gesticulating through the gaps. Frowning, he inquired, who is that woman? And why is she causing a scene in the office? That's our manager, the staff replied. Zheng Yongnian's expression darkened as he approached the female manager, delivering a sharp slap across her face, and shouted, Is this how I taught you to behave? During the training, was it suggested that all the teachings were merely fodder for dogs? Insulting customers? Losing one's composure in front of clients? Is this truly the caliber of our esteemed Zijin? After the altercation, Zheng Yongnian withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, then turned to the crowd and inquired, Who sent that message? The sales team was momentarily paralyzed by Zheng Yongnian's presence, exchanging bewildered glances. Wu Ku timidly stepped forward, raising his hand to respond. Mr. Zheng. It was I who sent the message. This gentleman wishes to purchase a property, and the sum involved is considerable. I did not dare to make a decision on my own, hence I informed you. Zheng Yongnian glanced at the smiling Ji Linxiao standing by, immediately donning a congenial expression and extending his hands. Greetings. May I inquire your name? I am Ji Linxiao, and I remain steadfast to my name and surname, replied the young man. Mr. Ji, I have heard you intend to acquire all our villas, is that correct? Zheng Yongnian asked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Eager to confirm the gravity of the situation, for should this individual be toying with him, he would ensure that his stay in N-City would be quite unbearable. Indeed, that is correct. All your villas are quite appealing, and I tend to suffer from a mild case of indecision. Thus I shall take them all, Ji Linxiao casually remarked. A smile gracing his lips. Zheng Yongnian's heart raced at this revelation. Developing properties in the Zijin area had cost him a considerable fortune, and his finances had recently experienced a slight shortfall. The square meter price of their villas was among the highest in N-City, and Ji's declaration of purchasing them all implied that he was including the most luxurious ones at the very heart of the city. Zheng Yongnian had presumed that it would take at least a year or two to sell out the villa district. Yet here came a significant investor merely days after the launch. This could resolve his financial dilemmas splendidly. Calming his racing heart, he still harbored some reservations. Glancing at Wu Ku as if seeking reassurance, Wu Ku met his gaze with a confident nod, igniting a renewed wave of excitement within Zheng Yongnian, akin to the thrill of a roller coaster ride. Mr. Ji, shall we proceed to my office for a more detailed discussion? Zheng Yongnian approached Ji Linxiao and gestured for him to follow to the temporary office at the sales center. Ji Linxiao raised an eyebrow but complied. Settling onto the couch as directed, with Zheng Yongnian taking a seat beside him, while Wu Ke stood attentively at their side. Just as Zheng Yongnian was about to prompt them to draft the contract, the system chimed in. Host, I have just retrieved information about Zheng Yongnian in N City. He is quite a formidable figure with influence spanning both legitimate and illicit realms. It would be prudent for you to cultivate a relationship with him, for it could yield considerable benefits. Upon hearing the system's advice, Ji Linxiao swiftly altered his intended discourse, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, and began to rub his thumb, index, and middle fingers together. Mr. Zheng, do you fancy this? Zheng Yongnian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly recovered. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ji. You truly are a man of character. Who wouldn't appreciate such a thing? Ji Linxiao, upon hearing this, felt reassured. He was not one to fret over financial constraints. After all, who among those with a net worth in the 13 digits and a daily income in the 9 digits would fear a lack of funds? He reclined against the couch, casually resting his left arm on the back and crossing his legs, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, of course not. Zheng Yongnian swiftly signaled Wu Ke, who understood the cue and promptly grabbed the lighter from the coffee table to assist Ji Linxiao in lighting up. Ji Linxiao smiled appreciatively as he took a drag, then held the cigarette between his fingers. Mr. Zheng, your family business is quite substantial, and I have heard whispers about your ventures. Might you consider allowing me to become a partner? I can provide the capital while you manage the operations. Zheng Yongnian hesitated, uncertain of Ji Linxiao's intentions regarding this partnership. Sensing his uncertainty, Ji Linxiao smoothly navigated the conversation. How about this, Mr. Zheng? Let us finalize my property contract first, as I would not like to find someone else snatching it away. Yes, indeed. Someone, please draft the contract immediately. Zheng Yongnian called to Wu Ke, who hurriedly exited to prepare the documents. Mr. Ji, may I ask how you intend to make the payment? As Ji Linxiao was finishing his cigarette, he recalled how he used to smoke them until the very end to save money, but now he found it unnecessary to endure the harsher taste of the remaining tobacco. So he rose and extinguished it prematurely. How much in total? Zheng Yongnian retrieved a calculator from beneath the coffee table. We have 30 ordinary villas at 110,000 per square meter, and the central villa is priced at 200,000 per square meter. The total for the 30 ordinary villas amounts to 900,000, while the central villa is 200,000, bringing the grand total to 11,100,000. Since you are purchasing in bulk, we ought to offer you a discount. Let's say 11,000,000. Just as Ji Linxiao was about to reject the discount, the system preemptively advised him. Host, avoid dismissing the discount. It may present you in an unflattering light as a nouveau riche. Ji Linxiao chuckled awkwardly, acquiescing to the system's counsel. Then I shall thank you, Mr. Zheng. Let me add you on WeChat to transfer the amount. Zheng Yongnian was momentarily stunned. Full payment. He quickly retrieved his phone, scanning Ji Linxiao's QR code. Watching as the 11,000,000 transferred instantaneously, his heart raced, and he swallowed hard. At that moment, Wu Ke returned with the contract, handing it and a pen to Zheng Yongnian. Zheng Yongnian glanced at him with a smile. This is your achievement. Why not hurry and present it to Mr. Ji for his signature? Oh yes, of course. Wu Ke stammered, realizing the magnitude of the deal and the generous commission he stood to gain. Ji Linxiao glanced at the contract and promptly affixed his signature. I trust in Mr. Zheng's integrity. Brother Zile, what about the property deed? Ji Linxiao inquired, turning to Zheng Yongnian. Might I ask if you handle renovations as well? Certainly. I have a renovation team at my disposal. If you could provide me with your design preferences, I will arrange for them to commence work immediately. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. I will send you the design plans for the central villa shortly, and I shall cover all expenses for the team's meals and other costs. Should the renovation be satisfactory, I will provide a bonus. On behalf of my team, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Ji. Mr. Zheng, with such formality calling me Mr. Ji, it makes me feel rather uneasy. If you don't mind, perhaps you could address me as Brother Zile instead? Zheng Yongnian's face broke into a broad smile. Who wouldn't relish having a wealthy younger brother? In that case, I shall gladly oblige. You may call me Zheng Dage. The two, one older and one younger, akin to cunning foxes, sat side by side on the couch, sharing light-hearted laughter while harboring their own ulterior motives. Zheng Dage, what of my earlier suggestion regarding the partnership? Oh, how does Brother Zile envision this partnership? You see, Zheng Dage, my understanding of management is somewhat limited, so I would prefer to leave that to you. I would simply act as an investor, providing funds and reaping dividends at the end of the year. What do you think? Zheng Yongnian pondered this proposal. If Ji Linxiao could indeed invest, it would be immensely beneficial. His enterprises spanned automotive, entertainment, real estate, and dining, all of which required substantial capital. A moment's inattention to the cash flow could lead to significant issues. Excellent. How much are you looking to invest? So I may gauge how to allocate equity in my ventures? Ji Linxiao noted that while Zheng spoke of dividing equity, he had not specified how much, suggesting that the more one invested, the more one would receive. After careful consideration, he proposed a figure. 50,000. Does that sound agreeable, Dage? Zheng Yongnian swallowed hard upon hearing the figure of 50,000. The total value of all his companies barely exceeded 110,000, and here stood a seemingly youthful gentleman, boldly proposing a sum that constituted nearly half of that. Well, my young brother, you possess remarkable ambition. I assure you, if you follow my lead, there will be only gains and no losses. Thus, the younger brother pledged to align himself with his elder. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from both Zheng Yongnian and Ji Linxiao's stomachs. Ji Linxiao had not eaten anything since leaving the company that morning. Zheng Yongnian had merely intended to have lunch when he received a message from Wu Ku. With a mindset of better to believe than doubt, he thought that if there was indeed an opportunity, it could lead to great fortune. If not, it would simply be a company inspection. Now, having skipped lunch, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. How could they not be hungry? Would my young brother consider joining me for a meal? Absolutely. I too find myself quite famished. The two men laughed and chatted as they exited the office, only for Zheng Yongnian to notice the female manager rushing towards them. Anticipating her words, he interrupted her immediately. You are dismissed. Collect your salary and leave. The female manager's face contorted in disbelief. On what grounds? I have toiled tirelessly for this company. Why am I being cast aside? Zheng Yongnian's expression darkened. He was astonished that this woman dared to defy him. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Linxiao's disdainful voice cut through the tension. Oh, toiling? You mean Lu Xiaoli, right? You've taken full advantage of your position as a manager, mingling with the male sales staff, and you've embezzled a substantial portion of the bonuses distributed. Lu Xiaoli's demeanor shifted abruptly. How dare you say that? Who do you think you are? I am Lu Xiaoli, not some Cao Cuili. Ji Linxiao turned to Zheng Yongnian. I have faith in your capabilities, my brother. Uncovering the truth about whether she is Lu Xiaoli or Cao Cuili should be well within your reach. Ultimately, what does it matter to me? Zheng Yongnian's expression grew increasingly severe. He took out his phone and made a call. Moments later, several burly men emerged from outside. Do you dare to speak disrespectfully in front of your company's owner and largest shareholder? I know precisely how you have squandered the funds you have taken. It is all too clear to me. Zheng Yongnian surveyed the surroundings. I do not care if your funds are still intact. You will return every last cent you have taken. If I do not see the money returned within 3 days, be prepared to face the consequences. He gestured to the newly arrived men. Take her away. Do not sully my premises. With that, the burly men dragged the woman out as if she were a dead dog. Apologies for the spectacle, my brother. Now, shall we proceed? Ji Linxiao had witnessed Zheng Yongnian's methods and was impressed by his speed in gathering intelligence. Previously, he had inquired whether the system could retrieve information on this woman and had only managed to read what the system provided. Yet, Zheng Yongnian had obtained the information with a mere phone call. Indeed, it was evident that having reliable contacts for swift information retrieval was invaluable. As Ji Linxiao entered Zheng Yongnian's car, he received a call from Wang Heshou. Mr. Ji, we have completed a comprehensive investigation into Zhou Zheng and his relatives regarding their embezzlement of company assets. We have now contacted the relevant authorities to initiate prosecution. What are your instructions? Leave it to you. I prefer to remain hands-off. After a few more brief instructions, Ji Linxiao hung up. My brother, do you require assistance with the prosecution of those individuals? Ji Linxiao smiled and shook his head. They are but a small company, not worth my attention. I trust the law will deliver a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 6. Ji Linxiao was incensed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The basic physical enhancement potion has been dispatched. Please retrieve it within 24 hours, or it will be automatically destroyed. Destroyed? Xiaoming, do you have any form of storage space or similar capabilities? Yes, but the host has completed too few tasks, and Xiaoming cannot upgrade, so this function is temporarily unavailable. I hope the host will strive to improve. Why do you not have a newbie gift pack like those in novels? The situation has been reported to superiors, and efforts are being made to secure one for the host. After concluding his conversation with the system, Ji Linxiao began to observe the interior of the vehicle. Brother Zheng, is this a phaeton? Zheng Yongnian chuckled. Ah, my young brother knows his cars. I personally do not fancy ostentatious sports cars. A fully equipped Volkswagen is quite comfortable for me. Ji Linxiao suppressed a smirk, contemplating the irony of a top-tier phaeton being associated with a Volkswagen. Yet he realized he could now afford a car of his own. Detected host's thoughts. Activating new task. Acquire your first new car. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, 1,000 points. How fortuitous. Xiaoming, what are these points for? Upon completing the 2 tasks currently available, Xiaoming will upgrade and activate the mall mode. Points can be used to purchase special items in the mall. Each level up will unlock a new tier of the mall and provide additional rewards. Ji Linxiao had more questions, but was interrupted by Zhang Yongyan's voice. He knew the system was always there, so there was no rush. Young brother, does your villa complex have ample underground parking? If you have a car, I can arrange for the property management to register your license plate. I currently do not possess a vehicle, only a bicycle, but I do plan to acquire a new car soon. My previous residence lacked parking facilities. Zhang Yongyan nodded. We have a dealership here. Why not accompany me this afternoon to look at some cars? Ji Linxiao stroked his chin, calculating the time. There was still tomorrow to purchase a car. Today, he needed to return to tidy up his rented apartment and buy some new clothes to retrieve the mental enhancement potion. Curious to see what benefits it might offer. Brother Zheng, I have plans for today. How about we reschedule for tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal. Zhang Yongyan laughed, patting Ji Linxiao on the shoulder, repeating, good, good, good. After dining at the Four Seasons restaurant under Zhang Yongyan's name, Ji Linxiao excused himself, eager to relish in the joy of spending. He hailed a cab to Wanhua Mall, the largest shopping center in City Inn, featuring luxury brands from across the nation. Upon entering, he was overwhelmed by the plethora of brands, Alvi, Cuxi, Prada, leaving him slightly dizzy. Having been short on funds previously, he rarely engaged with high-end brands and was uncertain about what to purchase. After wandering 2 laps, he entered the most visually appealing store he could find. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today? The sales attendant greeted him warmly, treating him with respect despite his modest attire. For these days, many affluent individuals often don humble appearances to conceal their wealth. However, another pair of customers within the store were far less pleased. The woman, eyeing Ji Linxiao's inexpensive clothing, scoffed, is anyone allowed into Alvi now? Does he look like someone who can afford anything here? What is wrong with the staff? How unfortunate. The man beside her, noticing her agitation, attempted to placate her by pointing at Ji Linxiao. You get out. Ji Linxiao cast a sidelong glance at him, continuing to inquire with the sales attendant about clothing recommendations. The attendant, glancing between Ji Linxiao and the irate man, suddenly appeared flustered, prompting the manager to intervene. Sir, our store prioritizes customer satisfaction. Everyone is welcome to browse and make purchases. There is no need for such anger. The man, still fuming, ignored the manager and directed his ire at Ji Linxiao once more. You are utterly deaf, are you not? Did you fail to hear your father speaking to you? I shall grant you one opportunity to speak again. Who is your father? Ji Linxiao cast a cold glance, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity, as if he were poised to devour his prey. The man, startled by his gaze, felt a surge of anger. How could a mere ragged wretch, who had just emerged from his slumber, intimidate him? He felt an acute sense of shame wash over him. I'll offer you 5 cents. Now get the hell out of here. A pitiful pauper like you has likely never seen such wealth in your life. The man extracted 5 $1,000 bills from his wallet and flung them at Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao regarded the fluttering notes with a disdainful smile, his gaze dripping with contempt for the man before him. 5 cents. You insult me. That amount wouldn't even suffice for my breakfast. Before the inflation, Ji Linxiao's most economical breakfast cost at least $6. The mere notion of 5 cents struck him as laughable. The manager, sensing the escalating tension, hurried to a corner to dial the mall manager, relaying the situation. Coincidentally, the manager was shopping with the mall's owner, conducting a discreet inspection. Upon hearing the report, Lin Xiao'er's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. Let us go see. I must find out who dares to cause trouble in my territory. Meanwhile, the store manager was desperately attempting to mediate between the two, advocating for a peaceful resolution. The man arrogantly jabbed his finger at Ji Linxiao's nose, proclaiming, Do you know who I am? Ask around in N City. Who doesn't know the Wang family? You, a clueless upstart, dare to confront me? The woman beside him, standing behind Wang Fujing, fanned the flames, saying, Brother Jing, this brat is disrespecting you. Disrespecting you is tantamount to disrespecting the Wang family. Just get someone to throw him out. Ji Linxiao, however, paid no heed to the Wang family or any other, lunging forward to seize Wang Fujing's outstretched finger and twisting it downwards with a sharp crack. Wang Fujing clutched his injured hand, collapsing to the ground in agony. What are you doing, Brother Jing? Are you all right? The woman rushed to support Wang Fujing, but he pushed her away forcefully. Get away. You wretched woman. Don't touch me. It hurts like hell. You'll regret this. Just wait. Ji Linxiao smiled benignly as he shook off his hand, as though he had just encountered something filthy. Just moments before, he had received a mission from the system. Mission triggered. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Mission details. Inflict a painful physical cost on Wang Fujing. Time limit, 1 hour. Reward, beginner's luck potion. Having encountered 2 types of potions already, Ji Linxiao was well aware of their effects, and he deemed the matter settled. A product from the system is guaranteed to be exquisite. While Ji Linxiao was wiping his hands, the system displayed a blue box, but before he could examine it closely, a voice echoed from the entrance. I must see who dares to raise a ruckus in my Lin Xiao's territory. Ji Linxiao turned towards the voice, his gaze immediately drawn to a pair of exquisitely white legs, followed by a woman with a high ponytail, clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of competence. A crowd of formally dressed individuals trailed behind her, creating a formidable presence. Not only Ji Linxiao but everyone else, including the kneeling Wang Fujing, turned to look at the entrance, his eyes wide with disbelief. He did not recognize this woman. The Wang family was among the foremost noble families in N City, and as the youngest son of the second branch, Wang Fujing had two elder sisters. His parents, having had him in their old age, lavished him with affection. His father had once taken him to a banquet, where he sat below, watching radiant women on stage. His father had warned him, "This is a Lin family girl from the capital. She is formidable. Do not provoke her or entertain any delusions. She is not someone our Wang family can afford to offend." Initially dismissive, he had boasted to the household workers that he would one day sweep the Lin girl off her feet and bring her to his bed, only to be met with a stern reprimand from his indulgent parents, who threatened to disown him if he continued such foolishness. At that moment, Wang Fujing, disregarding his pain, scrambled to his feet, attempting to ingratiate himself with Lin Xiao. "Sister Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. I had no idea this was your territory." Wang Fujing's recognition did not equate to universal acknowledgement, and the woman accompanying him, witnessing her partner's obsequiousness towards Lin Xiao, became incensed. "Brother Jing, she's just a woman. Why are you pandering to her? Just knock her out and take her away." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Fujing, in a panic, slapped her away with his remaining hand, fearfully glancing at Lin Xiao, terrified of her wrath. If she were displeased, he knew he would face dire consequences. "Sister Lin, I truly do not know this woman. She insists on clinging to me. I'm leaving. I'm going." Lin Xiao looked disdainfully at Wang Fujing, whose hand was now grotesquely deformed, and remarked, "Who is your sister? Someone, please escort him and this woman out." Ji Linxiao was displeased. It was he who had been wronged, yet they were hastily trying to expel the woman without even hearing an apology. "My dear lady, it seems you have yet to consider my opinion." Lin Xiao appraised Ji Linxiao, noting his tousled hair and strikingly handsome face. Though his attire was so shabby it appeared inferior to that of their household servants. "This is my mall. If you are dissatisfied, perhaps you should shop next door. Surely, the prices here may be too steep for someone of your stature." Ji Linxiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this stunning beauty would judge him by appearances. The system, equally indignant, chimed in. "How could such a beautiful woman be so venomous? Host, can you endure this?" The Lin family operated their business in such a manner that all offspring had the right to inherit. Each child drew lots to manage various enterprises, with the best performing inheritor likely to gain the greatest opportunity. This was a moment of fate, and Lin Xiao had drawn the illustrious ancient capital and city, making her inheritance almost within reach. Lin Xiao had harbored a keen interest in commerce from a young age, aspiring to inherit the family fortune. Observing the unfriendly demeanor of the man before her, she sighed inwardly, thinking that such a penniless individual was merely after money. She decided it would be best to appease him with a monetary offering. "Is 5 cents sufficient?" Ji Linxiao stared at her in disbelief. "At most a dime. One should not be excessively greedy." It was at this moment that Ji Linxiao comprehended the situation. She was merely attempting to dismiss him like a beggar. He advanced towards Lin Xiao, a dangerous aura emanating from him, causing her to swallow nervously and take a slight step back. Just as he was about to reach her, he smiled faintly. No need for that, his unspoken implication being that it would be wiser to save it for his own grave. With that, Ji Linxiao turned and walked away, leaving Lin Xiao fuming, stamping her foot in frustration and muttering a curse. Ingrate. The surrounding crowd continued to flatter her, dismissing the shabby young man entirely. Lin Xiao, however, ordered those around her to keep today's events confidential, insisting that should any rumors arise, they must be extinguished at the first sign. After giving her instructions, she resumed her inspection of the mall. As Ji Linxiao walked down the street, his countenance darkened, radiating an intimidating presence that made those nearby retreat in trepidation. "Host, is this it? You are simply going to let it go? Can you truly endure this?" "I certainly cannot. Let me at her." Ji Linxiao took a deep breath, remaining silent throughout the journey as he returned to the apartment he had originally rented. Once inside his room, he addressed the system. "Xiaoming, how are your tasks typically triggered?" "Host, it depends on the circumstances around you, your emotions, and your thoughts. Tasks are generated randomly. Please investigate the background of that woman. I want her to bear the consequences of her actions. Also, look into the Wang family." "Understood, host. I am currently conducting the search. Please hold on." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ji Linxiao's eyes. His retaliation was about to commence. Chapter 7. We will live a good life from now on. Host. At present, my level is too low to access more information than the following. Wang Fujing. Gender. Male. Age. 25. A member of the Wang family from N City. His father is Wang Renjing, and his mother is Gong Honyun. The Wang family has a long-standing history in N City, owning Qingyuan Cemetery and Huanla City among their assets. Lin Xiao'er. Gender. Female. Age. 26. A native of the capital. Known for her somewhat headstrong personality, she remains unmarried and is one of the strongest contenders for the Lin family's inheritance. Her visit to N City is related to a family task concerning her claim to the inheritance. Her father is Lin Jinyue, and she is the eldest in her family. I can only provide this much information for now. I urge you to strive harder to activate and complete more tasks so that Dream Assistant can level up. Ji Linxiao pondered over the information provided by the system, stroking his chin in contemplation, unaware of the system's final remark. Had he noticed it, he would undoubtedly have jumped up in protest, for activating 5 tasks in one day and still being urged to work harder felt like an unreasonable demand. If the mall managed by her in N City encountered problems, would it not be a fitting lesson for her? Host, what are you planning? We live in a society governed by law. Remain calm. Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I've said it before. In a society governed by law, I shall, of course, use commercial strategies to triumph in commerce. He chuckled mischievously, sending shivers down the spine of the disembodied system. Task activated. Ruin Lin Xiaotis Mall. Time limit. 2 years. Reward. 1 mysterious treasure chest. The rewards from the task will be graded based on completion level and time. The higher the score, the more substantial the rewards. 2 years seemed rather short. It appeared he needed to devise a comprehensive plan. Host, you should be grateful. Typically, family businesses are given a maximum of 4 years, so a 2-year task limit is quite generous. By the way, Xiaoming, let me see the potion I received today. Understood. Extracting the bodily potion now. Ji Linxiao watched as 2 vials containing red and green potions appeared in his hand, and he could not help but twitch his lips at the sight of them. Surely, the mental strength potion must be blue? Bingo. Congratulations, host, you are correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Ji Linxiao, holding the 2 vials resembling health potions from a game, closed his eyes and swallowed them whole. I forgot to mention. The first time you drink it, the pain will be quite intense, but it will get better as you adapt. After all, it's your first time, there should be no problem. Host, good luck. As Ji Linxiao finished drinking, he was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his body were being torn apart. Xiaoming, you deceitful wretch. Why didn't you say so earlier? He quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, you didn't even ask me about it. The next morning at 6 o'clock. Ding ding ding. Time to get up for work. Time to get up for work. Ji Linxiao groggily opened his eyes and turned off the alarm on his phone. Slowly sitting up and stretching, his body creaked and cracked. Just as he prepared to wash up and head to work, he suddenly recalled that he might have become wealthy and no longer needed to work. Could it be a dream? Testing this theory, he tentatively called out, Xiaoming? Host. I'm here. How do you feel after drinking the potion? Hearing the system's voice, Ji Linxiao felt reassured that he was not dreaming. I feel amazing. Though it hurt a bit at first. Congratulations, host. Your physical abilities have reached a new level. Current stats, physical ability, 18. Luck, 18. Mental strength, 12. Today's interest from the system bank has been credited. Current balance, 1,082, 279 yuan. The amount below 1 yuan is automatically omitted. You have less than 8 hours remaining for the 2 tasks activated yesterday, and there are less than 5 hours left for the task clothing makes the man. Please act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ji Linxiao hurriedly got up to prepare for the mall, but then remembered that many stores had yet to open, slowing his movements. He decided to visit Uncle Lu for a hearty breakfast before heading to the mall. Little G is here. I just fried some fresh youtiao. They are crispy and delicious. Would you like one? Thank you, Uncle. Please also give me a bowl of wonton with 2 eggs. Ji Linxiao took the youtiao and stuffed it into his mouth. Savoring the crispy, golden treat, it was indeed delectable. After finishing his meal and paying, Ji Linxiao left. Although he now had money, he refrained from deliberately giving Uncle Lu any. He understood that Uncle Lu was a proud man who would certainly refuse. Simply visiting often to enjoy meals and keep him company was what Uncle Lu cherished the most, allowing him to earn a bit of money while enjoying their conversations. Ji Linxiao arrived at the largest mall near his home just as it opened. This mall was not as luxurious as Wanhua Mall, housing many smaller and miscellaneous shops. After walking around twice, he ultimately decided to shop at AI Airway, as he had seen several outfits he particularly liked there yesterday, and he appreciated the attitude of the staff. Upon entering AI Airway, the staff greeted him with their usual enthusiasm. Perhaps due to the early hour and lack of customers, Ji Linxiao was undisturbed while browsing. He found the items he had admired the previous day. This one, and those over there. Could you please find suitable sizes for me to try on? Ji Linxiao smiled amiably at the staff, who promptly nodded, assessing his physique and retrieving the appropriate sizes for him. After trying on the clothes, Ji Linxiao's allure was significantly enhanced. He was already quite handsome, and donning the exquisite garments made him even more appealing. Several female staff members could not help but blush and shower him with compliments. After selecting 5 casual outfits, he requested the staff to recommend a formal attire, completing his purchases. Sir, are you a model? You look stunning in those clothes. Ji Linxiao smiled and replied, let us proceed to payment. He paid via WeChat without paying much attention to the cost. To him, it was merely pocket change now. A watch is a symbol of wealth. It would be remiss to go out without one. After a brief search, he found a store selling Cartier watches. After browsing and with the enthusiastic recommendations of the staff, Ji Linxiao successfully acquired 3 exquisite watches that pleased him immensely. After 2 hours of shopping, Ji Linxiao had assembled a complete outfit, including clothing, pants, shoes, watches, ties, and belts. After purchasing his items, he ventured to the women's fashion section to buy a few sets of seasonal new styles for his aunt, and then visited the toy section to acquire several Gundam models. He explored clothing stores, toy shops, and food outlets, finally emerging from the mall laden with bags. Had it not been for the stamina-enhancing potion, he might have truly struggled to carry the numerous bags. Indeed, an assistant was essential. He hailed a cab to the Zijing sales office, seeking out Wu Ku, requesting him to place his clothes in the villa. Any set would suffice, just inform him once it was done. After depositing his clothing, Ji Linxiao still found himself burdened with an array of bags. He was on his way to visit his aunt. With wealth comes the obligation to remember one's roots. After all, his father had passed away during his childhood, and his mother had left as well. Relatives were unwilling to accept a boy with such a gloomy disposition. Save for his aunt, who had shown him kindness. His aunt and uncle had never turned him away, taking him in and raising him as their own. However, their good fortune was short-lived. His uncle tragically perished in a car accident shortly thereafter, and no relatives were willing to accept Ji Linxiao, deeming him a harbinger of misfortune. A jinx upon the men of the family. Lost in memories, he had arrived at his aunt's building, where the old, dilapidated structure was permeated by the pungent scent of refuse and damp mildew. Struggling under the weight of his belongings, Ji Linxiao ascended to the 6th floor and knocked on the door. A gentle female voice resonated from within. Who is it? Is someone there? It's me, Aunt Linxiao. The door swung open to reveal a woman whose face lit up with excitement upon seeing the tall young man clad in a stylish beige casual suit and pristine sneakers. Tears welled in her eyes as she accepted the bags from his hands, urging him to change his shoes and step inside. Linxiao, you've come back after such a long time. Coincidentally, Xiaoxing is home today. Let us all have lunch together. Ji Linxiao felt a twinge of reluctance, wanting to decline but fearing to upset his aunt. After graduating, he had moved out, renting an inexpensive apartment near his workplace to avoid imposing further burdens on her. For over half a year, he had been ensnared in a grueling routine under the thumb of a demanding boss, hardly returning home. Noticing his hesitation, Ji Kaiwei rose on her toes to ruffle his hair. It's all right, Linxiao. If you have something to attend to, go ahead. You can always come back later. Her gentle gaze lingered on him, filled with affection. Ji Linxiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He silently vowed never to let his aunt suffer again. He began to unpack the bags, revealing their contents. These are clothes for you. This is a Gundam for Xiaoxing, and I brought some fruit and nutritional supplements. Gundam? Where did you get a Gundam? A handsome but sturdy boy burst out from within the room. Cousin, wow, a Gundam. Wow. The boy, Chu Yixing, eagerly grasped Ji Linxiao's hand, bouncing with excitement. His robust physique seemed at odds with his exuberant demeanor. He was Ji Linxiao's cousin, the son of his aunt. Currently in his 3rd year of high school, having just been studying in his room, the family had been experiencing financial strain. And although Ji Linxiao's departure alleviated some pressure, they still could not afford to enroll Chu Yixing in tutoring classes, which often cost several $100s per session. Ji Kaiwei's monthly salary barely covered the mortgage and utility bills, leaving little for food, especially after having recently provided a substantial dowry for Ji Linxiao. Aunt, I've decided not to marry Li Lu. Ji Kaiwei was taken aback, exclaiming, what do you mean? The only heir of the Ji family is not marrying? Linxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Marriage is still essential. You must strive to carry on our family line. Chu Yixing, assembling his Gundam, chimed in. I don't think that girl is good enough. It's best not to marry. Many girls at our school are much prettier and kinder. Sounds like Xiaoxing has been too distracted by pretty faces instead of his studies. Chu Yixing abruptly stood, playfully tussling with Ji Linxiao. I haven tea. You're imagining things. Ji Kaiwei watched them with a tender smile as she neatly folded the expensive clothing Ji Linxiao had brought. Linxiao, these clothes are quite costly, aren't they? Listen to your aunt and consider returning them. Purchase some nourishing food instead. You could certainly use it. You're not as sturdy as Xiaoxing. Indeed, host. Your cousin's physical strength surpasses yours significantly, boasting a strength rating of 21. His endurance seems commendable as well. Mind your own business. Ji Linxiao silently retorted. Aunt, please don't worry. I have money. In fact, I discovered that Li Lu was secretly seeing another man behind my back, so I didn't give her the dowry. I just haven't confronted her yet. It's not that I don't want to marry. That's a relief. Still, you should return those clothes. They're too expensive, and you won't get enough wear out of them to justify the cost. Ji Linxiao observed his aunt's aging face. Once vibrant as a campus belle, now worn from the burdens of being both mother and father since his uncle's passing. She had grown increasingly frail, her complexion yellowing, and she had been reluctant to attend class reunions. Aunt, I want to share a secret with you. What secret? I want to hear it too. You can't just tell my mom. All right, here it goes. During my investment studies, I invested in cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency? Chu Yixing exclaimed, startling both adults. Calm down. Ji Linxiao chided, rolling his eyes. I invested about 20,000 in total, and now it has skyrocketed by over 800,000 times. I sold everything for a considerable profit. Ji Kaiwei felt a surge of excitement at his words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Linxiao, save that money and invest it wisely. It can earn you substantial interest. Don't squander it. Aunt, don't fret. Have you heard of Zheng Yongyan? Shaking her head in confusion, Ji Kaiwei noted the sparkle in Chu Yixing's eyes. Zheng Yongyan, the one from the internet. Seeing his cousin's enthusiasm, Ji Linxiao couldn't help but smile and nod. Chu Yixing turned to his mother, explaining, Zheng Yongyan is a prominent figure in our city. He owns many enterprises. Mom, remember how you always praised the luxurious Four Seasons Hotel? That's his, and the young star in that drama you love is from his entertainment company. That's true. I happened to meet Zheng Dege not long ago. We hit it off, and he offered to take me under his wing as a younger brother. I like him quite a bit, so I agreed without telling you, Aunt. Initially, Ji Kaiwei felt a pang of concern, fearing her nephew might have encountered a fraud. However, recalling Xiaoxing's mention of Zheng Yongyan as a reputable figure, her apprehension faded. Yet, she worried about his intentions, just as she was about to voice her concerns. She looked at the grown, mature young man before her and changed her mind. Linxiao, you've grown up and can make your own decisions. I won't fault you for anything. I will support you no matter what. Xiaoxing and I will always be your unwavering support. Aunt. Ji Linxiao enveloped Ji Kaiwei in a warm embrace, prompting Chu Yixing to feel a twinge of jealousy. Cousin, you're not going to hug me? He quickly joined in, and the three shared a moment of laughter together. By the way, Aunt, I've invested part of my money in Zheng Degu's company. Now I hold shares in all of his enterprises, so we won't have to endure living in this small place anymore. Ji Kaiwei gazed at him in disbelief, realizing her child had matured and could provide for her. Overwhelmed, she excused herself, retreating to the restroom where she covered her face with her hands and wept silently. Brother, dear, did you see? Linxiao has grown up and is doing well. Time flew, and soon it was past 11. Zheng Yongyan sent a WeChat message to Ji Linxiao. Hello, my dear brother, when are you free today? I'm waiting for you to treat me to dinner so we can go car shopping together. Brother Zheng, I'm at my aunt's house. I'll come find you shortly. No need, just send me your address and I'll come pick you up. After finishing the call, Ji Linxiao noticed that his aunt had yet to emerge, so he relayed a few instructions to Chu Yixing. Please tidy up the things we need to bring home in the next couple of days. If there are any old items you don't need, just throw them away. In a couple of days, once the renovations are complete, I'll arrange for someone to come pick you up. I must take my leave now. All right, brother, go ahead. Zheng Yongyan was nearby, and upon receiving Ji Linxiao's location, he summoned his driver to hurry over. Once Ji Linxiao received news that Zheng Yongyan was on his way, he quickly descended the stairs. As he was making his way down, he suddenly recalled that he had mentioned wanting to invest. But all his funds were locked in the system bank, making it impossible to transfer any to Zheng Yongyan. Xiaoming, can I transfer money from the system bank to someone else? No, you cannot. However, you can convert it into cash. I still recommend that you keep a portion in the bank. Otherwise, some people might become curious about the origin of your wealth. Xiaoming, please convert 50,000 yuan into cash for me. The savings can wait until tomorrow. Today we need to buy a car. Understood, host. I have converted 50,000 yuan into cash for you, along with a package of craft paper and a cash transfer document. You currently have 279 yuan remaining in the system bank. Ji Linxiao found himself holding a bundle of 100 yuan notes wrapped in craft paper. He smirked slightly, folding the contract and slipping it into his pocket. The craft paper seems a bit shabby. In dramas, transactions are usually conducted with suitcases. Host, you only have 50,000 yuan, which is quite thin. Do you expect a suitcase? Or should I convert it into bills instead? No, the craft paper looks quite impressive. Ji Linxiao declined to argue further with the system, for when it became chatty, it truly became quite verbose. Clutching the craft paper, he hurried downstairs toward the parked phaeton. Chapter 8. The Taste of Happiness. Once in the car, Zheng Yongnian appraised Ji Linxiao from head to toe. Xiaolao, you look spirited and handsome. Brother, you flatter me. Zheng Yongnian glanced at the craft paper in Ji Linxiao's hands. What's this, little brother? Oh, I almost forgot. I mentioned wanting to invest before, right? This is 50,000 in cash. Zheng Yongnian's eyes widened as he carefully took the craft paper and opened it, revealing the striking appearance of 100 yuan notes trimmed in red and gold. He inhaled sharply. The entire bundle consisted of 100 yuan notes. With each one, 000 yuan. The bank only permitted the issuance of a single 100 yuan note, and Ji Linxiao had unexpectedly produced 50,000 yuan in cash, leaving Zheng Yongnian utterly astonished. One thought raced through his mind. Could he be from a hidden noble family? He must strengthen his ties with him. Xiaolao, I plan to transfer 30% of my shares to you. I only possess 70%, while the remaining 30% is held by my other two brothers. I can only share what I have in hand. What do you think? Ji Linxiao's heart raced. 30%. Zheng Yongnian owned numerous enterprises, and the annual dividends must be substantial. Upon seeing the sincerity in Zheng Yongnian's eyes, he felt assured that he was not being deceived. Brother Zheng, I will accept whatever you offer. You call the shots. By the way, little brother, transferring cash requires a contract. I didn't anticipate you would bring cash with you, and I currently lack a contract. Ji Linxiao recalled that the system had provided a contract, which now revealed its purpose. In a world where prices had depreciated, a 100 yuan note contained a chip bound to personal identification, necessitating a contract for transfer to a designated location. The funds provided by the system were automatically linked to Ji Linxiao's information, representing legitimate assets that would be legalized upon inquiry, leaving no loopholes. Ji Linxiao retrieved the contract from his pocket. Is this the contract? Yes, that's it. It seems little brother has prepared thoroughly. Shall we proceed with the transfer now? Whatever brother says goes. Zheng Yongnian instructed the driver to head to the property transfer hall. The two underwent facial recognition and successfully submitted the contract at the front desk, transferring the identity information of the cash to Zheng Yongnian's name. Throughout the process, Zheng Yongnian busily typed messages on his phone. Little brother, shall we dine first or go car shopping? Let's eat. My stomach is already protesting. Ji Linxiao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I know a particularly delightful Sichuan restaurant. I wonder if brother enjoys spicy food. Do you know what they say about me when I eat? I cannot abide a meal without spice. Then today, I shall take you to indulge in some fiery dishes. After providing the address to the driver, Ji Linxiao dialed a number. Xiaojing, why are you calling again? Have you finished at Li Lu's place? No, I'll tell you later. Where are you now? Where else? I'm helping at my uncle's restaurant. Save me a seat. I'll bring my big brother along for a meal. All right, wait a moment. How come I didn't know you had an older brother? I'll explain when we arrive. Please ask my uncle to prepare some of his signature spicy dishes. Sure thing. Leave it to me. Ji Linxiao hung up and turned to Zheng Yongnian. Brother, this is my good friend's uncle's small restaurant. It may not appear luxurious, but I assure you the flavors are exceptional. No worries. When I first ventured out with my brothers, we often dined at roadside stalls for every meal. I'm not one to be picky. As long as there's a bowl and chopsticks, I can enjoy a meal anywhere. Ji Linxiao smiled at Zheng Yongnian, thinking he would have assumed that wealth would change a person. When one is broke, they might settle for instant noodles, but once affluent, they often scoff at such simplicity. Becoming accustomed to lavish feasts in high-end restaurants, seldom willing to dine in cramped, bustling eateries, the two arrived at the restaurant, which was a modest, single-story establishment but impeccably clean, adorned with some greenery that lent a fresh ambience to the interior. Xiaojing, over here. I've specially reserved a table for you. It was precisely noon, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons, each face adorned with expressions of joy. As Chen Mornian, Ji Linxiao's friend, would say, a large restaurant isn't necessary. What matters is that the customers enjoy their meal. Chen Mornian tugged at Ji Linxiao's sleeve and whispered in his ear, I think your brother looks a bit familiar. It seems I've seen him somewhere. Ji Linxiao smiled but said nothing, leading Zheng Yongnian to the vacant table. Chen Mornian pouted and went to the kitchen to assist with the dishes. Brother, would you mind if my friend joins us? Not at all. He has another uncle, so he can invite him as well. Mornian, come over. Wait, there's one more dish to bring out. In just a couple of minutes. Chen Mornian and his uncle arrived with 5 dishes: shredded pork and garlic sauce, boiled fish, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, and twice-cooked pork. The sight of the dishes made one's mouth water, and as they were placed on the table, the spicy aroma wafted through the air, causing Zheng Yongnian and Ji Linxiao to sneeze several times. This must be your big brother, right? A pleasure to meet you. Chen Mornian quickly extended his hand in a polite gesture. Zheng Yongnian, respecting Ji Linxiao, shook his hand warmly. My uncle specifically trained in Sichuan for 8 years. These dishes are all his personal creations, untouched by the other chefs. Do have a taste, I'll fetch some drinks for you. Chen Mornian hurriedly retrieved a bottle of air Wanho from behind the cash register and placed it on the table. His uncle also served them rice along with bowls and chopsticks, and the two prepared to head towards the kitchen. Uncle, Mornian, you haven't eaten yet. Come sit down and join us, his uncle said. Chen Mornian's uncle was a man of the world, and when he had just come to deliver the dishes, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Zheng Yongnian. This is not quite appropriate, is it? He furtively glanced at Zheng Yongnian, who, except when confronting adversaries or unpleasant individuals, was quite amiable. Noticing that Chen Mornian's uncle seemed apprehensive about his willingness, he smiled warmly at them. Let us dine together. My younger brother is treating, and I'm merely here to enjoy the meal. Ji Linxiao promptly stood up to pull out a chair for his uncle, casting a knowing glance at Chen Mornian. Uncle, please sit. If we wait any longer, the food will get cold. Uncle, you sit first, I'll serve the rice. What about Andy? Women have their days. I let her rest at home, but don't worry, she is doing quite well. After Chen Mornian served the rice, the four of them joyfully indulged in their meal, with Chen Mornian proclaiming his love for spicy food. While sipping the icy beer he had asked Chen Mornian to fetch, he gasped for breath, eagerly stuffing his mouth with meat. Once they were all satiated, they reclined in their chairs, rubbing their round bellies, while Zheng Yongnian's lips had taken on a sausage-like appearance. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's been ages since I've eaten so heartily. To be honest, this place gives me a sense of home. Ji Linxiao looked at him in confusion. You're so wealthy, yet you haven't eaten well at home? Can't your family afford to cook? Zheng Yongnian noticed the bewilderment in his eyes. My younger brother, to be honest, since my career has stabilized, I spend most of my time socializing. It's been a long while since I've had a casual meal with my brothers. Next time, I'll take you to meet my other two brothers. All right. As Ji Linxiao and Zheng Yongnian engaged in lively conversation, their uncle cleared the used dishes from the table, leaving only the curious Chen Mornian, who was gazing intently at Ji Linxiao. I almost forgot. This is my childhood friend, Chen Mornian. And this is my newly acknowledged elder brother. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He is actually quite kind. Before Ji Linxiao could mention Zheng Yongnian's name, he was interrupted by Chen Mornian. Xiao Gu, the elder brother is my elder brother. I raise a toast to you. In the future, if there are any shortcomings from Ji Linxiao, I hope you will be understanding. My elder brother is called Zheng Yongnian. Ji Linxiao looked at his naive friend, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he completed the latter part of the sentence, leaving Chen Mornian frozen in place. Just as Zheng Yongnian was about to lift his glass to reciprocate Chen Mornian's toast, he noticed him standing there in a daze and glanced at Ji Linxiao. What is wrong with your brother? Oh, he is just overly excited. He heard about an entrepreneur who made a fortune from scratch in N City during his middle school years, leading his brothers to establish themselves there. Zheng Yongnian turned to Chen Mornian and observed his expression shift from dazed to astonished, then to ecstatic. Zheng, all right, quickly finish your toast and sit down. Look how excited you are, Zheng Yongnian urged. Chen Mornian hurriedly clinked his glass, slightly lower than Zheng Yongnian's, then drank the contents in one go. While Zheng Yongnian took a sip from his glass, Zheng Xiaogu's brother is also my younger brother, he added, attempting to impress Ji Linxiao. Elder brother Zheng, I've admired you for so long. And a slew of other praises followed. Ji Linxiao rested his chin on his hand, observing his dear friend animatedly conversing with Zheng Yongnian, feeling a swell of happiness. This was a genuine friend he had grown up with, and his joy brought him joy as well. Zheng Yongnian initially engaged Chen Mornian out of respect for Ji Linxiao, but as their conversation progressed, he found the young man quite intriguing. Not only was he well aware of Zheng Yongnian's remarkable achievements, but he also possessed unique insights into the future of business, which he quietly noted down in his mind for future experimentation. Host, there is less than an hour remaining for the car purchase task. Please seize the time. Ji Linxiao glanced at his phone. It was past 1 o'clock. He looked at the two who were engrossed in conversation. Reluctant to interrupt, but aware of his task reward, finally spoke up. Elder brother, it's getting late. Didn't we say we were going to look at cars? Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot. My car dealership is just around the corner. The driver is waiting outside. Shall we leave now? As Zheng Yongnian spoke, he picked up his phone to check messages. Ah, are we leaving so soon? Well, all right then. Chen Mornian drooped his head, resembling a puppy that had its favorite toy snatched away. What are you thinking? Aren't you coming? Me. Who else? Your uncle? Chen Mornian excitedly sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling. I'll go tell my uncle. It'll be quick. I'll be right back. Ji Linxiao chuckled and shook his head. I was just thinking of asking you to give me Mornian's contact information. It would be wonderful to keep in touch more often and have him join us. Elder brother? You? No way. I must tell you, Mornian may look quite delicate, but he is a genuine straight man. He wants to go for it. Zheng Yongyan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Qin Mornian, who was running over, and thought to himself, he does indeed look quite delicate. How did I not notice that? Ugh, what nonsense. Zheng Yongyan hastily clarified. My taste is perfectly normal, brother. I just find Mornian's insights on business rather interesting. Qin Mornian, who had just arrived, overheard Zheng Yongyan's approving words and felt a surge of excitement. Standing at attention, he saluted Zheng Yongyan. Elder brother Zheng, thank you for your affirmation. The two men couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Mornian's antics. The three chatted intermittently as they made their way to the car. Chapter 9, It's You Again. Inside Zheng Yongyan's car dealership. Brother, come sit. I had my secretary draft the share transfer document this afternoon. You just need to sign it. Shares. Qin Mornian was taken aback, glancing from Zheng Yongyan to Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao then pulled out the same trick he had used to deceive his aunt earlier. How come I didn't know you bought Cupid coin before? Oh, I didn't want to worry you, so I didn't mention it. Who would have guessed it would suddenly skyrocket? I sold it. Wow, you little rascal. Secretly getting rich without telling me. Are you afraid I'd spend your money? That's quite ungrateful. Ji Linxiao draped his arm over Qin Mornian's shoulder, trying to soothe him. Isn't this why I brought you to buy a car? For me? We're brothers who share joy and bear burdens together. When I was at my lowest, you were the only one there for me. Now that I've struck it rich, I can't enjoy it alone, right? Zheng Yongyan wasn't entirely convinced by this reasoning, as it was hard to believe one could casually pull out 50,000 in cash, especially in hundreds. You two go look at cars. I'll rest on the sofa for a bit. I ate too much at lunch. With that, he signaled to the nearest female staff member, introduced them, and try to meet their requests as much as possible. Ji Linxiao eagerly dragged Qin Mornian off to look at cars, while the saleswoman hurried after them, knowing she couldn't afford to neglect the task assigned by her boss. Ji Linxiao glanced around, not knowing much about cars, while his good friend Qin Mornian displayed immense interest. As he guided him, he provided explanations, leaving the saleswoman feeling like she might soon be out of a job. Mornian, after looking for so long, have you decided which car you want? Brother Zheng, there are so many styles here, every kind of car imaginable. It stirs my blood with excitement. I am at a loss as to which one to purchase. Perhaps I shall ponder a bit longer. The two of them wandered around once more, finally halting in front of a G-Class vehicle. Ji Linxiao had always held a fondness for the G-Class design. In truth, neither of them particularly cared for sports cars. After all, with one standing at 189 centimeters and the other at 186 centimeters, their towering heights made them feel that while the sleek lines of a sports car were aesthetically pleasing, the low chassis rendered them uncomfortably diminutive. Just as they were about to inquire with the salesperson, they discovered the attendant had vanished, only to spot a familiar figure. It was as if the lyrics rang true. Just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd. The woman exclaimed, It's you again. Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow. Encountering this insipid woman again felt like an ill omen. One must admit that some individuals seem inherently lacking in intellect. Congratulations, host, you've triggered a task. First encounter. Second familiarity. Task details. Punish the mindless woman encountered again. Time limit, 1 hour. Reward, 1,000 points. This time, the woman had a different male companion, whose unattractiveness was leagues worse than the previous one. The unsightly man wrapped his arm around her waist and, in a greasy tone, asked, Darling, who is that guy? The woman, shaking the man's arm, whined, Honey, it's him. He made me lose face the last time at the mall. The man sneered, Oh, you have 3 seconds to apologize to my darling, or you'll find out how it feels to meet a grim fate. Ji Linxiao observed the pair with cold indifference. He had chosen not to engage with this woman previously out of disdain, yet she had repeatedly provoked him. Apologize? Who do you think you are? A city wall? The man retorted, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Do you know who I am? I don't know, nor do I care. Are you aware of how grating your voice is? Like a crow, not only in tone but in appearance as well. Ji Linxiao interrupted the man before he could finish his sentence. He had come here joyfully with his friend to purchase a car and did not wish to be disheartened. At that moment, the salesperson, who had been trailing them, rushed over. Internally distressed, she could not voice her complaints, as the current situation involved someone her boss had instructed her to attend to. Originally intending to visit the restroom, she had been summoned by her boss to introduce a vehicle. After an extensive tour without any decision made, she had thought a brief absence would pose no significant issue, only to return and find chaos unfolding before her eyes. Good sirs, let's speak amicably. We are all here to purchase vehicles. No need for a ruckus. Purchase a car? That penniless wretch can afford a vehicle? Standing beside my successful husband diminishes our stature. The woman's shrill voice pierced through the air, causing Ji Linxiao's ears to ache. Chun Manyan was no saint himself, wielding his sharp tongue with precision. Yet, his sarcasm was always delivered with a straight face, lending an air of earnestness to his mocking words. Xiaogu, you just said that ugly man resembled a crow, but I believe this woman is the true crow. Her voice is so shrill and jarring that even in a rural household, they would mistake it for a crow and arm themselves with stones. You. The woman's face flushed with indignation, alternating between red and white. The female salesperson, attempting to intervene, was shoved aside. Just as she was about to retort, Ji Linxiao interrupted again. Black and white crows, what a couple. This is too amusing. Tell me, white crow, how did your taste deteriorate to the point of choosing a partner so much less appealing than your last? White crow. The woman seethed inwardly, cursing Ji Linxiao. If it weren't for you, I could have distanced myself from Wang Xiao and escaped that circle. Now I am left with this ugly, dark man. Noticing her silence, Ji Linxiao pressed on. Do you engage in daily affection with this black crow? Do you not find staring at that face somewhat nauseating? If you can endure it, your tastes must be quite extreme. Ji Linxiao feigned a look of disdain, while Chun Manyan nodded seriously in agreement. The woman, struck by their comments, fell silent, loosening her grip on her partner's arm slightly. The man, sensing her discomfort, felt a surge of irritation. However, he dismissed it, knowing that this woman had offended Wang Xiao, and no one else would dare take her. If it came to it, he could always vent his frustrations on her later. Watch your words, kid. This woman sings my praises daily. I assure you, she enjoys it, he threatened, casting a glance at the woman, who forced a smile and nodded. Deep down, she dreaded the thought of another night of torment. She shot Ji Linxiao a venomous glare. What are you glaring at me for? Trying to outdo me in the eye department? Ignoring his taunt, the woman snuggled closer to her man, pouting. Honey, he's bullying me. Aren't you going to stand up for me? With her affectionate gesture, the man's thoughts turned to base desires. All right, dear, I'll take care of it. He then turned his attention to Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan. You two, get out of this store now, or I'll make you regret it. Ji Linxiao scoffed dismissively, while the female salesperson panicked, eager to explain, but was cut off by the man. Do you know who I am? Wei Kaiyan is my brother. Zheng Yongyan is my sworn brother. One word from me, and my brother Wei could have you thrown out. Upon hearing that he was a friend of her boss, the female salesperson found herself at a loss, uncertain of whom to support. Seizing the moment while the man reveled in his self-importance, she slipped away to find Zheng Yongyan. Just you two little brats, still wet behind the ears. Even if you can afford a car here, what does it matter? In this society, money is not everything. Connections and power matter too. Do you understand, little brats? Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe that a little brat like me can ensure you leave today without purchasing a single vehicle? The man, taken aback by Ji Linxiao's lack of fear and his retaliatory taunt, prepared to lash out when Chun Manyan shouted, Brother Zheng, someone is bullying us. Hearing this, the man turned to see Zheng Yongyan approaching with a darkened expression, fury radiating from him. Chun Manyan hurriedly nudged Ji Linxiao to kick his ankle. Zheng Yongyan's mind raced with expletives that he dared not voice. Twice in 2 days, Ji Linxiao had been humiliated in his store, and now, the major shareholder was facing indignity. This was intolerable. Zheng Yongyan strode up and slapped the man across the face. Is it you who claims to be my brother's friend? I do not recall seeing you before. Who gave you the audacity to misbehave in my store? Ah, it seems I must have a serious talk with Wei Kaiyan. What kind of friends is he associating with? Such behavior tarnishes one's reputation. The man was unaware that Zheng Yongyan was present in the store and had a connection with Ji Linxiao. Had he known, he might have reconsidered his words, as he had merely exchanged pleasantries with Wei Kaiyan at a gathering. Zheng Yongyan, being relatively mild-mannered, was the least of his worries. If Wei Kaiyan's notorious temper were to surface, he might not live to tell the tale. Ah, Brother Zheng, it's all a misunderstanding. I was merely jesting with these two young friends. Chun Manyan, sensing the shift, rushed to Zheng Yongyan's side, feigning innocence with a pitiful expression. Zhenggu, that black crow just declared his intention to avenge that woman, threatening to strike both me and Xiaogu. Had I not evaded swiftly, I would have nearly been struck just moments ago. In my attempt to dodge, I twisted my ankle. As you can see, it has begun to swell. As he spoke, he adjusted his trousers, revealing a slightly reddened ankle. Ji Linxiao looked on, speechless, the essence of a fresh green arrow unmistakably emanating from him. He had just been pondering why Zheng Yongyan would allow him to kick at his ankle. Zheng Yongyan had also noticed their earlier antics, but refrained from exposing them, stifling a laugh as he continued with the conversation. Indeed, you two do resemble a pair of black crows. To create a ruckus in my establishment is one thing, but to bully my two younger brothers is entirely unacceptable. Someone, throw both of them out. I do not wish to see their faces in any of my establishments again. Ensure you memorize their appearances and circulate them in the workgroup. 2 security guards entered, each seizing a person and disregarding their pleas as they began to escort them outside. Wait. The glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes, wondering if Zheng Yongnian had softened and changed his mind. You have injured my brother's ankle. Surely. You ought to compensate for medical expenses, at least a few dimes, yes? The man wore a pained expression. Yes, Mr. Zheng is right. Little brother. I don't have cash on me. Would it be acceptable if I transferred the amount to you? Chen Mornian felt a bit awkward, glanced at Zheng Yongnian and Ji Linxiao, and nodded. He deftly recited his bank account number. Once the funds were received, Zheng Yongnian instructed the security guards to continue expelling them. Outside the store, the 2 ejected individuals fell in a heap, the man hastily scrambling to his feet, fearful of being seen in such an embarrassing state, as he tugged the woman towards their vehicle. This is all your fault, you miserable wretch. No wonder young Master Wang kicked you out. You are utterly useless and only cause trouble. The woman sobbed and pleaded for mercy, but the man paid her no heed, tightening his grip. Subsequently, the woman was never seen again in City Inn, rumored to be confined in a dark room, cut off from the world. Inside the store, congratulations. Host, you have completed the task and earned 1,000 points. Host, there are less than 5 minutes remaining for the car purchase task. Please act swiftly. Ji Linxiao felt his heart race. Linxiao, Mornian, have either of you decided on a vehicle? Chen Mornian sheepishly scratched his head. After much contemplation, I have chosen the G class. And you, Linxiao? Ji Linxiao, afflicted with severe indecision, remained uncertain. I shall choose the G class as well. Very well. You, he gestured towards the female salesperson. Take them both to sign the contracts and retrieve the vehicles. Ensure they are top configurations. These 2 are my brothers, and this one, pointing at Ji Linxiao, is a major shareholder in our company, so grant them a 40% discount. The salesperson's eyes sparkled with anticipation, thinking of the commission. Please follow me. Can we hurry? I find delays intolerable. Of course, no problem. You are our company's major shareholder. Leave it to me, and I will have it sorted in 3 minutes. The salesperson, in high heels, dashed away, returning in under a minute with 2 contracts. Here are the contracts I just drafted. Please sign. The 3 shared a thought. Incredible. She can run so fast in heels, and her efficiency is impressive. The 2 signed with flair, Chen Mornian following the salesperson to test drive the car, while Ji Linxiao approached Zheng Yongnian. Brother Zheng, how many cars can fit in the underground garage of my building? Which one are you referring to? All of them combined. Hundreds should not be a problem. Why do you ask? I have a slight obsession with collecting. Zheng Yongnian pondered for a moment. Understood, you want them all, correct? You know me well, brother. Very well. Wait here while I arrange for your vehicles. I will have that young lady bring you the contracts shortly. After Zheng Yongnian departed to find someone, Ji Linxiao's vision brightened with a small blue board, the system's voice resonating. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 1,000 points. You may now access the store. Why didn't I hear you announce this after my previous clothing purchase? Host was too preoccupied with shopping to pay attention to me. Everything was temporarily stored with me. Do pay attention next time. I shall certainly do so. Little dream. Let me see the store. Certainly. Host, I am now opening the store for you. Divine Dream Store, Level 1. Available for purchase, Mentality Potion, Beginner 500 points. Physical Ability Potion, Beginner 500 points. Luck Potion, Beginner 800 points. Current points, 2,000. Is this all? You are only at level 1. What more do you expect? It would be wiser to diligently complete more tasks to unlock additional options. Can the potions I buy be used by others, apart from myself? Indeed, once the store upgrades, there will be items to enhance specific skills. Skills, such as ancient martial arts, business, and various other fields. If the host uses them, they are directly absorbed into the mind, but if given to others, they will incur an additional 100 points as the potion is extracted. How does the store upgrade? It works like this. Little Dream upgrades based on the number of tasks completed by the host. Upgrades provide material rewards, having completed 4 tasks. Little Dream has unlocked the store. The store's upgrades require points, and Little Dream's rewards may also involve store upgrades, hence the need for completing more tasks for greater rewards. Ji Linxiao nodded thoughtfully, just as Zheng Yongnian returned with the female salesperson. Linxiao, brother has arranged everything for you. Soon, I will have the cars brought to your garage. And please sign these contracts. I will also arrange for a safe to be placed in your home. All right, brother. After scanning the code and completing the payment, Ji Linxiao settled onto the sofa, diligently signing the documents as Chen Mornian continued to inspect his new vehicle. Both felt a singular sentiment within. This is exhilarating. Chapter 10. I am quite capable. By the way, brother, do you have any commercial establishments under your command? Not at present, but I have intentions in that direction. Why? Little brother, do Do you have something in mind? Are you familiar with Wanhua Mall? Zheng Yongnian sat down opposite Ji Linxiao with a grave expression. I have heard of it. This mall was established by the Lin family's children from Beijing as a trial. It has been open for less than 4 months and is performing well. Are you interested in that woman or the mall itself? Ji Linxiao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You jest, brother. I cannot afford such a woman. It's merely that we had a minor conflict previously, and I heard the mall's performance determines her inheritance. Since she holds herself in such high regard, why not apply some pressure? Little brother, are you considering opening a mall to compete with Wanhua for foot traffic? Indeed. But I am not well versed in this area and hope you can assist me. Zheng Yongnian contemplated. Aiding Ji Linxiao would mean offending the Lin family, while refusing to help could also create rifts. The choice was clear. All right, tell me your plan, and I shall provide the utmost assistance. I heard there is a piece of land in the West District for sale, correct? That location is convenient for transportation and has a dense population. Yes, that is indeed the case. Recently, in addition to that land, another newly developed plot will also be auctioned together in 5 days. I will accompany you then. Thank you. Brother. Expressing gratitude is unnecessary. As your elder brother, it is only fitting that I assist you with such trivial matters. Moreover, I had originally intended to inspect those newly developed plots and was contemplating whether you would like to join me. Upon hearing this, Ji Linxiao dispensed with further pleasantries. He requested paper and a pen from those nearby and promptly sketched out the design for his villa. Having studied architectural design in university, he found the task as effortless as drinking water, completing the drawing in no time. Brother, can my villa be decorated according to this design? Zheng Yongnian took the blueprint, glanced at it, and was taken aback by the vibrancy of Ji Linxiao's design. He could already envision the finished house in his mind, grand yet not ostentatious, exuding comfort. In truth, Ji Linxiao had often dreamt of his sudden wealth and had designed his ideal home on numerous occasions. This time, he merely expanded upon a design that had already undergone countless revisions. I never expected you possessed such talent. You must design my house in the future as well. Ji Linxiao smiled and nodded. He had many skills yet to reveal, and there was no need to showcase them all at once, especially now that he had a system that would only enhance his abilities. He retrieved another sheet of paper and began sketching the design for the shopping mall, occasionally seeking Zheng Yongnian's opinions. Chen Manyan, having finally recovered from his earlier stupor, approached the two and saw Ji Linxiao engrossed in drawing. Zheng, let me tell you, my brother was always at the top of his class in school. He even won first prize in a design competition. Allowing him to design for you is certainly a wise choice. The trio engaged in lively discourse, each contributing their insights until the design for the mall was finalized. Linxiao, that plot is quite expansive. Do you only intend to construct a shopping mall? No, I plan to transform it into the largest commercial street in N-City. This mall will merely be its most iconic structure. Zheng Yongnian examined the 2 blueprints closely, clearly impressed. He took photographs to send to the construction team, instructing them to expedite the villa's renovation and to begin studying the mall's design, calculating the required labor. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ji Linxiao departed with Chen Manyan, while Zheng Yongnian set off to assist Ji Linxiao in acquiring the necessary permits. After all, registering over 100 vehicles required some navigating of bureaucracy. The 2 luxurious G-wagons driving side by side created quite the spectacle. After bidding farewell to Ji Linxiao, Chen Manyan returned to the restaurant, and Ji Linxiao headed home to tidy up and prepare for his lease termination. He had fainted after taking medication the previous day and had not had the chance to clean. Ji Linxiao's home was easily organized, as he possessed very few belongings and was a person who valued cleanliness. Having finished packing, he called the landlord to inform them he would not be renewing the lease and that no refund was necessary. He then set off to Zijing with his possessions. Upon arrival, he called Wu Ku, who hurried over with a set of keys. Brother Xia, here are your keys. I just brought in about 100 new cars. All yours. It's so cool. Ji Linxiao smiled, but remained silent as he retrieved his luggage from the car. Wu Ku eagerly took the bags from him and led him to the house that had been prepared. Brother Xia, I selected a sunlit, exquisitely furnished room for you. I've already arranged for basic furniture to be set up, so you can move in right away. It's a short walk to the central villa, far enough to avoid renovation noise. As Ji Linxiao surveyed the decor within, he nodded in approval. All right, thank you. You can get back to your tasks. I'll manage the rest. The room was fully furnished, and Ji Linxiao thought it suitable for his aunt to stay in while waiting for Yixing to graduate, at which point he would select another residence for himself. After a brief tidying up, he collapsed onto the bed. Xiaoming, how many points are required for the mall upgrade? The points required for each upgrade vary. To reach level 2, 1,000 points are needed. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment. Yes, proceed. Upgrade successful. Dream Merchant Mall, level 2. Next upgrade requires 2, 5,000 points. Available purchases include Basic Mental Strength Potion, 500 points, Basic Physical Strength Potion, 500 points, Basic Luck Potion, 800 points, Basic Wing Chun Manual, 600 points, Intermediate Wing Chun Manual, 1,000 points, Potential Potion, 5,000 points, Current points, 1,000. What is the Potential Potion? When used, it enhances all your existing skills by 1 level within 12 hours, with a 20% surge in the 3 powers, mental strength, physical strength, luck. Can I directly purchase the Intermediate Wing Chun Manual? Can you fit a watermelon in your nostril? Ji Linxiao was momentarily speechless. It appeared that conserving points would be impossible. Please exchange for the Basic Wing Chun. Understood. Exchange completed. Remaining points, 400. Would you like to use it now? Yes. A surge of memory flooded Ji Linxiao's mind. He instinctively grasped the techniques for executing punches and defenses. He shook his head, striving to assimilate the newfound knowledge. As this is your first purchase of an ancient martial art, you receive a set of Wing Chun training dummies. A friendly reminder, even with the basic potion. Without regular practice, you will gradually forget the techniques. Ji Linxiao gazed at the training dummies that appeared before him, reminiscent of those in films, and could hardly contain his eagerness to practice. Ah, that hurts. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This is nothing like in the movies. Ji Linxiao struck the dummy with a knife hand, instantly reddening his hand and yelping in pain. This is not my fault. It's simply due to your inadequate physical capabilities. In 2 words, you're a waste. In 3 words, you just can't do it. Ji Linxiao felt insulted by the system, but found himself at a loss for a retort, as he indeed felt weak. By the way, what about the beginner's gift package you mentioned earlier? Is it still available? I will inquire. And then there was silence. Ji Linxiao lay on the bed, mentally rehearsing the Wing Chun techniques. Since physical practice was painful, he figured it prudent to mentally review the moves until his physical condition improved. After a considerable time, the system returned. I had to exert considerable effort to acquire this. Wow, Xiaoming, you're amazing. Quickly, help me open the gift package. How do you know if I'm amazing? What? Opening your gift package now. You've received 2 physical strength potions, 2 mental strength potions, 1 luck potion, 10,000 cash, and a basic martial arts manual, including techniques for punches, kicks, etc., along with access to a personal space of 1 cubic meter. Is that all? You should be grateful. I went through a lot to retrieve this. If you don't want it, I can give it to another system. Of course I want it. How do I use the space? Simply think of bringing things in and out. Ji Linxiao focused his thoughts and extracted all the potions. After consuming each one, he felt pleasantly invigorated, except for the first mental strength potion, which resulted in a splitting headache. He then accessed the basic martial arts manual. And in that instant of memory fusion, the foundational techniques of both the basic punches and Wing Chun intertwined, enhancing Ji Linxiao's martial arts skills. Even a punch thrown into the air produced an audible whoosh. Ji Linxiao hurried to the wooden post, attempting to practice with it, resulting in a remarkable increase in his physical fitness by 20, bringing it to 38. After several minutes of training, he felt a slight ache in his hands. Did you see that, Xiaoming? I've done it. The assistant Meng sighed in exasperation. How could he have such a foolish host? After finishing with the wooden post, Ji Linxiao was about to take a shower when his phone rang. Host, are you really not going to replace that shattered phone? Tomorrow. Ji Linxiao replied dismissively to the system while picking up his phone, only to see it was his girlfriend, Li Lu. Oh, he had forgotten to break up with her amidst his busy schedule these past few days, and his mood instantly soured as he answered the call. Linxiao, why haven't you contacted me these past 2 days? My mother wants to know if you've gathered the money yet. If you don't manage it soon, she won't let me marry you. Ji Linxiao chuckled coldly within. Not marry? What a ridiculous notion, as if he would be the one left waiting. He suppressed his inner fury. Lulu, I've been swamped these past few days. I'm almost ready with the money. The day after tomorrow, at the latest. How about we go out to eat with your parents then? He forced a sickly sweet tone while addressing Li Lu, knowing he would be busy helping his aunt move the next day and intended to make her pay dearly afterward. Great. Make it quick. I can't wait to become Mrs. G. Listening to Li Lu's sugary voice, he used to feel elated, but now it only made him feel nauseous. The words he had overheard in the restaurant gnawed at him, making all his years of devotion to Li Lu feel like a farce. He hastily concocted an excuse about a meeting and hung up the call. At Li Lu's home, her mother was eagerly asking, "What did that poor boy say? Mom, why are you in such a hurry? He can't escape my grasp now. After all these years, if he doesn't marry me, it's his loss. I could always claim he wasted my youth and ask for emotional damages. We are in the right," Li Lu replied confidently. The mother and daughter duo had already begun to fantasize about their future affluent lives, while Li Lu's father could only shake his head in resignation. Li Lu's mother had always been domineering, and he dared not oppose her. Over the years, he had seen Ji Linxiao's genuine feelings for his daughter, but alas, he realized he had failed in his role as a parent. He wished for Ji Linxiao to marry his daughter, yet dreaded the possibility of his own family ruining that chance. Watching the jubilant mother and daughter, he stepped outside for a smoke. After hanging up the phone, Ji Linxiao headed for a shower. Having just finished his workout, he was drenched in sweat. He was particular about cleanliness and didn't want to dwell on Li Lu, as such a woman was not worth his time. Cleanliness was paramount. Is this something I can view without spending money? Ji Linxiao mused. All right, no more jokes. Task activated. The counterattack of the savior. Task content. Make your pregnant ex-girlfriend regret her choices. Time limit, 2 days. Reward, 10,000 points. Such a generous reward this time. This is the pain of a multi-million savior. Host, give it your all. Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes. Savior was hardly a flattering title. And he chose to ignore the system, contemplating how to deal with the woman who treated him like a fool. Chapter 11, Moving Day. Ding ding ding. Time to rise and shine for work. Ji Linxiao rubbed his eyes, clumsily reaching for his phone to silence the alarm. Damn it. He had forgotten to turn off all the alarms again. Sleepily, he silenced each one, looking rather disheveled. Host, are you awake? Today's earnings of 137 yuan have been credited. On this splendid day, shouldn't you get up and exercise? I don't want to. It's rare that I don't have to work. Let me sleep a bit longer, Ji Linxiao mumbled, burrowing back into his warm blankets. The system shook its non-existent head in frustration. Congratulations, host. You have activated a long-term task. The early bird catches the worm. Task content. Please run 10 kilometers before 8 a.m. every day. Task duration, indefinite. Task rewards include 100 points daily, a copper treasure chest for every consecutive 7 days, a silver treasure chest for every month, a golden treasure chest on special dates, and a diamond treasure chest for completing a year of daily check-ins. Please make the most of it for abundant rewards. As Ji Linxiao listened to the system's announcement, his sleepiness evaporated. Xiaoming, can you share some info? What do treasure chests usually contain? A plethora of points and various potions or manuals. Ji Linxiao sprang out of bed with new vigor, humming a tune as he headed to the washroom. I love exercise. It brings me joy. Such enthusiasm. As a reward, host, you receive a summer cool sports outfit. This exclusive attire will keep you cool under the scorching sun and dry even during intense workouts. Sounds good. Let me try it on. Ji Linxiao quickly donned the sports outfit provided by the system. The light blue and dark navy combination made him look even fairer. The outfit featured an automatic size adjustment function, fitting perfectly in all the right places, offering immense comfort. The accompanying running shoes fit like a glove, and he bounced around a bit, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. After drinking a cup of warm water and nibbling on some biscuits he had brought from his aunts, he headed downstairs for his morning run. He recalled Wu commissioning a red plastic track around the central lake island, specifically designed for residents to exercise in the morning and evening, stretching approximately 10 kilometers. Wait a moment. 10 kilometers? Now he understood why the system set the task at that distance. It was a clever way to make use of the track. He didn't bother questioning the system, knowing it always had its reasons. After doing some stretching to awaken his slumbering body, he began his first morning run along the red track. Having consumed the potion, Ji Linxiao's physical fitness had surged to 38, significantly enhancing his overall physical condition. He managed to run about 7 to 8 kilometers before feeling fatigued. Ha ha ha. Ji Linxiao felt he was nearing his limit. The system indicated he had just 1 kilometer left to complete the run. Breathing through his nose had become impossible, and he could only manage shallow mouth breaths, noticing a faint metallic taste in the air. Upon finishing the run, Ji Linxiao collapsed onto the nearby grass, gasping for air. Congratulations, host, on completing your morning run. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.1, earning you 100 points. You currently have 600 points. Please stand up and walk a bit. Lying down after intense exercise could pose risks to your heart. Please prioritize your health. Ji Linxiao, taking the advice to heart, struggled to his feet and began to walk around. If one run can increase my fitness, why is the average fitness only at 10? Well, host, everyone can gradually increase their fitness through exercise, but prolonged inactivity can lead to a decline. The average includes newborns whose fitness is counted as 0, severely ill individuals with fitness levels around 1, and even those in a vegetative state with negative fitness. Of course, there are many extraordinary individuals with fitness exceeding 3 digits. However, the system is currently too low level to unlock detection for them. Are there really people with fitness over 3 digits? Indeed, when faced with such individuals, the host can only flee. Hurry away. Under no circumstances should you look back to take photographs. Ji Linxiao returned home and promptly removed his sports attire. As expected, the outfit proved remarkably effective. He emerged without a single drop of sweat, all absorbed by the fabric. Yet, he still felt a twinge of guilt and decided to freshen up in the bathroom. Ji Linxiao hastily dried his hair with a towel and picked up his phone to message Chu Yixing. Have you finished packing your luggage? I'll come help you move shortly. Within seconds, a reply arrived. It seems we have quite a bit of stuff. You'd better come and persuade my mom. She insists on bringing along things that are practically falling apart and utterly unnecessary. Hang in there. I'll be there soon. You can do it. Ji Linxiao sent an encouraging dog emoji, already anticipating that his aunt would have a plethora of items to move. Having grown up in poverty, every possession had been cherished for years, and now that life had improved, his aunt likely hadn't adapted to the change. Still clinging to the notion of saving every little thing, he rapidly contemplated dozens of ways to persuade her to part with the old items. Upon arriving at his aunt's home, he could hear the sounds of an argument between his cousin and his aunt before he even knocked. Mom, this mattress is completely ruined. Surely, Gidge has a new one. Why are you taking this? Oh, buying a new one costs money. This can still be used for a few more years. And what about these bowls? One is chipped, and the spoons are all bent. They're still usable. Ji Linxiao let out a helpless sigh and knocked on the door. Ah, Xiara arrived. Go. You must talk to my mom. I can't persuade her anymore. It's up to you. Aunt, I can hear you from outside. Just take some clothes and Xiaoxing's books. The new house is fully equipped with everything, including pots, pans, and bed linens. Ji Kaiwei wanted to hold out a bit longer, but with Ji Linxiao's eloquent reasoning, she was successfully persuaded after a lengthy discussion. Ji Linxiao quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Yixing, who had lived together for over a decade, and immediately understood. He hurried downstairs to call for the scrap collector. Oh dear, what a waste. Aunt, why not quit your job as a housekeeper? Our family is well off now. You no longer need to run around doing odd jobs. That one do. I can't always rely on your money. Besides, I'd be bored doing nothing, and I can earn a few thousand by working. Aunt, once we settle into the new house, you won't feel that way anymore. Let us cancel your job first. I promise you'll have plenty to do. Reluctantly, under Ji Linxiao's insistence, Ji Kaiwei made a call to the housekeeping center. Having maintained an excellent reputation for many years, the manager tried to retain her, but ultimately conceded and settled her wages. Chu Yixing quickly went downstairs to find a scrap collector, weighed the items, calculated the payment. And Ji Linxiao took them with their remaining clothes and books to the new house, while the collector cheerfully filled his bags with the discarded items. Upon arriving at the new home, Ji Kaiwei gazed in astonishment at the three-story villa, her mouth agape as wide as an egg. Ji Linxiao felt a surge of excitement, but regrettably had no eggs at hand. Xiar, this house is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Let us keep it for when you marry. Ji Linxiao's eyes reddened. Ji Kaiwei understood that he had grown up without parental affection, always prioritized above all else. Chu Yixing, too, comprehended and had never been competitive. Aunt, have you forgotten? Your nephew is now affluent. This house belongs to us. If you're not satisfied with this one, feel free to choose any other. Just remember to leave a room for me. As Ji Kaiwei took in Ji Linxiao's words, she murmured in disbelief, all these villas are ours. Overcome with emotion, she wiped away her tears. She had never imagined she would reside in such a beautiful villa. Ji Linxiao, with one arm around her, led her into their new home, while holding their luggage with the other, signaling Chu Yixing to hurry along. Ji Linxiao introduced the house bit by bit. Aunt, you can plant whatever you wish in this garden. If you want flowers, I'll find you a gardener to teach you. If you prefer vegetables, I'll buy seeds and fertilizers. The house has 3 floors. If you wish to clean yourself, you can do so. If you get tired, I'll hire a maid, and you won't have to work so hard anymore. Upon entering the house, Ji Kaiwei was overly cautious, afraid to damage anything. Aunt, this is our home. Relax. It's south just like the place we lived in before, only larger. I brought you here to make you happy, so don't be so timid. Look, Xiaoxing is already rolling on the floor. Ji Kaiwei chuckled at Ji Linxiao's teasing, finally easing her tension as she watched Chu Yixing tumble about. Look at your lack of ambition. The 3 of them placed their belongings, tidied the house. And Ji Linxiao retained his room from last night, with Ji Kaiwei saying he could return if he missed home. Together, they diligently cleaned the house. Chu Yixing had collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted from sweeping, mopping, and wiping surfaces, with only the stair crevices left untouched. Ji Kaiwei insisted on taking them to a nearby supermarket to purchase some groceries and what she deemed household essentials, while Chu Yixing feigned death on the sofa, leaving the 2 of them to go alone. An amusing scene unfolded at the supermarket not far from Zijin Garden, where a woman was desperately seeking the cheapest item in a particular category. After she walked away, a young man returned the cheap item and picked up an expensive one, continuing to swap until they reached the checkout, where the woman discovered the substitutions. Ji Linxiao, how could you replace everything I put in the cart? Indeed, it was the 2 of them. Ji Linxiao feigned innocence as he gazed at her. Aunt, you must understand, you get what you pay for. You can't always opt for the cheapest. Expensive doesn't always equate to quality, but some things that are too cheap are certainly subpar. I've scrutinized these. They are the best value, neither excessively expensive nor lacking in utility. Ji Kaiwa playfully poked his forehead, but continued pushing the cart to check out. During payment, Ji Linxiao insisted on covering the cost, and Ji Kaiwa, unable to argue, relented. On the way home, he remarked, "Aunt, I'll send you some money every month. Consider it your retirement fund." "Impudent child, what are you saying? Am I that old?" They exchanged smiles, and Ji Kaiwa neither accepted nor declined. Knowing this was Ji Linxiao's heartfelt intention, she felt it unwise to voice her thoughts. At worst, she could save some for him to use in times of need. At home, Chu Yixing lay on the sofa, his stomach growling in hunger. "Mother, when will they return? Have they forgotten about me? Life is truly harsh." As soon as the door opened, they heard Chu Yixing's lament. "Enough. Look at your lack of ambition. I'll prepare something delicious for you both, Xiar. Go put everything away. Delicious food." Upon hearing the enticing prospect, Chu Yixing sprang to his feet. "Mom, I'll help you." Having tidied up, Ji Linxiao sat on the sofa, watching the mother-son duo cook in the kitchen, reflecting, "If only I had become wealthy sooner. They wouldn't have to endure such hardships every day." The host cannot solely focus on becoming wealthy. Without my assistance, money will not simply materialize. Thus, the host must also possess their own assets. Task activated. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Task content. Acquire your first personal asset. Time limit, 1 year. Task reward, a mysterious treasure chest. Xiaoming, do I not already possess my own asset? Do I not hold shares in Zheng Yongnian's enterprise? You yourself have stated that Zheng Yongnian's enterprise is merely a stake you hold. It is not your own venture. One must possess a semblance of personal assets, such as wealth and companionship. The time is drawing near. In 4 days, I shall attend the auction alongside Zheng Yongnian to secure the land, thus commencing the development of my commercial street. Host, I advise you to promptly deposit your funds into a legitimate bank, lest others question your wealth. However, transferring cash into a bank account without prior funds may present certain complications. Xiaoming can assist in depositing the money directly into the bank. This is an accepted practice, requiring only 599 points. Ji Linxiao tugged at the corner of his mouth. I recall having only 600 points. Indeed, dear. 599 it is, then. Very well. The current available balance in the system bank is 582,411 yuan. How much would you like to deposit? Let it be 500,000. Round numbers are aesthetically pleasing. Done. A total of 500,000 yuan has been successfully deposited into Longhua Bank. This sum is classified as a demand deposit, thus eliciting no suspicion from others. It is entirely legal and reasonable. Why have I not received a message from Longhua Bank? Need I elaborate? Receiving a notification would merely expose you. Curiosity would arise regarding the source of such substantial wealth. I employed special methods to facilitate this deposit, and I have also modified previous transaction records. With the financial matter resolved, Ji Linxiao found a weight lifted from his mind. He had always feared being interrogated about the origins of his wealth. Now, with a deposit in Longhua Bank, no one would dare question him. After all, Longhua Bank is the most reputable and esteemed bank across the entire nation. Dinner time. His aunt had prepared a sumptuous meal, and Chu Yixing had already seated himself, devouring the food like a famished beast. Ji Linxiao had not savored his aunt's cooking in quite some time. It was utterly delightful and greatly missed. After the meal, the family spent the afternoon at home. Ji Linxiao engaged in video games with Chu Yixing, initially intending to urge him to study, but in light of joyous events, Chu Yixing found it impossible to focus. Ji Kaiwa acquiesced, and the two enjoyed their gaming session, while she tended to her small garden. Chapter 12. The eve of the banquet. Today's earnings of 137 yuan have been credited. It is time for the host to rise and embark on a morning run. Just a little longer. Ji Linxiao nestled deeper into his blanket, rolling over. The system expressed exasperation, lamenting the lack of youthful vigor after merely a single day of exercise. After some contemplation, it devised a plan. Good fortune comes. May fortune come your way. Fortune brings joy and love. Good fortune comes. We are blessed with good fortune. May we thrive and prosper across all seas. After several repetitions of this invigorating chant, Ji Linxiao was finally roused from slumber. Indeed, it is wise to avoid offending the system. It possesses countless methods of tormenting you. He completed his customary morning run, and upon returning home, his aunt had already risen and prepared breakfast. While munching on a sandwich and sipping milk, he inquired about certain information from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in for your morning run and earned 100 points. Current points, 101. Stamina increased by 1. Xiaoming, I am to meet Li Lu today. Oh, is the long-awaited confrontation with the scornful woman finally at hand? I am prepared with cola and popcorn for front row viewing. Ji Linxiao felt a flush of embarrassment. But I have no evidence. I cannot prove her infidelity. 99 points, no bargaining. What do you mean? 499 points. Xiaoming can provide you with valuable advice and the evidence you require. Ji Linxiao, hearing the system's avaricious tone, took a vicious bite of his sandwich. Siphoning off these meager points will leave me dry eventually. Host's disparagement of the system incurs a penalty of 2 points. Goodness, not a point to spare. The system gleefully displayed a smug emoji on the blue screen. The surveillance video has been sent to your mobile device. Please check your messages. Additionally, a friendly reminder, not all women will assume they are pregnant merely by viewing a man's endowment. A suspicious woman like Li Lu, eager to latch onto a wealthy man, will undoubtedly seek medical confirmation. You may not acquire the examination results, but someone can. Zheng Yongyan. The system displayed a look of satisfaction. Ji Linxiao glanced at the surveillance video. It was captured from the perspective opposite Li Lu. Wearing a hat, Ji Linxiao was dining, and unless one scrutinized closely, they might not recognize him. However, Li Lu's exuberant expression had been rendered in high definition, even her blemishes captured with clarity. Nearby, a recording device had been present. The establishment was not crowded, and though Li Lu's voice was soft, her words were distinctly audible. The system had further optimized the audio. Ji Linxiao squinted at the video, fixating on Li Lu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. After confirming, he could clearly hear Li Lu's scandalous remarks. He reached for his phone to contact Zheng Yongyan, just as Li Lu's call came through. Linxiao, my relatives have gathered at my home today. We are preparing for the engagement. What do you say? Lulu, let us discuss over lunch. I will finish my work and join you. You choose the dining location, and then send me the details. Li Lu, holding her phone in speaker mode before her relatives, felt a swell of pride. She was in control of the decision, and thus would select a more upscale venue, allowing her to bask in the envy of her relatives. Especially that cousin who had married a businessman and often flaunted her designer handbags. This time, she too would revel in the spotlight. All right, I will send you the location. Make sure to arrive early. Ji Linxiao acknowledged and hung up, only for Li Lu to send the restaurant details a moment later. It seemed premeditated. Had he told her to choose, it would have seamlessly led her to her desired establishment. Should Ji Linxiao insist on making the choice himself, Li Lu would undoubtedly bombard him with suggestions, ultimately coercing him into selecting the restaurant she preferred. Such a vain woman. Ji Linxiao hesitated before dialing Zheng Yongyan. He was uncertain if Zheng Yongyan was awake or busy at this hour, yet his matter was indeed pressing. After 3 rings, the call connected. Hello, brother. What brings you to call so early? Brother, I have a favor to ask. Ji Linxiao recounted to Zheng Yongyan the grievances he held against Li Lu, as well as the impending banquet. Understood. I know a few hospital directors. I will ask them to assist you in investigating. Please send me a photo of that woman. I have some matters to attend to today, so I cannot come, but I will send Jing Yu to help you. He is my most capable assistant. You can trust him to act swiftly and effectively. Thank you, brother. After dispatching the photo, he began contemplating what to wear today. Ji Linxiao rummaged through his wardrobe, relieved to find some of his previous clothing still intact. He retrieved a casual outfit of a lesser-known brand. He certainly did not wish to be pursued by Li Lu's relatives, quizzing him about his attire, perhaps even uttering, "Oh dear, is this not a counterfeit? Remove it so we may inspect." Once he truly stripped it off, they might casually don it on their own child, proclaiming, "Little G, your clothing is indeed fake. Here, let our child wear this. Although not branded, it is far superior to your counterfeit." Should he attempt to contest their claims, they would assume a condescending demeanor, scoffing. What is merely a faux brand? Look at your eagerness. Our child wearing your clothes is a favor. They would then deliver scathing remarks, trampling Ji Linxiao's dignity underfoot. How could he know this? It was on the occasion of his 20th birthday when his aunt had saved up to buy him a stylish, seasonal jacket. However, during the celebration at Li Lu's house, some of her relatives unexpectedly arrived and, under the guise of circumstance, took away his new attire. As Ji Linxiao changed back into his old clothes, his frustration grew. Why should he be forced to wear worn garments while others enjoyed new ones? With determination, he removed the old jacket and donned a new one instead. Should those people dare to snatch it again, he would certainly show them that even a clay figurine can have its spirit ignited. Once he had changed, he received a friend request, and upon accepting it, a call came through. "Hello, is this Mr. G? This is Tang Jingyu." "Yes, it is I. I am presently at the Zijing courtyard. But the vehicles cannot access the central villa area. Where shall I wait for you?" "By the small bridge near the west gate, please. It's closer for me to come out from there." "Thank you." Tang Jingyu was a prominent figure under Zheng Yongyan, a steadfast right-hand man. Had it not been for Zheng's directive, he would have preferred not to attend to this inconspicuous individual. However, upon hearing Ji Linxiao's polite demeanor, his impression of him improved slightly. As Ji Linxiao approached the small bridge to the west, he noticed a Bentley parked not far away, its windshield wipers signaling at him. After entering the vehicle, he exchanged nods with Tang Jingyu as a form of greeting. Mr. Ji, the boss has briefed me on the situation. I will do my utmost to assist you. The boss? I mean President Zheng. I became accustomed to calling him that during our underground ventures. Just call me Lin Xiao, Mr. Ji sounds rather peculiar. Very well, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Let us head to the Greenlight Hospital. I have sent the photographs and information over for their review. The details pertain to an incident that occurred 2 weeks ago. Greenlight Hospital? Ji Linxiao chuckled softly. Indeed, it does sound quite green. You might not have heard of it. I hadn't either. It's a small clinic, likely believing they could avoid being recorded. The hospital directors in N-City are all interconnected, even in remote clinics. There is always a representative in the communication group. At Greenlight Hospital, the director warmly greeted the two, accompanied by a young nurse. Welcome. Here are the records you requested. This young lady visited 2 weeks ago and made quite an impression. A nurse accidentally bumped into her while carrying medication. But the surveillance showed that it was the young lady who was distracted by her phone and collided with her. What did she say again? You tell them. The director gestured towards the nurse. It was like this, the nurse recounted tearfully. I was carrying medication for my patients. And there was a girl walking briskly with her head down, engrossed in her phone. I had too much in my hands to dodge, and the medication spilled everywhere. She threatened me, saying that if anything happened to her baby, she would have me imprisoned. As the nurse spoke, her voice quivered with fear. Who would willingly want to be threatened with imprisonment? The director sighed. Eventually, we reviewed the footage, negotiated for quite some time. And only after suggesting that we call the police did she finally leave. Ji Linxiao examined the documents in his hand. The bold red letters proclaiming confirmation of pregnancy, striking him like a blow. After years of being with Li Lu, even if there was no love, he felt he deserved better than this. For so many years, he had cherished her, treating her as his salvation, enduring her anger and comforting her unhappiness. While she professed a yearning for a platonic love, their families had imposed strict boundaries, allowing only hand-holding and the occasional embrace. Yet now, the very person who had longed for such a love was pregnant. His grip on the documents tightened, crumpling them in his hand, prompting a gentle reminder from Tang Jingyu. Hey, you'll ruin it if you keep squeezing. Upon realizing his actions, Ji Linxiao quickly relaxed his grip, smoothing out the file while smiling at the director. Thank you for your assistance, director. May we take these documents with us? Yes, of course, the director replied, fearing Ji Linxiao might misplace them. He suggested sending an electronic copy as well, complete with the authoritative testing seal. N-City's rapid development had led to significant investments in healthcare, necessitating all medical clinics to use standardized testing equipment, regularly monitored to ensure accuracy, even in smaller facilities. Back in the car, Ji Linxiao stared silently out the window, while Tang Jingyu, unable to contain his curiosity, hesitated multiple times before speaking. If you have something to ask, just go ahead. Ji Linxiao caught a glimpse of Tang Jingyu's inquisitive eyes in the reflection and felt no wrong in satisfying his curiosity, thinking it better to indulge him than to let him drive distractedly. Lin Xiao? No, I mean, Brother Xiao, what is your relationship with that woman? Is the child yours? You seemed quite agitated earlier. Could it be that the child belongs to someone else? Zheng Yongyan had only instructed him to assist Ji Linxiao in retrieving a woman's medical information related to obstetrics and gynecology, admonishing him to report back with results. Zheng Yongyan was quite the gossip himself, eager to glean the latest news, but he was out of town, leaving others to uncover the details. Faced with Tang Jingyu's barrage of questions, Ji Linxiao answered each one with a resigned sigh. She's my girlfriend, the child isn't mine. To be honest, we have been together for 9 years, and we haven't even kissed. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, catching Ji Linxiao off guard as his head bumped against the front seat. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, Tang Jingyu exclaimed, "Brother, that's impressive. You truly are a master of restraint. How have you managed it all these years?" Tang Jingyu continued to chatter excitedly, but upon meeting Ji Linxiao's icy gaze, he shivered. "Drive safely. I will explain everything slowly." Tang Jingyu muttered under his breath, "What's with that terrifying expression? The last time I was this scared was ages ago." As they drove towards the Four Seasons hotel that Li Lu had suggested, Ji Linxiao couldn't help but feel that choosing his own hotel was akin to inviting trouble. By Ji Linxiao's arrangement, Li Lu's family fortuitously selected a semi-private room with a projector, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of privacy while still being visible and audible to those outside. "Brother Xiao, I didn't mean to be so excited just now. I've never seen a man so capable of restraint." "You're not." Tang Jingyu suddenly realized something, his demeanor shifting. "What are you thinking? I'm a straight man, pure and simple." Ji Linxiao felt a twinge of gratitude towards Tang Jingyu, who, despite his usual stoicism, was now expressing empathy. In his life, he had always endured in silence, swallowing negative emotions alone. Rarely did anyone stand up for him, except for his aunt and cousin. Just as he was about to express his appreciation, Tang Jingyu interrupted the moment. "Brother Xiao, it's your family's hotel. Since you're getting a discount on the meal, could you let me join? I'd love to indulge in some gossip." "Gossip? How about some juicy gossip instead?" Ultimately, Ji Lin Xiao succumbed to Tang Jingyu's persistent pleas, agreeing to let him join for the meal, with the stipulation that he must not interfere or interrupt. Ji Lin Xiao intended to seek his own form of retribution. Tang Jingyu nodded like a chick pecking at grain, obediently driving Ji Lin Xiao to the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel. Chapter 13 has concluded. Ji Lin Xiao escorted Tang Jingyu to the private room designated by Li Lu. Throughout the journey, Ji Lin Xiao adjusted his mindset, striving to maintain his usual demeanor without prematurely revealing his true self. As was his custom, upon spotting Li Lu not far from the room, he called out her name and waved, drawing the attention of several scattered patrons nearby who, after all, were not fond of being disturbed during their meals. Hearing Ji Lin Xiao call her name in front of so many people, Li Lu felt both flustered and annoyed. Thinking Ji Lin Xiao had embarrassed her, she beckoned him to come over quickly. Upon approaching, she noticed that Ji Lin Xiao had donned new attire and taken the time to groom himself, enhancing his already handsome appearance. The embarrassment she felt just moments ago was instantly forgotten. "Lin Xiao, you're here," Li Lu exclaimed, shyly linking her arm with his, only to suddenly realize that an unfamiliar person had accompanied him, causing her to feel a flicker of irritation. "Lin Xiao, who is this? Why are you bringing an outsider to your engagement dinner?" Nearby relatives, overhearing Li Lu's voice, turned their attention to the commotion and began to chime in with their inquiries. "Little Ji, who is this? Oh, it's the first time we've seen an outsider at an engagement dinner. Is this a way to bolster the occasion?" Ji Lin Xiao, wearing a polite smile, explained, "This is my superior. We just completed a significant project together. Upon hearing of my engagement, he came to share in the joy." He then slyly glanced at Tang Jingyu, who immediately understood the cue and continued the charade. "This project was excellently handled by my colleague, Little Ji. I plan to give him a raise upon my return, coincidentally adding some joy to his engagement day." "Thank you, boss," Tang Jingyu responded. And after the waiter brought an extra chair, everyone took their seats. "Lin Xiao, you've arrived too late. We were all a bit hungry and have already ordered some dishes. I hope you don't mind," Li Lu remarked. "Not at all. Please, everyone, enjoy your meal without concern for the expenses," Ji Lin Xiao replied amiably. However, Li Lu's mother interjected, displeased, and quietly nudged her daughter. "What do you mean? Don't mind the money? It's my money being spent here. Let us minimize the costs where we can." Li Lu was equally reluctant, as her presence was primarily to impress her relatives, particularly her cousin, who often looked down on her. "Mom, what do you mean by reducing expenses? Do you want me to be humiliated in front of so many relatives? Look at Yang Jejia. She always looks down on us. Do you really want her to mock your daughter?" Li Lu's mother was silenced by her daughter's retort and had to relent. "Humph. I don't care how much you spend tonight. Just make sure you clarify the betrothal gifts. Not a penny less, understood?" "Got it," Li Lu replied. As relatives seized the opportunity in Ji Lin Xiao's absence, they began to order expensive dishes, thinking it was all on Ji Lin Xiao's tab. Assuming he would have the audacity not to pay, Ji Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware, and even if he did, he would not mind. The waiter began to serve an array of dishes, including steamed tilapia, a whole Australian lobster per person, giant crabs, Buddha jumps over the wall, and ginseng porridge, leaving Tang Jingyu astonished at the lavish spread. He thought to himself that this meal, without any discounts, must cost a pretty penny. The family showed no restraint whatsoever. The waiter also brought out the red wine that had been ordered earlier. Tang Jingyu thought to himself, this must cost at least 100. He glanced at Ji Lin Xiao, who returned a reassuring expression, indicating he was no longer the Ji Lin Xiao of the past, unwilling to be an unwitting benefactor for their extravagance. "Oh dear, little Ji, we didn't know your boss was coming, so we ordered a bit more," someone chimed in. "Not a problem. Let us enjoy a complete meal," Ji Lin Xiao said, passing dishes to Tang Jingyu, who gingerly accepted them and began to eat. Internally, Tang Jingyu mused, "Damn, now they've given me this. How will I explain to the boss that I'm being mistreated?" Meanwhile, the family continued to pose challenging inquiries to Ji Lin Xiao. "Little Ji, Li Lu is our eldest sister's only child, our beloved niece. You must ensure the betrothal gifts are substantial. A car and a house are non-negotiable. When the time comes to pick her up, make sure you've prepared the red envelopes. Missing even one will mean we won't open the door for you." Yang Jejia stood up, delicately swirling her wine glass. "Lin Xiao, I toast to you with this cup. I have to drive later, so I won't be drinking alcohol. I'll toast you with tea instead." As Ji Lin Xiao raised his teacup, he noticed Yang Jejia take a sip before sitting back down. "Lin Xiao, You know my husband is a big boss, right? Why don't you come work at my husband's factory? I'll have him make you a manager, which will surely pay more than your current position. Ji Linxiao smiled, but did not respond, while Li Lu bristled at the implication, aware that Yang Jejia was trying to humiliate her. What do you mean, Jejia? Oh, cousin, I'm just being kind. Why are you so angry? I thought your future brother-in-law should have a better paying job. Don't you want Lin Xiao to earn a higher salary? You, Yang Jejia's mother, overhearing, laughed and chided her daughter. Jejia, that is not right. Apologize to your cousin. Little G has his own job. He doesn't need your help. Sorry, cousin. I didn't realize my good intentions would upset you so much, Yang Jejia said, her eyes brimming with faux tears as she turned to Ji Linxiao. Linxiao, I only wanted to suggest a higher paying job for you, but my cousin Yang Jejia was clearly being malicious. Why should her cousin find someone more handsome than her own husband, especially when he only knew how to chase after mistresses? If she could find someone, why couldn't Yang Jejia? She sought to ensnare her cousin's little sycophant, believing that wealth and looks were all that mattered. No need, my current job is quite satisfactory. And my boss treats me well, Ji Linxiao replied with a smile, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He had already stated that he was accompanied by his boss, and to flirt in front of his superior was clearly an attempt to undermine his position at the company. Yang Jejia was momentarily stunned by Ji Linxiao's refusal. After all, she had offered him a better salary and benefits, yet he seemed ungrateful. Oh, little G, is that an alvear? It wouldn't happen to be fake like last time, would it? Come, let me check it for you. A woman suddenly stood up and approached Ji Linxiao, reaching to tug at his clothing. It was the same woman who had previously tried to snatch Ji Linxiao's new outfit. He deftly brushed her hand away. There's no need. This isn't. It was a gift from my boss, Ji Linxiao replied. The woman persisted. Oh, little G. What do you mean? I'm just looking out for you. I don't want you to be deceived into buying a counterfeit. By the way, your cousin is participating in a speech competition soon. Could you lend him this outfit for a couple of days? Ji Linxiao looked over at the crowd, spotting a slightly plump young man who was beaming with pride. He knew that if he lent the outfit, he would never see it again, and given their differing physiques, it would likely be stretched out beyond recognition. I'm afraid my build is quite different from your son's. He might not fit. Oh, that's no problem. I'm skilled with a needle and thread. It can be easily altered. Tang Jingyu couldn't help but smirk at the audacity on display. They were just a step away from outright theft. This outfit was purchased by me and lent to Ji Linxiao. How can you claim it as public property? The woman hesitated, her hand pausing in its attempt to take the clothing. It's just a piece of clothing. You, as a boss, are so wealthy. What is the harm in giving us one? I'm afraid that your thick skin won't save you from a slap. Upon hearing Tang Jingyu's ominous remark, the woman instinctively retreated several steps, hastening back to her seat. Xiao Ji, what kind of company is this? The boss behaves like a thug, even resorting to violence. How terrifying. You should resign immediately. Ji Linxiao continued to consume his meal, unperturbed by her words. Tang Jingyu attempted to interject further, but fell silent after Ji Linxiao discreetly kicked him under the table. As the wine flowed freely, Ji Linxiao glanced at the time, ready to speak, when Yang Jejia disrupted the moment. Cousin, your relationship with brother Linxiao must be filled with sweet memories. There's a projector here. Why not share some with us? We even brought wedding candies. Cousin, why not distribute them to everyone at the table to spread the joy? Ji Linxiao thought to himself, what a serendipitous assist. Well said, the more one speaks, the better. Meanwhile, Yang Jejia was internally smirking, having procured a stash of counterfeit sweets, eagerly anticipating the moment someone would discover the embarrassing truth. Both harbored ulterior motives, leaving Li Lu somewhat awkward. How do you know they would allow us to use this projector? Tang Jingyu seized the opportunity to chime in. I am acquainted with the hotel manager. A simple word from me will suffice. Li Lu was about to protest when her mother sharply jabbed her. Why not seize this opportunity? Everyone dining here is affluent. Who would refuse a chance to receive sweets that might enhance their reputation? Resigned, Li Lu nodded and approached Yang Jejia to collect the candies. That girlfriend of Ji Linxiao, please provide me with your photos so I can have them projected. After a lengthy search, Li Lu finally gathered several images and relayed them to Tang Jingyu, who passed them to the staff. Soon, the screen displayed the looping sequence of photographs. While Li Lu returned to distribute wedding candies, initially reluctant, considering the ordinary quality of the sweets. Upon discovering a few Ferrero Rocher, she pocketed some before offering them to the dining guests. Upon concluding her distribution, Ji Linxiao nudged Tang Jingyu, signaling the commencement of their previously agreed-upon strategy. Tang Jingyu, brows furrowed, was engrossed in his phone when Ji Linxiao feigned concern. Boss, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. Just received a news alert from tomorrow's headlines about a man who was deceived for years and ultimately became a stand-in father. What does that term mean? Just as Ji Linxiao was about to respond, Yang Jejia interjected. I know. Officially, it refers to a selfless individual who, without resentment, sacrifices their own happiness for the sake of others' joy. It also denotes someone who is unwittingly compelled to accept certain circumstances, essentially a loser who takes on another's burdens. Yang Jejia beamed with pride, revealing her impressive ability to recite definitions, a skill evidently honed for moments like this. Oh, I see. The expressions of Li Lu and her mother darkened, anxiety creeping in as they feared Ji Linxiao might uncover something amiss. Ji Linxiao gently caressed Li Lu's hair, leaving her bewildered, as he continued, if the boss wishes to understand what a stand-in father is, there's no need to rely on rigid definitions. After all, there's a perfect example right beside us. Li Lu felt a surge of panic, attempting to pry Ji Linxiao's hand away, but his gaze was icy, a smile devoid of warmth as he tightened his grip. Terrified, she hesitated to move. With a snap of his fingers, the projection shifted to footage from the garden restaurant surveillance. As Li Lu beheld the recording, her face drained of color. She stood abruptly, intent on explaining herself. But her sudden movement caused Ji Linxiao's grip to tighten painfully, pulling a handful of her hair. Ah! Li Lu's shriek attracted the attention of the other diners, who turned their curious gazes towards the screen, now displaying the incriminating footage. No, this is fabricated. Don't believe it, it's all a lie. Ji Linxiao, you must trust me. I am being framed. Li Lu knelt beside Ji Linxiao, desperation flooding her voice. The wealthy heir no longer wanted her, and with this unfolding spectacle, she would surely gain notoriety in N City. Dining in such a prestigious place, filled with influential figures, if Ji Linxiao chose not to marry her, her prospects for a suitable match would dwindle significantly. Ji Linxiao gently stroked her hair before abruptly yanking her head towards the projection, causing her to cry out in pain. Her mother, witnessing the scene, instinctively moved to rescue her daughter, but was restrained by a sudden influx of security personnel. Li Lu, take a good look at that video. The man at the adjacent table wearing a baseball cap. Who is he? Glancing at the footage, Li Lu shook her head through tears. I don't know. I truly don't. Linxiao, this is all a lie. You mustn't believe it. Ah, it hurts. Ji Linxiao tightened his grip further, her hair now nearly white from the strain. Do you know? That young man, it seems to be me. I was sitting nearby, listening to every word you uttered. Li Lu stared at him in disbelief. Did you orchestrate all of this? It was intentional. Turning to the onlookers, she cried out, this man is falsely accusing me out of unrequited love. Before she could finish her defense, the projection changed again, revealing a man with a blurred face engaging with Li Lu, who was uttering some rather flattering remarks. Zhang Zong, put in a bit more effort. Oh, how does my prowess compare to your boyfriend's? What are you babbling about, just a weakling? Came the voices of two other men off screen. Come on, we're waiting here. Yeah, I've been waiting so long. The flowers have wilted. What's the rush? Good things take time. The scene shifted to a brawl, and Ji Linxiao cast a questioning glance at Tang Jingyu, who nodded reassuringly. Li Lu, still unwilling to concede, attempted to claim the video was an AI-generated fabrication, that Ji Linxiao was framing her. The projection then revealed her pregnancy checkup report, with Zhang Zong approaching from the side. Ji Zong, this woman is in my care, don't dirty your hands. Just moments ago, Zhang Yongnian had leveraged his connections to uncover the identity of Li Lu's unborn child. Zhang Jin had previously transferred 500,000 to Li Lu. Upon learning of this, he contacted Zhang's father, urging him to ensure his son resolved the matter discreetly, lest the Zhang family business vanish from N City by the next day. Zhang Jin, seething with anger, rushed to the Four Seasons Hotel, arriving just in time to see Ji Linxiao's projection and hear the woman defending herself. He hastily sought out someone to deliver the incriminating video to the staff for projection, leading to the earlier scene. Ji Linxiao released Li Lu, contemplating the man's next move. Zhang Jin, seeing Ji Linxiao's release, swiftly delivered a kick to Li Lu's abdomen. Her mother, witnessing the assault, shouted, "What are you doing? My daughter is carrying the Zhang family's heir. If you harm her, you're finished." Oh, not only do I intend to induce a miscarriage, but I also aim to ensure she can never conceive again, Zhang Jin retaliated, cursing fiercely as he continued to strike her belly. I paid you to terminate the pregnancy. You deceived me into believing it was done. How dare you think you can bear my child and later come to me for money? Zhang Jinheng relentlessly kicked Li Lu until she succumbed to unconsciousness, blood seeping from her wounds before he ceased his assault. Li Lu's mother, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, and their family's prior intentions of awaiting the child's birth to approach the Zhang family for reconciliation and financial assistance were now laid bare. With a sycophantic expression, Zhang Jinheng approached Ji Linxiao. Mr. Ji, I had no idea this woman was yours. I encountered her during an event in '98. She was quite forward at that time, hence. Ji Linxiao chuckled lightly, shaking his head. In matters of love, especially with Li Lu being the initiator, even if Zhang Jinheng were aware of her relationship. With no wealth or influence, he remained but a pawn to be discarded. Noticing Ji Linxiao's dismissive gesture, Zhang Jinheng realized he would not incur Ji Linxiao's wrath and promptly ordered his bodyguards to eject the mother and daughter from the establishment. And those individuals, Ji Linxiao indicated the relatives of Li Lu who had mocked him. As for the others, as long as they did not provoke Ji Linxiao, he held no intention of retaliating against them. Yang Jejia, witnessing the bodyguard's approach, began to panic. Do you dare touch me? Do you know who my husband is? Once he arrives, you will regret this. Zhang Jinheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, who might that be? Do enlighten me. My husband is Zhu Weilong. Zhu Weilong. Who's that? Never heard of him, a bodyguard interjected. Young master, he is the one who operates the pig farm in the south. Oh, I have no recollection. Mr. Ji, what do you think? Ji Linxiao extracted a cigarette, lighting it, and exhaling a long sigh. Shut it down. Understood. I'll have someone take care of his pig farm when I return. Mr. Ji, please carry on. I shan't disturb you further. With that, he prepared to have his bodyguards dispose of them. Wait, do you have further instructions? Zhang Jinheng inquired with a smile, fearful of Ji Linxiao's disapproval. For the Zhang family would be doomed otherwise. Not you but you. Li Lu's aunt trembled, her body shaking as she gazed at Ji Linxiao. A few years ago, you took a coat from me. Return it. Remember, I want my original coat back, or else you know the consequences. Li Lu's aunt, utterly defeated, was dragged out like a lifeless dog by the bodyguards. She had nothing to repay with, for that coat had long been destroyed by her son. In that moment, Zhang Jinheng comprehended Ji Linxiao's intent. Rest assured, Brother Ji, I'll have someone monitor them daily to ensure your coat is returned. If it's not, well, we shall reclaim it one way or another. Ji Linxiao waved him away, prompting Zhang Jinheng to hastily exit with his bodyguards. Standing, Ji Linxiao apologized to the onlookers. I apologize for the disturbance, everyone. This meal is on me. The other diners expressed understanding, resuming their meals with jovial chatter about the recent events. Ji Linxiao called for the staff to clear the remnants of the chaos before departing with Tang Jingyu. Chapter 14. A reunion with old friends. Once back in the car, Ji Linxiao exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, he had discerned Li Lu's true nature and reclaimed his identity. From this day forth, he would no longer endure humiliation or be toyed with like a fool. After all, he had a system to rely on. Congratulations, host. Your thoughts have transcended, and you are awarded a spirit enhancement potion. Congratulations on completing the task, earning 10,000 points. You currently possess 10,000 points. Celebrate, celebrate. Finally, I am not a complete novice. The system is now eligible for upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Of course. Wait time, 5 minutes. Tang Jingyu, seated in the driver's seat, was fervently typing on his phone. Just as Ji Linxiao leaned over to glance at the screen, he abruptly cradled the phone to his chest. What are you doing? What nefarious deeds are you up to? Nothing, nothing, Tang Jingyu muttered, sheepishly shoving his phone back into his pocket. Where to next? I'm not sure. I feel a bit lost. Now that the tasks I wanted to accomplish are done, I just want to slack off. Ji Linxiao reclined in the passenger seat, hands behind his head. Tang Jingyu turned to him, pondering for a moment. Do you know which shares actually belong to you? What do you mean? Aren't they just those assets? Not quite. The boss has opened many enterprises, but he also oversees a parent company. Those businesses are under the company's name, so what you hold are shares in the company. Ji Linxiao had ventured into business, but had never managed such a vast array. So, if I wish to develop that commercial street, I need to establish a company? Tang Jingyu nodded. He genuinely hoped Ji Linxiao would place the commercial street under Zhang Yongyan's company's name, but knowing Ji Linxiao's desire for independence, he refrained from further comment. So, are there any buildings available for lease recently? None that I know of, but you could always construct one. I mean, you should first assemble a team. A headhunting firm? Shall we check it out? Sure. Ji Linxiao contemplated for a moment. With time to spare, he might as well see if he could find suitable personnel. System upgrade complete. Current level 2. Reward, Tai Chi Manual. Congratulations, host. You have activated the task. Many hands make light work. Task details. Enrich your loyal personnel. Task requirements. Loyalty, eliteness. Task duration, long-term. Task reward. For every 10 loyal subordinates acquired, the host will receive a diamond treasure chest. A diamond treasure chest. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Ji Linxiao was already brimming with excitement. Headhunting firm. Here I come. Host, please heed the task requirements. Elite and loyal. Do not attempt to pass off subpar individuals. Loyalty must reach 80 to be considered. How am I to discern their loyalty? The Dream Assistant can display the loyalty levels of personnel to the host. For instance, the loyalty level provided isn't merely loyalty. It reflects a combination of affection and trust. For example, currently, Zhang Yongyan's loyalty towards you is at 65. This indicates that his fondness and trust have reached that level. Typically, a loyalty level above 60 signifies a strong relationship, crossing the threshold. Those above 60 are unlikely to harbor betrayal thoughts. 70 indicates a close friend, while above 80 generally means they will not betray you. A level above 90 implies absolute loyalty, with a very low chance of decline. Before reaching that point, loyalty could still fluctuate. Above 95, they would willingly shield you from harm and remain steadfast unless extraordinary circumstances arise. A loyalty exceeding 100 is unprecedented. They would even comply with extreme requests without hesitation. Loyalty can wane. Indeed, it may decrease due to various reasons or actions. However, once loyalty reaches above 90, barring extreme actions like harming their family, it is unlikely to drop further. Why would I harm someone's family? I have better things to do. You could attempt it to see if loyalty decreases. Currently, Chen Maxian's loyalty stands at 96. Wow, that's impressive. No wonder he's my bro. He might also have a secret affection for you. While Ji Linxiao bantered with the system, Tang Jingyu had already driven them to the headhunting firm. Linxiao Weivyi arrived. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. From Tang Jingyu's perspective, Ji Linxiao appeared to be resting against the seat with his eyes closed, as Ji Linxiao communicated with the system through thought alone. Lest others think he was losing his sanity, Ji Linxiao feigned just waking up, rubbing his eyes. Well, let's go. The two alighted from the car, and Ji Linxiao gazed at the somewhat dilapidated building before him, his expression momentarily frozen, then hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain? This is the correct address?" Tang Jingyu draped his arm over Ji Linxiao's shoulder, guiding him inside, while explaining, "Are you still unfamiliar with the situation in city? In drought, people starve. In flood, they drown. Only the affluent can afford headhunters, while the impoverished lack the means to engage them. Therefore, it's quite normal for headhunting firms in city to appear somewhat run down. The headquarters doesn't mind as long as the rent is paid. With so many cities in Longhua, how can they manage them all?" The two stepped into the shabby building. "Ah, welcome." "Huh." The receptionist greeted them politely, stifling a yawn. "May I see what candidates you have available for hire?" The young lady at the front desk sighed, retrieving a folder from her drawer and gesturing for the two to take a seat on the nearby chairs. "This is our entire current roster of employees." Ji Linxiao perused the folder, astonished to find it filled with middle-aged individuals seeking part-time work. "I don't believe you need a part-time worker, do you? I sincerely apologize. There are simply too few applicants at our branch." Ji Linxiao flipped to the last page, where a man with a somewhat menacing demeanor caught his eye. The information indicated he was a veteran, with the sole qualification being his physical prowess, applying for a bodyguard position. "Is this person still available?" The young lady took the folder, glancing at it. "Ah, this individual was previously sought after. Our boss either frightened him away or got beaten up, which forced us to terminate the contract. We just haven't had the chance to remove his information yet." Ji Linxiao scrutinized the man's profile, his instincts telling him that this individual was no ordinary veteran. The intense aura he exuded conveyed a sense of authority. Ji Linxiao flashed a slight smile at the receptionist and then, blinking innocently, asked, "Do you happen to have this gentleman's contact information? I would very much like to meet him." The young lady gazed at Ji Linxiao, then playfully pouted, "If you're so eager to hire him, I can provide you with the number he left behind. But if you offend him, don't come looking for me. Okay, big brother. I want tea." Ji Linxiao assured with a smile, easily obtaining the man's contact details, while the young lady also requested Ji Linxiao's WeChat. Once outside, Tang Jingyu wore a mischievous grin. "Hey, Xianggu, teach me your ways." "Teach what?" Ji Linxiao responded. "Oh, your skill in charming the ladies. In just a few minutes, you've already enchanted a girl. Let me learn too. I want to bring a girl home for my mom to meet." "Get lost. What charming skills? I just wanted the man's contact information." "Hey, Xianggu, that's where you're mistaken. You've already added her WeChat." "Stop right there. I didn't add her, she just scanned my code. Whether I accept the request is another matter entirely. What if my phone malfunctions and I miss it? The message could expire, right? Wow, Xianggu, you're terrible. Such a great opportunity, and you'd rather keep it for yourself. Run along now, I'm making a call." Ji Linxiao dialed the number the young lady had given him. Recalling the man's name from the profile, Yiqinghu. "Who is this?" came a deep voice from the other end of the line. "Hello, may I speak with Yiqinghu? Who are you?" The man's tone shifted to one of clear wariness, which only deepened Ji Linxiao's conviction that he was not merely an ordinary veteran. "Please don't be alarmed. I came across your information at a headhunting firm and wanted to hire you, but I learned you have already terminated your contract. So the receptionist provided me with your contact details. I was wondering if you would be willing to discuss this further." There was a long silence on the line. "No, you should find someone more capable. No rush. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out." After the call ended, Tang Jingyu leaned in. "Why are you so insistent on this person? He is just an ordinary veteran, right? Just because he says so?" You didn't notice the aura in his photo? He looks formidable. You can read faces? Not like that. I mean, this person has likely seen some action. Tang Jingyu tried to recall the photo they had just seen. He did seem a bit intimidating, but what if he just looks fierce? I trust my judgment. Tang Jingyu chose not to argue further, leaving Ji Linxiao to head home, while he himself rushed off, eager for gossip. Ji Linxiao opted to be dropped off near his neighborhood, taking a leisurely stroll while also checking out nearby mobile phone stores for a new phone, as his own had become utterly unmanageable. Yo, finally decided to change your phone? I thought you'd keep using it for a few more years, a voice teased. It's not like I had the time. By the way, Xiaoming, do you know anything about Yi Qinghu? Let me look him up. Yi Qinghu. Gender, male. Mental strength, unknown. Physical ability, unknown. Luck, 5. Hailing from the western district of N City, he was once part of a special forces unit, but specific details remain unclear. That's all I could find. He is definitely not an ordinary veteran. Though I hate to admit it, your instinct this time was indeed spot on. Why is there now data on 3 abilities? And why is there unknown? It's upgraded. It can detect more now. Unknown means the subject's data exceeds yours. Looks like it's been upgraded. Too bad it still has an electronic voice, though it sounds somewhat amusing. When will the voice be changeable? In the mall, but you're not high enough level. Ji Linxiao sighed. Just then, a soft, hesitant voice floated into his ears. Ji Linxiao? He turned to see a girl with a little rabbit hairpin and a pear blossom hairstyle, smiling brightly at him. It's really you. Long time no see. Since graduation. I've lost track of you. She glanced at Ji Linxiao and then asked, is Li Lu not here? Ji Linxiao strained to remember who this girl was. You haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Of course not. How could I? Ji Linxiao, gazing into her earnest eyes, suddenly recalled a girl from high school who had persistently sent him love letters, which he had rejected in favor of Li Lu, who later confronted that girl. Zhang Lanlan. Ji Linxiao tentatively called out, and given the years that had passed, his ability to remember was commendable. Congratulations, host, for discovering the talented Zhang Lanlan. A renowned commercial operations supervisor in S City, it is said that any business district she oversees flourishes abundantly and operates seamlessly. Current loyalty, 45. That's quite high considering the time apart. Host, keep it up. Once you win her over, your commercial empire will have a manager. The system's breathless speech left Ji Linxiao momentarily speechless. At least you remember my name. That's no easy feat, haha. We were in the same class. And that incident happened back then. Why did you suddenly transfer schools? Ji Linxiao felt somewhat awkward as he glanced at Zhang Lanlan. Initially, Li Lu had spread rumors that she was trying to seduce Ji Linxiao and steal him away, and there were indeed witnesses who saw her pass him love letters. Consequently, Li Lu confronted her with a group, and ultimately, Zhang Lanlan had no choice but to transfer schools. However, what Ji Linxiao remained unaware of was that Zhang Lanlan's true reason for transferring was due to Li Lu frequently harassing her with boys. Time has passed. Zhang Lanlan gently shook her head and smiled. The two fell into a moment of silence before both lifted their heads and spoke simultaneously. What are you doing here? Do you have business here? They exchanged a smile, but words eluded them. Eventually, Ji Linxiao broke the silence, feeling that it was rather awkward to simply stare at a girl on the street. I'm heading home. But weren't you working in S City? What brings you here? How do you know I work in S City? It was mentioned by Chun Manyan the other day when he was a bit tipsy. Ji Linxiao quickly fabricated an excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal that it was the system that informed him. Upon hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossed Zhang Lanlan's eyes. But she swiftly concealed it. I see. So what brings you to N City this time? Zhang Lanlan looked at him in surprise. Don't you know? Tomorrow night. We have a high school reunion. Ji Linxiao frowned slightly. I didn't receive any notification. Perhaps they couldn't find your contact information. Otherwise, you could ask Chen Manyan or Li Lu. I broke up with Li Lu, he added, noticing the confusion on Zhang Lanlan's face, and quickly clarified, she cheated. He then picked up his phone to call Chen Manyan. Hello? Zhang Lanlan's gaze was captivated by the sunset's glow illuminating half of the boy's face, accentuating his perfect features. He stood before her, clad in a white t-shirt and light denim jeans, holding his jacket, smiling as he spoke on the phone. His rosy lips moved gently, his voice tender and deep, enveloping her in a soft melody. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and as a gentle breeze tousled his hair, it stirred the girl's heart. Yes, he was still that youthful boy from years ago, stirring her emotions profoundly. Chapter 15. A reunion with hidden intentions. Ji Linxiao waved his hand in front of Zhang Lanlan's eyes. What are you staring at? How can you stand in the middle of the street and daydream? Ah, you're done with the call. Yes, I asked Manyan. And he said he didn't receive any news about the reunion either. We can talk more about it later. Really? Oh, it's been a while since we last met, so I invited Manyan to join us for a meal. We're both curious why the reunion didn't include the two of us. All right, let me show you around and see what we might eat. Jiang Lanlan remained silent, signaling her acquiescence, feeling a bit nervous as she walked alongside Ji Linxiao. He was engrossed in looking for something delectable to eat, completely oblivious to the girl beside him who harbored ulterior motives toward his hand. For all these years, Jiang Lanlan had never truly moved on from Ji Linxiao. She had merely concealed her affection deep within her heart. In the past, this position beside Ji Linxiao had always been occupied by Li Lu. Several times, she had attempted to reach out and touch Ji Linxiao's hand, but he had coincidentally evaded her each time. Indeed, it was mere coincidence. Perhaps it was fate. Every time Jiang Lanlan reached out, Ji Linxiao would scratch his face, glance at his phone, or point to a nearby restaurant to introduce it to her, causing her to hastily withdraw her hand, fearful of being discovered. Before long, Chun Manyan drove up in a hurry. Xiao Gu, Jiang Lanlan, over here. The three of them wandered around for a bit before finally settling down at a nearby Western restaurant that appeared quite nice. Jiang Lanlan, how come we didn't receive any notification about the high school reunion? Really? I'll show you. Jiang Lanlan took out her phone and showed them the notification she had received days ago. I asked Xiaoyu, and she said she received it too. Xiaoyu, was also a classmate from their high school. Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual confusion. Let me check. Ji Linxiao had little contact with his high school classmates, but Chun Manyan, with his outgoing personality, still kept in touch with a few. I asked, and they all don't know. Jiang Lanlan, are you sure you're not being scammed? That's impossible. Xiaoyu told me she got the message too. Should I invite her over? Sure, it's perfect. We can ask her to clarify. After finishing her call, Jiang Lanlan went to the entrance to meet Xiaoyu. They had both traveled from out of town and were staying at the same hotel nearby. Xiao Gu, I think there is something off about this. Isn't that obvious? You asked a few boys, and none of them received notifications. It seems strange that only the two girls got called. Should I create a group chat? We can discuss it together. Go ahead. Later, when we return tonight, they arrive. Jiang Lanlan was followed by a somewhat shy girl, Xiaoyu, who had always been rather quiet in high school. However, she had grown more beautiful, her every smile and movement radiating warmth, contrasting her former timid self. After exchanging pleasantries, they steered the conversation toward the reunion. You didn't receive any notification? Jiang Lanlan placed her phone next to Xiaoyu's, opening the message interface. Revealing the same sender, Qianqi was notorious throughout their high school, infamous for being a rich second generation with a reputation that preceded him. Half of the girls in school had been involved with him, while the other half refrained from associating with him. Jiang Lanlan and Xiaoyu belonged to the latter group. Do you know who else received it? Jiang Lanlan pondered for a moment before listing a few names, all of whom were girls. Chun Manyan's expression at this moment was one of disbelief, as he leaned closer to Ji Linxiao and whispered, could it be that this guy only invited the girls? That is possible. Jiang Lanlan and Xiaoyu exchanged worried glances. Knowing Qianqi's poor reputation and realizing he seemed to have neglected to notify the boys in their class. Shouldn't we just skip it? I think that's a good idea. Then I'll send them a message to let them know. Wait, don't send anything. If you do, he'll just try to brainwash you into going. You'll end up feeling morally obligated. If he asks you when the reunion starts, just say you have work at the company and need to leave. That works. And Xiaoyu can use the same excuse. The two girls nodded, planning to return to their respective homes the next day, escaping this troublesome situation. After their meal, the two girls hurriedly prepared to return to the hotel to pack their bags, while Ji Linxiao made no effort to retain them and simply left with Chun Manyan. Ugh, those men. They wouldn't even see us off. It's dangerous for girls to be out alone. Jiang Lanlan watched as Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan walked away without a backward glance, frustration evident as she stomped her foot. Lanlan, you don't still have feelings for him, do you? He broke up with Li Lu, so why shouldn't I try to win that position beside him? I've liked him for so long. Xiaoyu wanted to advise her, but seeing the way Jiang Lanlan gazed at Ji Linxiao with stars in her eyes, she knew her words would fall on deaf ears. All she could hope for was that Jiang Lanlan wouldn't be too heartbroken. Xiao Gu, I remarked. Jiang Lanlan has harbored feelings for you for quite some time, and you haven't even considered offering her a token of your affection? What should I offer? He replied. Isn't he in a hurry to return to the hotel? But it's quite perilous for two young ladies to be out alone at night. They are not children anymore. Do you really think they fear being abducted? Moreover, I currently wish to limit my interactions with women, as you are well aware. Chun Manyan fell silent, fully cognizant of Ji Linxiao's inner turmoil. As a friend of over 20 years, he understood him completely. How could he not recognize that the mention of Li Lu had conjured memories of his mother, transforming him back into that boy who had once harbored a certain aversion towards women? He could only hope that one day a girl might gently unlock his heart and redeem him from his self-imposed isolation. Chun Manyan chose not to elaborate further and followed Ji Linxiao, who was briskly striding away. Where to? Ji Linxiao queried, pulling his phone from his pocket and waving it before Chen Manyan. Look at this. How much longer do you think I can use it? Goodness. Are you using it as a shield against bullets? The cracks are quite beautiful, resembling a spider's web. Ji Linxiao had intended to replace it earlier that afternoon, but found himself delayed by his encounter with Jiang Lanlan. All the nearby mobile shops had closed, compelling them to drive to a nearby mall to purchase the latest Huama device. Why didn't you buy a pair? Chen Manyan teased. There are significant, top-secret matters within my phone, and I fear the American agents might steal my secrets. As if those few gigabytes of your little films would even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth, Chen Manyan retorted. Ji Linxiao also gifted Chen Manyan a new phone, which he initially intended to refuse, as he had no need for such generosity. However, he found himself unable to withstand Ji Linxiao's insistence as he thrust the device into his hands. These two are for your cousin and aunt, aren't they? Ji Linxiao quipped. Quite astute. I shall reward you with a new computer. He dragged Chen Manyan to the last open computer shop in the mall, where they procured 2 top-tier machines, promptly arranging for them to be loaded into their vehicle. Having money doesn't mean you should spend it so recklessly. Brother, remember this. My wealth is inexhaustible from this day forth. Keep dreaming. The day you go bankrupt is the day you'll have to call me brother, and I'll cover you. Perhaps in the next life. The two bantered jovially as they transported the computers back home. Upon their arrival, Ji Kaiwe quickly offered them a glass of water. Nian Yen has come, and hasn't he seen you in ages? You've grown into quite the young man. Chen Manyan blushed at the compliment. Aunt, you've become much more beautiful as well. You sweet talker. Come in and have a seat. Ji Linxiao mimicked Chen Manyan's tone. Aunt, you've become much more beautiful as well. Ji Kaiwe shot him a mock glare, prompting Ji Linxiao to hurriedly ascend the stairs with his belongings. Followed closely by Chen Manyan, they made several trips back and forth until they had finally moved all the equipment upstairs. Ha ha ha. Now it's my time to shine. Behold my 3-second installation technique. Chen Manyan rolled up his sleeves and approached the computer. First this way, then that way, and finally. As he rambled on while assembling the computer, Ji Linxiao chimed in, and then, boom. Oh, come on, let us see if it's set up. The duo tested the computer, finding it in perfect working order. Once online, they began downloading games. The download will take a while. Let us go downstairs and deal with my aunt. As they descended, Ji Kaiwe was busy munching on an apple while watching a variety show. Aunt, this is the new phone I purchased for you. Oh dear, why waste money on this? My phone can last for a few more years. Chen Manyan quickly interjected. Oh, aunt, if memory serves me right, you've been using that phone for 4 years now. I must warn you that it might explode from prolonged use. So it's best to replace it swiftly. With his persuasive charm, Chen Manyan soon convinced Ji Kaiwe and patiently guided her through some unfamiliar new features. Meanwhile, Ji Linxiao quietly ascended to Chu Yixing's room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Huh, brother, what brings you here? Studying, I presume? Here is a little gift for you. Wow, the latest Huama phone, so incredibly expensive. Brother, I adore you. Wait. I'm straight. By the way, I'll arrange for a tutor for you in a couple of days. They'll surely teach you better than your homeroom teacher. Ji Linxiao had heard that Chu Yixing's homeroom teacher was running private classes outside of school, compelling students to enroll, and threatening those who did not with dire predictions of their futures. Thank you, brother. What else with the thanks? Ji Linxiao ruffled Chu Yixing's hair before departing, leaving Chu Yixing clutching the phone tightly, silently vowing to study diligently and excel in his studies to bring pride to his family. Chen Manyan, having finished instructing Ji Kaiwe, returned upstairs and encountered Ji Linxiao head-on. Shall we have a round? Let us stick to our usual rules. Whoever is lucky enough to get the AD gets it. And no stealing from each other as computers. It's a deal. The two engaged in fierce competition in the gaming arena until the early hours of the morning, only to be interrupted by Ji Kaiwe, who entered and unplugged the computers, sending them begrudgingly back to their rooms to sleep. The following morning, Ji Linxiao was roused as usual by the incessant beeping of the system. Wake up, wake up. Hurry up and get out of bed. It's time for morning exercise. Rise and embrace the sun. Let your body be filled with radiant energy. Today, as profit of 137 yuan has been credited to your account. Ji Linxiao, irritated by the persistent alarm, dragged Chen Manyan out of bed to join him for a morning run. Big brother, haha, what is going on? You've lost your mind, starting a morning run. It's about fitness. I adore exercising. Just look at you, all weak and feeble after merely 2 kilometers. Chen Manyan shot him a glance, but said nothing, gritting his teeth and continuing to follow Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao, slightly slowing his pace, allowed Chen Manyan to keep up. After running 5 kilometers, Chen Manyan collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Ji Linxiao had no choice but to lift him up, urging him to walk slowly while he completed the remaining 5 kilometers himself. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in for morning exercise today. 100 points have been credited to your account, bringing your total to 100 points. So many points, I've almost forgotten. Let's upgrade the Dream Mall. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Divine Assistance Dream Mall, Level 3, requires 5,000 points for upgrade. Available purchases: Mental Strength Potion, Beginner 500 points. Physical Strength Potion, Beginner 500 points. Luck Potion, Beginner 800 points. Wing Chun Manual, Beginner 600 points. Wing Chun Manual, Intermediate 1,000 points. Potential Potion, 5,000 points. Swimming Talent, 3,000 points. Hacker Talent, Beginner 2,000 points. Management Talent, Beginner 600 points. No level description defaults to the highest level. Current points, 8,100. By the way, if I buy a mental strength potion for someone else, does it still require 100 points? No, only manuals or talent-related items require 100 points to convert into potions for others. Ji Linxiao had come to a profound realization regarding the advantages of potions. Previously, he and Chen Manyan had been evenly matched in physical abilities at school, but now, at this pace, Chen Manyan had succumbed to fatigue much earlier. Oh right, I recall that previous task about recruiting personnel. Why doesn't Chen Manyan count as my personnel despite his high loyalty? Elite, elite, elite. I shall repeat this important point thrice to save you from forgetting. Chen Manyan lacks outstanding abilities, thus he cannot be counted. If I were to administer a potion to him, enhancing his abilities, would that count? Yes. But allow me to clarify. One can use a maximum of 3 talent-enhancing potions. Exceeding this limit may lead to both mental and physical breakdowns. As for skill-related potions, no more than 3 should be employed, although it is permissible to utilize higher-level potions of the same type. The total number of potions should not exceed 20. Please bear this in mind. Ji Linxiao exchanged for himself a beginner-level hacking talent and a swimming talent, while he procured a beginner-level hacking talent and a business acumen for Chen Manyan. Exchange successful. Current point balance, 300. Ji Linxiao calculated that he currently possessed 4 talents and 1 mental enhancement potion in his inventory, then turned to find Chen Manyan, casually draping an arm over his shoulder as they ambled home. Come on, I have a splendid treasure to show you. Hey, what are you planning? I'm straight. Get lost. Just as Ji Linxiao was about to retort, Chen Manyan's phone began to buzz incessantly. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Jiang Lanlan. The reason Jiang Lanlan messaged Chen Manyan instead of Ji Linxiao was that Ji Linxiao had once again chosen to ignore a friend request, intending to let it expire, as he did not wish to give unnecessary hope to someone he did not like. Qian Ci is here. He's right outside. What should we do? Urgent. He wants to let us leave and is insisting we join him for dinner. This is a crisis. Jiang Lanlan's flurry of messages expressed her acute anxiety. She and Yu Xiaoyu stood by the door, terrified that Qian Ci might barge in unexpectedly. Originally, she intended to text Ji Linxiao for help, but upon noticing that he still had not accepted her friend request, she felt a pang of sadness, wondering if he had simply forgotten or if he was deliberately ignoring her. In a moment of desperation, she messaged Chen Manyan, hoping he would come to her aid. Tell her not to panic. First call the front desk and report that someone is harassing us at the door. If they do not intervene, then call the police. Chen Manyan sent the message. Jiang Lanlan hesitated, thinking that calling the police might not be appropriate, considering they were all classmates from high school. The two shared a moment of silence. Even now, they were fretting over old school ties, while Qian Ci seemed indifferent to their sentiments. Chen Manyan messaged her to assure that they would arrive shortly. Ji Linxiao sighed in resignation, since she had already sent a message. He could not allow Chen Manyan to go alone, so he had no choice but to accompany him. This was precisely why he had hesitated to accept the friend request. Now trouble had come knocking. The two hurried home to change clothes, grabbing some bread from the table before driving to the hotel location Jiang Lanlan had sent. Chapter 16. I am no longer useless. Chen Manyan, driven by a strong sense of justice, urged Ji Linxiao as they sped toward the hotel. Upon arrival, they found no sign of Qian Ci. Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow and knocked on Jiang Lanlan's door. The person who opened it was neither Jiang Lanlan nor Yu Xiaoyu. Who are you? Ji Dashing. Don't you remember me? Who are you? The woman inside attempted to grasp Ji Linxiao's arm, but he quickly sidestepped. Unperturbed, she calmly adjusted her hair. You're still as reserved as ever, Chen Manyan observed, staring intently. You must be Deng Pingping, right? Have you had plastic surgery? It took me a while to recognize you. Your nose looks different, and you've had double eyelids done. Did you also undergo jaw reduction? Deng Pingping clicked her tongue softly, but quickly reverted to her usual demeanor. Chen Manyan remained oblivious, while Ji Linxiao, with his heightened mental acuity, barely noticed. Oh, Manyan, you've got it wrong. I've always looked like this. Perhaps I just look better now. After all, a girl changes dramatically as she matures. Impossible. You definitely did not look like this before. Let me find an old graduation photo. Deng Pingping promptly grasped Chen Manyan's hand, preventing him from searching. Oh, no need to look for photos. I'm right here in front of you. Come on in. Lan Lan and Xiaoyu are already inside. Once inside, they noticed another girl seated with Jiang Lan Lan and Yu Xiaoyu. Jiang Lan Lan, didn't you say you had to return to work? Ah, yes. My company notified me of an urgent matter last night. I'm so sorry. Ping Ping, Xiao Tao. I truly can't attend the gathering tonight. Next time, I promise. Tao Tao immediately linked arms with Jiang Lan Lan. Oh, Lan Lan, you've been gone for so long. You missed the graduation ceremony, and we've all missed you dearly. Haven Tiwi, Xiaoyu, Ping Ping? Indeed, not just us. Everyone misses you. Please don't pressure Lan Lan. She genuinely has matters to attend to. We've already bought our tickets, and we'll be leaving soon. Xiaoyu, you're leaving too? Yes, my cousin's daughter has passed away, and I need to return for the funeral. Ji Linxiao stifled a laugh. How absurd that the cousin's daughter was actually herself, attending her own funeral. Deng Pingping and Tao Tao exchanged glances, and Deng Pingping feigned receiving a phone call and stepped out, while Tao Tao took charge of keeping the others in check. What are you two doing here? We're just seeing them off to the train station. We arranged it yesterday. I'm quite curious. Why weren't we invited to the class reunion? Tao Tao flustered for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Oh, this gathering was organized by us girls. What are you big guys doing here? But I clearly saw that Qian Ci sent the message. Oh, that's because we didn't have Xiaoyu and Lan Lan's contact information, and coincidentally, Qian Ci had a phone directory, so he helped us reach out. Oh, I see. Ji Linxiao, however, was not so easily convinced. He had caught the brief flicker of panic in her eyes. Minutes later, Deng Pingping returned from her call. Oh, I'm sorry, I just took a call. After thinking it over, if you two have matters to attend to, let us just plan for a gathering next time. Although it's quite unfortunate. Ji Linxiao, Chun Manyan, and even Tao Tao regarded Deng Pingping with puzzled expressions, but they refrained from questioning her at that moment, merely exchanging pleasantries before departing. They're gone. It seems so. Could I have misjudged? Perhaps Qian Ci was indeed just responsible for the outreach. Jiang Lanlan asked, feeling somewhat conflicted since she had transferred schools midway and missed the graduation ceremony. She had made an excuse to slip away from this gathering, feeling a bit guilty. While Yu Xiaoyu appeared indifferent. We've already turned them down, so we can just deal with it next time. Missing this 1-1T ruin our lives. Chun Manyan nodded and urged, you all should head back now. I'll drive you to the train station. As they descended the stairs, Ji Linxiao turned to head home. But Chun Manyan yanked him into the car. Linlingxiao, did you not see my friend request, or? Ah, I forgot, my apologies. Could you resend it? I got a new phone last night. Faced with being outed, Ji Linxiao had no choice but to accept the request with a sigh. Then swiftly set his messages to do not disturb, allowing only chats, all in one go. After seeing them off, Ji Linxiao finally relaxed. He had felt a lingering sense of being watched while Jiang Lanlan was present, making him quite uneasy. Chun Manyan, are we brothers? What nonsense are you spouting? After all these years, you still don't know? Do you remember what I mentioned this morning about showing you my treasure? Yes, I recall. What treasure? Show me. Do not be alarmed by what I am about to reveal. I find myself incapable of elucidating its existence. Can you comprehend? Chun Manyan fell silent for a moment before earnestly inquiring. Lin Xiao, you haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Nonsense. Do I strike you as that sort of person? Chun Manyan scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed. Get lost. Ji Linxiao adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly addressed Chun Manyan. Manyan, I do not wish to deceive you. You are my sole good brother, and I need you. However, I cannot explain this matter. All I ask is for you to trust me. Is that acceptable? Initially, Ji Linxiao intended to divulge that he had acquired the legendary system. But the assistant had warned him that revealing such information would result in immediate demise. Thus, he had to devise an alternative means to present the potions to Chun Manyan. As long as you refrain from engaging in unlawful activities, I shall support and believe in whatever you choose to do. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I shall not pry. Ji Linxiao retrieved 3 vials of potions from his pocket, each too large to have emerged from it. Yet he wished to attempt the impossible. After all, transforming empty hands into potions is no mere trick, but magic. Chun Manyan listened intently as Ji Linxiao elucidated the purpose of the 3 vials. Although astonished, he recognized the gravity in Ji Linxiao's demeanor, which assured him of the truth behind it. A lack of explanation undoubtedly stemmed from Ji Linxiao's own considerations, so he refrained from further inquiries. Very well, let us return home and test them. Fearing that the commotion might attract the attention of Ji Kaiwa, Ji Linxiao led him to another villa. Brother Xiao, when might you bestow upon me a residence? Ji Linxiao chuckled at his brother's teasing demeanor. Choose any you fancy, but the central one is mine. I can offer you a room, but the house itself is non-negotiable. Understood. Ji Linxiao handed the mental enhancement potion to Chun Manyan. The initial consumption will be quite painful. I am aware, You have mentioned it before. It truly is excruciating. Chen Manyan opened the vial, inhaled deeply, and poured its contents down his throat. Gulp, gulp, crash. He shattered the vial on the ground, clutching his head as he writhed in agony, occasionally emitting low groans of distress. Oh, it hurts so much. After quite some time, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Ji Linxiao approached and gently shook him awake. Manyan, awaken, Chen Manyan. After several attempts, Chen Manyan slowly opened his eyes. It truly hurts. Chen Manyan expressed his desire to linger on the floor a while longer, prompting Ji Linxiao to acquiesce and step aside to prepare for the potions he had purchased that morning. Xiaoming, will this one hurt? Not at all. Ji Linxiao instructed the system to infuse his talents within him, and in an instant, he felt an influx of knowledge, skills, techniques, and actions. He was now capable of competing with national-level swimming athletes. Even basic programming for antivirus software and shields could be self-composed. He then handed the 2 remaining potions prepared for Chen Manyan to him, who instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Fear not, this time it will not hurt. Upon hearing Ji Linxiao's assurance, Chen Manyan cautiously accepted the potion and sipped it slowly. This, incredible. Chen Manyan suddenly felt a surge of knowledge. Initially lacking confidence when Ji Linxiao proposed that he assist in managing the commercial city, he now believed he could indeed support his dear brother. No longer would he be regarded as a useless individual who knew nothing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first subordinate. Chen Manyan. Reward, 500 points. Current balance, 800 points. Please exchange for another physical enhancement potion. Understood. Exchange successful. Current balance, 300 points. Ji Linxiao produced the physical enhancement potion and presented it to Chen Manyan, who, eager as a starving tiger, snatched it and gulped it down. This one will hurt. Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Oh. Chen Manyan collapsed once more. Ji Linxiao felt fortunate that he had chosen an empty villa. Otherwise, his aunt would surely have come rushing in to investigate. After a while, Chen Manyan painfully managed to rise, stretching his body. From now on, I shall never casually accept potions from you again. It won't hurt anymore in the future. Is that true? I feel as though my body has become lighter. This potion enhances your physical abilities. In the future, you won't collapse halfway through your morning runs. I knew it. How considerate of you. I see you intend to drag me along for morning jogs. Ji Linxiao, you little rascal, prepare to face my wrath. Just as Chen Manyan was about to retaliate, his phone buzzed with a series of notifications, followed by a missed call, numerous messages from Jiang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu, all pleading for help. Jiang Lanlan's messages were dire and lacked any subtlety, leaving Ji Linxiao feeling overwhelmed. Hurry, look at what Yu Xiaoyu sent. The messages read, QC, GTZ, ZR, JM, DPP. Translated. It meant, Qianci, high-speed rail station, capture, help, Deng Pingping. It was straightforward. They must have been cornered at the high-speed rail station by Qianci. Ji Linxiao recalled the messages on their phones from the previous night. Let us go to the Lu Liang Grand Hotel. An hour prior, Jiang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu had been taken to the high-speed rail station. She had wanted to speak with Ji Linxiao, but he and Chen Manyan were laughing and joking in the car as they drove away, leaving her words unvoiced. After all these years, do you still have feelings for him? Yes, I have never forgotten. Have you not realized? What he needs are not women, but useful individuals. But surely he must seek marriage eventually. He will only find someone who brings him comfort and is of use to him. He won't allow himself to find another Li Lu. Jiang Lanlan observed Yu Xiaoyu, noting how much she had changed, not just in gentleness, but also in maturity and steadiness. But I am not like Li Lu. Yet Ji Linxiao believed all women were the same, save for his aunt. Jiang Lanlan wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, her head lowered like a defeated rooster. With some time until the high-speed rail ticket check, they had gone all morning without eating. Just as they were about to descend for a meal, they encountered Qianci blocking their way. They had found a nearby cafe at the station for a quick bite. As they prepared to enter, Yu Xiaoyu suddenly nudged her. Someone's behind us. Jiang Lanlan whipped around to see Qianci, accompanied by Deng Pingping and several burly men. Realizing the danger, she dropped her suitcase and prepared to flee with Yu Xiaoyu. But Qianci was quick to pursue. Jiang Lanlan, Yu Xiaoyu, why are you running? I want tea bite. Let us have dinner together tonight. And I promise to treat you well. Jiang Lanlan's fear intensified, and she frantically dialed Ji Linxiao, but the call went unanswered. She sent out desperate messages and also updated Chen Manyan, while Yu Xiaoyu sent messages while running, knowing that typing during such vigorous activity could lead to mistakes. Thus, she only sent a few initials, trusting that they would decipher them and come to their rescue. After all, they were 2 young women. And with Jiang Lanlan wearing high heels, it wasn't long before a few burly men caught up to her. Qianci, leisurely embracing Deng Pingping, made his way from behind. Why such a lack of respect? It's merely a meal. Don't come any closer. I've already called the police, Jiang Lanlan frantically uttered, dialing Chen Mornian. The two muscular men swiftly snatched their phones and handed them to Qian Ci, who promptly shut them off. Such disobedience. I'll take good care of your phones, he declared, departing with their luggage. The surrounding crowd, shrouded in fear, dared not alert the authorities. Those who attempted to sneak a photograph had their phones seized and crushed by the nearby thugs, further dissuading anyone from aiding the two girls as they watched Qian Ci and his entourage usher Jiang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu into a vehicle. What you're doing is illegal, Jiang Lanlan shouted angrily at Qian Ci, but before she could hear his retort, a hand reached out and struck her harshly across the face. Ding ping ping you? What are you pretending to be so virtuous for, Jiang Lanlan? Qian Xiao's interest in you is merely a courtesy. Just obediently dine with him tonight, and you'll reap the rewards. Deng Pingping, who had never been fond of other girls, was once a clean and innocent girl herself. However, by a twist of fate, she caught Qian Ci's eye. With her parents frequently away on business, she found herself alone at home, and Qian Ci, along with a few dubious friends, trailed her home. From that moment, her descent into depravity began. Each encounter with Qian Ci reminded her of that night of despair, while her friends remained untainted. She resented being the only one to have fallen, and thus Deng Pingping became part of Qian Ci's entourage. Chapter 17. A hero saves the fair maiden. Given their past as classmates, it was impossible for Ji Linxiao to stand idly by in the face of danger. Although it was a hassle, he decided to accompany Chen Mornian in search of the girls. They arrived at the entrance of the Luliang Hotel. Hello, do you have a reservation? It's a private room booked by Qian Ci. Let me check. Is it Mr. Qian? Your reserved room is for the evening. It's not yet time. And there are other guests inside. Would you like to return later? Ah, sure, my apologies. With the evening's reservation still pending. They were left pondering the whereabouts of Jiang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu when the receptionist rushed out. Gentlemen, Mr. Qian just called to cancel the reservation. I thought you might want to know. Thank you so much. Our phones were stolen, and we haven't been able to contact anyone, Chen Mornian replied gratefully. He rummaged through his pocket and found only a single dollar bill, handing it to the receptionist. This is a token of appreciation. Oh, thank you so much. The receptionist exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. $1 was a fortune to her. Back in the car, both men fell into contemplation. His cancellation must mean he is aware we know the hotel's address and is trying to keep us from finding them. That is possible. Or perhaps he has already succeeded and no longer needs the dinner. I'll call some of our acquaintances to find out. Chen Mornian pulled out his phone, dialing a contact from high school. Yes. Oh, thank you. Xiao Gu, they've changed locations. They are now at. Where? Chen Mornian chuckled as he spoke. They're at your territory. The dinner has been moved to noon, and they're on their way. Ji Linxiao called Tang Jingyu, asking for assistance at the Four Seasons Hotel. Xiao Gu is stirring up trouble again. I love it, I'm on my way. Upon arriving at the Four Seasons Hotel, Ji Linxiao inquired with the manager, who informed him that Qian Ci had just arrived with a large group, renting the hotel's largest private room. They reviewed the surveillance footage, confirming the attendees included Qian Ci, Jiang Lanlan, Yu Xiaoyu, Tao Tao, Deng Pingping, and several other girls. They appeared to be acting as if in conflict, thus evading suspicion from other guests. Clearly, these girls were also past victims. Take me to the room they're in. Ji Linxiao instructed the manager, just as Tang Jingyu arrived. What is happening? Tell me. Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes, introducing them. This is Tang Jingyu, my right-hand man. This is Chen Mornian, my childhood friend. The two men hit it off immediately, sharing a camaraderie that felt like a long-awaited reunion as Chen Mornian recounted the day's events. Wow, this guy really knows how to indulge. He's a total scoundrel, trust me. At the door of the private room, Ji Linxiao pushed against it, finding it locked. So he knocked twice. Who is there? Chen Mornian quickly raised his voice, adopting a higher pitch. It's me, Qian Xiao. Hurry, open up. I'm late due to traffic. Moments later, the door swung open, but as the occupants caught sight of the three men, they hastily attempted to shut it. Tang Jingyu kicked the door, sending it and its occupants tumbling. Why the rush to close the door? Are you afraid of the law enforcement? Ji Linxiao stepped inside to find Jiang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu bound to chairs, their mouths gagged. Jiang Lanlan's clothing was in tatters, her face streaked with tears and marked by red handprints, while Yu Xiaoyu bore similar marks, albeit slightly better off. Upon seeing Ji Linxiao and the others, they broke down, whimpering helplessly. How could you be so brazen, kidnapping in broad daylight without a shred of decency? Qian Ci, noticing the intrusion, shouted for the nearby thugs to expel them. Such audacity. Just 3 of you dare to play the hero? Today, Qian Yu will teach you a lesson. The thugs moved forward at Qian Ci's command, while Tang Jingyu cracked his neck and wrists. It's been too long since I've had a real challenge. Who dares provoke me? Chen Mornian too was unwilling to back down. But Ji Linxiao restrained him. These men are formidable. You won't stand a chance. I'll handle this. Reluctantly, Chen Mornian complied, quietly slipping past the chaos unfolding as Ji Linxiao intended for him to join in, only to be dissuaded by the system warning him that these men were trained fighters. They would crush Chen Mornian as easily as stepping on ants. His physical prowess was a mere fraction compared to theirs. Tang Jingyu wasted no time, throwing punches at the thugs, while Ji Linxiao, observing their movements, transformed his clenched fist into an open palm, delivering precise strikes to the ribs and swiftly countering with a strike to the groin, shattering their defenses. One thug cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Ji Linxiao, hearing the sound of wind behind him, did not turn around. Instead, he crouched down, pivoted, and delivered a sweeping kick to his adversary. Even as the foe fell, he did not forget to launch a powerful punch downward. However, the sheer number of burly men was overwhelming. Qian Xi had brought nearly 20 of them, specifically to prevent anyone from intervening. As Ji Linxiao and Tang Jingyu's stamina waned, the enemy still had 5 or 6 men left, and more were rising from the ground, struggling to stand. Don't move, or I will kill him. Everyone turned to see Chen Mornian gripping Qian Xi's throat with one hand while twisting his left arm behind his back. Qian Xi's face was already flushed crimson. Get away from me. Strangled by Chen Mornian, Qian Xi gasped for air, hastily ordering his burly men to step aside, fearing that Chen Mornian would tighten his grip and exacerbate his suffering. Noticing the burly men retreating, Chen Mornian slightly loosened his grip on Qian Xi's throat, allowing him to breathe deeply. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mornian, you are quite ruthless. Initially, Chen Mornian had not anticipated this turn of events. He had intended to untie the two girls. With everyone's attention diverted to the chaos, he had planned to stealthily approach from behind the crowd to assist them. However, witnessing Ji Linxiao and Tang Jingyu's diminishing strength, he acted impulsively in a moment of passion. Chen Mornian's eyes had turned bloodshot as he recalled the time they had fought together. Ji Linxiao had sustained injuries, and he remembered the incident when a girl from school had passed him a love letter, only for him to be dragged behind the school to an abandoned storage room, where he was thrown to the ground by ill-intentioned individuals, bound and subjected to humiliation. You pretty boy, what makes you worthy of my womaness affection? Is it your prowess? Strip him and let us see what attracts that wretched girl to him. Several delinquent youths had approached, preparing to strip him of his pants. At that moment, Ji Linxiao, unaware of the situation, frantically searched for Chen Mornian, finally locating him just as his pants were about to be removed. Hurry, run. Chen Mornian urged, fearing the overwhelming number of adversaries would endanger Ji Linxiao. Earlier, someone had informed Ji Linxiao that Chen Mornian had been taken by a group of delinquents. On his way to find him, he had picked up a sturdy stick, and upon arriving at the storage room, he discovered the door locked. With a forceful swing, he smashed the door open and brandished the stick against the delinquents, even managing to destroy their recording device amid the scuffle. Yet, outnumbered, Ji Linxiao's stick was ultimately wrested from him, leading to him being knocked unconscious. The sight of Ji Linxiao lying motionless on the ground sent the delinquents into a panic, causing them to flee. From that moment on, Chen Mornian vowed never to allow Ji Linxiao to face danger alone again. Brothers should share both fortune and adversity. Untie them. Chen Mornian shouted at Qian Xi. In response, Qian Xi hastily signaled for his men to release Zhang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu. Zhang Lanlan ran to Ji Linxiao, throwing her arms around his, sobbing uncontrollably, while Yu Xiaoyu quietly expressed her gratitude. Behind you. Ji Linxiao's eyes widened in alarm. Chen Mornian, unable to turn in time, was struck unconscious by Deng Pingping, blood spilling onto the floor. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Deng Pingping grabbed a decorative vase and smashed it over Chen Mornian's head. When Ji Linxiao turned around, he saw Deng Pingping standing behind Chen Mornian. Qian Xi, now free, shook his arms and rubbed his throat, pleased with Deng Pingping's actions. Well done, Deng Pingping. You shall receive a reward later. He glanced back at Chen Mornian on the ground and kicked him viciously. Chen Mornian groaned in pain, feeling dizzy and nauseous, his vision spinning. None of you are leaving today. Most of the burly men who had fallen had now risen, surrounding the 4 of them. The commotion had drawn the attention of a server who promptly reported to the manager, who, upon realizing his major shareholder was being assaulted in his establishment, immediately contacted Zheng Yongnian to relay the situation. Upon hearing that his benefactor's brother and his own subordinates had been attacked, Zheng Yongnian quickly gathered a few men and rushed to the Four Seasons Hotel. As the 4 were encircled, Zheng Yongnian arrived at the entrance. Who dares to touch my brother on my turf? Zheng Yongnian's men, seasoned fighters, swiftly subdued the burly men, along with a few girls and Qian Xi. Who are you to treat me like this? I'll have my father deal with you. Qian Xi threatened, but Zheng Yongnian dismissed his threats. He assessed Ji Linxiao and Tang Jingyu's injuries, breathing a sigh of relief that they were not severely harmed and that he had arrived in time. "Zhengge, it's Mornian." Zheng Yongnian turned back, seeing Chen Mornian lying in a pool of blood. He rushed over to inspect the wound on his head, which was bleeding profusely, and called for a clean, disinfected cloth to apply pressure to the injury. "You and your family should prepare for a long night." With that, he scooped up Chen Mornian and hurried toward the exit, instructing his men, "Not a single one is to leave. Keep an eye on them." He then called for Ji Linxiao, hastily driving Chen Mornian to the city hospital. Tang Jingyu, relishing the sight of Qian Ci pinned to the ground, felt a surge of satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had been suppressed and humiliated, and now he crouched before Qian Ci, patting his face. "Oh, what's the matter? Weren't you quite vocal a moment ago?" Qian Ci glared at him, unable to express his rage, realizing that any attempt to speak would only intensify the grip of those holding him down. Tang Jingyu then approached Deng Pingping, gesturing for her to be lifted. He grasped her chin, forcing her to face him. "You were quite the tough one earlier, smashing vases. ISNT that attempted murder? I hope to see you still blooming in there." He patted his backside, pulled up a chair, and sat down, observing the chaos while ordering someone to repair the door, as the scene might frighten dining guests. "Do you understand where you went wrong?" Tang Jingyu asked, taking a cigarette from a bystander and pointing it at Qian Ci. "Where did I go wrong? I did nothing wrong." Qian Ci struggled to rise, but the weight of those pressing him down only intensified, and he spat out blood. "What wrong have I done? I merely had some fun with these women. What is the big deal? I paid them, didn't I? They were all waiting for me." After all, Tang Jingyu smoked quietly, staring at him without a word, then turned his gaze to Deng Pingping, curious about why she would align herself with such a scoundrel. Deng Pingping bit her lip and lowered her head, remaining silent, while the girls nearby implored Tang Jingyu, crying and claiming they would do anything for him, hoping to elicit his mercy and be spared. The cacophony of their sobs and absurd assurances exasperated Tang Jingyu, prompting him to find some cloth to silence them all. "Now, pray that Chen Mornian is all right, and see if Ji Linxiao will spare you." Jiang Lanlan had intended to follow Ji Linxiao, but he did not wait for her, and her legs weakened under the tension, leaving her to quietly endure the situation. Yu Xiaoyu gradually regained her composure after a while. She walked in front of Deng Pingping and asked the people behind her if she could have a few words with Deng Pingping. Upon receiving a nod from Tang Jingyu, they removed the towel from Deng Pingping's mouth. "What? Are you here to mock me? Are you satisfied now?" Deng Pingping laughed self-deprecatingly. Yu Xiaoyu silently gazed at her, unable to comprehend why Deng Pingping would act in such a manner. The room fell into a profound silence until suddenly Yu Xiaoyu spoke. "Why? Why do you ask me why?" Deng Pingping almost hysterically shouted back at her with laughter. "Why is it that only I am sullied while you all live in cleanliness? I refuse to accept this. I want all of you to share in my filth. Go and disgust yourselves with your existence." With a sharp slap, Yu Xiaoyu struck Deng Pingping, who stared at her in disbelief. This seemingly frail girl had dared to hit her. "I've finished my questions. You may continue to silence her." "Thank you." Yu Xiaoyu gestured to those behind her, and the person holding Deng Pingping promptly shoved the towel back into her mouth, along with the profanities she had yet to utter. Chapter 18. The sun shines. The Qian family will soon chill. Thunder rumbled outside as a torrential downpour began, accompanied by flashes of lightning, casting a pall over people's spirits. Zheng Yongnian sat at the door of the operating room, watching Ji Linxiao pace back and forth. "Linxiao, why not take a seat and rest? You have injuries as well." "Brother Zheng, you're my only brother." "Foolish child, what are you rambling on about? Emon Nian is a fortunate child. He will be fine. No matter how anxious you are, it is futile. Everything depends on the doctors and fate." Ji Linxiao sat beside Zheng Yongnian, his hands tightly clasped together. Throughout his life, he had never been without Chen Monian, and he could not fathom how he would manage if Chen Monian were no longer by his side. Zheng Yongnian gently placed a hand on Ji Linxiao's back, softly reassuring him. "In our world of brotherhood, loyalty is paramount. I have always regarded you both as my brothers. As long as you do not betray me, you will forever be my brothers." The lights in the operating room dimmed, and the doctors wheeled Chen Monian out, preparing to transfer him to a recovery room. Ji Linxiao dashed forward. "Doctor, how is my brother?" "Don't be anxious, young man. The surgery was very successful. He received 8 stitches on his head and has a moderate concussion. He just needs to rest in the hospital for a while. During this time, he should stick to a light diet." Ji Linxiao looked at the pale-faced Chen Monian, his head bandaged. "As long as he is all right, that's all that matters." Zheng Yongnian arranged for Chen Monian to be placed in the most luxurious single room, even hiring a caregiver to look after him. "Host, while this may not be an occasion for congratulations, you have successfully activated the task. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them." Task details. Deliver a painful lesson to the nefarious individuals who provoke you and exact revenge for your comrades. Time limit, 5 days. Task rewards, stamina potions, x5. Mental strength potions, x5. Even without the system assigning him a task, Ji Linxiao was determined to teach that group a lesson. However, the rewards offered by the system would serve to enhance his own capabilities and provide Chen Manian with some means of self-protection. Brother, I need to return for a while. Let's go together, Zheng Yongyan said, having stood up after typing something on his phone, ready to accompany Ji Linxiao. We'll head directly to the precinct. I've already had my men deliver them there, and with the evidence I've gathered, it should be enough to ensure they spend at least 3 to 5 years behind bars. The ringleader can forget about ever getting out. Zheng Yongyan drove Ji Linxiao to the N-City precinct, during which he received a phone call on speaker. Boss, the Qian family is trying to use their connections to demand the release of their people, even involving the mayor's secretary. What should we do? Delay them? I'm on my way. Ji Linxiao sat quietly, contemplating how to deal with the Qian family. Zheng Yongyan seemed to sense Ji Linxiao's concern. Do not worry. The Qian family is not a formidable clan in N-City. Since they dared to touch my people here, they must be prepared to face my wrath. Ji Linxiao remained silent, gazing out the window. He realized he was still too weak, lacking power and influence. When confronted with certain families, he found himself at a standstill, relying solely on Zheng Yongyan's backing. He needed to hasten the establishment of his own influence. Inside the precinct. Do you hear me? Now, immediately, release my son. You might still keep that uniform, or else prepare to lose it. Shao Li, one must be pragmatic. Stubbornness can harm your family. The mayor's secretary stood beside the chief, looking disdainfully at the officer as he tried to persuade this insignificant civil servant. How dare a mere clerk defy him? If they did not release the suspect, all the benefits from the Qian family would vanish. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Hurry up and release him. Do not waste my time. All right, you take a seat and rest. I'll bring him out shortly, the precinct chief said, putting on a fawning demeanor toward the mayor's secretary, aware that a single word from him could jeopardize his position. Chief Peng, are you really going to release a criminal? How are we common folk supposed to live? Zheng Yongyan entered with Ji Linxiao, sarcastically addressing Chief Peng, who silently cursed in his heart. Damn it, the living Yama has arrived. Ah, isn't this Mr. Zheng? What brings you here? The members of the Qian family and the mayor's secretary turned to look. Few in N-City had not heard of Zheng Yongyan's name. Quite the coincidence. The second son of the Qian family, Qian Kailai, had surely heard of him. What do you mean? Are you saying my son is a bad person? I never said that. You attached that label yourself. You. The mayor's secretary was aware of Zheng Yongyan's connections, which included his brothers and relatives, and he could not afford to offend him, yet he was reluctant to forsake the benefits from the Qian family. Mr. Zheng, you see, the one who hit him wasn't Ti Qian Xiao, it was that girl. Why don't we let this go and settle it privately, as a favor to me? Get lost. Who do you think you are? No one is to be released. Qian Kailai, hearing that someone wanted his son to be imprisoned, could hardly contain his anger and charged forward, only to be stopped by the mayor's secretary. Zheng Yongyan was known for his heavy-handedness. If he harmed someone, the benefits would be forfeited, and the Qian family would come looking for him. Why not just keep him in for a few days? Let him learn a lesson. Qian Eri, don't be impulsive. We're in the wrong here. Someone witnessed Qian Xiao kidnapping someone in broad daylight. Qian Kailai calmed down, pondering that his son had indeed been spoiled beyond measure. He had committed countless misdeeds. Allowing him to spend a couple of days in there might teach him a lesson and resolve the matter. Very well then, let us proceed with that. Zheng Yongyan found their banter amusing. With the evidence in hand, it would be a disgrace not to sentence them to life imprisonment for their actions. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Linxiao stopped him. Since Chen Manian had been beaten, the standard smile that had adorned Ji Linxiao's face had vanished. Upon seeing these sycophantic individuals, he could no longer muster a smile. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he regarded the two clowns before him. Are you certain? Ji Linxiao's voice carried a hint of questioning, making the two before him feel uncomfortable. They could tolerate Zheng Yongyan's stern demeanor, but a mere child dared to confront them. Humph, do not be ungrateful. Fine, brother, let us go. Upon hearing the small child refer to Zheng Yongyan as brother, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet, he quickly rationalized that Zheng Yongyan would not jeopardize his relationships with so many for the sake of an unexpectedly surfaced younger sibling. As they exited the precinct, Zheng Yongyan cast a perplexed glance at him. Lin Xiao, why did you stop me just now? Do you have something on your mind? Well, their entire family behaves this way. Even if evidence were presented, they would likely concoct excuses. Merely confining him for life would be too lenient. I intend to strip him of wealth and power, leaving him in utter disgrace. Very well, what do you propose? Ji Linxiao leaned closer to Zheng Yongyan's ear and whispered his plan. Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements. Do not forget about tomorrow's auction. If you miss it, there will be no second chance. All right, I shall remember. Zhenggu, please take me to the hospital. I wish to keep Chun Monyan company. After depositing Ji Lin Xiao at the hospital, Zheng Yongnian commenced the execution of Ji Lin Xiao's scheme. In the hospital room, upon seeing Ji Lin Xiao arrive, the nurse instinctively stepped outside, granting him space. He approached Chun Imonian's bedside and sat down. She was already awake. How do you feel? My head aches and I feel a bit dizzy. Why are you so flustered? Ugh. Never mind. Perhaps it's best you refrain from speaking for now. What about Jiang Lanlan and Yu Xiaoyu? They were a bit startled and have been taken to the hotel to rest. Chun Imonian lay back, gazing at the ceiling of the hospital room, the sharp scent of disinfectant assaulting her senses. The medication's effects were just beginning to wane, and her head throbbed painfully. She wished to say something, but lacked the strength. Imonian, leave this to us. I will ensure she pays for her actions. At that moment, Zheng Yongnian was diligently fulfilling Ji Lin Xiao's plan. He owned a media outlet and edited the unfavorable information he had gathered into a sensational piece titled The Unspeakable Affairs of the Young Master of the Qian Family. The Qian family had a food company, and should such scandalous news break, their stock would undoubtedly plummet. Furthermore, Zheng Yongnian utilized his connections to sever all commercial ties with the Qian family, ensuring their goods would rot in the factory. Of course, they wouldn't be liable for any breach of contract. Zheng Yongnian had enlisted the finest lawyers in Longwood to scrutinize every contract for potential loopholes that could sever the Qian family's lifeline. By afternoon, the Qian family's patriarch received an influx of calls at home, lawyers claiming contract issues, business partners wanting to terminate collaborations, and others warning that the Qian family had offended the wrong individuals, resulting in a complete breakdown of business relationships in N-City. In a moment of panic, Qian Kanan thought of his ineffectual younger brother and promptly called their father. Father, Kai Lai has caused trouble again. You must do something about him. If this continues, our family will be ruined. All our partners are calling to sever ties, and they claim our contracts are problematic. Humph. If Kai Lai is in trouble, it is your failure as an elder brother. Don't you understand that as the oldest, you should guide him? What do you expect me to do? If we terminate these partnerships, our goods will spoil in the warehouse. That is your responsibility. Since the family business has been entrusted to you, you must bear the consequences. Besides, how do you know it was Kai Lai's fault? Perhaps you have offended someone as well? Father, Qian Kanan, momentarily at a loss for words, was taken aback by such blatant favoritism. Despite being biological brothers, was he not also his father's son? Qian Kanan had worked diligently for years, devoted to the family. How could he be eclipsed by the aimless Qian Kai Lai? Just as he was about to retort, his secretary burst in. Mr. Qian, it's bad. Young Master Qian Ci is trending on social media. What? Show me. The top 4 trending topics were all related to Qian Ci. 1. Scandal. Inappropriate video of the young master of the Qian family leaked. 2. Breaking. Multiple young women have come forward to accuse the young master of the Qian family of misconduct. 3. Scandal. The young master of the Qian family is known to be promiscuous. 4. Scandal. Qian Ci and his father, Qian Kai Lai, share a woman. Qian Kanan felt overwhelmed by the barrage of headlines. Hurry, suppress this. Mr. Qian, we are trying, but public response is too intense. Another media outlet is continuously exposing this and buying trending spots. It is impossible to contain. Which media outlet? It appears to be one under Zheng Yongnian. Zheng Yongnian. Qian Kai Lai, indulging in a life of leisure at home, had never bothered to learn about the ruthless Zheng Yongnian, but Qian Kanan, who was always focused on business, certainly recognized the name. Father, did you hear? He has offended Zheng Yongnian. What should I do? A heavy silence enveloped the line, and after a moment, the call was abruptly terminated. Quickly, find out where Zheng Yongnian is. I must personally apologize and bring that wretched Kai Lai to me immediately. The turmoil within the Qian family was no longer Zheng Yongnian's concern. He ordered a pot of plain rice porridge to be prepared for his visit to the hospital. By evening, the skies had cleared, and Zheng Yongnian arrived at the hospital to visit Chen Imonian. Zhenggu, is Imonian feeling better? I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you have not suffered too greatly. I'm fine. Had it not been for your timely arrival, both Lin Xiao and I might have been in dire straits. Come. Have you eaten? Drink some rice porridge. Ji Lin Xiao helped Chen Imonian sit up slowly, took the porridge from Zheng Yongnian, opened the lid, blew on it, and fed her spoonful by spoonful. Brother, this is delicious. Chen Imonian smiled, only to subsequently retch. Ugh ugh, is it really that good? Ji Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh at their antics. Quite normal. A concussion often induces nausea. Eating a few bites and then throwing up still counts as having consumed something. Zheng Yongnian observed as Chen Imonian finished the porridge and lay back down. Then called Ji Lin Xiao outside. Everything is in motion. The situation is already escalating. Numerous victims in N-City have spontaneously organized a group specifically for this matter. Let us hope for justice for these young women. I hear there are quite a few men in the group as well. Do not dwell on it. After some time, the Qian family will surely become the target of public wrath. It is a pity for their patriarch, but we must return. It is getting late. And remember the auction early tomorrow. Ji Lin Xiao glanced through the window of the hospital room at the now slumbering Chun Imonyan and nodded, offering a few words of instruction to the nurse before departing. At the Qian family estate, Neil, Qian Kanan slapped Qian Kai Lai across the face, and Qian Kai Lai looked at him in disbelief. Brother, you hit me. How can you strike your own brother? The family patriarch, in a wheelchair, interposed himself in front of Qian Kai Lai. Father, even now you defend him. Look at the chaos online. Father and son share a woman. The scandalous headlines are rampant, and countless individuals have come forward to accuse him. Qian Kai Lai dismissively retorted, they only want money. If we pay them enough, they will quiet down. After all, you have plenty. Money, money, money. Do you dare to speak of money to me? Because of you too, all our partners have severed ties. Qian Kai Lai looked at his brother in confusion, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his brother's anger. So what if we lost those partnerships? We can always find new ones, can't we? Qian Kanan's irritation grew as he pushed aside their father's wheelchair and delivered a kick to Qian Kai Lai. Do you truly believe new partners will just appear? I tell you, not only in N-City, but even neighboring cities have announced they will no longer work with the Qian family. Our external loans remain unpaid. The old master Qian was no longer calm. He had originally intended to resolve the matter with a bit of money, selling the goods elsewhere, and returning to N-City to seek partners once the commotion had subsided. What about the penalty for breach of contract? Surely, he could manage to repay the loans. Qian Kanan let out a cold laugh. Huh, breach of contract? They have engaged the best lawyer, Zhang San, who specializes in exploiting loopholes in contracts. There will be no penalty whatsoever. Old Master Qian slumped from his wheelchair, opening his hand and delivering a forceful slap to Qian Kai Lai's face with all his might. You ungrateful wretch. Puff. Old Master Qian spat out blood and lost consciousness. Qian Kanan turned away, no longer wishing to look at them, instructing the butler to carry the old master back to bed and summon the family doctor, leaving Qian Kai Lai sprawled on the ground as he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 19. The auction dominates the scene. Ji Lin Xiao rose early as usual for his morning run. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful, earning 100 points. Current point balance, 400. Today's interest of 137 yuan has been credited to your account. What is the current situation of the Qian family? After a full afternoon and night of fermentation, all partners have severed ties with the Qian family, and their stock has plummeted to its lowest point, likely to hit the limit down within half a day. Very well. Once it hits the limit down, I shall send someone to acquire the Qian family. Is the host truly so benevolent? An acquisition? They are now drowning in debt. And Brother Zheng has also issued a warning. No one is permitted to acquire them. Thus, even if they are unwilling, they must sell. Ji Lin Xiao retrieved a few of his scant suits from the wardrobe, trying them on. It seems a butler is indeed necessary. Once the central villa is completed, managing such a large house alone will be unfeasible. Dining, cleaning, acquiring clothing, and furnishing the home all require assistance. Once I resolve my current affairs and find some leisure, I shall seek someone. The immediate priority lies with the land auction. Ji Lin Xiao descended to the basement and casually selected a pearly ice cream-colored mulson before heading out. Upon arriving at the address provided by Zheng Yongnian, he spotted Tang Jingyu waiting at the entrance. Why did you arrive so late? Hurry, hurry. The boss is already inside waiting for you. Noticing Ji Lin Xiao exiting the car, he quickly beckoned the valet to take care of parking. Did I arrive late? Wasn't it supposed to start at 10 o'clock? It's not even 9:30 yet. The boss wants to introduce you to a few individuals, so please step inside. Tang Jingyu pulled Ji Lin Xiao in, and upon entering, they found Zheng Yongnian engaged in conversation with two men of similar age, flanked by several bodyguards. Ah, Lin Xiao has arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my newly acknowledged younger brother, Ji Lin Xiao. You two must not bully him. Lin Xiao, these are your other two brothers, Li Luoyang and Du Xiuqi. Ji Lin Xiao glanced at the two men before extending a friendly hand in greeting, internally prompting the system to investigate their backgrounds. Brotherly. Brother Du Li Luoyang eagerly pulled Ji Lin Xiao into a chair, patting his back in a warm welcome. So you're Ji Lin Xiao? I've heard so much about you from the boss. Calling me brotherly feels too distant. Let us hear you call me third brother. Li Luoyang, being the youngest among the three, had always referred to them as brothers, and now, finally, he had someone younger to call him brother. He could relish in the joy of being a protective older sibling. In contrast to Li Luoyang's exuberance, Du Xiuqi exuded a more cultured demeanor, though one might find that assumption perilous. Du Xiuqi politely extended his hand to shake Ji Lin Xiao's, while Li Luoyang was more direct, enthusiastically engaging with Ji Lin Xiao and patting his back as a sign of camaraderie. Luoyang, be gentle. Can't you see you've turned the little brother's face red? Li Luoyang's powerful claps nearly left Ji Linxiao's bones rattling, and upon noticing Ji Linxiao's flushed complexion, he hurriedly poured him a glass of water and patted his back soothingly. I got too excited. Third brother, I apologize. Whatever you want today, just say the word, and I'll buy it for you. Zheng Yongnian chuckled from the side. Ha ha. Third brother, don't you fear biting your tongue with such words? Your little brother is far wealthier than you. He is here for that parcel of land today. Are you willing to bleed a little for yourself? Oh well. Li Luoyang scratched his head awkwardly. Ji Linxiao could tell that Li Luoyang meant well, albeit a bit too fervently. How about you treat me to a meal later? I've digested my breakfast and am quite hungry now. That sounds good. I'll take you to enjoy some fine cuisine. The host has gathered information, including updates on Zheng Yongnian's profile. Zheng Yongnian, gender, male, age, 37, nickname, living king of hell, power stats, 46, 67, 42, a prominent entrepreneur in N City, adept at maneuvering in both legitimate and illicit realms, with a wife holding a government position in the White Circle. Du Xiuqi, gender, male, age, 35, nickname, smiling Azura, power stats, 50, 80, 38, a well-known figure in N City. Even mayors show him respect, thriving in the political arena, primarily handling affairs in the White Circle among the three brothers. Li Luoyang, gender, male, age, 32, nickname, violent executioner, power stats, 77, 38, 35, an idol among the local ruffians in N City, known for his brute force in fights, responsible for managing the underworld among the three brothers. After the system update, the host has access to a broader range of data, automatically updating the comprehensive human power stats, 40, 55, 30. As the conversation flowed, time slipped away, and the group made their way into the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this auction. I am your auctioneer, Lucy. Without further ado, let us display on the big screen our first parcel of land, a newly developed area in the western suburbs of N City, soon to be serviced by a subway line, making it a rare and promising opportunity. The starting bid is set at 90 yuan. Each increment must not be less than 10 yuan. I bid 90. Step aside 100. Apologies, everyone, but we'll take it at 120, 130, 180 for the first time, 180 for the second time, 180 for the third time, sold. Congratulations to number 16 for acquiring the first parcel at 180 yuan. Now, let us move on to the second piece of land. Ji Linxiao, seated among the audience, found himself bored as he watched the auction unfold, wondering when the land he desired would come up for bidding. Brother, didn't you mention wanting to buy a piece of land? Zheng Yongnian's expression grew serious. He hadn't anticipated the first parcel to soar to such heights, especially since the subsequent plots would only escalate in price. Yes, not yet. Our plan is for either plot 3 or 7. We must secure at least one. Why the furrowed brow, brother? The first parcel has already fetched such a high price. Who knows if the next ones will double in bidding? I'm concerned that the price may exceed the land's worth. Are you worried about not having enough funds? Not exactly. Li Luoyang leaned in, whispering to Ji Linxiao. He is just worried that the second brother, that stingy fellow, will nag him for days about overpaying. Third brother, what are you whispering about? How about we practice some sparring when we return today? I was just telling Linxiao how handsome you are. Du Xiuqi ignored him, continuing to explain to Ji Linxiao. We are entrusted with numerous enterprises, and since our elder brother previously granted you shares, you should have acquired some understanding of the situation. We must ensure that our funds remain adequate even in unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, should we expend a substantial amount of money all at once, it could be exploited by those with ill intentions to undermine our enterprises. My esteemed brothers need not worry about financial matters. Any expenses exceeding the budget can be entrusted to me. Just as Du Xiuqi was about to politely decline, he heard Li Luoyang heartily agree. Wonderful. Then it shall be left to Lin Xia. Upon uttering this, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if something was watching him from behind. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, he mused, adjusting his clothing, thinking that he might be underdressed. Du Xiuqi chose to remain silent, under ample financial circumstances. Acquiring the land was indeed a fortuitous outcome, especially since Ji Linxiao also held shares. At worst, when the year-end bonuses were distributed, he could simply grant him a generous red envelope. With Ji Linxiao's assistance, the plots numbered 3 and 7 were successfully secured. Zheng Yongnian led Du Xiuqi aside to discuss land planning, leaving Li Luoyang to attend to Ji Linxiao. Finally, the moment of exhilaration arrived. I knew that many present were here for the last piece of land. It is well known that the Western District is the most prosperous area in N City, and even suburban plots fetch high prices, let alone those in the urban core. Lucy wasted no time and declared, the starting bid for the 12th plot in the western urban area is 500 yuan. Each bid must exceed the previous one by no less than 10 yuan. Let the auction commence. 510, 550, 600, do not contest with me. Apologies, but I shall bid 650. This land is ours. Li Luoyang observed the excited crowd and then glanced at the composed Ji Linxiao, who was leisurely perched with his legs crossed, enjoying some fruit of unknown origin. Linxiao, why aren't you bidding? It's rather tiresome to follow their lead. I shall wait until they have nearly exhausted their offers before I make mine. Li Luoyang nodded in understanding and joined Ji Linxiao in calmly savoring the fruit. I bid 800, 810. Do you really intend to compete with the Fong family? Humph. What is the Fong family to me? I represent the Wang family. The representative of the Fong family clenched his teeth, realizing that they could not match the financial might of the Wang family. However, securing this plot could elevate their fortunes significantly once operational. It would yield returns in a year or two. Humph. This is an auction, and he who bids highest shall prevail. 820. You. I bid 850. 860. The Fong family representative gritted his teeth. They could not compete with the Wang family in terms of financial resources. After several rounds, 920. Will the Fong family continue? Humph. The Fong representative shrugged and exited the auction hall, having reached the limit set by his family, unable to secure the land. He would have to return and face the consequences. The Wang family representative smiled and gestured to the audience. Thank you, everyone. 920 yuan, first call. Linxia, Li Luoyang. Neglecting the fruit, hurriedly tugged at Ji Linxiao's sleeve. Ji Linxiao offered him a reassuring glance. It was time for him to take center stage. 920, second call. 931. A voice interrupted the auctioneer's hammering as a young boy raised his bidding paddle. An additional 10 yuan. Is that all? Must you prefix it with a 1? The auctioneer thought to herself. 931. Is there anyone else? The Wang family representative's previously smiling demeanor faltered at the sight of someone challenging his family's authority, and he followed the sound to find a mere child. Humph. Are you openly defying the Wang family? Ji Linxiao ignored him and turned to the auctioneer. Shouldn't you be striking the hammer if no one is bidding? The auctioneer, glancing at the Wang family who was hesitant to proceed, felt pressured by Li Luoyang's displeasure. Was the auction house now under the Wang family's dominion? Did the auctioneer need to wait for their approval to strike the hammer? Li Luoyang stood up in a fit of rage, slamming a hand on the table, startling those around him. The Wang family representative's face turned pale as he coldly remarked, since you refuse to give the Wang family face, be prepared to pay the price. Humph. 950. Now it was Ji Linxiao's turn to appear perplexed. Was he not renowned in city? Why was Li Luoyang so aggressive while this individual maintained such an air of superiority? Host. The person is merely an auction representative. There is no need to make it difficult for them. If Zheng Yongnian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the underworld leader. Ji Linxiao, 961, 980, 991, 1001. Ji Linxiao raised an eyebrow. Is that all? I expected more. I shall bid 1001. Gasps filled the room as a staggering increase of 99 yuan was made. What a wealthy individual. You. What of it? If you're wealthy, bid. If not, step aside. I bid 1,110. The Wang family was determined to secure this plot to curry favor with the Lin family's esteemed daughter. 1002. The Wang family representative grew anxious. Was this individual truly possessing such wealth for the auction, or merely inflating the price? Do you truly have such funds? You're not a rival of the Wang family sent to drive up the price, are you? Whispers erupted among the crowd. Could this young fellow genuinely have such resources? Perhaps he was indeed a plant from a competitor of the Wang family. Others nearby advised Ji Linxiao to refrain from further bidding, warning that failing to produce the funds would lead to misfortune. Host, watch me. A notification chimed. 5,000 yuan. The room fell silent, and Ji Linxiao feigned embarrassment as he stood and bowed to those around him. My apologies, I forgot to silence my phone. A commotion ensued as it dawned on everyone that he could receive 5,000 yuan at any moment. How could they possibly compare? At that moment, the Wang family representative's voice rang out again. It can't be that you orchestrated this whole affair, can you? Oh, we will know when the payment is due. 1 tiwi? Humph. 1,300. The Wang family had allocated 1,500 yuan for purchasing, after previously spending over 100 on another plot. They initially intended to reserve some funds for themselves, but now had to invest all of it. 1,500. You. The Wang family representative's face flushed crimson with rage. The task assigned by the family was now impossible to fulfill. Worst case, he'd have to cover a portion out of his own pocket and later seek reimbursement from the Wang family. 1,510. I must ask, uncle, could you not display some dignity? Your bids are rather pathetic. As a man, one ought to be like me. I bid 2,000. The price had quadrupled. The Wang family representative pondered raising the bid, yet felt certain that the enormous sum would not be reimbursed by the family. He reluctantly sat down, glaring at Ji Linxiao. What are you waiting for? Announce it already. Ji Linxiao's words jolted the auctioneer, who had nearly offended an affluent patron. 2,000, first call. 2,000, second call. 2,000, third call. Sold. The auctioneer hastily concluded her speech, as if the words burned her tongue. Congratulations to number 11 for securing our final plot of land. This auction has now concluded. We cordially invite everyone to the hall for a luncheon. A crowd of excited individuals made their way to the dining hall, eager to inquire about the identity of the mysterious patron who had acquired the land in the Western Urban District, hoping to cultivate connections. At that moment, Ji Linxiao had already been dragged by Li Luoyang to a nearby barbecue restaurant, indulging heartily. Chapter 20. The Apology from the Qian Family. The barbecue restaurant. Get 5 portions of this, and add a serving of lettuce. Third brother, can we really finish all this? Of course we can. Li Luoyang, while sizzling the meat that had just been served, stuffed it into his mouth and inquired of Ji Linxiao. Linxiao, how did you amass such wealth? Teach me. I too wish to become exceedingly rich. I impulsively bought some Bitcoin before, and who knew it would skyrocket? Li Luoyang let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, luck seemed to favor him. Why was he devoid of such fortune? He pondered while continuing to savor the meat. Yummy, yummy. Halfway through his meal, Li Luoyang's phone rang. Li Luoyang, where have you taken Lin Xiao to fool around? Big brother. We're at the barbecue restaurant on the next street. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Oh, and don't forget to order more meat. Li Luoyang pouted and summoned the waiter to place another order. Soon, Zheng Yongnian arrived with Du Xiuqi in tow. Upon entering, he playfully tapped Li Luoyang on the back of his head. You rascal. Didn't you find anything to eat at the hotel? Why drag Lin Xiao around? We searched for you for ages. Barbecue is far tastier than what's at the banquet. Don't even start. Zheng Yongnian pretended to scold him, causing Li Luoyang to hurriedly protect his head and seek refuge in the restroom. What a guy? Big brother, second brother. Why are you here? Didn't you eat at the banquet? We were just discussing the auction, and when it was about to conclude, we thought to wait in the banquet hall for you to join us and introduce you to some peers. But after waiting for ages, we found out you ran off as soon as the auction ended. Ji Linxiao scratched his head and chuckled. So are we going back? Back? Not a chance. We'll discuss that another time. While grilling meat, Du Xiuqi began to place portions onto Zheng Yongnian and Ji Linxiao's plates. Zheng Yongnian quickly devoured a few bites, nearly starving. Oh, by the way, I just received news that the Qian family stocks have plummeted, and they've even been trying to contact me. I ignored them. Do you want to meet with them? Ji Linxiao contemplated. Host, the Qian family stocks have now hit the limit down, and they are heavily in debt. You can acquire the Qian family at the lowest price. What use is acquiring the Qian family when they are in such disarray? Of course, to humiliate them. All right, let us meet and see what they have to say. Then eat quickly. I'll take you there shortly. After Zheng Yongnian and Ji Linxiao finished their meal, they departed. It was only after they had left in their car that Li Luoyang stealthily returned to his seat. Second brother, have they left? Yes, they have. Phew. You scared me. Good. They're gone. I can continue eating. Wait, where's my meat? Du Xiuqi calmly replied as he stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, not quite sure. Li Luoyang cursed and called the waiter again to order several more plates of meat. The Qian family's old mansion. Oh my goodness, Mr. Zheng. We have finally awaited your arrival. Upon hearing that Zheng Yongnian had arrived, Qian Canaan hurriedly came to the door to greet him. Even the elderly Qian patriarch called for a servant to push his wheelchair to the entrance. Mr. Qian, what is the meaning of all this? I cannot afford such treatment. Zheng Yongnian brushed aside Qian Canaan's overly eager hand and directly walked into the room, taking a seat on the sofa alongside Ji Linxiao. Qian Canaan quickly signaled a servant to pour them tea. Mr. Zheng, you must be weary. Have a cup of tea to soothe your throat. And this gentleman is? Seeing Ji Linxiao seated with Zheng Yongnian, Qian Canaan surmised his status was not ordinary. This is my younger brother, Ji. Mr. Ji, it's an honor to meet you. Ji Linxiao chuckled. May I ask, how long has this honor been in existence? Qian Canaan felt a bit embarrassed. Did this young man not understand such pleasantries? Yet, he dared not show any displeasure in front of Zheng Yongnian, especially since the fate of their family now rested in his hands. However, Qian Canaan's temper flared. Who do you think you are? Just a younger brother, and yet you dare speak here. Ji Linxiao abruptly stood, startling Qian Canaan, who flinched at the sight. Dusting off his clothes, Ji Linxiao cast a disdainful glance at Qian Canaan. Brother, let us depart. It seems the Qian family is as expected. Zheng Yongnian also stood, ready to leave with Ji Linxiao. The elderly Qian patriarch, being well versed in the ways of the world, understood that Zheng Yongnian's younger brother had the final say today. He took the cane from a servant and struck Qian Canaan on the back. You ungrateful wretch. Apologize to Mr. Ji at once. Under the patriarch's coercion, Qian Canan reluctantly muttered an apology. I'm sorry. Was there a mosquito buzzing just now? It seems the Qian family is so destitute they can't even afford to install screens on their windows, allowing mosquitoes to enter. Qian Canan's face reddened with fury. But upon seeing his father's threatening glare and his brother's fidgeting hands, he helplessly shouted, I said, I'm sorry. TSK, why shout so loudly? I am not deaf. Ji Linxiao dug into his ears and sat down, wearing a look of disdain as he regarded Qian Canan. The elderly Qian patriarch wheeled himself over to Ji Linxiao's side. Mr. Ji, my son has recognized his mistakes. Would you consider? Ji Linxiao generally respected the elderly, yet he recalled his good brother lying in a hospital bed. A child's lack of education reflects poorly on the father. He was no saint. What exactly did he err in? Pray, enlighten me. He leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, observing the Qian father and son. You. Infuriated, Qian Canan lunged at Ji Linxiao, but was intercepted by Qian Canan. Mr. Ji, indeed. This matter is the Qian family's responsibility, but you cannot be so unreasonable. Unreasonable? Who will reason with my brother lying in the hospital bed? Qian Canan frowned and glanced at Qian Canan, having previously only been informed that his son and a few others had a dispute with a woman that escalated. Without mention of anyone ending up in the hospital, Qian Canan shouted defiantly, Don't slander me. That little bastard was not beaten up by my son. Slap. Zheng Yongyan stepped forward, saying nothing as he delivered a sharp slap to Qian Canan. Little Ji is my brother, and the one in the hospital is also my brother. Has the Qian family grown so bold as to touch my brother? Do you dare to covet my brother's woman? Ji Linxiao felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed Zheng Yongyan had misunderstood the situation. He must clarify it shortly. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Zheng. We were unaware that he was your brother. Enough. There is nothing to discuss here. Whatever matters you have, take them up with my brother. Zheng Yongyan declared, settling down to sip tea. Washing his hands of the matter, Qian Canan turned to Ji Linxiao once more. Mr. Ji, my brother has a bit of a temper, but he has a good heart. I apologize on his behalf. Qian Canan, still seething, wished to curse, but was swiftly silenced by Qian Canan's command to gag him and drag him away. So, what do you desire? Ji Linxiao regarded the family before him with a mocking gaze, finding it utterly ridiculous. A hard-working eldest brother, an utterly inept younger brother, and a paralyzed patriarch. Could you first have that trending topic removed to salvage some reputation? Are you jesting? Clearly, this is a matter you can resolve yourselves. Qian Canan stared at him in confusion, and Ji Linxiao continued. Simply announce that Qian Ci and his father have long been expelled from the family and disavow this relationship. Before Qian Canan could respond, the elderly patriarch furiously thumped his cane on the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It seems that not only is he paralyzed, but his mental faculties are also rather lacking. With such troublesome sons and grandsons, a typical large family would have long severed ties to survive. Yet this old gentleman remains steadfast, clinging to his mindless descendants. How amusing. Qian Canan cast a wry smile at Ji Linxiao. Mr. Ji, do we have any other options? Oh, there is one. I could acquire your company, thus allowing you to settle your debts. Upon hearing this, old Master Qian's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as his youngest son was unharmed, he would accept anything. After all, money could always be earned again by Qian Canan. Very well, let's proceed with that. Someone, come help Mr. Ji draft the contract. No need, I have brought it with me. Please take a look. Ji Linxiao retrieved a contract from the briefcase he had just received and handed it to Old Master Qian. You young rascal are being exceedingly unreasonable. Old Master Qian's face flushed crimson with anger as he pointed a trembling finger at Ji Linxiao, panting heavily. Qian Canan took the contract, only to find it stated a purchase price of 100 yuan. Mr. Ji, isn't that a tad low? My company is worth at least 400 yuan. 400? Are you referring to the peak period of the Qian family? Do you truly believe that your family can still profit from this company now? Or that you can offset debts with unsold inventory? Qian Canan fell into deep contemplation. Their family was currently burdened with debts amounting to 60 yuan. Selling the company for 100 yuan would clear the loans and leave them with some surplus. All right, No. I disagree. 100 is far too little. It should be at least 200 yuan. Old Master Qian interrupted Qian Canan's incomplete sentence with a furious shout. Qian Canan hesitated to respond, as he too felt 100 was too low, while curious to gauge Ji Linxiao's reaction. Ji Linxiao, with an impassive expression, regarded the scheming father and son, and coldly uttered a figure, 90. I will not permit the sale. Qian Canan, I forbid you from selling. 85 Qian Canan, I command you to reject him. 80. With each shout from Old Master Qian, the price diminished. Qian Canan grew anxious, uncertain if Ji Linxiao would continue to lower the price. If they did not sell to Ji Linxiao, There would be no other buyers for their company in the immediate future, and the loans would only continue to accumulate. I agree, Adiatus. Let us finalize the contract. Old Master Qian, upon hearing this, fainted from sheer rage. Qian Kainan instructed a servant to escort Old Master Qian back to his room, and then produced a new contract to present to Qian Kainan. Please sign. Qian Kainan inscribed his name and returned the contract to Ji Linxiao, who regarded him thoughtfully. You possess considerable talent. There is no need to remain ensnared within this small family. Have you considered whether it is worth it? While the Qian family is not a towering entity in city, it is certainly larger than most. Once Qian Kainan came of age, Old Master Qian entrusted the entirety of the company to him, while he devoted himself to caring for his youngest son at home. Thus, Qian Kainan had managed the company for over a decade, using his skills and accumulated experience to elevate the Qian family's status in city. Alas, misfortune had now befallen them. Mr. Ji, no need to speak, Mr. Qian. Reflect well, and let us enjoy a fruitful partnership. I will have someone contact you regarding the funds shortly. With that, he departed with Zheng Yongyan, leaving Qian Kainan alone on the sofa, lost in contemplation. He murmured, "Is it worth it?" Back in the car, Ji Linxiao held the contract with glee, kissing it in delight. Oh yes. Who would have thought that a mere 80 yuan could secure a company once valued at nearly 200? Congratulations, host, on completing the task. As a reward for your early completion, you have received an additional 8 stamina potions and 8 mental strength potions. Please continue to strive toward your dreams. With so many potions now in his possession, both his own physical capabilities and those of Chun Manyan would see considerable enhancement. Zheng Yongyan observed his excitement and chuckled. You seem quite pleased. What do you plan to do with the company? Well, Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment. I haven't decided yet. Would you like me to assist you, little brother? I happen to need a new location for my operations, and the paperwork for the new land has yet to be finalized. It will take several days to construct a new building. Feel free to use it if you require it, big brother. Zheng Yongyan nodded, preparing to transfer funds to Ji Linxiao. That won't be necessary. It's just a trifling sum. If you need it, big brother, it can be arranged with but a word. After all, Zheng Yongyan had helped Ji Linxiao immensely, had it not been for him. Chen Munyan's fate would have been uncertain, and Ji Linxiao would not have been able to participate in the auction for that land. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. The two shared light-hearted banter as they made their way back. At the Qian family ancestral home, not long after Ji Linxiao and Zheng Yongyan had departed, Old Master Qian finally regained consciousness. The first sight that met his eyes was Qian Kailai kneeling beside him. He swiftly delivered a slap. You ungrateful wretch. You have ruined the Qian family. Father, if we don't sell, no one will buy our company. Without money, we cannot repay the loans. And both our families will be doomed. Old Master Qian ignored him and shouted for the servants. Where's my son? Bring him here. Yes, sir. The servants hurriedly brought Qian Kailai before him. Father, has our company vanished? Old Master Qian stroked the head of the kneeling Qian Kailai and nodded. Qian Kainan, what were you thinking? If we sell the company, how will we survive? Are you still thinking about survival? Must we wait for our creditors to chase us from our home before you relent? Qian Kainan, do not raise your voice at your brother. Father, why are you always so biased? It was clearly the second family's fault. Humph. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave this house. I tell you, if you do not reclaim the company, I shall disown you as my son. Qian Kainan laughed bitterly. He had dedicated himself to the Qian family. And what had he received in return? Very well, if you wish to disown me, then so be it. The 80 I gained from the sale will go to you, and I, Qian Kainan, will bear the loans myself. From this moment forth, our father-son bond is severed. You ungrateful wretch. Indeed, I am the ungrateful wretch who has painstakingly managed the Qian family for over a decade. Yet I am less valued than a good-for-nothing who brings disaster upon us. Qian Kainan, have you grown bold? Someone, administer the family discipline. Get lost. All of you, get out. Qian Kainan had completely lost his sanity, shouting at the approaching servants. I will no longer serve you. You two can do as you please, from now on. I will pretend I have no father and no brother. With that, he stormed out of the room, leaving the servants bewildered. Humph. Let him go, if he leaves. Let him not return. Old Master Qian clutched Qian Kailai's hand. Kailai, from now on, I will rely on you. This 80, along with my savings for retirement, totals around 200. I believe you can start your own venture and do no worse than that ungrateful wretch. Rest assured, father, I will utilize this money wisely. Old Master Qian smiled with satisfaction, unaware that Qian Kailai's mind was consumed with thoughts of wealth, women, gourmet food, and luxury brands. Meanwhile, Qian Kainan burst out of the ancestral home and returned to his own residence, unable to contain his tears as he recounted his plight to his wife. As the saying goes, a man's tears are not easily shed, They only flow when the heart is truly wounded. Chapter 21. Gaining a newcomer. Kanan, what troubles you? His wife gently caressed his back, her voice soothing. What if I become broke? Would you still stay by my side? What nonsense are you speaking? No matter what happens, I will always be with you. Kanan recounted the day's events in meticulous detail to his wife, who pondered for a moment before responding. Kanan, I am aware that my father has never held you in high regard. After all these years of unwavering dedication to the Qian family, it seems unnecessary for us to continue serving them like mere beasts of burden, given their lack of kindness. Kanan lay his head on his wife's lap and murmured softly in agreement. By the way, the young man you mentioned, he is the one who has been shadowing Zheng Yongnian. Isn't he? His intentions must be to extend an olive branch to you. Perhaps, he replied. What are your thoughts on this? His wife absent-mindedly stroked his hair. I believe that since he has offered you an olive branch, you might consider accepting it. After all, wise ministers choose their lords, and fine birds select the trees in which to roost. I shall ponder it further, Kanan said, turning over and drifting into a deep slumber in his wife's embrace. After returning home, Ji Linxiao remained undeterred and redialed the number once more. Beep, beep, beep. You again. What do you want? Mr. Yi, I extend to you a most sincere invitation to join my team. I'm afraid I must decline. Should you change your mind, I am always available to take your call. As the call ended, Yi Chenghu sat despondently in his chair, while his elderly mother approached unsteadily. Xiaohu, who was that? No one, mother. Why have you taken that out again? You won't earn much selling shoe soles, and you'll strain your eyes. Let it be. But Xiaohu, we have no money at home. Xiaolong has yet to return, and he needs funds as well. Yi Chenghu gazed at his mother's increasingly aged face, filled with guilt. The three brothers had resolutely enlisted in the military, only to return to the news of their father's passing and the burden of his debts. They had no right to blame their father. They had defied the family's wishes to serve, while their parents struggled to survive on welfare. Their father had resorted to usury to cover medical expenses when their mother fell ill, and now, the debts had multiplied, with the money earned from their service. The brothers managed to secure a burial plot for their father and observed 3 years of mourning according to local customs, leaving them with little savings. They subsisted on meager government subsidies and the remnants of their father's debts. Recently, Yi Chengxi had encountered an organization he had wronged during his service, leading to a deadly pursuit, and he had vanished, leaving only a text message behind. His twin brother, Yi Chenglong, had ventured out to search for him and had not returned either. Son, didn't you seek someone's help to find work? Have you succeeded? Ah, soon. It's not easy to find a job these days. Just take any position for now. You can always search for something better while working. All right, I understand. Please, go inside and rest. Otherwise, your asthma will act up again. Fine, I comply. After ushering his mother back indoors, Yi Chenghu sat alone in his chair, tugging at his hair in despair. What should I do? There are no jobs to be found. Why did that person specifically want me? Is he expecting me to do something nefarious? Yi Chenghu wrestled with his thoughts until 6 days later, when the creditor came demanding payment, prompting him to make a decision. In the following days, Ji Linxiao found himself with little to do, opting to run daily and improve his physical condition. He and Chen Mornian had each taken half of the potion they had acquired before. During the process, Chen Mornian, resembling a turtle, curled up in his blanket until Ji Linxiao, employing both sweet talk and firm persuasion, convinced him to drink the potion. After consuming it, Chen Mornian felt a marked improvement and, eager to leave the hospital, declared his readiness for action. Current hosts 3 power levels: mental strength, 82, physical ability, 88, luck, 28. Points balance, 1,500. After finishing his run, Ji Linxiao checked his attributes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The potion had bestowed upon him an indescribable sensation, akin to a rebirth. Over the course of these days, he had also accumulated a bit of physical strength, and from the copper treasure chest opened 7 days prior, he had obtained a bottle of basic stamina potion and 500 points. Chen Mornian, having consumed the potion, felt invigorated and decided to drag Ji Linxiao into a fierce showdown in the canyon while riding the wave of his newfound energy. Thus commenced the battle between Children's Day and the orphanage in the canyon. Hasaki, Chen Mornian shouted while orchestrating attacks from the orphanage, only to be skillfully evaded by Ji Linxiao, who countered with a skill of his own. Just as the tide was turning, Ji Linxiao's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Yi Chenghu. That brief distraction allowed Chen Mornian to unleash a combo that brought Ji Linxiao down. Ji Linxiao shot him a glare and quickly answered the call. Mr. Yi, have you changed your mind? Are you offering me a position as a bodyguard? I can accept. But I have one condition. Could you possibly settle my salary in advance? I am in urgent need of funds. Through the phone, Ji Linxiao detected a faint voice, seemingly from a hospital. Realizing one of his own had been injured, he quickly inquired, Are you in the hospital? How much do you need? I can arrange to transfer the funds. Just tell me where you are. I'm at the city center hospital. Could you lend me 8,000? All right. Ji Linxiao hung up, noticed a WeChat verification request from Yi Qinghu, promptly accepted it, and transferred the money. Meanwhile, Chen Mornian, oblivious to the situation, smugly boasted. How about that? Are you convinced? My orphanage has completely dominated you. Go away. If I answer this call, you won't be able to defeat me. I have something to attend to. I'll return for the final showdown. Sure, I'll wait for you. Ji Linxiao hurried downstairs, exchanging hurried greetings with Ji Kaiwei before speeding off to the city center hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ji Linxiao searched for a while until he spotted Yi Qinghu sitting by the emergency room, resembling his photo but now bearing a few more lines of worry and pain on his face. Mr. Yi Qinghu? Ah, and you are? The gentleman who wishes to employ me as a bodyguard, correct? I am currently unable to take on the role. May I have a few days' grace? Ji Linxiao approached Yi Qinghu and sat beside him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. It's all right. I'm in no hurry. What is going on inside? Yi Qinghu's eyes reddened as he lowered his head, remaining silent for a while. Just when Ji Linxiao thought he would not speak, Yi Qinghu suddenly choked up and began, It's my mother in there. I'm sorry. It's all right. It's all my fault. Our situation at home has been dire, and my mother has taken on part of the burden herself. Today, when I went out to buy something, that despicable group of creditors came to our house, pushed my mother to the ground, and smashed everything inside. There are still 20 days until the next payment is due. It's infuriating. As he spoke, Yi Qinghu pounded his fist on the nearby bench in anger, causing it to warp slightly, and his hand turned crimson, revealing the extent of his fury. I can help you settle your debts. Yi Qinghu's gaze snapped up, fixing intently on Ji Linxiao, as if trying to decipher something from his eyes. There's no need to look at me like that. I understand you don't trust me right now, but I am your superior. This money isn't a gift. I'll help you repay your debts, and you'll work for me to repay it. I won't pressure you for repayment. What do you say? Due to his extended time in the special forces, Yi Qinghu harbored a unique wariness towards the outside world, making it difficult for him to fully trust Ji Linxiao at this moment. Host, current loyalty level of Yi Qinghu is 30, 29, 27, 24. The situation has been deteriorating. What to do? Ji Linxiao felt a sense of urgency. Could it be that he has begun to see himself as the villain? Ji Linxiao expressed his helplessness. You need not regard me with such vigilance. I assure you, I will not compel you to undertake anything against your will. Really? Yi Qinghu inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. Indeed, the sincerity in Ji Linxiao's gaze caused Yi Qinghu to waver. Very well, then. Current loyalty level of Yi Qinghu, 24, 28, 30, 37, 40. It appears that reaching 40 will require further effort, clearly. Winning Yi Qinghu's trust is a task that demands time and dedication. At that moment, the lights in the operating room extinguished and a doctor emerged, wheeling Yi Qinghu's mother out. Doctor, my mother. The surgery was successful, and there are currently no adverse conditions. However, she will need to stay for observation. Please remember to settle the surgical and hospitalization fees at the front desk. After paying the surgical fees, Yi Qinghu found that his funds were nearly depleted, forcing him to place his mother in the most basic shared ward, where the air was poor and noise abounded, making it impossible for the elderly to rest properly. Without hesitation, Ji Linxiao upgraded Yi Qinghu's mother to the finest room and even arranged for a caregiver. Please do not look at me in that manner. It is essential for the elderly to have a conducive environment for recovery. A standard ward will not suffice. If your mother is left unattended, how can you focus on your work here? One must admit, Ji Linxiao's assertive gesture while paying was rather charming. It truly struck a chord with Yi Qinghu. Current loyalty level of Yi Qinghu, 50. Has it increased? Please, you have aided his mother. According to the data, she and his 2 younger brothers are his lifeblood, with the latter ranking only second. It seems that to expedite the growth of loyalty, I must enhance my presence before his mother. What a splendid idea. To capture a man's heart, one must first win over. Pardon my slip. To capture a filial son's heart, one must first endear themselves to his mother. Upon hearing Ji Linxiao's words, Yi Qinghu hurriedly bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Enough now, spend the next couple of days with your mother. Once she feels a bit better, I will notify you to return to work. By the way, my surname is Ji. You may call me Ji Linxiao, the Ji of the 4 seasons. And Linxiao, which means to control the heavens and dominate the skies. Thank you, Boss Ji. With that, Ji Linxiao turned and left without a backward glance, leaving Yi Qinghu with a striking silhouette. So, Xiaoming, how was that dramatic turn? Was it not quite magnificent? Do I not exude an air of authority? The system responded, indicating its reluctance to comment. Upon returning home, Ji Linxiao found himself once again dragged into the gaming realm by Chen Monyan. Lonely Bob versus Mighty Man. Just as the battle reached a critical juncture, Ji Linxiao's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. As fate would have it, he was once more met with a swift defeat at the hands of Chun Manyan. Ji Linxiao. He answered the call, his irritation palpable. Hello, I apologize. I have lost family in childhood, friends in youth, and a spouse in middle age. I possess no wealth, no vehicle, no property, no loans. And I am disinterested in purchasing insurance or stocks, nor do I engage in banking activities. I am quite satisfied with my mobile plan. Do you have anything to convey? I apologize. Is this Mr. Ji Linxiao? I am Qian Kanan. Ji Linxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having assumed this unknown call was merely a telemarketing nuisance, and he had vented his frustrations in a fit of pique. My apologies. I mistook your call for a sales pitch. No problem at all. Mr. Ji, I was wondering if you might have some time recently for a discussion. I am currently free. You may choose the time. Great. How about we have lunch tomorrow? Just at the Four Seasons Hotel. Sounds good. After exchanging pleasantries, Qian Kanan concluded the call, reminding Ji Linxiao to accept his friend request on WeChat. Ji Linxiao promptly accepted the request before switching his phone to airplane mode. Wary of any further disturbances. Bring it on. That was merely external interference. Humph, a petty loser dares to boast. Let them come. Thus, Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan engaged in a fierce battle within the game for 300 rounds, until Ji Kaiue stormed into the gaming room, twisting their ears to bring the contest to a halt. Dinner is ready. I've called you 3 times. If you do not eat soon, I shall feed you to the dogs. Ji Kaiue had recently adopted a golden retriever and an Alaskan Malamute to guard the home, with plans to utilize them for hauling in the future. The 2 dogs, tongues lolling, looked on eagerly, their eyes lighting up at the mention of food, one tugging at Ji Tsayue's pant leg while the other circled at her feet. Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan exchanged glances, swiftly racing downstairs to the dining table, determined not to be outdone by the dogs. Auntie, the food you prepared today is truly delicious. Ji Linxiao exclaimed as Ji Kaiue descended, overhearing his flattery and playfully chiding him. Which day have I not cooked well? Pray, enlighten me. Chun Manyan chuckled, inadvertently spewing rice from his mouth, embellishing the moment with humor. Surely no one believes Auntie's cooking is subpar. I wish to eat her meals for a lifetime. Ji Kaiue approached and lightly tapped Chun Manyan on the head. Have you both finished your flattery? And a lifetime of meals. My goodness. You plan to torment me in my old age as well? Oh, Auntie. Chun Manyan whined, shaking her arm, eliciting peals of laughter from Ji Kaiue, who playfully tapped his head in return. Very well, I shall cook for you. If you wish to eat, just come to me, and I shall ensure you are fed. Aunt, are you my aunt or his aunt? Honestly, you two are grown men and still jealous. What do you not share? The only thing lacking is the sharing of a girlfriend. Now hurry and eat. Stop the chatter. The 3 of them completed their dinner amidst laughter. By the way, where has Chu Yixing gone? School is holding a 100-day oath ceremony, with only 100 days until the college entrance examination. He is likely suffering through speeches and meetings with the leaders. Who knows when he will return? I wonder if those 2 dogs will leave him any food. That is indeed an intriguing question. Chapter 22. Moving into the new home. With some leisure time on his hands, Ji Linxiao began drafting design plans for the commercial street at home, having also activated a new task. Congratulations to the host for activating the task, self-sufficiency. Task details. 1. Create a design plan for your commercial street. 2. Successfully establish your commercial street. 0. Time limit. 6 months. Task reward. A mysterious treasure box. Ji Linxiao promptly immersed himself in work at home, a task he was well versed in, as he was originally a designer by profession, adept in both fashion and architecture. He had already acquired the structural plans and regional information for the land in the West City area, given that there were already buildings in the area. They conveniently aligned with Ji Linxiao's vision. He merely needed to implement renovations and adjustments in certain areas. The largest building could serve as an office, while other shops could be gradually introduced, whether in dining or fashion. These could be managed by a professional team. He called Zheng Yongnian, asking him to assist in locating a renovation team to execute the remodeling and layout according to his design. All right, leave it to me. Your company likely lacks manpower at the moment. I know someone who can help you recruit some staff. Thank you, my friend. What is there to thank? I haven't held you accountable for that company you referred me to. By the way, your villa at the center has been completed. Coincidentally, they just informed me. You should take a look. All right. Ji Linxiao hung up the phone, changed his attire, and rode the balanced scooter he had purchased the previous day towards the central villa. After all, the central island is somewhat expansive. Walking would be rather slow, so the balanced scooter proved to be quite efficient. Ji Linxiao swiftly arrived in front of the central villa, where he observed a group of burly men donned in hard hats congregated at the entrance. As he approached, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. That must be the boss. Indeed it is. The boss has arrived. 1, 2, 3. Greetings, boss. Ji Linxiao was momentarily taken aback by their enthusiasm, but he maintained his composure and nodded in response. I've come to see how it turned out. I've heard it's finished. Yes, boss, please follow me, and I will introduce you. As Ji Linxiao slowly maneuvered his scooter behind the leading sturdy man, he listened attentively. Boss, over here to the left, we've constructed a traditional Chinese pavilion as per your instructions, surrounded by peonies and azaleas. To the right, there is an outdoor swimming pool, which has been thoroughly checked for water retention and drainage and is ready for use. Additionally, a transparent laundry room has been built to the left of the house, allowing for indoor and outdoor drying, complete with a drying rack. On the right, we've erected a spacious doghouse. Behind that, we've constructed row houses for the staff, equipped with all necessary amenities to ensure comfort and sunlight, unobstructed by the villa. The main hall features marble flooring, while the rooms are adorned with hardwood floors. All the main doors have been designed to be taller, and as per your request, we've installed a sightseeing elevator on the left and a tubular slide on the right. The basement has been reinforced against corrosion, water, and fire hazards. And an air circulation and temperature control system has been integrated. The first floor comprises the hall, kitchen, dining room, and a large bathroom with a bathtub and sauna. The second floor houses a movie room, game room, and gym, all of which have been retrofitted with soundproofing. The third floor contains 6 bedrooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. The fourth floor features a study, a spacious walk-in closet, and a music room, which is also soundproofed. The fifth floor consists of a large conference room, an empty room filled with display cabinets as per your request, a practice room, and a VR gaming room. Each large room is equipped with a refrigerator, and the 2 gaming rooms also feature snack cabinets. The sixth floor, originally a small compartment, serves as a storage room, complete with a rooftop terrace surrounded by roses. All hardware and software within the villa have been furnished according to your specifications. You need only bring your belongings to move in. Please inspect and let me know if there's anything you find unsatisfactory. Following the sturdy man's lead, Ji Linxiao inspected each room, occasionally tapping here and pressing there. After surveying all the rooms, he nodded in satisfaction. Aside from the deposit I previously paid, here is the entirety of the labor costs. The budget I provided should suffice. Indeed, boss, there's even a bit left over. I'll transfer it to you. No need. Distribute it among the crew, and then I'll give everyone a red envelope of 1 yuan to share. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. The sturdy man was momentarily taken aback, quickly expressing his gratitude, and the workers echoed their thanks. With a team of around 40 individuals, each person would receive at least 2 cents, which was quite a substantial sum. By the way, did my brother inform you that I have a commercial area that needs renovation? Ah, yes, the boss just sent us a message about the commercial city. The workers exchanged glances, feeling somewhat hesitant but reluctant to voice their concerns. After all, it was a significant client, and offending him could be detrimental. How about this? You all deserve a break after your hard work. Take 3 days off before returning to the renovation. If you do a satisfactory job, there will be a bonus. Ah, thank you. Thank you so much, boss. We promise to work diligently. These workers, eager to complete Ji Linxiao's house quickly, had not returned home for days, waking up to work, eating, and continuing until late at night, only to sleep briefly before resuming. They had just finished the project that morning and were looking forward to returning home for some rest. After expressing their gratitude, the workers joyfully took their earnings and headed home, while Ji Linxiao excitedly summoned Chun Manyan to assist with the move, treating him as a laborer. I'm an injured party. Are you really going to exploit me like this? I was in the midst of an important game. Chun Manyan, who had been engrossed in a game, was unceremoniously dragged away by Ji Linxiao, who didn't forget to give him a quick surrender gesture before leaving. It's not ranked. It's not a big deal. Chun Manyan protested verbally, but upon entering the new house, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder and promptly claimed one of the rooms. This will be my room. I'll put a sign on the door that says Chun Manyan's private room. How brazen. Hurry and fetch your belongings. Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan made several trips, finally moving all their clothes and belongings over. The house was fully furnished, requiring little additional purchase. All toiletries had been procured as per Ji Linxiao's specifications. Oh heavens! This is my ideal paradise. Let me perish here, Chun Manyan exclaimed, dragging Ji Linxiao into the VR game room, which was outfitted not only with VR equipment, but also a large electronic screen capable of connecting to a thought meter. Well, perish if you like. There's no food here, and the snack cabinet hasn't been stocked yet. I'm off to eat. You can continue lounging. Chun Manyan, hearing this, hurriedly got up to follow Ji Linxiao, fearful that he might lock him in, knowing Ji Linxiao's mischievous tendencies. Ji Linxiao led Chun Manyan to the slide. Wow, you really know how to have fun. A slide. Let me try it. Chun Manyan exclaimed as he eagerly dove in, sliding down to the 4th floor. This feels great. Hurry down. Thus, the two of them slid down floor by floor in joyous abandon. Wow, this is incredible. It's like a cow letting off firecrackers. It's absolutely exhilarating. Ji Linxiao chuckled. Enough with the banter. I'm in the process of developing a commercial street, you know. Yes, you've mentioned it before. Since I'm venturing into this field, I'll need a team and a company. I plan to offer you a position in the company. All right then. Make me the general manager. Chen Manyan replied eagerly. Are you certain? Ji Linxiao asked with a mischievous grin. Not really, forget it. Just let me be a junior employee, but I want a general manager's salary. Go on, be serious. I intend for you to take on a leadership role, but given your lack of experience, I'm concerned about your ability to command respect. Oh, it's no big deal. If you really make me a leader, I might refuse. What if people gossip behind my back? Don't worry, I understand your intentions. Once I familiarize myself with the environment, I'll strive to climb the ranks on my own. All right, I'll wait for the day you ascend, and we'll work hard together. Eventually, Chen Manyan did not disappoint Ji Linxiao's expectations. Through his own abilities and outstanding performance, he successfully became the company manager. Chapter 23. The versatile steward Ji Linxiao had just finished dinner at home when his thoughts drifted to his cousin's academic progress. Although Chu Yixing was diligent, without a capable mentor to guide him, he would inevitably fall behind others. After contemplating, he picked up the phone to call Zheng Yongyan, realizing that his network was rather limited, making it challenging to pursue his aspirations. Just as he grasped his phone, Zheng Yongyan called him. Big brother, I was just about to call you. Is there something you need? Recently, in City Inn, there was an upper-class gathering, and I was contemplating taking you along. Will you join me? Ji Linxiao was not particularly fond of social events. He often preferred to either stay at home or work. Speaking of work, he had recently resigned from his weekend job, disregarding the owner's desperate pleas, discarding his work uniform, and leaving without a backward glance, forfeiting his wages as well. Ji Linxiao pondered that he often found himself at a loss when it came to various matters. He lacked sufficient exposure and connections. Attending the banquet to meet new people seemed like a commendable choice. I will go. When is it? The day after tomorrow. I will send someone to pick you up. Remember to tidy yourself up. All right. By the way, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Ah, yes. My elder brother. I have a cousin who is currently in his final year of high school. I would like your assistance in finding a tutor for him. Chu Yixing, thank you. All right. I will have someone contact you. By the way, your new house is renovated, and such a large residence cannot be left unattended. How about I arrange for a housekeeper? Sure. Thank you, elder brother. It was as if a pillow was delivered right after a nap. Ji Linxiao was troubled by the thought of managing such a vast home. Ji Kaiwei was industrious and had nothing to do, so she found joy in cleaning the rooms and tending to the garden. But Ji Linxiao could not afford to expend such energy in such a spacious place. By afternoon, the housekeeper arrived with a group of individuals. Ding dong. Upon hearing the chime, Ji Linxiao descended to the entrance to check the surveillance. Ah, the housekeeper has arrived. He opened the door, tidied himself up a bit to appear less disheveled, and settled onto the sofa, waiting for the housekeeper to enter. Young master, greetings. I am Zheng's appointed housekeeper to attend to your daily needs. My surname is Yan. As in strict, Ji Linxiao scrutinized the individual before him, who appeared neither too young nor too old. Was he middle-aged? After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke. Uncle Yan? You are too kind, young master. Please introduce yourself and the individuals behind you. Of course. Through Yan Xianyi's, the housekeeper. Introduction. Ji Linxiao learned that the Yan family had long been in the profession of housekeeping, having trained from a young age to become competent stewards. These individuals are my hired staff, responsible for cooking, while these others will handle cleaning and attending to the young master. Ji Linxiao nodded in acknowledgement, noting that only the cook, Aunt Mao, and the housekeeper Yan Xianyi were slightly older. The rest were young and vigorous. Uncle Yan, Aunt Mao, and everyone else. We shall be living together from now on. I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Ji Linxiao smiled gently at them, striving to present his most amiable demeanor. However, should I discover any acts of betrayal within this household, I will personally address the matter. Maintaining his smile, it was impossible to discern his emotions. Yet the thick glass cup in his hand had already begun to develop cracks from his grip. The male servant swallowed nervously, while the female servants felt their hearts flutter. After all, who could resist the charm of a young master who was both affluent and gentle, yet possessed considerable strength? The housekeeper took the lead in assuring him. Young master, I guarantee that these individuals are meticulously selected. Should anyone dare to betray you, I shall be the first to ensure they face the consequences. Upon hearing the housekeeper's words, everyone hastily pledged their loyalty, recognizing that such a kind-hearted and generous master was a rarity. Well, I trust you all. There are rooms available for each of you. Please take a look and familiarize yourselves with the household. After Ji Linxiao issued his instructions, the staff took their luggage to the backyard to select their accommodations. Shouty, did you see that? The young master is so handsome. Enough, you infatuated girl. Wipe your drool and come choose a room. We should share one. Wow, this room is stunning, and everything is so well equipped. It seems this master is quite considerate. Far better than the last one. Don't remind me. That last lecherous old man kept staring at me. Thankfully, our contract expired. The group felt exhilarated as they surveyed the specially designed rooms. Previously, some of them had shared cramped quarters with 4 or 5 individuals. But now they had the luxury of sharing with just one other person, and there were extra rooms available, likely anticipating more newcomers. However, some men chose to enjoy the temporary solitude of having a room to themselves. Uncle Yin. Ji Linxiao gestured for Yin Xian to follow him as they ascended to the study on the 4th floor. Uncle Yin, you must have noticed during our journey here that the house still has many deficiencies, whether in food, decor, or books. I hope you can assist me in procuring some essentials. No problem, young master, leave it to me. Ji Linxiao transferred 1,000 yuan to Yin Xian. Please keep this for now. Use it for any daily expenses. Do not worry about running out of money. Just let me know if you need more. Understood, young master. Yin Xian felt a rush of excitement. Such a substantial sum was entrusted directly to him without fear of misappropriation. His years of training, however, forbade such thoughts and deepened his respect for Ji Linxiao. Current loyalty of Yin Xian 70. So high? Does that include Uncle Yin? Do not underestimate this middle-aged man before you. He hails from a family of stewards, well-versed in literature and trained in martial arts. Capable of managing both the dining hall and the kitchen, assisting the master in resolving complex issues and confronting adversaries. So impressive. Yin Xianyi's physical capabilities even surpass yours. Upon hearing the system's remarks, Ji Linxiao gained a newfound appreciation for the housekeeper before him. He proceeded to guide Yin Xian through each room, instructing him on where to place various items. The snack shelves in the 2 game rooms required replenishing. The hallways could benefit from some wall art. Each refrigerator should be stocked with beverages and ice cream. And any additional needs from the other rooms should be addressed as well. As Ji Linxiao outlined his requests, Yin Xian diligently noted everything in his notebook, ensuring the snacks and drinks were recorded according to Ji Linxiao's preferred brands. This room is mine, and that one belongs to my brother. Each room should be cleaned regularly. But please refrain from moving my belongings. More residents may arrive in the future. If you need a vehicle for shopping, feel free to take one. The car keys are in the cabinet by the entrance. After providing all his instructions, Yin Xian took his notebook and summoned the staff to go shopping nearby. Nearly everyone mobilized, leaving only 1 man and 1 woman behind to stand by at the house. Ji Linxiao paid them no further mind and rode his small balance bike to his aunt's house. He first informed Ji Kaiwei about arranging a tutor for Chu Yixing, and then mentioned that his house renovations were complete, inviting her to come stay with him. However, Ji Kaiwei declined, believing that her child was old enough to lead his own life and that she would not intrude. She suggested they gather during festivals and planned a trip with her friends after Chu Yixing's exams, asking Ji Linxiao to help with cleaning in the meantime. Upon returning home, Ji Linxiao discovered that the housekeeper and staff had already procured the necessary items. The refrigerator was brimming with food and drinks. As for decorations, they would wait for an opportune time to acquire some fine pieces. There was no rush. Ji Linxiao thought that since Yin Xian was well-versed in various matters, it would be prudent to seek his advice regarding his upcoming upper-class banquet. Uncle Yin, I will be attending an upper-class banquet in a couple of days. Could you offer me some guidance? Of course, young master. Yin Xuani had once been a frequent attendee of numerous banquets, and the previous head of the family was a well-versed individual who had assisted his predecessor in organizing many events. With great patience, Yin Xuani meticulously relayed various points of consideration to Ji Linxiao and helped him coordinate a set of tableware and attire suitable for the banquet. Ji Linxiao mused internally. This butler is truly remarkable. I wonder how he compares to the system. Chapter 24. The banquet 2 days later, Ji Linxiao, clad in the carefully curated attire by the butler, awaited the arrival of Zhang Yongnian's envoy at the entrance. During the past couple of days, the staff had grown amiable, familiarizing themselves with the household arrangements, each performing their duties with commendable organization. Linxiao, get in the car. Tang Jingyu called out, rolling down the window to beckon Ji Linxiao. Since when did you take on the role of a driver? Ji Linxiao inquired, bemused. Well, since we're acquainted, the boss asked me to pick you up, Tang Jingyu replied, driving Ji Linxiao toward the venue of the banquet. Upon arriving at the entrance, Ji Linxiao was halted by a security guard. Please present your invitation. Ji Linxiao was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yongnian had summoned him without mentioning an invitation. No entry without an invitation. With no other recourse, Ji Linxiao reluctantly dialed Zhang Yongnian. Brother, I can't get in without the invitation. Oh, you're already here? I'm caught in traffic. Just give me a moment. Thus, Ji Linxiao found himself idly waiting at the entrance for Zheng Yongnian. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle pulled up and a long leg emerged from within. Initially, Ji Linxiao had no intention of paying attention, continuing to pass the time, but the individual who had just exited approached him. "How is it you again? Why are you haunting me? This place is not for someone like you. What are the security guards doing? Why haven't they escorted this person away? Such individuals are a disgrace to my standards." Ji Linxiao turned to see a familiar face, Wang Fujing. "My presence here is hardly your concern. Such arrogance. This is no place for a pauper like you. Ah, adorned in designer wear. I see you've spent quite the fortune." Wang Fujing mockingly reached out to touch Ji Linxiao's clothing to ascertain its authenticity, only to have his hand swatted away by Ji Linxiao. "How audacious. Why haven't you escorted him away? Don't obstruct others' paths. I'm merely being patient. Had I a different temperament, both of you would be out on your ears." The two security guards, upon hearing this, were instantly alarmed. Offending a guest at today's banquet could jeopardize their standing in N City. One of the guards approached Ji Linxiao. "Sir, you." Ji Linxiao, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose not to wait for the guard to finish and moved aside. Wang Fujing, with a triumphant smirk, watched Ji Linxiao when another car arrived, and out stepped Wang Fujing's father. "Xiao Jing, what are you doing?" Wang Fujing hurriedly approached his father. "Father, nothing much. Just teaching a lesson to an ungrateful brat." Wang's father glanced at Ji Linxiao before walking over. "I apologize, my son has been spoiled. I hope you can overlook this." Ji Linxiao waved his hand dismissively, surprised to find such a courteous father accompanying the brash young man. As Wang's father led Wang Fujing inside, the latter complained discontentedly. "Father, why apologize? He.S. just a poor boy. Xiao Jing, it seems we've spoiled you. You don't even grasp basic etiquette. When we return home, you'll receive a thorough lesson on family rules." "Father, that person is the one who made me lose face in front of Lin Xiao." "Really? What is he doing here?" "I don't know. Couldn't he possibly be here for the banquet? Could he? Who would invite him? Perhaps we should wager on it? If he attends the banquet, you'll return home and relearn the family rules with me. And if he doesn't, then I will fulfill one of your requests. Deal. But you better not go back on your word." Wang's father smiled at his son, sensing that the individual at the entrance was not ordinary. Though he couldn't quite place it, he had a premonition that his son was in for a surprise. Ji Linxiao waited a little longer at the entrance until Zheng Yongnian finally arrived. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, my brother. The traffic was unbearable." "No worries at all." Zheng Yongnian showed the security guard the invitation and led Ji Linxiao inside. Upon entering the banquet hall, Zheng Yongnian introduced Ji Linxiao to several prominent figures from N City. While engaging in pleasantries with some acquaintances, Wang Fujing rushed over from a distance. "You, how did you get in here?" Hearing the commotion, Zheng Yongnian turned to look. "Isn't this the young master of the Wang family? How do you know my brother?" "This is your brother?" Wang Fujing exclaimed, stunned. "Indeed. What of it? Lin Xiao, do you know each other?" "You young people carry on. I shan't intrude." Zheng Yongnian departed with a group of middle-aged men, having made the introductions and exchanged business cards. Leaving Ji Linxiao to fend for himself, Ji Linxiao towered half a head above Wang Fujing. It wasn't that Wang Fujing was short, but Ji Linxiao had grown slightly taller after a significant boost in physical fitness, now standing at 191 centimeters. Ji Linxiao looked down at Wang Fujing, slowly advancing toward him. Bending slightly to scrutinize Wang Fujing's face, and softly remarked, "Do you still believe I'm haunting you? Have I obstructed your path?" Wang Fujing felt a pang of guilt under Ji Linxiao's gaze, turning his head away to mutter quietly, "Why didn't you reveal your status? Why pretend to be a simpleton? What's that? Do you have a problem with it?" With a scoff, Wang Fujing scampered away. Ji Linxiao paid him no further mind. Contentedly meandering through the banquet hall, sampling delicacies while observing the conversations around him. Noticing Ji Linxiao alone, Zheng Yongnian approached once more. "What's the matter? Finished chatting?" "Yes. All done. By the way, why isn't the Lin family member here?" "Lin Xiao? Coming from a prominent family in the capital. She's bound to make a grand entrance. It should be about time." No sooner had Zheng Yongnian spoken than the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open, revealing Lin Xiao in a splendid azure gown that accentuated her flawless silhouette, capturing the attention of numerous men in the vicinity. Lin Xiao reveled in the attention, relishing the feeling of being the center of admiration. She smiled graciously at the crowd before making her way to the center of the banquet, where she stood poised, attracting a throng eager to toast her. Seeing Ji Linxiao's unwavering gaze upon Lin Xiao, Zheng Yongnian nudged him with his elbow. "What's this? You're not actually taken with her, are you?" "No, I'm merely contemplating the sight of her in despair when she inevitably falls." What a morbid fascination the youth possessed these days. Zheng Yongnian shook his head, returning to his friends for a drink. Meanwhile, Ji Linxiao nestled in a corner, sipping red wine while devising strategies on how to wield his commercial empire to counter Lin Xiao's influence. Enjoy your moment of glee while you can. For when your position falters, I wonder if you'll still find a reason to smile. As Ji Linxiao plotted his somewhat nefarious, yet not entirely villainous, scheme, Wang's father and son approached him. "Dad, let go of me. I can walk on my own." Wang Fujing murmured his protest softly, yet Wang Fu paid him no heed. He approached Ji Linxiao and pressed Wang Fujing's head down. "My apologies, sir. I have learned of that incident from my son. It was his fault, and I hope you can forgive him." Ji Linxiao smiled at the man before him and shook his head. "Mr. Wang, you are being overly modest. I have never held this matter in my heart. I hear you are Mr. Zhang's brother? One might say so. Then it stands to reason that the young master possesses many exceptional qualities. Perhaps you could impart some wisdom to my son?" Wang Fu watched Ji Linxiao with a grin, leaving Wang Fujing astonished. How could such words escape his father's lips? Ji Linxiao, too, looked surprised at Wang Fu. "I must confess, I do not possess any extraordinary talents. Merely luck has favored me. I doubt I could be of assistance in teaching." Wang Fu continued to smile at Ji Linxiao without further comment, settling down to drink quietly alongside him, occasionally instructing Wang Fujing to fetch some food. "Mr. Wang, why not join that focal point for a drink?" "Focal point? You mean the young lady from the Lin family? Most of those who go to toast do so out of a desire to forge connections. As for our family..." He cast a glance at Wang Fujing. Perhaps it's best to avoid it. The trio remained in this manner until the banquet was nearing its end. Zhang Yongyan approached Ji Linxiao to take him home, exchanging a few pleasantries with Wang Fu before departing. After the two left, Wang Fu spoke earnestly to his son. "Xiao Jing, do you wish to study the family rules?" Wang Fujing shivered at the thought of the thick tome of family rules and bit his lip. No. Then you shall follow Ji Linxiao from now on." "Huh? What do you mean, huh? Go when I tell you to." Oh, father, may I inquire why? Have you forgotten what your father's former master did?" "A con artist? Get out of here." Wang Fu playfully ruffled Wang Fujing's hair. "He was a fortune teller. This boy is extraordinary and is bound to have great opportunities. By following him, you might also share in his fortunes." Bewildered, Wang Fujing acquiesced, daring not to resist. Obediently following his father's directive, for the thought of that thick family rulebook was daunting. Chapter 25. Testing personnel. Another new day dawned as Ji Linxiao drew back the curtains and sat on the edge of his bed, gazing out at the scenery beyond. Host. Upon completing today's run, it will mark the end of the second 7-day cycle, allowing you to acquire another bronze treasure chest. Hurry up. Ji Linxiao descended the stairs, where butler Yin awaited him, presenting a glass of warm salt water upon his arrival. "Master, would you care for breakfast?" "Not just yet. I will go for a morning run first and eat upon my return." "Have you all eaten?" Butler Yin shook his head. They had not dared to eat before the master. "From now on, if you are hungry, feel free to eat. Only when your stomach is full will you have the strength to work. I expect to see that you have all eaten by the time I return." With that, Ji Linxiao left for his morning jog, while butler Yin instructed Aunt Mao to prepare breakfast for everyone, ensuring they finished before the young master returned. "Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in today. Physical fitness increased by 0.1, earning 100 points. Current points, 1,700. Acquired 1 bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Yes. Open it." Acquired 4 lucky potions, 200 points. Current points, 1,900. Ji Linxiao took out 2 bottles of lucky potions, consuming them as he walked home. Upon his arrival, the servants had already finished breakfast and were diligently at their posts. "Young master, welcome back." Aunt Mao called out. "I'll bring your breakfast right away." Coming. Aunt Mao presented a platter of sandwiches, a glass of room-temperature yogurt, and a sweet corn on the cob. Ji Linxiao had not enjoyed breakfast at home in quite some time. He took a hearty bite of the food on the table, savoring the familiar taste of home. He devoured everything in mere moments. Wiping his mouth with a nearby paper towel, he addressed butler Yin. "I will be out for a while. The house is in your capable hands. Rest assured, young master." Ji Linxiao intended to take the plate to the kitchen, but Aunt Mao hurried over to take it from him. "How could we let the young master do that?" "It's fine," Ji Linxiao smiled. But he ultimately could not resist Aunt Mao's insistence. He surrendered the plate and headed upstairs to change. Ji Linxiao planned to visit the hospital to check on Yi Qinghu and his mother, having already prepared the necessary funds to do something worthwhile. Ye's mother had improved significantly and was able to eat normally. Upon seeing Ji Linxiao, she became excited and attempted to rise from her bed to thank him. "Auntie, please. No need to get up. You've just undergone surgery. You mustn't move about." Ye's mother nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Since the passing of her husband and the disappearance of her son, their family had been living in increasingly dire circumstances, lacking savings and burdened with substantial loans. If she were to fall ill, they would have no means to afford treatment. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that her son had encountered such a benevolent superior. "Mr. Ji, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I truly do not know what we would have done." Auntie, you flatter me. Just call me Lin Xiao. Oh, of course. Just then, Yi Qinghu returned from outside with breakfast. Hello, boss. He greeted, bowing slightly to Ji Lin Xiao. Ji Lin Xiao approached and pressed his hand down. Enough with the formalities. Hurry and feed your mother. Time is of the essence. Yi Qinghu set the breakfast he had purchased on the small table beside his mother's bed, exchanged a few words with her, and then followed Ji Lin Xiao outside. Once outside the hospital, Ji Lin Xiao lit a cigarette and offered one to Yi Qinghu. I don't smoke. You don't smoke? We simply couldn't afford cigarettes at home before, so I quit after a while, heh. Ji Lin Xiao paid it no mind, continuing, so, tell me, what did you do before? Oh, I was just a soldier, nothing more. Not just an ordinary soldier, I presume. Yi Qinghu's hand, which was scratching his head, froze mid-motion. No need to be nervous. I'm merely inquiring. Your demeanor and alertness suggest you are not an average soldier. You have a keen eye, boss. Since I am already working for you, I won't hide anything. I am indeed not a regular veteran, but an S-class Special Forces veteran. Ji Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Qinghu, who exuded an aura of confidence and pride as he spoke. Oh, what skills do you possess? Reconnaissance, counter-surveillance, tracking. A scout, I see. Let me put your skills to the test. From today onward, pick any day to follow me and report my movements throughout the day. However, if I catch you, you will have failed and must heed my commands. If I say go east, you must go east. All right, it's a deal. I'll be on my way now. Await your instructions. With that, Ji Lin Xiao waved goodbye and departed. Just as he was about to get into his car, he sensed a presence lingering behind him. Oh, so someone seeks to catch me off guard? Ji Lin Xiao disregarded the well-concealed figure following him, climbed into his car, and sped off back to the villa. After Ji Lin Xiao left, a figure emerged from the bushes behind his car, murmuring to himself, why do I feel as though he noticed me? It seems this new boss is quite formidable. I must prepare further. Upon returning home, it was but a brief moment before Ji Lin Xiao's phone began to ring. The caller ID revealing Qian Canan. Previously, Qian had sought to meet with Ji in hopes of joining his enterprise. Yet Ji harbored a modicum of skepticism and had not acquiesced, merely stating he would consider it further, and they exchanged contact details. What can I do for you? Ji inquired. Mr. Ji, I wonder how you have reflected upon our previous discussion? Qian Canan's days had been rather dismal. Ji's investment had been entirely directed towards the Qian family, leaving him with only his personal savings as a source of income. Presently, he found himself burdened with substantial debts. And after settling his savings, he was left financially constrained. Provide me with a compelling reason to employ you. I have heard that you have acquired a parcel of land with intentions to develop a commercial district. My family has a background in food processing and sales, and I possess valuable connections that could be advantageous to you. Furthermore, I am adept in management and can assist in overseeing the company. Ji pondered for a moment. Qian's ability to manage a company at such a young age indicated his competence. With Chun Manyan yet to mature in his role, it was evident that assistance in managing the company was required, along with mentorship. Agreed, but I have one condition. Absolutely, I am amenable to anything. I have yet to specify the condition. As long as Mr. Ji is willing to grant me a position, I will comply with any stipulations, provided they do not contravene the law. Very well, your word suffices. Let us meet tomorrow to discuss the details. However, I must forewarn you. The consequences of betraying me extend far beyond mere bankruptcy. I understand. So, Mr. Ji, shall we meet tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon, at the Four Seasons Hotel. I will send you the room number. Understood. After terminating the call, Ji summoned the system. Xiaomeng, could you inform me of Qian Canan's current loyalty level? 27. Ji furrowed his brow. So low? His loyalty to the Qian family stands at 10. The host need not worry. He will not be working for the Qian family any longer. It seems he has been deeply hurt by that old man. Ji mused. Recruiting managerial talent is a wise decision for the company, yet vigilance regarding loyalty is paramount. A drop below 20 poses a significant risk of betrayal. Understood. It will depend on his performance tomorrow. Chapter 26. Testing the waters at noon. Qian Canan had arrived early at the private room reserved by Ji Lin Xiao. He felt a tumult of anxiety. Should Ji decline his offer, he would face a protracted period of unemployment. Following the tarnishing of the Qian family's reputation, many enterprises had swiftly rejected him upon reviewing his resume. Working at a construction site seemed implausible, given his extensive experience in office management. The door to the private room swung open, and Qian quickly stood, only to be greeted by a server delivering beverages. Embarrassed, he circled the room, mumbling praises to himself. This private room is truly splendid. The decor is exquisite. Ha ha ha. Oh, thank you for the compliment, esteemed senior. My older brother has always had an eye for quality. Just then, Ji Lin Xiao entered, overhearing Qian's remarks as he admired the wall art. Qian turned abruptly and saw Ji approaching with a smile, and he hurried to greet him. Mr. Ji, you've arrived. Indeed. Ji Linxiao replied with a casual nod. Taking a seat, Qian promptly poured a drink from the server's delivery. Mr. Ji, regarding the conditions you mentioned yesterday, Ji grasped the wine glass, swirling it before taking a sip. Let us start with the dishes. Are you not hungry? Oh, right. It's time to eat. I shall call for the dishes. Being a major shareholder, the kitchen had already prepared the meal, awaiting only the signal to serve. After a few rounds of toasting, Ji had nearly finished his meal. He wiped his mouth and turned his gaze to Qian. Is there something on my face? Ji chuckled lightly. Not at all. My condition for you is that during your tenure, you must be diligent and attentive, offering guidance to your subordinates. Is that acceptable? Absolutely not a problem. Furthermore, you ought to have your own trusted team. I can allow your core team to join my company. However, should any one of you betray me, you shall all be dismissed. Do you comprehend? Ji delivered this stern warning in an icy tone, emphasizing the gravity of collective responsibility. Should one falter, all would face dire consequences. Qian swallowed hard, feeling a flicker of unease, yet he had unwavering faith in his team. Years of collaboration had forged bonds that transcended mere professional ties. They were true friends. Rest assured, Mr. Ji, we will manage the company diligently. Good. I appreciate your assurance. Mr. Qian, let us toast to that. Surprised yet honored, Qian lifted his glass, bowing slightly in deference. Despite being older than Ji, the latter's status as the employer necessitated respect. In truth, Ji's decision was not solely based on Qian's promises. Throughout their conversation, the system had indicated a steady increase in Qian's loyalty, eventually reaching a score of 45, sufficient to consider him a valuable ally. After their meal, the two parted on amicable terms. Qian hurried home to share the positive news with his family and team. Following the bankruptcy and acquisition of his company, which Ji had entrusted to Zheng Yongnian, the latter had swiftly executed layoffs, reducing the workforce by half and relegating the remainder to menial tasks. Qian's team was not spared. Facing unemployment at home, this news was undoubtedly a welcome relief. After a week of renovations, the previously dilapidated building in the West City District had undergone a remarkable transformation, and Ji Linxiao and his team successfully moved in. Mr. Ji, you ought to name your company and building, suggested one of his associates. The company shall be named Juxiao, and the building, Lintian. To soar above the heavens, what a splendid name. Qian promptly contacted individuals to register the company and coordinated with the construction team to add the name Lintian Building. The few employees of Juxiao convened for their inaugural meeting, deliberating on salaries, insurance, educational requirements, and working hours, which were all meticulously finalized. Ji Linxiao resolved to lease the lower 4 floors of the building for commercial use, reserving the upper floors for his company's operations. The 5th floor would serve as a recreational area for employees, featuring a gym, cafe, and dining space. The 6th and 7th floors were designated for office and large conference areas, while the 8th floor housed the executive offices and materials management room. The 9th floor was reserved exclusively for Ji Linxiao, with access restricted to unrelated personnel, as he intended to establish his team there. After issuing instructions, Qian and his team set to work. One group procured the necessary hardware and software for the company, while another began distributing promotional materials and aggressively recruiting talent. Ji entrusted the entire operation to them. On his way home, Ji noticed he was being followed. After such a long absence, they have resumed their movements. Regrettably, my mental acuity is not what it once was. Had it been, I would have been oblivious to the presence behind me. It was serendipitous that Ji spotted Yi Qinghu trailing him. Although his mental prowess had significantly increased, Ye's years of training were not to be underestimated. It was primarily due to the bustling urban environment, where cover and concealment were scarce. Anyone acting furtively amidst the throng would likely be perceived as suspicious. Ji Linxiao sent a message to Yi Qinghu. Stop hiding. I've seen you. A minute later, a reply came from the other side. What are you talking about, Boss Ji? I'm in the hospital. Ji Linxiao chuckled and shook his head, noting the man's vigilance, clearly wary of any potential confrontation. Turning around, he slowly walked into a nearby shop and patted Yi Qinghu, who had already disguised himself, sitting by the door. You've concealed yourself quite well, but you're still lacking a bit. Realizing his failure, Yi Qinghu removed his hat, curiosity evident in his voice. How did you notice me? Intuition, and the aura you exude made it easy for me to detect your presence. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghu understood that he was outmatched and conceded gracefully, saying, From now on, in N-City, I yield to you, Ji Linxiao. During his time in the military, Yi Qinghu had a senior reconnaissance soldier, a decorated veteran who had participated in countless battles and had an uncanny ability to detect when he was being followed. When Yi Qinghu sought advice from this senior, he was told a simple truth. The aura is a living essence. If you can perceive the aura each person radiates, you will discern their true intentions. Ji Linxiao, much like this senior, sensed a strong presence behind him, Though not malicious, it still instilled a sense of discomfort akin to being watched. Hence, he commanded the system to perform a scan, which promptly revealed Yi Qinghu. Do you have any acquaintances with similar abilities? I could greatly benefit from your assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qinghu replied, yes, I have a brother in the neighboring city of S. He is currently unemployed and possesses skills that rival mine. I can bring him here. Good. Any others? There are, but... Is there a complication? Boss Ji, I implore you for help. Yi Qinghu's hat had crumpled in his grasp, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a mix of anger and sorrow. Speak freely. I have two younger brothers, Yi Qinglong and Yi Chengxi. They were once members of a special forces unit, but while Xiaoxi handled public affairs, Xiaolong managed the covert side. Inevitably, Xiaoxi attracted our enemy's attention recently, and fearing for our safety, he left a note and disappeared. Xiaolong went to look for him, but has yet to return. Do you wish for me to help you find him? What is in it for me? Yi Qinghu, now sweating profusely, quickly responded. Both of my brothers are exceptional in their respective fields, combat and intellect. If we can locate them, they can assist you. And the three of us will be your loyal subordinates. Very well, I agree. However, you must first bring your brother from S City. We will strategize from there. Understood. Boss Ji. After sending Yi Qinghu on his way, Ji Linxiao eagerly examined the rewards he had received. Prior to their wager in the hospital, the system had issued him a task. Congratulations, host, for activating the task, Leader S Aura. Task content. Earn the recognition of your future subordinate, Yi Qinghu. Task duration, 20 days. Task reward, system mall upgrade. Having completed the task in just 1 week, Ji Linxiao was eager to see if the system would provide him with even greater rewards. Chapter 27, Custom Medicaments. Congratulations, host, for completing the task Leader S Aura. Due to the early completion, your reward is doubled. The system mall has upgraded 2 levels. The number of completed tasks has reached the required standard for a system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrading, please wait. Upgrade successful. Current system level. Level 3, reward points. 10,000. Current points available. 12,000. Opening the mall. Divine Power Dream Mall. Level 5, 20,000 points required for upgrade. Available for purchase. Mental Power Medicament. Beginner 500 points. Physical Power Medicament. Beginner 500 points. Luck Medicament. Beginner 800 points. Wing Chun Manual. Beginner 600 points. Wing Chun Manual. Intermediate 1,000 points. Potential Medicament. 5,000 points. Swimming Talent Medicament. 3,000 points. Hacking Talent Medicament. Beginner 2,000 points. Management Talent Medicament. Beginner 600 points. Culinary Talent Medicament. 600 points. Driving Talent Medicament. 1,200 points. Design, Universal, Talent Medicament. 1,500 points. Leg Technique Manual. Beginner 600 points. Fist Technique Manual. Intermediate 1,000 points. Medicament Pending, Customizable, X2. Current points, 12,000. Custom Medicament? What does that mean? It means the host can independently define the desired talent, and if it passes the system's logical verification, it can be transformed into a medicament and listed in the mall, with pricing determined by the overarching system. That's intriguing. Help me define a reconnaissance talent medicament. Defining. Definition successful. Reconnaissance talent medicament, 10,000 points. Includes reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. How exorbitant. This must be the most expensive item in the mall right now. According to the overarching system analysis, this talent is classified as a special advanced talent, hence the steep price. Xiaoming, is there a medicament that can enhance one's perception and conceal one's presence? Searching for the host. Perception medicament, 8,500 points. Enhances self-perception capabilities, allowing faster awareness of others' auras and environmental changes. Shadow talent medicament, 12,000 points. Better conceals one's presence. Ideal for tracking, assassination, and evading pursuers. When hidden in shadows, it allows seamless integration with darkness. Is this shadow talent medicament really that powerful? It seems a bit over the top. To illustrate, an assassin lurking in the shadows can suppress their aura, internalizing their killing intent. Their breathing becomes nearly inaudible, and they imagine themselves merging with their surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult for the target to detect them. Though Ji Linxiao found the system's explanation somewhat perplexing, he recognized the medicament's potential. After much deliberation, he decided to add the shadow talent medicament to the mall, intending to introduce the perception medicament during the next customization opportunity. Ji Linxiao now regretted not inquiring earlier about desired medicaments, as he could have maximized the 2 customization slots. These 2 medicaments seemed somewhat redundant in relation to the reconnaissance talent medicament. While lamenting this, he browsed through the mall's offerings, contemplating his purchases. Alas, his points were insufficient to procure much. Ji Linxiao longed for the shadow talent medicament, but purchasing anything else would preclude that option, leaving him no choice but to wait until he had accumulated enough points. Ultimately, he selected a leg technique manual, beginner, a fist technique manual, intermediate, a universal talent medicament. For physical power medicaments, beginner, for mental power medicaments, beginner, and 2 luck medicaments. Current points balance, 3,300. Ji Linxiao held the medicaments in hand, reserving a portion for Chun Manyan. As for Yi Chenghu, he remained under observation. Perhaps later, when his loyalty was higher, he would unveil the confidential medicaments for his use. He consumed 1 luck medicament, 2 mental power medicaments, and 2 physical power medicaments. Xiaoming, what are my current statistics? Mental power, 103, increased through regular cognitive engagement. Physical power, 110. Lucky, 58. Ji Linxiao scrutinized his data for a moment. It was satisfactory, indeed. His dedication to exercise had proven beneficial, and he could feel a profound transformation in his physique. Compared to his former self, who spent countless hours before a computer, he was now invigorated and brimming with vitality each day. He extracted the leg technique manual and the fist technique manual. Initially, the leg technique felt manageable, but upon accessing the fist technique manual, Ji Linxiao was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. He endeavored to embrace the new knowledge. The intermediate fist technique was significantly more challenging than the beginner level, with a broader scope. The concepts of softness and hardness were starkly different, yet complementary. With a deep breath, Ji Linxiao released a punch, and this time, the force of his strike was noticeably stronger, propelling the blood throughout his body. With his eyes closed, he executed a series of foundational training punches, merging the memories in his mind with his physical movements. His legs were in constant motion, occasionally synchronizing the fist techniques with the leg techniques to deliver a splendid combination. After practicing the leg techniques, Ji Linxiao's lower body was steadier than before. Any lingering instability had vanished, leaving him with each move imbued with resilience and power. Upon seeing Ji Linxiao return, Steward Yin approached, having remained upstairs for an extended period. Mealtime had long passed, and the food had grown cold. He ascended the stairs to seek Ji Linxiao, inquiring if he wished to dine. If not, he would call Aunt Mao to put the food away and avoid reheating it. After searching diligently, Steward Yin finally paused at the door of the training room. Ji Linxiao's door was ajar, merely half closed. Peering through the crack, Steward Yin witnessed Ji Linxiao practicing his techniques, his heart filled with astonishment. To his surprise, the young master was proficient in martial arts. The finesse and complexity of his punches suggested extensive training, not something achieved overnight. It seemed that what Mr. Zheng had mentioned was indeed accurate. Ji Linxiao must have emerged from an obscure family, previously detached from the rapidly evolving society. Steward Yin observed for a considerable time at the entrance. Logically, Ji Linxiao's current mental acuity should have allowed him to sense his presence. As Steward Yin had not made any effort to conceal his aura, even letting out a few quiet expressions of admiration. However, Ji Linxiao had entered a state of deep immersion, wholly absorbed in interpreting and executing the fist and leg techniques, thus remaining oblivious to Steward Yin's presence. Eventually, after a considerable interval, Ji Linxiao concluded his practice and stood still, evenly regulating his breath. Suddenly, he sensed someone outside. Who is it? It is I, young master. Steward Yin pushed the door open and stepped inside. It is well past mealtime, and I did not see you come down. So I thought to check if you required sustenance. What time is it? It is already 7:30 in the evening. Ji Linxiao was momentarily taken aback. He had been practicing for 3 hours, losing all sense of time. No wonder those martial arts novels spoke of masters meditating for months on end. Please wait. I shall change my clothes before descending to eat. Very well, young master. Steward Yin harbored many questions, but as a refined individual educated in the nuances of high-level stewardship, he refrained from prying into the master's private affairs unless in cases of urgency or delegation. Suppressing his inner curiosity, he descended to reheat Ji Linxiao's dinner. The selection of hosts for the auxiliary system. Divine Energy System Space. Activating Divine Energy System 11, 12, 13. Named Assist Dream, Recall, and Mengtian. Functions, Scratch to view. Assist Dream S host selection criteria, 1 word, tragic. 2 words, very tragic. 3 words, still tragic. Recall S host selection criteria, strong resentment, strong mental power, strong willpower. Mengtian S host selection criteria, strong psychological endurance, selective deafness. A vague silhouette stood before the 3 activated capsules, summarizing based on the previous completion. Assist Dream and Recall were somewhat manageable, but Mengtian was truly verbose. Even the typically taciturn Assist Dream had begun to jest and mock. 11 will select a host first. Then proceed in order. It is imperative to find the most suitable host, particularly for 13. You need not rush in your selection. Finding the correct choice is paramount. Assist dream. Wow, look at this person. He is in dire straits. His father has passed, his mother has fled, his girlfriend has betrayed him, and he is being exploited at work. TSK. He is about to become a scapegoat. Do you wish to select him? You may continue to search. Perhaps there is someone even worse off. While Assist Dream was lamenting, he inadvertently pressed the confirmation button. Assist Dream. Recall. Winky face. Maintion. Winky face. Vague silhouette. Winky face. It must be you, 88. Go ahead. Assist Dream. Oh no. I actually wanted to look for more options. In the wake of Assist Dream's woeful exclamations, he was already transported away. Be cautious. Do not make the same careless mistake. Recall and Maintion. Okay. Recall. This time, I want to select a beautiful host. Last time I chose a handsome host, only to discover he was a playboy, engaging in endless escapades. My eyes, my innocent, pure heart was subjected to a severe assault. I require compensation for emotional distress. Vague silhouette, roll along. Recall, alrighty. The two systems painstakingly sifted through countless candidates until finally, recall. Well, this girl is splendid, her resentment is quite potent, and her mental prowess is extraordinary. After reading her story, Recall felt a twinge of emotion, though he was unsure why a system would possess feelings. Recall, I will choose her. I genuinely wish to assist her this time. Vague silhouette. This time, please refrain from scamming her out of too many points. Last time, you sold her a Tiger's Roar pill for 100,000 points. When I recall, the cost was only 1,000. Recall, gotta go. After Recall was transported away, the divine energy system space was left with only the vague silhouette and Maintion. Still not decided? Maintion, just a moment. I'm wary of selecting someone with poor mental quality who will find me verbose. Every time I return first from a mission, am I really that verbose? The last one even jumped off a building. The divine energy system space operated on a different temporal scale, with 1 minute inside equating to 10 days outside. And Maintion took considerable time to deliberate. Maintion, how about this one? Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the divine energy system space. Alert, alert. The consciousness of the Waterland star is under attack. Assistance is requested. Reinforcements needed. Only when the alarm rang a second time did the vague silhouette react. What is happening? Maintion, quickly help me activate the communication device and connect with the consciousness of Waterland star. The entire divine energy system space flickered with red lights, the intense alarm instilling a sense of urgency. Hello, can you hear me? Waterland star, please respond. This is Waterland star. We are currently under assault from an unidentified external force. We request assistance from the divine energy system. Time is of the essence. Our consciousness is on the verge of being seized. Please enter before it is too late and help us repel the unknown force. Maintion, we cannot delay any longer. Once the consciousness is captured, you will have no means of entering. Quickly find a suitable host to help him grow through this crisis. Maintion, why not awaken another host? I fear that if I continue to nag, our current host will truly meet their demise, and the water and land star will be beyond saving. Maintion, only you possess the capability to accomplish this. When we created you, you were akin to a bug in the system. You alone can aid the host's growth under the shroud of unknown forces. Do not forget your name, Maintion. Maintion hesitated for a moment, then perceived the world's consciousness signaling for help. Maintion, I shall go, await my triumphant return. You will be rewarded with a grand gift of points upon my return. Maintion pressed the confirmation button and, before the world consciousness could be seized, entered the meticulously chosen host. May success be his, for he is Maintion after all. Epilogue complete. Chapter 28, The Egg Thief at Home. After dinner, Ji Linxiao sat pensively at his computer desk. How might he further elevate Yi Qinghu's loyalty? Host, did he not mention that he has a missing brother? Are you suggesting I should search for him? I could indeed find him. Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that as a fledgling with no connections, no manpower, and no capabilities, beyond merely possessing a system, he was at a disadvantage, especially since he lacked points. It wouldn't do to always seek Zhang Yongyan's assistance. Currently, the underworld in City Inn is under Li Luoyang's jurisdiction. Why not ask him for help? The three of them are interconnected. Seeking Li Luoyang's help is no different from asking Zhang Yongyan for assistance. But if you wish to find someone, this is your only option. You cannot plaster missing person notices all over the city for someone being hunted, can you? Well, that is not entirely impossible. Host, have you lost your mind or been trampled by a donkey? Do you wish to make it easier for the pursuers to locate him? Ji Linxiao scratched his head. Oh, I was merely jesting. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Ji Linxiao suddenly stood up. I have made my decision. Does the host have a plan? Please, share it with us. I shall seek Li Luoyang's assistance. System. The host has seemingly uttered something rather shameless with remarkable composure. It is quite late now. It would be unwise to seek assistance tonight. Tomorrow, I shall procure some delectable treats before visiting Li Luoyang. As his first impression of Jilin Xiao was that he relishes good food. Xiaoming, do you have any extraordinary delicacies that cannot be found outside? A truly exquisite taste? None. Next. Very well then. Jilin Xiao downloaded a cooking app, browsing for culinary delights to ask Aunt Mao to prepare. Saltwater squab, crispy pork belly, golden treasures. Spring rolls, braised dragon meat. How delightful. Jilin Xiao recited the various dishes, his mouth watering at the thought of such exquisite cuisine. Hey. The host is becoming increasingly peculiar. Dragon meat has even made an appearance. Whether Aunt Mao can cook it remains to be seen. Jilin Xiao chuckled, turning off his phone in preparation for sleep. No more looking, or I shall grow hungry. I will inquire tomorrow about what Aunt Mao can make. The following day, Jilin Xiao arose early, descending the stairs to find the servants already engaged in tidying up. He could not help but question himself. Everyone is already awake. I thought I had risen early enough. He glanced at his phone. It was 6:30. What could they possibly be doing up this early? Butler Yin approached Jilin Xiao as he descended. Young master, you are awake. What brings you up earlier than usual today? I wish to consult Aunt Mao. By the way, do you all typically rise this early? Indeed, we awaken to clean the courtyard, do laundry, and prepare meals. Surely, it is unnecessary to rise so early. Could you not allow everyone a bit more rest? Butler Yin stared at Jilin Xiao, momentarily taken aback, then quickly agreed and set about adjusting everyone's schedule. He was quite curious about what kind of person his young master was, as he seemed quite different from previous masters he had encountered. Those who had risen early would dismiss the servants if they found them resting, never allowing them the luxury of extra sleep. Butler Yin contemplated while revising the schedule. Following Jilin Xiao's suggestion, he decided to let everyone rest a bit longer if there was no pressing matter. As Jilin Xiao entered the kitchen, he found Aunt Mao humming a tune while preparing breakfast. He quietly observed her as she worked. Young master, what brings you here? You startled me. Aunt Mao, upon noticing Jilin Xiao's presence, nearly dropped what she was holding. My apologies. I did not wish to disturb you. No worries. Are you hungry, young master? I shall prepare breakfast for you immediately. Not just yet. I came to inquire if you have any signature dishes that might impress someone. Signature dishes? Let me think. Aunt Mao turned off the heat, pouring the fried eggs onto a plate while cleaning the stove, pondering what dish might satisfy the young master. Jilin Xiao, enticed by the aroma of the fried eggs, could not help but swallow hard. The scent was utterly tempting. Seizing the moment while Aunt Mao was distracted, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and gingerly took a fried egg, blowing on it gently before taking a bite. Delicious. The fried egg was cooked with a modest amount of oil, making it far less greasy. Some had black sesame sprinkled on top, while others had white sesame. And the cooking was executed to perfection, with a slightly sweet, runny yolk in the center. Jilin Xiao found himself unable to stop, devouring 2 bites at a time. And before long, the entire plate of fried eggs had vanished. Fortunately, the eggs were not overly greasy, leaving him without any uncomfortable sensation after indulging. Feeling a bit guilty after finishing the plate, Jilin Xiao quietly slipped out of the kitchen, calling out as he reached the door. Aunt Mao, take your time to think. I shall go for a run now. No rush. With that, he dashed out of the house. Of course, the well-fed Jilin Xiao had no intention of running. Exercising on a full stomach might lead to appendicitis. Instead, he strolled on the central island to aid digestion, planning to resume running once the time was right. After Jilin Xiao had been out for some time, a hungry young man rushed in. Aunt Mao, we are all famished. Why was there no breakfast today? Only then did Aunt Mao come to her senses, realizing she had not yet served breakfast to anyone. Upon glancing at the table, she discovered that the entire plate of fried eggs was gone. Where are my eggs? Looking around, she found no trace of the eggs. So she instructed the young man to take out some milk and sandwiches while she prepared another plate of fried eggs. Goodness, when did a thief appear in the house? At that moment, Jilin Xiao thought, Chu, who is speaking ill of me? Aunt Mao pondered the situation carefully. Aside from the young master, no one else had entered. Could it be that the egg thief was none other than Jilin Xiao himself? He had devoured an entire plate of fried eggs in one go. Aunt Mao was left astonished. That plate contained 10 or so fried eggs, and Jilin Xiao had consumed them all. She nodded at the frying pan. It seems the young master truly adores fried eggs. From now on, I shall prepare them for breakfast regularly. When Jilin Xiao returned from his run, everyone had finished their breakfast, and Aunt Mao was in the kitchen experimenting with new dishes. Aunt Mao, Jilin Xiao stealthily entered. Akin to a mischievous child caught in wrongdoing. Everyone had finished their meal, and Aunt Mao must surely be aware of the vanishing eggs. Aunt Mao, observing Jilin Xiao's demeanor, could not help but laugh, for he was merely in his 20s, akin to a son in her eyes. Young master, you've eaten. What is the big deal? If you enjoyed them, I shall make them for you again next time. Aunt Mao. Ji Linxiao scratched his head awkwardly and approached. Young master, when you asked me to prepare a signature dish, are you inviting someone over for dinner? Yes. Ji Linxiao paused for a moment before nodding. Initially, he intended to bring some delicacies to Li Luoyang, but the taste would undoubtedly change during transport. It would be better to invite him over for a meal instead. Aunt Mao, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, young master, I will handle it perfectly. When do you plan to have the guests over? Ji Linxiao pondered and realized he should first inquire when Li Luoyang would be free. What if he prepared the dishes and Li Luoyang had no time to come? I'll make a call to ask. Ji Linxiao took out his phone and dialed Li Luoyang. Hey, third brother, are you free lately? What's up, Xiao Linxiao? Is there something you need? I'd like to invite you for a meal, but I'm not sure if you have time. I do. I have plenty of time. Then I'll send you the address. Will you come over to hang out? Sure, I'll come by this afternoon. I'm currently out, so I might miss lunch. But for dinner, you better prepare something delicious, or else, he teased, I'll take you out to eat instead. All right, I'll be waiting for you at home. After hanging up, Ji Linxiao informed Aunt Mao that Li Luoyang would be coming over in the evening, noting that he had a penchant for meat. So Aunt Mao agreed to prepare ample hearty dishes and rushed off to the market with a girl in tow for a grand shopping spree. Chapter 29, Planning the Arrangement. While waiting for Li Luoyang to arrive, Ji Linxiao did not remain idle. He attempted to utilize his acquired hacking knowledge to search for individuals. Hackers have access to a specific hidden website populated by people from various nations, established for the purpose of evading national network surveillance. The site's firewall is robust, making it exceedingly difficult for hackers to infiltrate. Naturally, advanced hackers have long received invitations to join the site for free discourse. But who knows if there are spies planted by any nation? With the system's assistance, Ji Linxiao obtained an account and began searching for information or rewards related to Yi Qinghu's brother. After a lengthy search, he indeed found a reward post seeking assistance in locating him, with all of his movements available for purchase. Ji Linxiao scrutinized the account, but found no irregularities. Xiao Meng, can you trace who owns this account? System permissions insufficient. Unable to query for now. Please work harder to upgrade the system. TSK, how can I upgrade if you don't assign tasks? You, a homebody, how can you trigger any tasks? Ji Linxiao chuckled softly. He continued to examine the post, meticulously reviewing every piece of information published by the account. Eventually, he discovered it was a blank account solely dedicated to raising this question with a clean record. Currently, his hacking skills were only at a beginner level, making it challenging to trace the IP address without being easily detected. Thus, he refrained from attempting to track it. Resigned, Ji Linxiao shut down his computer and lay on his bed, contemplating how to enlist Li Luoyang's help. Time swiftly passed. Ji Linxiao indulged in video games and snacks, and the morning slipped away. After lunch, he curiously peeked into the kitchen to see what Aunt Mao was preparing. Young master, what brings you here? I'm just checking on what delicious food you're making. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure dinner is splendid. If the guests leave with anything less, it will reflect poorly on my skills. With that, she half-pushed, half-urged Ji Linxiao out, claiming his health was precious and that he might get in the way while she handled the ingredients. In reality, she was eager to shoo him out of the kitchen. With no other tasks at hand, Ji Linxiao retreated to the pavilion in the garden to sip tea while awaiting Li Luoyang's arrival. The tea was procured through strict arrangements by Butler Yin, a decade-old white tea. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air upon brewing, he took a gentle sip, experiencing a rich, smooth texture that glided down his throat like silk. The sensation enveloped his throat in a delicate film of moisture, alleviating any dryness and leaving him feeling refreshed and content, akin to basking in warm sunlight during the chilly winter. What a superb tea! Ji Linxiao wasn't particularly knowledgeable about tea, yet he could still appreciate its exquisite flavor. At that moment, Butler Yin brought over a tray of snacks. Biting into a treat and sipping the tea was a delightful experience, rivaling even aged spirits, offering a uniquely pleasurable sensation. By the time Li Luoyang arrived, Ji Linxiao had already consumed 2 pots of tea. He welcomed Li Luoyang, and although the second infusion of tea still held a robust flavor, he decided to serve a fresh pot for his guest. Just as he was about to call Butler Yin to replace the tea, Li Luoyang stopped him. Don't change it. Little brother, the aroma is still quite strong. It must be freshly brewed. I can't stand this tea. It's unbearably bitter. I much prefer a glass of white liquor. Ji Linxiao smiled at the boisterous man before him. Third brother, already drinking liquor in the afternoon? What will you have for dinner? I was just joking. Just get me a bottle of soda. I'll skip the tea. Butler Yin promptly signaled for someone to fetch a few bottles of cola from the refrigerator, preparing to serve Li Luoyang himself, only to have the bottle snatched away. Hey, it's not wine, so why bother with glasses? Soda is best enjoyed straight from the bottle. Li Luoyang exclaimed, downing a bottle in one go. Ji Linxiao and butler Yan could only stare in astonishment. At first glance, the name Li Luoyang might evoke an image of a refined young man. Yet it was unexpectedly associated with a burly figure standing at nearly 6 feet, 3 inches tall. All right, little brother, let us cut to the chase. What did you want to discuss today? However, Li Luoyang, though appearing somewhat foolish, was far from being simple-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured his position. Ji Linxiao's initiative to invite him indicated he had something to ask. Since Ji Linxiao hadn't broached the subject, it was likely he felt hesitant or concerned. Thus, Li Luoyang thought it better to take the lead in the conversation, easing Ji Linxiao's discomfort. Ji Linxiao glanced at butler Yan, who discreetly withdrew and instructed others to maintain their distance, allowing Ji Linxiao and his guests some privacy. Since third brother has initiated the conversation, I won't hold back. I have a friend. That friend is you, isn't it? No worries. There's no one else here. Speak freely. Li Luoyang assumed an understanding expression, leaving Ji Linxiao both amused and exasperated. Third brother, I truly do have a friend. His brother was previously in a special forces unit, but now that he has retired, he's been pursued by enemies and is currently missing. I hope third brother can assist me in locating him. There will be a generous reward for your help. No need for rewards. We're brothers, after all. Mutual assistance is a given. Then I'll take this opportunity to thank third brother on behalf of my friend. By the way, what benefits did your friend offer you in return? Li Luoyang was filled with curiosity. He wondered why Ji Linxiao would be willing to assist others without sufficient benefits. He blinked his eyes, attempting to discern something from Ji Linxiao's expression. Surely, there must be some advantages involved, but I understand. If it's inconvenient to discuss, I won't pry further. Please send me the information and photographs of the person you are looking for, and I shall instruct my men to locate them. Third brother, this individual is currently being hunted, and I fear that making too much noise could be detrimental. Li Luoyang stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. This was indeed a challenging situation, but not insurmountable. Before long, he shared his plan with Ji Linxiao. After a series of discussions, they ultimately finalized the plan, which would be executed entirely by Li Luoyang's trusted subordinates. Li Luoyang also compiled a list of individuals to be involved. Ji Linxiao inquired about the loyalty of these individuals to Li Luoyang, and the results were promisingly high, alleviating concerns about potential betrayal. With the entire plan drafted, they moved on. Gur, when do we eat? I'm famished. Li Luoyang, his face flushed with embarrassment, patted his stomach. The noise was indeed rather loud. Ji Linxiao glanced at the time and realized it was nearly dinner. He led Li Luoyang back to the villa, preparing to set the table. Li Luoyang lamented. So after all this time, I haven't had a single delectable morsel, and I've just been feeding mosquitoes in the yard. How unfortunate. Chapter 30. It is said that this is a culinary novel. While the dishes were still being prepared, Ji Linxiao took Li Luoyang on a tour of his home. Li Luoyang, a playful spirit, was dazzled by the high-end gaming VR room filled with computers. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon seeing the large slide, he eagerly dove in and slid down several times. Who wouldn't adore a house with a slide? Finally, Aunt Mao and her assistants completed the meal preparations, but Steward Yan, unable to contain himself, interrupted the two still frolicking on the slide. Ahem, young master, it's time for dinner. Why don't you take your friend to the dining room? Startled from their playful reverie, Li Luoyang suddenly remembered his earlier hunger. Gur, just as he thought about it, his stomach growled again. Third brother, let's go. I guarantee you'll have a delightful feast today. With that, the two slid down the slide, and Steward Yan, following Ji Linxiao, reluctantly joined them. This actually feels rather enjoyable. They found themselves seated across from each other at the dining table as the servants began to present the dishes. The first to arrive was braised abalone and pork belly. Li Luoyang, already ravenous, grasped his chopsticks, eager to dig in. Ji Linxiao, smiling, said, "Let us eat. Yan uncle, please serve us 2 bowls of rice, large ones." The sight of the first dish not only made Li Luoyang's mouth water, but also caused Ji Linxiao to swallow hard. The dish was undeniably vibrant and aromatic. Unable to resist, Li Luoyang promptly took a mouthful of the glossy pork belly and abalone, the sweet yet savory braising sauce enveloping the tender meat and shellfish. Each bite was an explosion of flavor that nearly made him swallow his tongue. At that moment, Steward Yan arrived with the bowls of rice, along with a small spoon. Li Luoyang eagerly scooped some sauce over his rice, mixing it thoroughly before sending it to his mouth. Ji Linxiao, however, was not in a hurry to eat like Li Luoyang. He wasn't starving yet, and he knew this was merely the first course. "Yan uncle, why don't you sit down and join us?" "Thank you, young master, but we have all already dined." "Really? So soon?" Aunt Mao's cooking was simply too enticing. They had all grown hungry and feared they would be famished if they waited for the young master to eat. So they took the opportunity to finish their meals together. "I see." Ji Lin Xiao didn't press further. After all, they had already eaten, and he had expressed his goodwill. Lin Xiao, you should eat. Next, why aren't you eating? Li Luoyang urged as he stuffed his mouth with food. At that moment, the second dish was served, tomato sliced prawns. The prawns, glistening with a vibrant sauce, had their shells removed, leaving only the tails. A gentle tug would peel the shells away. Bright green scallions sprinkled on top created a striking contrast against the orange sauce. A bite of the prawn burst with a sweet and tangy flavor. One by one, the other dishes graced the table. Grilled lamb chops that were crispy on the outside and tender within, cola chicken wings, crystal vegetable shrimp dumplings, steamed grouper, stuffed bell peppers, stir-fried meat with chili and garlic ribs, complemented by a pot of freshly simmered old hen with matsutake and bamboo shoot soup. So fresh, it was unparalleled. Li Luoyang wished he had several mouths to savor every dish simultaneously. Although these were merely ordinary home-cooked meals, they inexplicably tasted far better than what he had encountered in some restaurants. Perhaps it was due to Aunt Mao's years of culinary experience. Each dish had a slightly different balance of flavors, creating a complementary effect that left one yearning for more, akin to the irresistible allure of Wang Wang Senbei. The two devoured the meal with fervor, nearly obliterating everything on the table. After 4 bowls of rice, Li Luoyang, feeling pleasantly full, stroked his round belly and licked his lips, still wanting more. Ji Lin Xiao, too, was stuffed, unable to move from his chair. This confirmed Aunt Mao's saying. If one could leave the table, it was a testament to her cooking skills. Both slumped in their chairs, exchanging satisfied burps, though embarrassed. They couldn't deny how delicious the meal had been. One couldn't help but remark on Aunt Mao's culinary prowess, which was delightful yet quite filling. Fortunately, Aunt Mao had the foresight to prepare more rice than usual today. Otherwise, they might have run short. After a while, having digested some of their meal, they supported each other as they settled onto the sofa in the living room. Steward Yin presented them with freshly brewed hawthorn tea to aid in their digestion. You know, your family's meals are simply exquisite. If I were to eat like this every day, I would undoubtedly gain weight. How come I never see you putting on any pounds? Li Luoyang teased, secretly contemplating the idea of enticing Ji Lin Xiao's personal chef to join him. Our family doesn't cook like this every day. It was merely for your visit that we prepared such a feast. My dear brother, to be honest, I usually struggle to find enough to eat and wear, battling daily to enjoy a warm meal. I have no chef to assist me with cooking, you see. Ji Lin Xiao seemed to catch on. Li Luoyang was eyeing Aunt Mao's services, and it was time to put on an act. With red-rimmed eyes, Ji Lin Xiao spoke slowly. Third brother. Aunt Mao has been with me for many years. She has cared for me like a mother. If you were to take her away, I fear. He turned his head away just as Aunt Mao emerged from the kitchen, overhearing Ji Lin Xiao's words. She appeared puzzled, but, seeing Ji Lin Xiao wink at her, her seasoned instincts kicked in. She rushed over, embracing Ji Lin Xiao's head. Young master, please don't let me go. What would I do without you? If I leave, who will cook for you? I don't know if I can get used to the new chef's cooking. Will they remember your preferences? What if they make something that causes an allergic reaction? As she spoke, Aunt Mao didn't forget to squeeze out a few tears. Steward Yin, watching from the side, couldn't help but admire her skill, stifling laughter while also lending a hand. Indeed, young master is already accustomed to Aunt Mao's cooking. If she were to leave suddenly, who knows what would happen to him? Yin, the housekeeper, cast a sidelong glance at Li Luoyang, who appeared utterly bewildered. He found himself at a loss, torn between comforting the tearful Aunt Mao and soothing the back of Ji Lin Xiao, who had turned away from him. Sighing, he thought, alas, a gentleman does not covet another's affections. Fear not, my young brother. I shall not usurp your beloved Aunt Mao. Upon hearing this, Ji Lin Xiao immediately extricated himself from Aunt Mao's embrace and turned to Li Luoyang, his eyes sparkling with hope. Really, third brother? You are simply wonderful. In the end, Ji Lin Xiao offered to help find a skilled cook to work at Li Luoyang's home, fortuitously suggesting a classmate of Aunt Mao's who could be recommended. Elated, Li Luoyang returned home, clutching a batch of freshly baked cookies made by Aunt Mao. Phew, that was too easy to manipulate. You two are truly theatrical. Your collaboration is impeccable. Aunt Mao and Yin exchanged knowing smiles. We learned it all from the young master. Much later, during a gathering, Li Luoyang learned from Zheng Yongyan that both Aunt Mao and Yin were individuals Ji Lin Xiao had enlisted his assistance to find. Regret washed over him. Yet recalling the excellent cook at home, he decided against asking Ji Lin Xiao for help. Chapter 31. The Trail of Yi Chenglong. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Moreover, Li Luoyang regarded Ji Lin Xiao as a brother. After a hearty meal, he found himself sprawled on his bed, indulging in lethargy. But the next morning, he promptly set forth to implement the plan he had devised with Ji Lin Xiao. Whispers of a bounty on Yi Chenglong began to circulate clandestinely, with various amounts being offered. A few individuals pursuing Yi Qinglong found themselves perplexed by the bounty. Are we the original issuer, or is there another? Unclear. All I know is that our funds are being pilfered. It merely states that they want his life, not the person himself, right? So why can't we accept several bounties and earn some extra cash? After all, our employer intends to dispose of him once found. We can simply take the body away and find someone to bury it. No, that contravenes the regulations. To hell with your regulations. Do those rules fill our bellies? The meager sum provided by our employer will be spent in mere days. The trio of pursuers fell into deep contemplation, weighing the choice between adhering to the rules or breaking them. It all hinged on a single thought. Yang, the bounty has been accepted. Here too. It turned out that all the bounties were orchestrated by Li Luoyang. Ji Linxiao had previously inquired of Yi Qinghu whether his brother had offended anyone else besides one particular family. Yi Qinghu, after some reflection, assured him that there were no others involved. Thus, if others saw the bounty for the deceased Yi Qinglong, even without knowledge of the intentions behind it, they would undoubtedly be tempted to accept the offer, gambling on whether the offeror would follow through. Upon noticing that the bounty had been claimed, they immediately traced the IP address. Li Luoyang also messaged the claimant to ascertain the situation, alleviating their concerns. How soon can you deliver? Rest assured, we will ensure the goods are delivered for your inspection. Other bounty accounts communicated with the pursuers in varying tones, managing to avoid revealing any incriminating details. Any progress? Have you located them? Report to Yang. Not yet. The other party is quite astute, concealing their true IP. We are diligently pursuing the matter. It won't be long now. Li Luoyang, though not well versed in such matters, placed his trust in his loyal confidants. Good. Notify me at the first sign of any updates. Unbeknownst to the trio of pursuers, they had already fallen into an adversary's trap. Although pursuer B sensed something amiss, he acquiesced to the persuasion of the other two. For none wished to endure a life where every meal required careful budgeting. The trio continued to conceal their identities, primarily to avoid detection by Yi Qinglong. Under the relentless efforts of Li Luoyang's confidants, they finally pinpointed the IP address. Yang, we have located it in City G, not very far from here. Excellent. Dispatch someone to covertly search City G and make contact with the local underworld. City G was not distant from City N. Li Luoyang frequently traversed nearby cities and was acquainted with its leaders, making it plausible to request assistance in locating someone. Li Luoyang relayed the information to Ji Linxiao, asking if he wished to accompany him to City G. Sure, that would be wonderful. I'd like to bring my friend along, if that's all right. After receiving Li Luoyang's consent, Ji Linxiao set off to pick up Yi Qinghu and rendezvous with Li Luoyang's group. Third brother, everything is ready. All right, let us set off. A convoy of cars dispersed into City G, ultimately converging at the tallest hotel, which boasted breathtaking scenery and a panoramic view of the city from the presidential suite on the top floor. Linxiao, let us wait here. It's a perfect opportunity for you to relax in City G. I've already contacted local contacts to assist in our search, while also keeping an eye on those assassins. Yi Qinghu expressed concern, fearing that if news leaked, the assassins might react recklessly and intensify their pursuit of his brother. Additionally, he had not heard from his other brother, Yi Chengxi, for the past month, and he dared not inform their elderly mother, opting instead to reassure her that his brother was well. Gee, I would like to wander around nearby. Perhaps I can find traces of my brother. Ji Linxiao, upon noticing Yi Chenghu's determined expression, empathized with his plight. Lacking siblings himself, he could not fully grasp the urgency of Yi Chenghu's brother's disappearance. Yet he recalled his own feelings of anxiety when Chu Yixing and Chen Mornian had gone missing under dangerous circumstances. In such a situation, Yi Chenghu's composure spoke volumes about his character. I shall accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Initially, Yi Chenghu intended to refuse, fearing that Ji Linxiao's presence would draw too much attention. However, recalling his employer's good intentions, he relented, thinking that Ji Linxiao might indeed prove a valuable ally in their search. All right, thank you. The two casually explored City G, clutching snacks and beverages, appearing no different from ordinary passers-by. Yet, Yi Chenghu's gaze remained vigilant, searching for any unique signs that only the three brothers might recognize. Meanwhile, Ji Linxiao silently conversed with the system in his mind. Xiaomeng, can you detect the presence of Yi Chenghu's brother in City G? They have merely traced the IP of the pursuers, but it does not confirm that Yi Qinglong is here. Insufficient permissions. You issued the task. Why not provide some auxiliary hints? As Ji Linxiao set out, the system activated a mission. Congratulations, host, for activating the mission, seeking him amidst the crowd. Mission objective: locate Yi Chenghu's brother. Mission duration: 10 days. Mission reward: unlock talent detection function. This reward greatly intrigued Ji Linxiao. as the system explained that this function would enable him to monitor talents within a kilometer radius and display their positions on an electronic detection interface. As the function upgraded, the detection radius would expand. I have reported to the higher-ups, and the result confirms that Yi Qinglong is indeed in City G. Further details cannot be disclosed, as that would constitute a violation. All right, that's sufficient. Knowing he is in City G is enough to validate our trip. The system fell into silence, for once refraining from continuing the conversation with Ji Linxiao. He found himself unable to offer further hints to Ji Linxiao, as his own host required growth. It remained uncertain when he might realize that the objective of this mission was to locate Yi Qinghu's brother, rather than Yi Qinglong. Chapter 32, Mission Unaccomplished? Ji Linxiao accompanied Yi Qinghu as they traversed Ji City, meandering from the urban center to the city's outskirts, covering a vast expanse, albeit on Little Blue. For relying solely on their legs would surely lead to exhaustion. They explored several locations that Yi Qinghu considered potential sources of clues, yet to their dismay, they discovered nothing. How could there be nothing? Little Snake undoubtedly understood that they would not heed his words and would certainly come looking for him. Surely, he must have left behind some subtle hints, so why had they uncovered nothing? Was it possible he had never even come to Ji City? Observing Yi Qinghu, who had been running around for most of the day and now seemed somewhat disheartened, Ji Linxiao couldn't help but offer gentle reassurance. He placed a hand on Yi Qinghu's shoulder and spoke softly. Do not rush. We have yet to explore the other side. I just received news from my contacts that they spotted Yi Qinglong in Ji City. He must still be here. Let us search diligently. Trust in yourself. And trust in me, all right? Yi Qinghu took a moment to steady his emotions, gripping the bicycle's handlebars once more as he resumed riding alongside Ji Linxiao towards the other side of the city. The two wandered through alleys for an extended period, when suddenly, Yi Qinghu, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of energy, propelled his bicycle in a specific direction, prompting Ji Linxiao to hastily follow suit. Upon catching up, Ji Linxiao found Yi Qinghu standing before a dilapidated brick house, lost in thought. Have you made a discovery? Yi Qinghu appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on a series of strange symbols etched into the wall, seemingly inscribed with a hard object. After nearly a day's cycling, Ji Linxiao's rear end ached painfully, prompting him to dismount, massage his backside, and seek out a relatively clean surface to sit upon, stretching his back as his bones cracked in protest. Yi Qinghu remained motionless for an extended period, leading Ji Linxiao to count the ants scurrying across the ground out of sheer boredom. He picked up a small twig, occasionally using it to guide the ants along their path, ensuring that the little family remained orderly. I understand now, Yi Qinghu suddenly exclaimed, startling Ji Linxiao, causing the twig to slip from his grasp and inadvertently land atop a few ants. Ji Linxiao froze, his hand hovering in midair. Little ants, I apologize. Blame him instead for this misfortune. Safe travels. Ji Linxiao scooped up a handful of dirt and sprinkled it over the crushed ants. After he departed, the ants struggled to emerge from beneath the twig. If only they could speak, they would surely express their grievances towards Ji Linxiao, questioning why he couldn't simply lift the twig. After all, they were not yet deceased. What is it? Have you discerned something? This signal must have been left by Little Dragon. I recalled it after some time. I finally remember what this signal signifies. What does it mean? Yi Qinghu pointed excitedly at the symbols on the wall. This represents him. My brother Yi Qinglong. This denotes a narrow alley, indicating a starting point. This signifies the number of the code, and this section outlines the route. A route map? Just this jumble of scribbles? It resembles a ball of yarn. Yes, follow me. I already know the way. Ji Linxiao glanced at the symbols on the wall and found them utterly incomprehensible. It seemed prudent to devise a similar code with Chun Manyin for future contingencies. After winding through streets for a considerable time, they arrived at a deserted small house, where Yi Qinghu approached the door, knocked, and waited in vain for a response. He then called softly, "The king covers the earth." Ji Linxiao felt perplexed by such a commonplace code. Would it not expose them? Instinctively, he chimed in. The pagoda suppresses the river demon? Yi Qinghu cast a sidelong glance at Ji Linxiao, his expression difficult to describe, resembling that of someone observing a fool. Ji Linxiao awkwardly chuckled, just a slip of the tongue, heh. After a moment of silence, there was still no reply. Could they not hear? Try calling again. That's unlikely. In such a tense environment, every sound is crucial, especially spoken words. It's improbable they missed it. Then did you knock at the wrong place? That cannot be. Yi Qinghu, deep in thought, stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I know. He led Ji Linxiao back to their previous location, retracing their steps in the opposite direction, stopping once more in front of another small house. He approached the door and knocked again. The king covers the earth. After a few seconds, a voice responded from within. The kitten catches the mouse. Yi Qinghu excitedly responded. The big dog beats the big cat. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. With a creak, The door opened slightly. Come in quickly. Yi Qinghu was pulled inside, with Ji Linxiao hastily following suit. Inside, they encountered a strikingly handsome man, who bore a resemblance to Yi Qinghu, but was undeniably more pleasing to the eye. It was no wonder Yi Qinghu remained in the shadows while Yi Qinglong stood in the limelight. Brother, who is this? Yi Qinglong regarded Ji Linxiao with suspicion, prompting Yi Qinghu to hastily clarify, Little dragon, this is my boss. He helped me find you in Ji City. Otherwise, I would have had no idea where you were hiding. Brother, is mother all right? She is well, just missing you. Brother, I cannot return yet. I feel they may have discovered my whereabouts, and during our last encounter, I overheard them discussing multiple bounties. I cannot endanger you. I will return only after I resolve this. Bounties. Oh, those were issued by my man. You. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglong swiftly reached for a dark dagger, positioning Yi Qinghu protectively behind him. Are you attempting to use my brother to find me? I warn you. Today it is either you who perishes, or I. Yi Qinglong glared furiously at Ji Linxiao, who had been relentlessly pursued, living in constant fear, and the tense atmosphere had left him distrustful of all save for his family. Yi Qinghu, exasperated, delivered a swift slap to Yi Qinglong's head. Brother, why did you hit me? Do not treat my boss with such disrespect. If it weren't for him, I would still be in the dark about your location. Yi Qinghu recounted the events, and after some hesitation, Yi Qinglong begrudgingly apologized under his brother's insistence. Ji Linxiao shrugged, not taking it to heart, understanding the toll that being hunted had taken on Yi Qinglong, making him wary of everyone. Brother, you should leave quickly. If you are discovered, are you foolish? If you stay with us, they will surely send someone after you. It would endanger you. What if they send even more people? Yi Qinghu glanced at Ji Linxiao, who was currently reviewing the system task, revealing that it was still marked as ongoing. Hadn't they already located the person? Why was the task not yet complete? It was only when Yi Qinghu called his name that he snapped back to reality. Ah, what? The pursuers? One by one we shall deal with them, and if they come in groups, we will confront them all. Yi Qinghu shared the same sentiment. As their mother had already enlisted Ji Linxiao's help to ensure her safety, allowing the brothers to proceed with their plans without concern for her well-being. Under his brother's persuasion, Yi Qinglong reluctantly agreed to accompany them. Brother, I feel they already know my hiding place. I've been here for several days. Yet I cannot fathom why they have not yet made a move. Ji Linxiao gazed at Yi Qinglong before him, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. They had located the individual and brought him back, yet the task remained marked as incomplete. Could it be that the person was an imposter? That seemed unlikely. For Yi Qinghu, ever vigilant, would surely have discerned any deception. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Luoyang approached them, informing them that their associates had pinpointed the whereabouts of the pursuers. Curiously, however, there was no indication that they intended to leave their hideout. Logically, they should have continued their search to uncover their whereabouts. Both Ji Linxiao and Li Luoyang were perplexed. Though their operatives were discreet, they were still amateurs. Encountering true assassins would likely expose them. Why, then, was there an absence of activity on the enemy's part? At that moment, one of Li Luoyang's subordinates burst in, breathless and agitated. Brother Yang, there's a situation. The sudden intrusion irritated Li Luoyang, who lamented the lack of decorum that might lead his younger brother to mock him. Yi Qinglong, feeling a surge of anxiety, grasped the dagger hidden within his sleeve. If this individual were a traitor, he would swiftly eliminate everyone present and flee with his brother. Li Luoyang, momentarily taken aback by his subordinate's interruption, was about to unleash his frustration when he was cut off. Brother Yang, there's a situation. The subordinate gasped for breath. Li Luoyang gestured for him to relay the information quickly. Speak up. If I deem it unimportant, prepare for a year-long vacation in Myanmar. The subordinate shivered at the threat, immediately ceasing his heavy breathing and hastily producing a letter from his pocket to hand to Li Luoyang. Brother Yang, this was just delivered by a man wearing a hat. Although he concealed himself well, we could faintly discern that he was one of the pursuers. Li Luoyang, incensed, slapped his subordinate on the head. Why didn't you stop him? The subordinate, wincing in pain, explained, we tried to intercept him, but he slipped away after dropping the letter. By the time we reacted, he had vanished. Though still angry, Li Luoyang recognized the effort made and refrained from further reprimanding him. Ji Linxiao took the envelope from Li Luoyang's hand, opening it as he spoke. Third brother, let us see what the letter contains. Li Luoyang waved his subordinate away and leaned closer to Ji Linxiao, as the four of them began to read the letter together. I am aware that you have taken the person, but it seems you have underestimated us. The bounty was likely issued by you. Choose between the brother or the younger sibling. The decision is yours. Now that you have found us, we shall meet tomorrow at noon sharp. Naturally, you may only bring one person. Bringing more could lead to unforeseen consequences. Beneath the text lay a dark, reddish-brown liquid. The four exchanged glances, but as a precaution, Ji Linxiao took a cautious whiff, recognizing the faintly familiar scent. It was blood. Li Luoyang's keen eyes noticed that the envelope contained a card, which he extracted to reveal a photograph. And it was a person strikingly similar to Yi Chenglong, albeit with bruises on his face, a bloodied mouth, and a long, painful scar stretching from his left forehead down to his cheek, sitting bound in a chair with eyes closed. Yi Chenghu seized the photograph, trembling slightly. No wonder he hadn't received any news from Yi Chengxi lately. He had been captured. Yi Chenglong slammed his fist against the wall, instantly breaking the skin on his knuckles. His eyes reddened and bloodshot. I should have realized something was amiss. Previously, I would hide in a safe house for a day or two, but this time, I've been hiding for nearly a week. And they haven't attempted a sneak attack. How infuriating. Now was not the time for self-recrimination. They needed to strategize for the following day. Who would go alone? Ji Linxiao observed them, his face unusually sober. What good would self-blame do? Would it rescue anyone? Could it alter past actions to prevent this oversight? Noticing Ji Linxiao's somber expression, Yi Chenghu quickly responded, turning to his younger brother and taking hold of his injured hand, his heart aching at the sight of the wound. Xiaolong, you should accompany Mr. Ji. Brother? Yi Chenglong was unsure of the capabilities of the man before him, the so-called brother of his current boss. Why did he trust him so implicitly, as if under some spell? Yi Chenghu sensed his brother's confusion and suddenly embraced him. Yi Chenglong was taken aback. At his age, being hugged by his brother in front of so many felt somewhat embarrassing. Just as he considered resisting, he heard his brother whisper in his ear, "My following has been compromised. I did my utmost." Yi Chenghu released him and stepped out, intending to inquire downstairs for iodine and bandages to treat his brother's wound. Yi Chenglong stared in disbelief at his brother's retreating figure, then glanced at Ji Linxiao. This strikingly handsome man appeared tall, yet he seemed delicate and frail, not capable of withstanding a punch from his brother. Surely, his brother wouldn't deceive him regarding this matter. Ji Linxiao noticed the shift in Yi Chenglong's expression and discreetly inquired of the system if it could reveal what had just been said. The system, feeling a twinge of guilt for not providing any hints or assistance with the task, relayed Yi Chenghu's words verbatim. In truth, Ji Linxiao was not particularly eager to proceed. After all, they were dealing with professional assassins. Yet, failing to rescue the captive meant the task would remain incomplete, and without completion, he could not activate this function in the future. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Chenghu's brother was a formidable fighter. But could he truly handle the situation? Especially since 3 minor assassins had failed to prevent the capture? Ji Linxiao found himself in a quandary. The system insisted, "No, you are not hesitating. You must act swiftly." Ji Linxiao protested, "But they are professional killers. Is it feasible for an amateur like me, alongside a novice, to successfully retrieve him?" Host. Due to the hazardous nature of this task, a special task benefit has been applied. 1 tranquilizer gun, containing 10 disposable tranquilizer darts. Sharpshooter talent potion, pistol 3000. Do I need to purchase it? 1 tranquilizer gun has already been provided at no cost. Moreover, if you do not use it all this time, you may continue to utilize it until the darts are exhausted. Is this tranquilizer effective? Produced by the system, it is of premium quality. The Xiaoming brand tranquilizer gun guarantees that 1 shot will incapacitate, with a duration of 12 hours without causing death or permanent damage. You deserve this. Are you advertising? Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes at the system internally, spending his meager points to purchase the talent potion. Purchase successful. Items have been allocated to your space points balance. 400. Oh dear, I'm out of points again. If only points could depreciate a millionfold like cash. How delightful for you. Now, it was Ji Linxiao's moment to shine. He adjusted his collar, cracking his neck. I know what your brother just told you, and I assure you, it is all true. Yi Chenglong clenched his teeth. Mr. Ji, you can. Before he could finish, Ji Linxiao interrupted. You wish for me to rescue him, correct? What is your reasoning? What is the reward? Yi Chenglong blinked, wide-eyed, as if to say, aren't you my brother's boss? Why would you expect me to work for free on such a perilous task? Exploiting slaves could hardly reach such an extent. Yi Chenglong comprehended the underlying message. For a seasoned warrior like him naturally grasped the implication of the words spoken. Compensation was the crux of the matter. It was evident what was being demanded. His brother was already laboring under this man's command. Even if he refrained from expressing loyalty, his brother would ultimately draw them into the fold. Given his brother's demeanor today, it was clear that this man was no ordinary individual. Yi Chenglong knelt on one knee before Ji Linxiao. I, Yi Chenglong, shall henceforth pledge my loyalty solely to Mr. Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao smiled, welcoming another worker into his ranks. Rise. It is time to discuss the operational plan for tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Ji. Chapter 34. The rescue operation 1. The two prepared to wait for Yi Chenghu to join them for a discussion of their strategy. Host. Yi Chenglong's loyalty is rather low, only at 20, approaching the critical point. That is to be expected. His outward submission to me is merely a consequence of circumstance. Even if he does not profess loyalty now, his brother's return will compel him to comply. Relying solely on the Yi brothers will not suffice. Not everyone possesses a system. You know, but we are at the critical point now. In the short term, it won't decline, nor will he betray me, at least not for now. He would never gamble with his brother's safety. Humans are truly peculiar. Ji Linxiao chose to disregard the system, quietly contemplating the potential scenarios for the following day, whether the adversary possessed dangerous implements, the method of exchange, and how the previous bounty incident indicated their lack of intelligence. If they had managed to adapt and send a letter, demonstrating they were not entirely foolish, how could he seize this slim opportunity to turn the situation around? Shifting from a position of passivity to one of initiative, Yi Qinghu returned and noticed Ji Linxiao deep in thought. He tiptoed in, wary of disrupting Ji Linxiao's train of thought, and gestured to Yi Qinglong to remain silent while tending to his wounds. Ji Linxiao's head throbbed with contemplation. Although he was intelligent, this was his first encounter with such a situation, and it was unrealistic to devise a flawless plan. He had considered seeking assistance from the system, but it had only displayed the message host needs to grow on a blue screen before lapsing into silence. As he rubbed his temples and turned to Yi Qinglong, he observed the two brothers sitting obediently across from him, with Yi Qinglong's hand perfectly bandaged. Well done. Hee, basic skills, no big deal. Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes at him. Enough with the banter. Let us focus on tomorrow's plan. Yi Qinglong admitted he lacked martial prowess, but he was swift and quick-witted. As he introduced his brothers, Ji Linxiao learned that each had their strengths. The eldest, Yi Qinghu, specialized in reconnaissance and counter-surveillance, possessing some martial skills but not exceptionally strong. The second brother, Yi Qinglong, was the most presentable, gifted in negotiation and socializing, with a flair for technology. He had a sharp mind from a young age, excelling in science, and meticulously planned his escape routes to evade pursuers, even creating his own alarm devices. The youngest, Yi Qingxi, was Yi Qinglong's twin, displaying extraordinary strength from a young age, capable of assisting with heavy lifting and excelling in fights, earning him a reputation as a local bully. However, a playful scuffle with an older delinquent had resulted in a scar on his face from a sharp object, which he bore as a mark of manhood, distinguishing him from his brothers. After joining special forces, he focused on mastering various combat techniques and could effectively neutralize opponents during missions. So why had he been captured this time? The two brothers exchanged glances and shook their heads, uncertain why the strongest among them, capable of taking on 5 opponents, had been apprehended. All right, let us not dwell on how he was caught. Allow me to share my resources. I possess a unique tranquilizer gun that can accurately sedate any target without causing side effects. You need not inquire about its origin. It was developed by my associates. Should you perform commendably in the future, I shall equip you with one for self-defense, as we live in a society governed by law, where real weapons are prohibited. The two nodded, having never encountered such a tranquilizer in the special forces. Ordinary tranquilizer guns had drawbacks. Too small a dosage might allow the enemy to resist, while too large could lead to severe consequences. Ji Linxiao's assertion of precise sedation with no aftereffects was indeed unprecedented, igniting Yi Qinglong's curiosity. Yi Qinglong's loyalty has risen to 28. How has it increased? It's still rising, albeit slowly. I will inform you when it stabilizes. Ji Linxiao cast a puzzled glance at Yi Qinglong, who was gazing at him with bright, eager eyes, reminiscent of a curious lab rat. Ji Linxiao cleared his throat, prompting Yi Qinglong to shyly avert his gaze. Although he did not comprehend the sudden increase in loyalty, it was ultimately a positive development. We will first attempt negotiation upon encountering the adversary. During the exchange, I will try to use the tranquilizer gun to incapacitate them. Mr. Ji, are you capable of that? What? A man cannot say he cannot. Ji Linxiao shot a glare at Yi Qinghu. How could he suggest otherwise? He was more than capable. My tranquilizer gun has a limited supply of darts, so I want he demonstrated here. I'll have them fetch a toy gun for a demonstration shortly. Yi Qinglong nodded half-heartedly, still struggling to believe that Ji Linxiao, who appeared frail, could wield a gun. Even a tranquilizer gun would have recoil. Yi Qinghu, however, had a different perspective. Wow, my boss is so impressive. Not only does he possess exceptional reconnaissance skills, but he has also developed such a remarkable tranquilizer gun, though its authenticity remains to be seen. Current loyalty, Yi Qinghu, 59. Yi Qinglong, 32. Just a step away from the threshold. Once his brother was rescued, loyalty should reach 60. 80 still felt far off. Ji Linxiao retrieved the distribution map of the pursuers' hideouts obtained from Li Luoyang's subordinates. It was a well-drawn manual sketch. The trio discussed potential scenarios and countermeasures for the following day, how to shoot accurately, what to do if someone hid, how to ensure Yi Changxi's safety while rescuing him, and so forth. After hours of deliberation, Hunger struck, and they nibbled on some cookies and sipped mineral water to stave off their appetite, devising dozens of strategies. Eagerly awaiting noon the next day. All right, let us step out for a bite. We need to be well-fed and energized for tomorrow's rescue. The group followed Ji Linxiao outside, having previously deliberated in a confined space. Li Luoyang was stationed at the door, guarding them. Observing Li Luoyang, who had begun dozing off, Ji Linxiao approached and gently tapped him. Not awake yet? Leaning closer, he whispered, it's time to eat. Huh, eat? What as for dinner? Li Luoyang jolted awake, rising abruptly, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, and found the three grinning at him. Look who has learned to tease me. No, it's just about time. I called you to get up for dinner and to invite everyone else too. It's on me since you all have worked hard these past few days. All right, I'll go call them. Nothing too extravagant, just some nearby street food will suffice. With that, he dashed out, having slept soundly after his long watch. Though his stomach grumbled for food. Street food? Yi Chenglong hesitated momentarily, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, it was not his invitation. Foregoing the street stalls in favor of a restaurant seemed prudent, as they had already been exposed, and there was no need for subterfuge. Besides, if they were to unwittingly consume something that could upset their stomachs, it would jeopardize their plans for the following day. Nodding in agreement, Yi Chenglong felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared that this proprietor was quite dependable, exhibiting a loyalty score of 1. Let us not keep third brother and the others waiting. At this hour, a group of burly men must be ravenous. With that, Ji Linxiao set off to find Li Luoyang, while Yi Qinghu patted his younger brother on the back. Come, let us feast well and be invigorated for tomorrow. He then exited, leaving Yi Chenglong to gaze out the window at the darkening sky, his fists clenched. Little snake, wait for your brothers. We shall come to rescue you tomorrow. Chapter 35, The Rescue Operation 2. After dining at the restaurant, Ji Linxiao summoned an underling to procure a toy gun from a nearby convenience store before returning to the hotel with the group. Reflecting on the dining experience, Yi Chenglong truly was a cautious individual. When the server had just set the dishes on the table and attempted to leave, he had swiftly pulled them back, stuffing a piece into his mouth. The server had scolded him, calling him crazy, but as the attendant responsible for that booth, she had no choice but to continue serving. After being coerced twice, she had learned her lesson, bringing her own pair of chopsticks on her next visit. Just as she placed the dishes on the table, she had taken a piece for herself, finishing it before allowing Yi Chenglong a glimpse before departing. Now, recalling it brought a smile to his face. One could only wonder what the server thought. Once the group departed, several servers began clearing the table. The one in charge remarked to her colleague while tidying up, "Hey, let me tell you, that table just now was probably occupied by a real narcissist, insisting that I take a bite of every dish. I can't believe it. I wish I could encounter such a narcissist myself. Watching others eat so deliciously drives me crazy, forcing me to step outside. Indeed, if there's food to be had, one must seize the opportunity. I even brought my own chopsticks." Upon returning to their room, the underling delivered the recently purchased BB gun. Ji Linxiao loaded the BBs, positioned an empty water bottle at the far end of the room, and, having previously extracted his potion abilities, was well versed in how to shoot, aim, and disassemble the firearm. What boy does not have an affinity for firearms? His hands itched to try out the toy gun. Turning to Yi Chenglong, he declared, "Watch closely." Bam! With a pull of the trigger, the toy gun discharged the BB, striking the empty water bottle with precision, causing it to tumble to the ground. Yi Chenglong remained silent. The distance seemed trivial to him. Nonetheless, it was challenging for an ordinary person to access firearms, and a toy gun was adequate for this nearly 6-meter range. Ji Linxiao noted Yi Chenglong's stoic expression and surmised he likely found the distance too short. Yet, considering the BBs were hollow plastic, they might not travel far. Moreover, it seemed somewhat shameful for such large men to play with such childish items in public. Thus he abandoned the idea of taking them into the hotel corridor to shoot. I understand this may not satisfy your expectations, but it is, after all, a toy gun. We shall see what tomorrow holds. Only by trusting our teammates can we prevail until the end. Yi Chenglong nodded in agreement and followed his brother back to their room to rest. Though they were two grown men, the long separation might have left them with much to discuss. Even if he had little to say, Yi Qinghu's pent-up wisdom was eager to escape his lips. Ji Linxiao paid little mind to the two brothers, retreating to wash up and sleep, for they would surely need to act together the next day. However, he could not neglect his daily running routine. He was aiming for a month of continuous check-ins, and missing even a day would render all previous efforts futile. The following morning, the two brothers awoke, completed their morning rituals, and knocked on Ji Linxiao's door, but received no response. They ventured down to the buffet, only to find no sign of him or Li Luoyang. Surely, they haven't fled? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Qinghu retrieved his phone and called Ji Linxiao. At that moment, Yi Chenglong remembered the existence of mobile phones, after evading for so long. He had left his phone at home, fearing exposure by using any internet-connected device. After completing the call, Yi Chinghu gestured for him to follow. Come. The boss has gone for a morning jog. He is having breakfast at the old establishment downstairs and has invited us to join. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Ji Linxiao and Li Luoyang had nearly finished their meal. Before their arrival, Ji Linxiao had ordered additional dishes. Dig in. We've already eaten. And there's nothing toxic here. If anyone dies, it will be us first. What are you saying, little brother? I still wish to live for a few more years. Yi Qinglong chuckled at this, and they quickly picked up their chopsticks and devoured their food. The enticing aroma awakened their appetites. Crystal-clear shrimp dumplings, creamy custard buns, char siu bao with exposed meat, rice rolls, red rice sausage, boat porridge, and wonton noodles. Once the four had satisfied their hunger, they prepared for departure at noon. At 11 o'clock, the two brothers set out from the hotel, arriving at their destination, an abandoned building, by 11:35. It appeared to be slated for demolition. But for some unknown reason, construction had halted. Inquiring nearby, they learned that there had been reports of hauntings, causing workers to flee, and that these spirits were undeterred by sunlight, remaining active even during the day. It was likely that those pursuing them were responsible. At 11:55, the brothers reached the designated location, the third floor of the building, as indicated by the intel they had received. By 11:59, three figures materialized before Ji Linxiao, one slender, one slightly plump, and the unconscious Yi Chengxi, pushed forward. In the photo, my brother is unconscious. Why is he still in that state now? Calm down. Whatever we consumed these past 2 days, so did he. We are still waiting to use him as a bargaining chip for you. He is merely a scrap, a raspy voice retorted, accompanied by the plump man's agreement. They had previously reviewed hotel surveillance. Likely, the thin man before them was the one who had delivered the message. You. Yi Qinglong's eyes reddened at their words. Scrap? It was akin to calling him leftover garbage. Ji Linxiao quickly intervened. In such a scenario, the first to reveal a crack in their composure would be the loser. It was akin to a gunfight. One must endure and observe their surroundings. So, we've gathered intelligence, and there's another person unwilling to reveal themselves? Or perhaps the scenery behind is more enticing. A thin man, appearing somewhat gaunt, stepped forward from behind them. It seems the person you brought possesses some skill. But what are your intentions? As the thin man's voice rose, the plump man understood his meaning. Gripping Yi Chengxi's hair with one hand, while brandishing a knife at his carotid artery with the other. Nothing much. I'm simply wary of your tricks, and wish to take your brother far away. I did not inquire. Yi Qinglong glanced at the knife poised at his brother's neck and sighed. As he stated, I am indeed wary of your deceit. It is unnecessary. He holds no value. Our employer desires you. Alive, of course. If you come with us willingly, your brother will be released. Hand my brother over to this man, and I shall accompany you. First, bind your hands, then approach me. I will, of course, ensure they release him. With that, he tossed a thick roll of rope toward Yi Qinglong. One hand for a person, and the other for a person. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You plan to hand your brother over to this man, and seize the opportunity to escape, correct? Not a chance. Tightly securing himself, he approached. And then I would bind him once more before we handed him over. No way. The two exchanged heated words for quite a while, which ultimately provoked the lean man. Don't push me. Initially, our intention was merely to capture you alive. If you refuse to acknowledge the situation, we do not recommend leaving you both here. Ji Linxiao felt astonished. It seemed this pursuer possessed a modicum of conscience. Negotiations having failed, the two exchanged a glance, activating Plan 13. Although it bore the risk of allowing him to escape, saving lives was paramount. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the other slender man was armed. Should Yi Chengxi react swiftly, he too could be in peril. A swift resolution was imperative. Yi Qinglong picked up the hemp rope from the ground, his expression turning icy in a place unseen by others. Had he just complied, they could have captured him sooner, yet it had escalated to this predicament. Since reason had failed, he would not hesitate to make them taste a bit of hardship. Chapter 36. The Rescue Operation. Yi Qinglong wound the rope around his hand, instructing Ji Linxiao to tie it using the knotting method his brother had taught him the previous day. Tie a noose. Don't even think about pulling tricks. I can see through them. In truth, from such a distance, no one could discern whether he had tied a true noose. The lean man was merely attempting to intimidate his counterpart, wagering on that meager possibility. The knotting method Yi Qinghu had imparted to Ji Linxiao appeared outwardly like a noose. Yet it was, in fact, a slipknot he could easily undo. Once secured, the two exchanged a glance and commenced executing their plan. Step by step, Yi Qinglong approached the lean man, his target, while the other two relied on Ji Linxiao, feigning to retrieve something from his sleeve. Ji Linxiao instead drew out a tranquilizer gun from his spatial pocket, swiftly firing the dart at the slightly plump man. Everything transpired too rapidly. They had barely seen Ji Linxiao reach into his sleeve when the gun appeared before their eyes. The slightly plump man felt a wave of dizziness and attempted to stab Yi Chengshi's carotid artery, only to find himself utterly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground. His dagger falling beside him, having merely grazed Yi Chengshi's neck in the process. The lean man shouted across, "He has a gun." Immediately, he scrambled to draw his own dagger. The lean man had anticipated this, having observed them through binoculars. He noted that there appeared to be no place to conceal a weapon, and that sleeve could not possibly hide a gun. Upon seeing the dagger in the lean man's hand, Ji Linxiao prepared to charge at him, as the system indicated that the tranquilizer dart required 7 seconds to take effect, a span during which the lean man could accomplish a great deal. Seeing Ji Linxiao sprint forward, disregarding all caution, the lean man hastily retrieved their sole firearm and aimed it at Ji Linxiao. Yi Chenglong, believing he was the target, quickly untied himself before the man could pull the trigger, dropping to the ground. To his surprise, the gun was not directed at him. The bullet hurtled straight towards Ji Linxiao's heart. Fortunately, Ji Linxiao's mental acuity was sufficiently high. Upon hearing the gunfire, he discerned a whistling sound approaching from behind and hastily veered to the right. Alas, he could not outrun the bullet, which struck his arm instead, narrowly missing a vital area. At that moment, the lean man had already drawn his dagger, ready to lunge at Yi Chengshi, but Ji Linxiao's tranquilizer gun was also reloaded, and the weapon's discharge was swifter than human reflexes. The lean man met the same fate as the slightly plump man, yet Ji Linxiao's arm bled profusely, the pain excruciating. Struggling to glance back, he saw Yi Chenglong rising and racing towards the lean man. Realizing the situation was dire, he pondered whether to flee. As he ran, he fired his weapon, knowing the bullets were limited. After several shots, he was out of ammunition, yet random firing still counted. Yi Chenglong quickly sought refuge behind an obstacle. In mere seconds, the lean man had escaped, and Yi Chenglong, unable to catch up, chose to abandon the pursuit. He was merely putting on a show, and the next phase relied on those outside. He hurried back to assess Ji Linxiao's injury. Blood continued to flow, and Ji Linxiao's face had turned pale. It was not so much a matter of excessive blood loss as it was the pain. A reclusive programmer was ill-prepared for such agony. Upon seeing Yi Chenglong arrive, he understood the mission had succeeded and promptly fainted. When he awoke again, he found himself in the private hospital of Zhengyongnian in City Inn, surrounded by pristine white walls, the pungent scent of antiseptic, and the eerie quiet of the ward. You go back and reflect on your past actions. It seemed it was not so quiet after all. The voice sounded distinctly like Zhang Yongnian's. Fresh from a meeting, he had received word that Ji Linxiao had been shot and brought to his hospital. Li Luoyang had instructed them not to inform him, which only fueled his anger as he rushed to the hospital, berating the driver for being slow and ultimately taking the wheel himself. This was not just a benefactor, but a younger brother. How could he have been injured without his knowledge? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Speeding through 2 red lights before arriving safely at the hospital, he stormed toward Ji Linxiao's room, where surgery had just concluded. Li Luoyang had just exited the ward when he sensed an ominous presence from his right. A glance revealed it was his elder brother. He hurriedly attempted to sneak back into the room, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yongnian, who shut the door to provide Ji Linxiao a peaceful environment. Turning his ire towards the incompetent younger brother. "Now, tell me what happened." Li Luoyang dared not conceal anything, recounting everything from their meal to the pursuit, and ultimately Ji Linxiao's injury in a steady stream, even detailing where they had dined for both breakfast and dinner. "You are now a brother yourself. He is, after all, your younger brother. Regardless of how long you've known each other, be honest. How has Ji Linxiao treated you? How has he treated us?" "Quite well." Li Luoyang found himself intimidated by Zhang Yongnian's imposing presence, stammering slightly. "Then you let him go alone?" But the pursuer said, "What? I was wrong." With that, he knelt, clutching Zhang Yongnian's leg and weeping. Truthfully, he was terrified. Before departing, Ji Linxiao had meticulously outlined their plan, and under normal circumstances, there should have been no issues. Who could have foreseen that the adversary would be armed and specifically target Ji Linxiao? Upon seeing Ji Linxiao lying in a pool of blood, panic had seized him, and he immediately called for his brothers to find something to carry Ji Linxiao down safely. They hastily got him into a vehicle, with Li Luoyang driving them to a nearby clinic to staunch the bleeding before rushing back to their own hospital, as a gunshot wound would be better treated by familiar hands. "Where is he?" "Locked in the holding room at the base." "Very well." Zhang Yongnian adjusted his tie, feeling uncomfortable in his formal attire after just concluding a meeting. As he prepared to leave, he heard Li Luoyang's timid voice. "Don't kill him. Ji Linxiao and the others may still be of use." "Humph, I am well aware of that. Once Ji Linxiao awakens, you shall return to reflect upon your actions." After Zhang Yongnian departed, Li Luoyang finally rose. Thankfully, the younger brothers were not present. Otherwise, it would have been a significant embarrassment, despite Zheng Yongnian being his elder brother, for he would lose his authority. Upon entering the hospital room and seeing Ji Linxiao awake, the tears Li Luoyang had managed to suppress gushed forth once more. Ji Linxiao. Well, you finally woke up. The sight of a giant weeping before him was somewhat disconcerting. How long have I been asleep? 6 hours. Oh. With Li Luoyang crying like that, I thought I had been asleep for days. I'm a bit hungry. All right, brother will go fetch you some porridge. Wait for me. Li Luoyang hurriedly dashed outside to check on the porridge that his subordinates were attempting to prepare. Ji Linxiao felt a twinge of pain in his arm as he gazed out at the tranquil night. Chapter 37. Ji Linxiao is a man of ambition. The men under Li Luoyang's command were all burly brawlers, brutish and single, utterly inept at culinary endeavors. They had already ruined 3 pots of porridge and were laboring over a 4th batch of failed concoction. Upon entering, Li Luoyang was immediately greeted by the acrid smell of burnt food and a large basin filled with inedible porridge, causing his temper to flare. He pointed at the culinary disaster and exclaimed, "You lot, finish every last drop." With that, he stormed out to buy porridge from a nearby shop, leaving his subordinates exchanging bewildered glances. They had intended to consume the porridge anyway, and there seemed to be no need for further cooking. One subordinate, emboldened, scooped a spoonful from the basin and brought it to his mouth. Ugh, delicious. The others turned to him in alarm, noticing the beads of sweat on his brow as he smiled and took another sip, beckoning the others to join him. "Why are you sweating so much?" one inquired. "It's a bit hot, and the porridge is hot too." "Is it really that good?" another asked, hastily taking the spoon and tasting it. His expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the first taster. "So how does it taste?" "Yup, it's scrumptious. Truly the best porridge I've ever had." The remaining men rushed to grab spoons and join in, but after a single mouthful, they collectively spewed it out. Even the initial 2 tasters could no longer contain themselves, joining the ranks of the retching. The concoction, enhanced with salt, pepper, white pepper, and sugar in an attempt to mask the blandness, had transformed into an indescribably awful mixture. Their ultimate fate was to be seated in the hospital, for drips in tow, as brothers should endure together. In the hospital room, Ji Linxiao sipped the plain porridge that Li Luoyang had brought. It was tasteless, and he loathed plain porridge even more. However, the doctor had advised him to consume only light food. He looked at Li Luoyang with a melancholy expression. "This is too bland, isn't it?" "Third brother, did they catch that person in the end?" "Yes, they did. We cornered him completely. He had no chance of escape." "That's good. It seems that our preemptive strategies were indeed effective." Earlier, while discussing contingencies, they had considered the possibility of a traitor abandoning his comrades to flee. If he managed to escape, he would undoubtedly return with reinforcements. Therefore, Ji Linxiao had conferred with Li Luoyang and the others, suggesting that they should casually wander in the direction of the assassins, allowing them to observe their movements. Once the assailants entered the building, they would surround it 5 minutes later to prevent any escape. Previously, Yi Chenglong's banter with the enemy had served to delay time, allowing Li Luoyang's group to position themselves effectively. They could not send signals without drawing attention, relying solely on mutual trust. Yi Chenglong had done his utmost to buy time, while Li Luoyang's group hurried to surround the building at precisely 12:05. Their meticulous planning bore fruit, and they successfully rescued the target while apprehending the assassin. The only unfortunate aspect was Ji Linxiao's injury. "Third brother, I think I heard eldest brother's voice earlier. He came by, didn't he?" Li Luoyang's expression turned awkward. Internally, he panicked. "Oh no, my dear brother heard me. I wonder where he started listening. I hope he didn't catch me sobbing while clinging to eldest brother's leg. How embarrassing. My dignity as an elder brother is at stake." "Ah, yes, he did come by. Linxiao, what did you hear?" "I think I heard eldest brother telling you to reflect on your actions." Li Luoyang sighed in relief, glad that Ji Linxiao had only caught the end of the conversation and not his tears. "Well, that's just him worrying about you. He mentioned that I let you act alone and got hurt. It's a punishment for me. It's not your fault, third brother. It was my own request." "Where is eldest brother? I should speak with him." He attempted to rise, but winced at the pain in his arm. "Hey, don't move. Finish your porridge and lie still." "I'm fine. I can manage on my own. Eldest brother has gone to track down those assassins. Don't worry. I ensured he left them a way out. Just in case you still have some use." Li Luoyang firmly pressed Ji Linxiao back down onto the bed, adjusting his blanket and pillow to allow him to rest a little longer. After issuing a few more reminders and letting in a nurse to change the bandages, he scampered off to engage in some self-reflection. "Host, does it hurt?" The system had witnessed countless gunshot wounds, but it lacked a corporeal form and could not comprehend the true extent of pain. "Hee, congratulations, host. You have completed the task successfully and unlocked the talent detection feature. You are awarded 10,000 points for completing the task ahead of schedule." You receive 500 points for being injured during the task. Is that all for the consolation? To prevent the host from intentionally injuring himself in future tasks, the reward is limited. Well, something is better than nothing. Current point balance, 11,000. Xiao Ming. As I lie here in the hospital bed, I suppose I won't be able to jog in the mornings for a few days. What should I do? Dear, this has already been taken into account. Due to your injury, the morning run task is suspended for 7 days to allow for recovery. Since it's not a leg injury, the time is shorter. During these 7 days, not running will not affect the duration. But jogging with an injury will double the points earned. What do you mean? Congratulations, host, you have activated the task, resolute despite adversity. Task content. Even when injured, do not forget to exercise. Run 10 kilometers daily. Duration, 50. Reward, 50,000 points. What does resolute despite adversity mean? I'm not disabled yet. Well, in human terms, it's a metaphor. Ji Linxiao sighed in resignation, but for the sake of points, for the sake of potions, for the sake of becoming stronger, he resolved to rest for 2 days before embarking on his runs. As long as he completed them before the deadline. It didn't specify a time limit, right? How do you plan to deal with those pursuers? Yi Qinglong likely knows who sent them. Since I saved someone, I've made an enemy. If they don't come looking for trouble, it won't concern me. However, should they come seeking retribution, as long as they don't succeed in eliminating me, once I grow stronger, it will be their demise. The expression on your face is quite fearsome. Ji Linxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke, a glint of sharpness flashing through his deep-set gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a devious smile. The system thought to itself that this host of theirs harbored a certain ambition. As long as they didn't kill him, he would become the most formidable survivor. From the beginning with Li Lu, that mindless girl, and Wang Fujing. Those who crossed him never met a good end, either dragged out like dead dogs, vanished without a trace, or received scathing rebukes from their families. It was hard to imagine how he would deal with Lin Xiao in the future. Nothing could bring greater joy than trampling a haughty beauty beneath one's feet. Chapter 38. Where are the bamboo shoots? In the dimly lit basement, the 3 pursuers were shackled with iron chains, their hands bound behind their backs and blindfolds covering their eyes. Several henchmen hovered nearby, occasionally fanning them with air and making strange noises, employing their usual interrogation tactics. To extract information, they needed to first dismantle the psychological defenses of their captives. Zheng Yongyan approached, cigarette in mouth, his footsteps growing louder. The pursuers, confined for several hours, felt a flicker of fear creeping in, but being professionals, they were not easily broken. Let us talk. The 3 individuals remained silent, and after a long pause, the slender man at the forefront finally spoke. What is there to say? We merely assisted a fair-haired, blue-eyed man, whose name escapes me, but he bears a scar on his face reminiscent of the one on the individual we apprehended. A foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes? You are aiding a foreigner in harming our own people, Zheng Yongyan exclaimed, fiercely gripping the slender man's chin with such intensity that it seemed he intended to crush it. The man cried out in pain, prompting Zheng Yongyan to release his hold. After posing a few more fragmented inquiries, Zheng Yongyan commanded his subordinates to continue the interrogation, declaring that as long as the man did not lose his wits, they would persist in their efforts. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghu and his 2 brothers visited Ji Linxiao in the hospital. Ji Linxiao regarded the trio, their appearances distinctly recognizable. Yi Qinghu, the eldest, bore a significant resemblance to his younger twin brothers, one of whom sported a scar, thus marking him as the younger sibling. Yi Chengxi, I have heard from your brothers that you are quite the formidable fighter. Pray tell, how so? Upon hearing this, Yi Chengxi's face flushed with embarrassment, recognizing it as an awkward admission. However, his brothers informed him that the man before them had sustained a gunshot wound while rescuing him, which prompted the eldest brother to strongly recommend that they assist this individual. Naturally, he felt compelled to heed his brother's advice to curry favor with their benefactor, despite the potential for embarrassment. Recently, their second brother had been pursued and left a note before vanishing. Yi Chengxi conferred with his eldest brother about who should pursue him, but he lacked expertise in reconnaissance. He feared that if someone were to use their mother as leverage, he would be unable to intervene. Thus, they decided that the elder brother would guard the home while he sought assistance for their sibling. Initially, the elder brother deduced that the second brother had taken a route heading in the opposite direction, but for reasons unknown, he later traversed several cities, gradually making his way toward Ji City. It was only upon discovering a coded message that he was able to navigate his way there. Upon arriving in Ji City, he spotted a group of suspicious individuals and stealthily followed them to the building where they ultimately rescued him. They all wore masks, obscuring their identities, and a confrontation ensued, leading him to a room filled with a peculiar scent, after which he lost consciousness. Later, they investigated that room and found a bottle of potent anesthetic spray. which they surmised had been used on Yi Chengxi. It became evident that they had anticipated the need to hold their breath while spraying, catching him off guard and causing him to inhale the gas. One whiff of that anesthetic could induce sleep for several hours, rendering even the most alert individuals unconscious for a time. But why didn't you manage to escape? I was led to believe you possessed extraordinary strength, Ji Linxiao inquired. I did attempt to flee, but they must have procured particularly thick iron chains from the hardware store to bind me. Regardless of my strength, it is exceedingly difficult to break through multiple layers of sturdy chains. Additionally, they likely laced my meals with sleeping pills daily, leaving me in a perpetual state of drowsiness. Yi Chengxi explained. Ji Linxiao chose to believe him, as there seemed to be no reason for him to fabricate such a tale. He instructed the system to retrieve Yi Chengxi's profile. Yi Chengxi. Mental strength, 70. Physical strength, 310. Luck, 22. Is this data erroneous? Under normal circumstances, with his physical strength, he could have broken free with a few vigorous struggles. However, given the daily sedative intake, his body was in a weakened state, significantly diminishing his physical capabilities. Noticing Ji Linxiao's lack of response, Yi Chengxi grew anxious. Ji Gu, I wish to assist you like my brothers do. You saved me, and my parents instilled in us the importance of gratitude. I am quite capable. Even if it's not fighting, I can help with carrying things. Upon hearing this, Ji Linxiao realized there had been a misunderstanding. All right, you agree. Yi Chengxi exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he embraced his brothers, showering them with kisses, and eagerly attempting to kiss Ji Linxiao, who graciously declined the gesture. Host, the loyalty levels of the three are rising swiftly. Current loyalty, Yi Chenghu, 67. Yi Chenglong, 61. Yi Chengxi, 70. Why does the one with the briefest acquaintance have the highest loyalty? Perhaps it is a reflection of your unique human emotions. It is said that people often develop a fondness for their savior, leading to many tales of devotion. Ji Linxiao regarded the man before him, contemplating the notion of devotion, and shook his head, reminding himself that he was a respectable, straight man. You've visited your mother, haven't you? How is she faring? She's much better now, making chicken soup at home. We will bring some for you tonight. Ji Linxiao recognized this as a kind gesture from a mother and understood that refusing it would only sadden her, so he acquiesced. You three should rest well for the next few days to recuperate. Once I am discharged, you will commence your formal duties. Yes, boss. What do you plan to do with those you've imprisoned? Yi Chenglong growled through gritted teeth. Humph, they dare to trouble me and even lay hands on my brother. They must experience the torment of my methods to understand my prowess. Ji Linxiao entrusted the matter to them, intending to inform Zheng Yongnian later, cautioning them to report any further disturbances immediately, as any trouble for his subordinates would inevitably affect Ji Linxiao himself. Once the others departed, the hospital room fell into silence. Just as Ji Linxiao was about to lie down and rest, Chen Mornian arrived with a takeout order of spicy hot pot. He opened the box, sitting beside Ji Linxiao, eating while weeping. Oh, Ji Gu, how could you have been hurt? Is it painful? I'm so worried. The mouth-watering aroma quickly filled the room, and Ji Linxiao was reminded of the last time he was hospitalized when he had brought a roast chicken to eat. It dawned on him that this rascal wasn't visiting him out of concern, but rather to exact revenge. Ji Linxiao, in a fit of mock fury, scolded him but swallowed his frustration as he watched him devour the delicious hot pot. Oh, this beef roll is exquisite. Freshly cut Australian beef. And these shrimp balls are delightful too. This luxurious spicy hot pot is simply divine, the broth infused with milk. Ji Linxiao, in an act of exasperation, closed his eyes and turned away, covering himself with the blanket to block out Chen Mornian's incessant chatter, though his stomach betrayed him, growling audibly. He could hear laughter behind him and the even louder sound of eating. Host, this is quite cruel. Even the pandas within a 10-kilometer radius are starving. By the way, is this hot pot really that delicious? I've yet to try it. Ji Linxiao had become utterly numb, counting sheep to force himself to sleep, ignoring the dual torment of the external world. Chapter 39, The Secret Base. 5 days later. Congratulations, host. Task completed, earning 5,000 points. Current point balance, 16,000. Ji Linxiao glanced at the shop, unable to upgrade, feeling despondent as his points remained pitifully low. Xiaoming, do you have any quick methods to earn points? Yes. Open treasure chests. Treasure chests? Complete tasks. Understood, as if I didn't ask. Ji Linxiao arranged to meet with the three brothers at the Lintian building, intending to show them around his company and secret base. The company's internal infrastructure has been entirely acquired, and the efficiency of Qian Kanan's team has proven to be remarkably effective. During this period, they leveraged their connections to procure the finest facilities at minimal cost. The leisure area, office space, and dining zone have all been revitalized. Naturally, Ji Linxiao's secret base was entrusted to Zheng Yongnian's construction team for a complete renovation. aligning with his vision, thereby elevating Ji Linxiao's Jiuxiao company to new heights. Unfortunately, the recruitment of staff has yet to commence, aside from Qian Canan's team. The only other assistance comes from Tang Jingyu and his group sent by Zhang Yongyan. Wait, Tang Jingyu, what brings you here? Ji Linxiao inquired. Oh, so you just noticed me? Tang Jingyu teased, stepping forward to affectionately drape an arm around Ji Linxiao's neck. The boss saw how familiar we are and sent me over as a laborer. He said until you recruit formal employees for the company, we're here to assist you. Ji Linxiao, somewhat familiar with Tang Jingyu, felt reassured by Zhang Yongnian's choice to send him. All right, I appreciate the help. Not a problem at all. What brings you here today? To inspect my secret base. What about you? Secret base. Tang Jingyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. It must be that 9th floor Zhang Canan warned us about, the one guarded by a group of burly men. If I go there, I'll belong to you. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Jingyu decided against it. Never mind, I won't go. If I'm already being exploited as an outsider, I certainly wouldn't want to be one of your people. I'll just head to the lounge downstairs to relax. With that, he dashed away, leaving Ji Linxiao chuckling at his retreating figure, appreciating that he had the integrity to resist temptation and remain loyal. He hoped his own team would exhibit similar loyalty. Casting a glance back at the three brothers, Ji Linxiao said, "Let us go. I'll take you upstairs." The group ascended in the independent elevator at the other end of the building, much to Qian Canan's envious gaze. He understood that those permitted upstairs were likely Ji Linxiao's trusted confidants. He had yet to earn that privilege. Ji Linxiao's skepticism of him was justified. Given his previous association with the Qian family, he believed that with diligent effort, he too would eventually ascend to the 9th floor. At the elevator entrance, 2 construction workers stood guard, rotating shifts to monitor the entrance. Upon noticing Ji Linxiao's approach, they immediately straightened up and greeted him. He nodded in acknowledgement before ushering the 3 brothers into the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal the secret base, which was not as opulent as one might have anticipated, but rather minimalist and grand. It was well equipped, yet not ostentatious. Large floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to illuminate the entire space, with one-way glass ensuring privacy from the outside. The specialized equipment was comprehensive, including a boxing room. The 3 brothers gazed around, captivated. Yi Qinghu lounged on a sofa, admiring the view. Yi Qinglong was enthralled with the high-end computer components, while Yi Qingxi excitedly dashed to the boxing room to strike the punching bag. How does it look? Is the base satisfactory? Ji Linxiao asked. Satisfactory? It's absolutely fantastic. They responded in unison. Glad to hear it. This will be our workplace moving forward. I hope you'll take care of it and maintain cleanliness. They all assured him they would. Ji Linxiao pondered, feeling something was amiss. After a moment's reflection, he recalled, "Didn't you mention having a friend? Where is he?" "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I just learned that he got married and is currently traveling abroad with his wife. He is looking for a job to support his family, so he won't be joining us." All right then. Ji Linxiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Having an additional capable member would have been beneficial. However, he consoled himself with the thought that it was merely a matter of time before he found qualified personnel. Setting aside his fleeting regret, he encouraged the 3 brothers to familiarize themselves with their new environment before heading downstairs to discuss recruitment plans with Qian Canan. "Canan, my esteemed predecessor," Ji Linxiao greeted. "Mr. Ji, you flatter me. You are the boss now," Qian Canan replied. "Flattery aside, your experience surpasses mine, and I will surely need your assistance in the future. Then, may I request you to call me Nangu from now on? Let us keep it informal." "Very well. Nangu, how is the recruitment planning progressing?" "Quite smoothly. The advertisements have been disseminated, and we've received numerous applications. We'll interview candidates to assess their suitability rather than relying solely on resumes. Cleverness is paramount." Ji Linxiao nodded in agreement. "When will the interviews take place?" "The day after tomorrow. Would you like to attend? Please reserve a spot for me. I'd like to evaluate your judgment in selecting candidates and see if there are any promising talents." "Understood. The interviews will commence at 8 in the morning. Do remember to be there." After finalizing the arrangements, Ji Linxiao departed the company. As for the 3 brothers, they expressed a desire to linger in the secret base a while longer. Ji Linxiao handed them the employee access card for the elevator and left them to their exploration. "Canan, does the boss seem reliable given his youth?" one of the team members questioned. "Do you doubt my judgment?" Qian Canan replied, his team falling silent. His discerning eye had always been sharp. If he believed Ji Linxiao was capable, then the team would rally behind him with full support. After years of camaraderie as colleagues and friends, mutual trust had been established. Upon returning home, Ji Linxiao called Chen Mornian. "You rascal, the interviews are the day after tomorrow. How is your preparation coming along?" "Rest assured, everything is in order. We're just waiting for the interviews. I'll be at the company awaiting your arrival. Don't let me down. Just don't pull any strings for me." I want to earn my place beside you through my own merit. All right. But if you fail the interview, don't come crying to me. Humph, whoever cries is the puppy. Ji Linxiao chuckled as he hung up, confident that Qin Mornian would not disappoint him, as they had made a pact to always support one another as brothers. Chapter 40. The interview turmoil the day after tomorrow. Ji Linxiao rose early, completing his run before sitting down to breakfast. Steward Yin approached with a tailored navy suit. Young master, this is the new suit I ordered for you. It's not the casual attire you usually wear. Since you will be attending interviews as the esteemed boss, it's important to dress appropriately. Also, here are these leather shoes. You'll need to change into them shortly. Steward Yin observed Ji Linxiao in his casual blazer and slippers, recognizing that while he looked handsome, such attire was unsuitable for a formal occasion. A leader dressed too casually during interviews might convey a lackadaisical attitude permeating the company. Ji Linxiao glanced at the navy suit presented by Steward Yin. Please set it aside. Uncle Yin, I'll change into it after breakfast. Having a steward was indeed beneficial, as he anticipated many of Ji Linxiao's needs and even helped procure clothing for him. Moreover, Steward Yin had an excellent sense of aesthetics, ensuring that the household staff's uniforms were both pleasing to the eye and practical. The women's attire was fresh and unpretentious, while the men's outfits were functional yet exuded masculinity. The formal suit, being more fitted than casual wear, explained why Steward Yin had insisted on measuring Ji Linxiao's dimensions, taking over half an hour to ensure a perfect fit. The meticulous measurements paid off, as the suit fit him impeccably without the need for alterations. Once donned, the formal suit enhanced Ji Linxiao's presence, and paired with his signature smile, he appeared utterly captivating. Young master, does it fit well? Ah, splendid indeed. The fabric is remarkably comfortable to wear. How could it not be? It was custom tailored by Steward Yin, and each suit cost a pretty penny. Ji Linxiao drove to his company, and fortunately, the underground parking lot was spacious enough. Though the majority of the spots were already occupied, thankfully, 10 exclusive spaces had been reserved near the elevator directly leading to the building, accommodating Qian Kanan and his team as well. After navigating the winding paths, Ji Linxiao finally located his parking spot. However, to his astonishment, 9 out of the 10 spaces were taken, 5 occupied by Qian Kanan's team and 3 by Tang Jingyu's group. He wondered about the extra vehicle, but dismissed it, assuming perhaps Tang Jingyu's party had brought along additional guests. After parking, he ascended to the office via the elevator. The 5th-floor lounge was already bustling with people. With half an hour remaining before the interviews commenced at 8 o'clock, he merely intended to observe the number of candidates for the day's interviews. Furthermore, from the 5th floor, one had to take another elevator to access the upper levels, a precautionary measure to prevent unauthorized entry into the company. Arriving on the 5th floor only allowed access to the lounge, requiring an employee card or prior appointment with the front desk to enter the inner offices. However, due to the interviews today, the main entrance remained open, permitting anyone to come and go freely. After all, the shopping mall downstairs had yet to welcome any stores. As Ji Linxiao made his way inside, preparing to press the elevator button for the upper floors, a sudden shout startled everyone, including him. All eyes turned toward the source of the commotion, a man standing amidst the crowd, exclaiming, "What's the matter with you? The calling hasn't even started yet. And you're already trying to go up. Is it not allowed? Isn't that obvious? Come on, man, find a seat. You're not on the list yet. If you go up now, you'll just be sent back down." Yet, a few individuals nearby held a different opinion, observing that the crowd was divided, with half the seats occupied by males and the other half by females. A few of the men rolled their eyes in disdain, perceiving the shout as an unnecessary interference, only adding to their competition. If he wants to go, let him. Why do you care? Ji Linxiao smiled silently, taking note of their appearances. Brother, don't listen to them, come sit. Several kind-hearted girls echoed, as they had no competitive stakes with the boys. A few of the boys continued their murmurs, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Ji Linxiao waved his hand, deciding to remain seated and observe the candidates. Why are there so many of you today? Are you all here for interviews? Don't joke with me. We're all here for interviews. No need to pretend otherwise. Who doesn't know this company offers excellent benefits? Just for this lounge, I'd come for $1,000. A man beside him chuckled. What are you laughing at? Do you really think you'd work for $1,000? The man stuttered. I was just saying. Who would take it seriously? But this company is genuinely good. Ji Linxiao engaged in further conversation with those around him, attempting to glean insights about their backgrounds, but who would willingly divulge personal information to a rival. They deftly deflected his inquiries, leaving him with no choice but to relent. With 5 minutes remaining until the interviews began, he prepared to ascend the stairs. As he stood and headed toward the elevator, the earlier man quickly called out again, "Sir, why don't you believe me? Let me tell you." The man leaned closer to Ji Linxiao, whispering, "The boss of this company is a fierce and ruthless individual." Ji Linxiao blinked in confusion, gazing at him blankly. The man patted Ji Linxiao's shoulder, nodding. A fierce and ruthless boss, Ji Linxiao was being subtly warned about his own demeanor. Is it possible that I am, in fact, one of those in charge? You? The man glanced at Ji Linxiao skeptically. They had all noticed a group of slightly older individuals organizing everyone to sit in an orderly fashion before heading upstairs to prepare their materials. Moreover, Ji Linxiao had arrived significantly later than those individuals. Why not believe it? You seem rather young, and when do leaders arrive so late for interviews? Ji Linxiao was taken aback. He had thought he had arrived early. From his remarks, it seemed Qian Kanan and the others had been there quite a while. At that moment, a man entered, holding a luxurious breakfast while eating on the go. Phew, I'm not late. There's still time. The delightful aroma of breakfast wafted through the waiting room, inciting a chorus of complaints. Which uncouth individual is it that smells so strongly of breakfast? The newly arrived man, hearing the accusations, retorted angrily, I'm enjoying myself. What is it to you? That voice sounded familiar. Ji Linxiao turned around, recognizing an old acquaintance. He wondered whether this fellow was here to cause trouble or genuinely for an interview. Linxiao, you're here. The man with breakfast scampered over enthusiastically. Want some breakfast? Go away, what are you doing here? My dad. I'm just here to eat some buns. You're here for an interview and still eating buns? You really think you can just waltz in here? Are you here to annoy me again? I'm not. I really want to work here, and I wasn't too late. I came third. I waited for a long time and got hungry, so I went out to find something to eat. This place is too remote. It took me ages to find a bun shop. Enough of your excuses. If it weren't for your dad threatening you with a feather duster to show up today, you wouldn't be here, would you? You should have driven instead. Fine, then I'll watch you present. With that, Ji Linxiao turned to press the elevator button, while the man who had previously stopped him looked utterly bewildered. What just happened? Is he really staff? Qian Kanan scanned the room, taking in the sole man still standing, and then found an empty seat to sit down. Among the crowd, Chen Monyan stifled laughter, careful not to laugh too loudly. He couldn't greet Ji Linxiao. Otherwise, those interviewing alongside him might think he had connections, and Ji Linxiao noticed him but chose not to acknowledge him, understanding the unspoken agreement to remain strangers. Mr. Ji, you've arrived. The interviews are about to begin. We are all waiting for you. Waiting for me? I just came to take a look. The responsibility lies with you. Ji Linxiao casually picked up a thick stack of resumes from the table, flipping through them one by one. This one, that one, and this one. These few won't be accepted. The others will be assessed based on the situation. Understood. Qian Kanan took the resumes, memorizing the faces on them. Although he was unsure of what had transpired, he suspected Ji Linxiao had encountered something significant on his way upstairs, as he wouldn't have singled out those resumes otherwise. Qian Kanan gestured for his subordinates to begin calling candidates. The numbering was based on the order of their arrival for the interviews. Tang Jingyu and his group had arrived earlier, and upon entering, they began preparing to issue numbers. Eventually, only one person remained at the entrance to distribute numbers, while the rest of the group found a secluded spot to play games. As his subordinates went to call candidates, Ji Linxiao inquired about the parking situation. There's an extra vehicle downstairs. Is it one of yours? No. We had it even before we arrived. We got here a bit later, and by the time we arrived, Mr. Tang Jingyu and the others were already present, along with some of the interviewees. Ji Linxiao nodded, intending to inquire further when he saw Tang Jingyu again, not feeling rushed at the moment. There was no need to question why he didn't take out his phone to send a message. Sometimes, one finds themselves in an inexplicable state. At that moment, Ji Linxiao simply did not wish to check his phone, even though it was within his pocket. He just didn't want to pull it out. Once the first candidate was ready, he entered. The first interviewee was Chun Mornian, who answered all the questions posed by Qian Kanan's team with remarkable ease, before being escorted to the lounge downstairs to await the results. Ji Linxiao listened attentively to Chun Mornian's responses, which could be described as impeccable. He pinpointed the most critical aspects of each question, indicating that the days of preparation had certainly not been in vain. All interviewees waited in the lobby of Ji Linxiao's company's lounge, while those who had completed their interviews were led into a waiting room located in the cafe of the lounge. Qian Kanan had already arranged for the chef, the barista, and the pastry chef, so that while they awaited results, the candidates could enjoy complimentary refreshments from the cafe. The second candidate also performed admirably and was invited into the waiting room. The third candidate, Wang Fujing, entered the room. It must be said that as a young master from a wealthy family, despite having some spoiled habits, his aura distinctly set him apart from the others. Wang Fujing confidently answered all the questions, but after Qian Kanan and the others nodded in approval, they posed a rather probing question. Mr. Wang, I believe I've seen you before. You are the young master of the Wang family's second branch. May I ask why you chose to work at our company instead of joining your family's enterprise? Ji Linxiao, too, found this question intriguing. having been curious about Wang Fujing's motives since he first saw him downstairs, but he was met with an evasive answer. Ji Linxiao straightened his posture, interlacing his fingers in front of his mouth, prepared to listen intently and seriously to the response. It's because you, Mr. Ji, are my idol. And that's why I want to come here. He barely finished speaking when Qian Kanan interrupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but I didn't quite catch that. It seems our recruitment announcement didn't specify who exactly works within our company. Then my father would have found out about it immediately. So, you're essentially an undercover agent sent here by your father, correct? Wang Fujing was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, fearing he might actually be mistaken for a spy and subsequently kicked out. The thought of his father's feather duster and the strict family rules loomed over him. He certainly didn't wish for such a fate. In a moment of panic, he revealed the truth. Previously, I didn't believe I would offend Ji Linxiao. But then my father thought highly of him and wanted me to interact more with him, to learn from him. Otherwise, he threatened to chase me out with the feather duster. Oh my heavens, how embarrassing. Wang Fujing wished he could dig a hole to hide in, vividly imagining the smug expression that would undoubtedly grace Ji Linxiao's face. Just as he anticipated, Ji Linxiao's hands, previously crossed, trembled with suppressed laughter. The muscles in his face quivering as well. He fought to maintain a serious demeanor in this formal setting. Qian Kanan covered his mouth with his hand, attempting to stifle his own laughter. We have undergone professional training. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't laugh. Ji Linxiao and Qian Kanan exchanged glances, and then, unable to contain themselves any longer, Qian Kanan chuckled softly, while Ji Linxiao erupted into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his stomach, exclaiming, I can't, this is too funny. At that moment, Wang Fujing kept his eyes shut, his face now flushed. The most pampered young master of the Wang family, accustomed to being doted on in City, found himself threatened by his own father to learn from someone he had previously clashed with, Ji Linxiao. Wang Fujing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why hadn't he simply stated the first half of his explanation? Why did he have to mention the feather duster? What an embarrassment. Qian Kanan cleared his throat a few times, regaining his serious demeanor, while Ji Linxiao composed himself and wiped his tears, straightening his posture. All right, we shall tentatively believe you. Please proceed to the waiting area to rest. Wang Fujing hastily exited the interview room, and just as he closed the door, he heard Ji Linxiao's laughter once more. Causing his face to flush even deeper, he realized that he would never again hold his head high in front of Ji Linxiao. Chapter 42. The Sarcastic Man. More than 3 hours had elapsed since the interviews began. While Qian Kanan and his colleagues felt little fatigue, Ji Linxiao was becoming increasingly restless. Realizing how exhausting it was to be an interviewer, the candidates had answered quite well overall, though a couple seemed to be taking a chance, hoping for a stroke of luck to gain entry. Noticing Ji Linxiao's boredom, Qian Kanan announced the conclusion of the morning interviews, informing everyone they could proceed to the cafeteria for complimentary meals. He had a good sense of who would be retained among the more than 90 candidates interviewed in the morning. Is this settled then? Ji Linxiao inquired, glancing at the list in Qian Kanan's hands. Yes, Mr. Ji, do you have any suggestions? Isn't it a bit hasty? There are still half of the candidates who haven't been interviewed. Shouldn't we wait until the afternoon to see? Qian Kanan shook his head. We can't keep them waiting indefinitely. What if they share the questions with those who haven't interviewed yet? Qian Kanan smiled and explained, even if they did, it wouldn't matter. I will prepare a different set of questions for the afternoon. If they truly seek shortcuts, they will only find themselves unprepared when the questions differ. Their expressions will reveal much, and I will promptly dismiss anyone who exhibits such cunning. Ji Linxiao nodded. Qian Kanan, a seasoned veteran in business, was adept at considering matters that Ji Linxiao had yet to contemplate fully. For instance, allowing the candidates to relax in the cafe not only alleviated their boredom, but also offered them coffee, milk tea, and pastries to pass the time. It also allowed them to see the company's treatment of its employees. Having everyone dine together in the cafeteria would provide them with a glimpse into the company's daily meals. The chefs Qian Kanan hired were personally selected by him, their dishes having passed the scrutiny of his team before being brought on board. The menu comprised over 200 dishes, with chefs randomly selecting the day's offerings, ensuring a variety of 15 dishes, including both food and soup, for employees to choose from. Any leftover food would be packaged for those who wished to take it home, while unclaimed portions would be distributed to nearby homeless individuals. This was not merely a matter of Ji Linxiao's wealth allowing for casual disposal of meals, but rather a necessity. Insufficient food would leave employees hungry, while excess would go to waste. All meals were served using communal utensils, eliminating concerns of contamination. And rather than discarding food, it was better to provide warm meals to those in need. During the meal, Qian Kanan also announced the list of selected candidates for the morning on the large screen in the dining hall. Shinmornian, Wang Fujing. Out of the more than 90 candidates, only just under 20 remained, indicating a rather low acceptance rate. The candidates waiting for afternoon interviews began to feel anxious, and some cunning individuals quietly approached those from the morning to inquire about the questions. While dining, Qian Kanan's team discreetly monitored the activities of each interviewee. Ji Linxiao noticed Tang Jingyu, who appeared to have just awakened, rubbing his head and approaching with his own team. Ji Linxiao, feigning annoyance, playfully kicked him, "Big brother. Calling you here to help doesn't mean you get to sleep on the job." Tang Jingyu chuckled. "Isn't today precisely what we excel at? Let us take a little respite in the back." He then urged everyone to sit down and enjoy their meal. "By the way, has someone joined us today?" What makes you say that? There's an additional car downstairs, and it's not from Nan Ge and his crew. Isn't it yours? That's impossible. There are just the 5 of us. No one brought an extra car." The trio fell into contemplation. Then whose vehicle could that be? Wang Fujing, seated at the table behind Ji Linxiao, leaned in closer with a smirk. Startled, Ji Linxiao instinctively pushed his face away. "Hey, Ji Linxiao, that's too much. You shouldn't hit someone in the face." Ji Linxiao twitched his lips, and suddenly something reached out. "Who knew it was your big face?" Wang Fujing rubbed his cheek, shooting him a disgruntled glare. "That car belongs to me. You should feel honored that your parking space can accommodate my vehicle." Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes in silence, and then turned to Tang Jingyu. "Find a car to tow that piece of junk away." Hey, Ji Linxiao. "What are you talking about? That car of mine is worth $8. Hey, don't go." Seeing his reaction, Ji Linxiao called out to Tang Jingyu, casting a glance at Wang Fujing. "VIP parking is tenfold." Wang Fujing muttered a few complaints, but reluctantly acquiesced. Originally 15 cents a day for parking, it transformed into 150 cents a day. While it wasn't exorbitant for him, it still felt unsatisfactory. He huffed and turned back to his meal, thinking, "It's just 150 cents. I'll park here every day and drive you mad." Unaware of Wang Fujing's thoughts, Ji Linxiao was merely pleased at the prospect of a naive fool willingly offering his money. Once the meal concluded, those who had not been selected left on their own accord. Qian Kanan, who had successfully passed the interview, informed the remaining candidates that they could either return home or familiarize themselves with the company environment. Most chose to stay and explore, while only a few opted for rest. With a gym, a cafe, and electric massage devices, why not enjoy the amenities? The first interviewee of the afternoon caught Ji Linxiao's attention. "Oh, how familiar. Isn't that the sarcastic fellow?" Upon seeing Ji Linxiao seated as an interviewer, the sarcastic man froze, astounded that Ji Linxiao truly was one of the interviewers. Previously, he had mockingly commented on Ji Linxiao's interference, inadvertently creating a rival. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he opened his mouth, only to be interrupted. "You may leave now." The sarcastic man widened his eyes. "Is this a personal vendetta? Don't the other interviewers care? Does this company revolve solely around you?" "Apologies, but yes, it indeed does." Having been bored earlier, Ji Linxiao had turned over the card in front of him to play with it, finding the name unappealing. He took a pen and transformed it into the ultimate boss. He then presented the modified side with the words "President of Jiuxiao Corporation" to the sarcastic man. "Now, may I suggest you exit?" The sarcastic man opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head and shuffled out, resembling a drenched dog. This minor interlude did not deter Ji Linxiao's enthusiasm for the interviews. After all, he relished the opportunity to deal with insolent individuals. Chapter 43, A Lifelong Commitment. The group that had been chit-chatting with the sarcastic man was a consecutive batch, explaining their collective presence. Ji Linxiao, unreserved, smiled and ushered all of them out, expecting a higher quality of candidates in the afternoon, given the extended preparation time. He was instead met with a stream of individuals who either hesitated in their responses or answered irrelevantly, causing Qian Kanan to frown deeply, his demeanor sour. Still, he maintained politeness while directing them to the waiting room, as he was the lead interviewer, and every action of the interviewers reflected on the company. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that all applicants had completed their interviews. Out of nearly 200 candidates, only 33 remained, marking a relatively low elimination rate. Those who had attempted to play clever tricks were swiftly dismissed. The peculiar antics displayed during the interviews were numerous. One clever trickster, having learned the questions from the morning session, prepared accordingly, only to find the questions altered when he entered. He then confronted Qian Kanan, demanding to know why the morning questions were not used. Qian Kanan, holding back his irritation, explained patiently that no one had stated the morning questions would be identical to the afternoons. The trickster persisted in his demands, insisting on answering the morning questions, prompting Ji Linxiao to expel him, which was quite satisfying. As the owner, Ji Linxiao could choose whomever he wished, but Qian Kanan and the others were mere employees, lacking the authority to make decisions before Ji Linxiao spoke. They had all reached their limits, but managed to contain themselves until Ji Linxiao ordered the trickster out, which brought them a sense of relief. The disgruntled candidate fumed, questioning why he should leave. Just because I am the owner of this company. You. Yes. What about it? Where are the people at the door? Take him out. Tang Jingyu's personnel were stationed at the entrance to prevent any disturbances from interviewees. Upon hearing Ji Linxiao's call, 2 individuals promptly entered, each taking an arm and escorting the candidate out. What kind of nonsense was this? Ji Linxiao had no tolerance for such behavior, and if he was going to manage a company, he intended to hire individuals of good character and capability. Those who resorted to clever tricks or behaved unreasonably should stay as far away as possible, ideally ending up with Linxiao. Once the interviews concluded, the employees began clocking in their information to receive their respective work badges. Many had awaited this day, and with Friday approaching, the company announced a day off, followed by the weekend, with formal work commencing on the following Monday. Ji Linxiao encouraged his colleagues to dedicate themselves to the company, declaring, "Today, you take pride in the company. Tomorrow, the company will take pride in you." This motivational statement was not delivered by Ji Linxiao, as he had never held a leadership position and was entirely unfamiliar with such inspirational rhetoric. The work was primarily Qian Canon's responsibility, while Ji Linxiao played more of a detached role. Once the motivational speeches concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Chen Mianian signaled to Ji Linxiao that they would meet at home. Except for Wang Fujing, everyone else had left. Ji Linxiao, exasperated, looked at him. "What are you still doing here?" "Just looking around." With a haughty expression, Wang Fujing attempted to slip back inside, only to be blocked by Ji Linxiao. "I've considered it, and with your status as the young Master Wang, you should not be relegated to a mere subordinate." Of course. Hurry up and arrange for me to be a manager. Thus, I've decided that you shall follow me and serve as my assistant." That was unexpected. "What did you just say?" Ji Linxiao regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. "You agreed. Remember to come to work tomorrow." "Hey, what do you mean I agreed? And why am I starting work tomorrow?" Ji Linxiao reminded Qian Canon to collect Wang Fujing's tenfold parking fees before turning to leave without a backward glance, leaving Wang Fujing fuming in place. "Hey, what was that about my interview? What does Ji Linxiao mean?" Mr. Ji's meaning is quite literal. Qian Canon, who had been suppressing laughter, found his expression returning to normal at Wang Fujing's inquiry. "Damn, does he really think of me as a secretary?" Recalling the workplace adage, "When there's work, the secretary does it. When there's none," Wang Fujing shivered at the thought and immediately grabbed Qian Canon. "I refuse to be his secretary. Wang Xiao has overthought. President Ji merely mentioned an assistant, not a secretary. What is the distinction? The difference is considerable. Let us discuss it within." With that, he led Wang Fujing into the office, initiating a series of persuasive tactics reminiscent of Qian's methods. Once Ji Linxiao departed, the ensuing responsibilities would fall squarely on his shoulders. It was indeed Ji Linxiao who could compel the young master of the Wang family to toil endlessly. Upon returning home, Chen Manyan was already waiting eagerly, having summoned Ji Kaiyue to celebrate his employment. Ji Kaiyue, amused, inquired, "What is there to celebrate? Even if you had failed the interview, Shower would find a way to secure your position, wouldn't he?" Ah, the astuteness of an ant. She instantly discerned Ji Linxiao's intentions. Had Chen Manyan faltered in his interview today, Ji would have devised alternative means to usher him in from the ground up. After all, he needed Chen Manyan. "Ant, this is different. One is entering on my own merits, while the other relies on connections. Can they truly be compared?" "Very well, you are correct. Let us raise a toast to our successful candidate today." The group merrily indulged in the culinary delights, with Ji Kaiyue extolling, "This cuisine is exquisite." Aunt Mao, overhearing, felt a surge of joy. Who doesn't relish hearing praise, particularly about a chef's culinary prowess? "Aunt, where is Xiaoxing? Isn't he attending the tutoring classes you arranged? He should still be in class at this hour, typically until 9. Not until Ji Linxiao's departure did he realize that Zheng Yongnian's efficiency was remarkable, having mentioned the matter previously. He promptly secured the best tutor in N-City for Xiaoxing. Zheng Yongnian had directly dispatched someone to Ji Kaiyue to discuss this arrangement. Initially, they aimed to negotiate a lower price, but Ji Kaiyue believed that a reduced fee might compromise the tutor's dedication. Thus, she insisted on paying the full amount, no matter how steep, for the sake of her son's success in the Gaokao, deeming it all worthwhile. After dinner, Ji Kaiyue and Aunt Mao enthusiastically deliberated on enhancing the flavors of their dishes, lost in their culinary discourse. Observing his aunt's radiant smile, Ji Linxiao felt an authentic sense of happiness. Chen Manyan nudged him with his elbow. "Old Ji, I never imagined we would reach this point." Indeed, previously, Ji Linxiao was consumed by ceaseless toil, rising with the roosters and retiring later than the dogs, often under the pressure of superiors. Thankfully, with the system in place, everything had improved. Not only could his family thrive, but he could also extend a helping hand to his brothers. Old G, I understand that your success today involves some secrets. I respect your choices. However, should you ever wish to share, I am always here to listen. Chun Man gazed at him earnestly, his promise solid not only for the present but for a lifetime. As long as Ji Linxiao needed him, he would forever be his steadfast support. Chapter 44. The female secretary. The following day, Ji Linxiao arrived at the commercial street. Having been preoccupied with the interview matters and neglecting to check on the renovations, he approached the foreman. Sir, what is the current progress? Ah, boss, we're nearly finished. In another 2 weeks, the stores will be ready for occupancy. The construction team was both swift and efficient. Half of the storefronts had been erected, and the fountain in the plaza was already completed. Once all the stores were finished and some flora relocated, they could officially commence leasing. Ji Linxiao nodded. Though the 6-month deadline loomed, he hoped to expedite matters. The sooner the task concluded, the sooner rewards could be claimed. However, the quality of the renovations must not be compromised. A shoddy project could spell disaster before it even began. Foreman, do not rush. Quality is paramount. Time is not the issue. Rest assured, boss. We are treating this renovation with the utmost care, just as we would your own home. Ji Linxiao passed a bill to the foreman. Sir, please share this with the crew. Remember to balance work and rest. We wouldn't want anyone overexerting themselves. The foreman quickly wiped his hands on his trousers and accepted the bill, exclaiming, Oh, boss, you're too generous. Take it. It's a token of appreciation for everyone's hard work. Let us ensure we deliver our best. The foreman distributed the cigarettes among the crew, explaining it was a gift from their boss for their diligent efforts, urging them to meet his expectations. Upon returning to his office, Ji Linxiao reviewed the report sent by Qian Kanan regarding the allocation of newly hired personnel. Qian Kanan had meticulously analyzed the employees' preferences and resumes, assigning each to positions suited to their strengths. Ji Linxiao perused the report and found Chun Man-yen's evaluation exceptionally high. He had been appointed as a team leader. In the interview ratings, aside from Wang Fujing, Chun Man-yen had received the highest score, alongside another young lady, Wan Yu. These two would serve as team leaders, managing their subordinates' affairs, as queries could be directed to them. Reflecting on Wang Fujing, Ji Linxiao glanced at the attendance records. It was already 10 o'clock, and Wang Fujing had yet to clock in. At that moment, Qian Kanan entered with a young woman. President Ji. Before he could finish, Ji Linxiao interrupted. You've arrived just in time. Why hasn't Wang Fujing clocked in? Has he not come in today? It seems I haven't seen him in the office today. Do you have his number? It should be on his previous resume. Ji Linxiao rummaged through his drawer, retrieved Wang Fujing's resume, and began a relentless series of calls. Beep, beep, beep. No answer. Ji Linxiao smiled at his phone, the elegant female voice on speakerphone repeating the same phrase. Qian Kanan shuddered at Ji Linxiao's expression. Despite the smile, it felt ominously chilling. President Ji, I have Wang Eryi's number. Should I call him to inquire? Go ahead. Ji Linxiao propped his chin on his hands, eyes fixed intently on his phone. Qian Kanan, sensing the mood, switched the call to speaker. Hello, Wang Eryi, it's been a while. This is Kanan. Ah, young brother Kanan. I still have you noted in my contacts. What brings you to call today? It's regarding your son. He interviewed with our boss yesterday, but has not shown up for work today. The boss has tried calling him, but there has been no response. I'm wondering about Wang Xiao. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Then a loud crash and Wang Eryi's furious shout. Damn kid, what are you doing? The voice was muffled, but it was unmistakable that Wang Eryi was incensed, accompanied by the sounds of chaotic running. Qian Kanan was at a loss whether to hang up or not. After a moment, Wang Eryi's voice returned. My apologies for the disturbance. My son will head to the company shortly. He is a bit mischievous. Please bear with him, Kanan. Dad. Then the call ended abruptly. Qian Kanan stifled a laugh as he looked at Ji Linxiao, who maintained his smile, slowly uttering. This month's salary? Deduct it all. Understood. Having said that, he turned to find someone from the finance department to relay the message, only to see the young woman who had followed him in. Qian Kanan slapped his forehead and turned back. How could I forget? President Ji. This is the secretary I found for you. Should you need assistance, this young lady can help with various tasks. She majored in secretarial studies at university. Ji Linxiao cast a glance at the innocent and charming young lady before him, clad in a white dress, adorned with a water-green hairpin, and her subtle, seemingly makeup-free visage rendered her utterly enchanting. I do not require her. Please take her away, he stated. Qian Kanan appeared somewhat taken aback, while the woman behind him exhibited visible irritation at being dismissed before any work had commenced. Mr. Ji, this. Qian Kanan found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether the fault lay with him or if the girl simply failed to capture Ji Linxiao's interest. continuing to peruse the reports in his hands. Ji Linxiao paid them no heed. "Mr. Ji, may I be so bold as to inquire what it is that displeases you?" he asked, leaning back in his executive chair. Ji Linxiao set down the stack of documents and smiled at him. "A secretarial major, you say? Which institution instructs its students to attend interviews without formal attire or their hair neatly tied back? Or do you intend to work in such revealing dresses henceforth?" The girl blushed deeply at Ji Linxiao's remarks. She had donned this outfit in hopes of appealing to him, having heard that he was a man. Qian Canan soon grasped Ji Linxiao's expectations. He sought individuals of substance, not mere ornaments. "Mr. Ji, this girl indeed boasts commendable academic achievements and possesses some prior internship experience. With favorable evaluations, why not allow her a chance?" Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment. If he rejected her today, he wondered if Qian Canan would continue bringing candidates, which he found bothersome. Thus, he decided to let her stay for a trial period. If she did not perform well, she would be dismissed regardless. Qian Canan escorted the girl to obtain her internship certificate. Ji Linxiao, not wishing to remain cooped up in the office, ventured to the cafe downstairs, where he prepared himself a cup of coffee and settled in to watch a movie while awaiting the arrival of Wang Fujing. Today was a company-wide holiday, including the cafeteria. With the exception of Qian Canan's team and Ji Linxiao, Tang Jingyu and his group had also greeted Ji Linxiao before departing, having secured their own candidates and no longer needing to serve as mere facilitators. Chapter 45. The sorrow of Wang Fujing. As Ji Linxiao sipped his coffee, boredom set in, prompting him to select a film and project it onto the cafe screen. Midway through, Wang Fujing hobbled in. "Humph," he exclaimed, snatching Ji Linxiao's coffee and gulping it down in one go. "I've already had this." Wang Fujing froze, immediately retching. "You Ji Linxiao, you dog. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I wouldn't have drunk from that cup," he complained, grimacing at the thought. Wang Fujing pulled out a chair, but halfway through the motion, he halted. "I'm too tired to sit. I'll stand for a while." He intended to lean against a nearby wall, but Ji Linxiao seemed to comprehend his intent and swiftly yanked him into a seat. Wang Fujing yelped, clutching his rear as he jumped up. "Ji Linxiao, you scoundrel. You're too much. Does the feather duster taste good?" Ji Linxiao smirked, recalling Wang Fujing's comments about the feather duster from the previous day. After more than an hour had elapsed, he had clearly been given a beating. Wang Fujing grimaced as he rubbed his reddened backside, shooting Ji Linxiao a glare. "You have no sense of honor. You actually involved my father." Ji Linxiao merely smiled silently, his gaze fixed on Wang Fujing's hand covering his rear. Wang Fujing hastily distanced himself, fearful of any further unsettling actions. "Speak. What brings you to summon me?" "A new secretary has arrived." Suddenly, Wang Fujing perked up, leaning closer to Ji Linxiao. "Is it a male or female? Tall or short? Fat or thin? Fair or not? Beautiful or not?" Ji Linxiao shot him a sidelong glance and replied slowly. "If a secretary has come to perform your duties, you need not remain at the company. That is not what I want." Wang Fujing recalled the feather duster and felt his fondness for the secretary diminish significantly. If she were to usurp his position, Ji Linxiao would undoubtedly dismiss him, and that would mean facing an even harsher reality at home. Wang Fujing swallowed hard, reminding himself that a true man can endure and adapt. He approached Ji Linxiao from behind and began to massage his shoulders. "Brother Xiao, look, as long as I'm here, isn't that sufficient? What need is there for a secretary? No secretary can be as useful as I am. Will you not come to work anymore?" "I wouldn't dare." "Very well. I will deduct your salary for this month." "What? What do you mean?" Wang Fujing grumbled, reluctantly trailing behind Ji Linxiao as they exited the break room. Upon reaching the garage, Ji Linxiao noted an additional vehicle and turned to Wang Fujing. "Remember, 10 times the parking fee when you leave." Wang Fujing muttered under his breath, "TCH. I'll pay it." As he opened the passenger door, Ji Linxiao added, "You drive." Wang Fujing stared at Ji Linxiao in disbelief, about to protest when Ji Linxiao interjected, "Actually, a secretary can also drive." Reluctantly, Wang Fujing took the driver's seat. "Where to?" "To the Nanxiang Security Company. We need to hire some security personnel. The building has been fully renovated and will soon welcome tenants, so we require a few individuals to oversee things." Upon their arrival at the security company, the receptionist greeted them warmly. "Young Master Wang, are you here to hire today? How many do you need? Choose as you wish." Wang Fujing felt quite pleased with this response. But sensing a chill behind him, he quickly clarified, "This is my boss. I'm merely accompanying him. He calls the shots." The receptionist assessed Ji Linxiao, her smile blooming like a flower. Wang Fujing was no ordinary person. As the most favored young master of the Wang family, having him as a boss indicated significant stature. "Feel free to browse, boss. Here are the profiles. Of course, if you wish to meet the candidates in person, that can be arranged. Let us meet them in person." Profiles can be misleading, but encountering the candidates allows for genuine evaluation. The The receptionist summoned all current security personnel for Ji Lin Xiao's review. Xiaoming, is this acceptable? Leave it to me. First row, second and third, second row, fourth and sixth. The system had assisted Ji Lin Xiao in selecting 40 individuals, each among the best in attendance. Ji Lin Xiao conveyed the chosen candidates to the receptionist. How long does your boss intend to employ them? We need to draft a contract. Ji Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering the duration. He glanced at Wang Fujing, signaling for him to take the lead. Let us go with our Wang family's contract. We'll take the personnel, and the agency fee will be paid in full upfront. Their wages will be issued by our company. The receptionist beamed upon hearing this, promptly setting to draft the contract. Generally, contracts of this nature entail higher agency fees, and since their company would handle salary distribution, they would also take a percentage. Therefore, this type of contract typically results in significantly elevated agency fees. Ji Lin Xiao realized that having Wang Fujing around was somewhat beneficial, as he possessed insights beyond Ji Lin Xiao's own. As for any additional advantages, those would be uncovered in due time. After completing the payment, he informed the candidates of the company address for their standby. What do you plan to do next? Ji Lin Xiao contemplated. He truly had no pressing matters, as Qian Kanan primarily handled company affairs, leaving him as a semi-hands-off manager. What does your father enjoy? What do you mean? You can't be serious? No way. I assure you, my father and mother have an excellent relationship. What are you thinking about now? I merely wish to pay him a visit. I can't go empty-handed, can I? Oh. Wang Fujing awkwardly scratched his head, pondering what his father might enjoy. Should I give him a call? Ji Lin Xiao, utterly speechless, thought to himself, what a dutiful son. Hello, Dad, what do you like? Such a blunt inquiry. Ji Lin Xiao stared at Wang Fujing with a look of incredulity. You don't even know what your father likes? After all these years of raising you for nothing. No pocket money for you this month. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Wang Fujing turned to Ji Lin Xiao, his expression one of grievance. You owe me my allowance. Nonsense. Couldn't you have asked a bit more subtly? Think carefully about what your father enjoys. Otherwise, I will consult the secretary. Wait, let me think. Oh, I remember. My dad has many antique paintings and some tea in his study. The paintings and tea are fine. I got that. Let's drive. Where to? To eat. You take me to the best place. I have no money. My salary is gone. And so is my allowance. I'll pay. Just drive. All right. Buckle up. Let me take you to discover the culinary delights of City Inn. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped off. Ji Lin Xiao, fuming, thought, this is my photo shoot. If you speed and run red lights, it's my points that will be deducted. Drive slower. Chapter 46, Antique Street. In City Inn, antique vendors are scarce, and even when there are shops, most sell fakes. With City S just a 3-hour drive away, they headed south without hesitation. So, are we going to an antique shop, or are you planning to shop on Taobao? What do you mean? Are you actually going to buy from that site? You can't be this unsophisticated. Did you come from some remote village? Spit it out if you have something to say. I mean, we'll pick up bargains from the stalls. What do you think? I think, you naive bumpkin. It's better to buy from a shop. Sure, it might be a bit pricey, but at least you won't end up with fakes. Ji Lin Xiao closed his eyes and ignored him. Congratulations, host. Task activated. Searching for a needle in a haystack. Task details. Select 3 genuine antiques from the fake ones at the antique stalls. Progress, 03. Task duration, 24 hours. Reward, 100,000 points. Double points if completed within 10 hours. 100,000? Am I counting wrong? Let me count again. It's 100,000 points, indeed. Why are you grinning so slyly? I'm not. You're overthinking it. But I don't know anything about antiques. What scheme are you plotting now? I am an omnipotent system. Oh right, Xiaoming, can you authenticate antiques? Sure. Unlocking the antique identification feature requires 80,000 points. 80,000. I don't have enough points. Dear, you can buy it on credit. Just a 10 service fee. 10 of 80,000 is 8,000. You swindler. Why don't you go rob a bank? No way. Ji Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Wang Fujing. Dude, could you stop staring at me so suddenly? You scared me. I'm driving here. Who's responsible if there's an accident? You are. But first, can you identify antiques? Who do you think I am? My father has a study filled with antique paintings. I see them every day, so I can tell a thing or two. Besides, my old man is an avid collector. I've even attended antique fairs with him, so you can identify them. Absolutely. All right, then we'll rely on you when we go shopping. What? Wang Fujing nearly lost control of the steering wheel in shock. Thankfully, there weren't many cars on the highway today. What? No confidence, Wang Xiao? Of course not. Leave it to me. It's just looking at antiques, a trivial matter. Let me tell you, back in the day, Ji Lin Xiao ignored his continued boasting, reclining in his seat as he dozed off. Once he was in the car and not driving, he always had the urge to sleep. a bad habit that seemed hard to shake off. Hey, we've arrived. You sure sleep soundly. After over 3 hours of driving, Wang Fujing finally pulled into the famous antique street of City S, utterly exasperated to see Ji Linxiao still lost in slumber. He nudged him while shouting, We're here? Of course. Did you bring your ID? Of course. Why would I need an ID just to look at antiques? Ji Linxiao shot him a glance. First, let us find a hotel. Otherwise, are you planning to drive back tonight? Not a chance. Wang Fujing quickly navigated to the nearest 5-star hotel. Since Ji Linxiao was treating, they certainly wouldn't skimp on themselves. 2 presidential suites. Please, I'll cover the cost. I'm sorry, sir, but we currently have only 1 presidential suite available. Ji Linxiao pushed Wang Fujing aside. Don't mind him, 1 suite is enough. Here is my ID. Are you staying or not? If not, you'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. Upon hearing this, Wang Fujing hurriedly handed over his ID. After receiving the room card, he suggested going up to check it out. No need, let us make a swift decision on the antique street. Wang Fujing trailed behind Ji Linxiao, grumbling under his breath. Swift decision? Do you think antiques are easy to identify, you bumpkin? Ji Linxiao heard, but chose not to argue, for indeed, he was a bit of a bumpkin. As they entered the antique street, they were approached by a man wearing dark sunglasses, a black hat, and a black trench coat, one hand tucked into his coat. Ji Linxiao instinctively thought he was a hitman wielding a gun, but seeing Wang Fujing so calm, he figured he must know him. Host, don't look so scared, otherwise, that ugly flower cat will call you a bumpkin again. Ugly flower cat? Isn't that what it is? Not as good looking as you, always dressed flamboyantly, and with a haughty demeanor. Ji Linxiao couldn't help but chuckle, his tension easing considerably. Before he knew it, the man had approached them. I see 2 gentlemen of remarkable demeanor. I wish to befriend you. This cup, used in the Ming Dynasty court, is a bargain at 2 yuan. What do you say? As the man spoke, he produced a beautifully crafted small cup. Ji Linxiao was intrigued and wanted to take it for a closer look, but Wang Fujing scoffed. Where did you get this cup? You think you can sell it to us for 2 yuan? I'd say you're just asking to be beaten to a pulp. Wang Fujing initially intended for Ji Linxiao to buy some fakes so he could take advantage of him. But then he remembered that if someone recognized him and reported to his father and grandfather that he had bought a bunch of fakes on the antique street, not only would he lose his allowance for this month, but also for the next. After all, he had studied antiques for a while with his old man. If he kept buying fakes, he would be embarrassed in front of his father, who would surely be furious. Upon hearing Wang Fujing's words, the man attempted to plead his case, but someone leaned in and whispered in his ear. The man's face turned pale. Oh, it's the young master of the Wang family. My sincerest apologies. Please forgive me this once. Humph, count yourself lucky. Ji Linxiao, let us go. Observing Wang Fujing's proud demeanor, Ji Linxiao mused that perhaps it wasn't the ugly flower cat, but rather an ugly flower chicken. Wang Fujing led Ji Linxiao through the stalls, glancing left and right at the myriad of wares. Ji Linxiao was momentarily dazzled by the exquisite items, each resembling a genuine antique, but seeing Wang Fujing pick something up, examine it, and then put it back, the seconds ticked away. Within 2 hours, Wang Fujing ended up with a pot, acquired for a mere 8 yuan. Is this an antique? Well, it should be. Let us head over to the Antique Appraisal Pavilion and take a look. By the way, remember to mention that this was your choice. Why? The proprietor of the pavilion is a friend of my grandfather's, and I'm a bit apprehensive. Apprehensive about what? It's just a one-time visit. Besides, you've been scrutinizing for quite a while. It's only natural to feel overwhelmed. Ji Linxiao observed Wang Fujing earnestly searching for antiques, choosing not to mock him. As they would be working together in the future, constant rivalry would serve no purpose. All right, but you must speak a few good words on my behalf. I dread when my grandfather and his friends gather and start discussing their grandchildren. Every time my grandfather returns, he reduces my allowance. Fine, let us go. I'll speak well of you. Chapter 47, The Antique Appraisal Function. Ah, is that not young Master Wang? Please, come in. What brings you here today? The attendant at the entrance greeted Wang Fujing enthusiastically as he stepped inside. Well, we just checked out some stalls outside, and my friend here wishes to unearth some treasures. We selected one item to have Grandpa Gu take a look at. The owner is currently in a meeting. Allow me to assist young Master Wang. That would be splendid. Wang Fujing handed the pot to the attendant, who examined it meticulously, feeling its surface and then inspecting it further with a magnifying glass. Young master, this pot. Wang Fujing immediately understood his hesitation. You're just unsure whether it's truly an antique. To be honest, this pot can be classified as an antique. A Republic-era imitation of Ming Dynasty work, but it holds little value, at most this amount. The attendant extended 5 fingers. Wang Fujing was momentarily taken aback. He had overpaid. That unscrupulous merchant. However, such is the nature of the antique business. No matter how troublesome he may be, he wouldn't dare cause a scene here, lest he bring shame upon his grandfather. Do you want it? Wang Fujing inquired of Ji Linxiao, who had grasped the situation, a modern antique of little worth. He consulted the system. Does this count? Dear user, antiques from the Republic era do not count. I'll pass. Consider it a gift. Ji Linxiao, let us go. And remember not to mention my visit to Grandpa Gu. All right, take care. After saying this, Wang Fujing quickly pulled Ji Linxiao out of the shop. Just a few meters from the entrance, Ji Linxiao shrugged him off. What are you doing? So, it isn't your money after all. You're giving away my funds. Are you foolish? That shabby pot isn't worth anything. The attendant claimed it was worth 500, which is already overpriced. Ji Linxiao calculated. 0.5 of a dollar, which under previous prices equated to me having spent 3,000 on a worthless pot. 3,000 could have bought him several months' worth of breakfast. Ji Linxiao cast a forlorn glance at Wang Fujing, who hastily defended himself. Oh no, don't look at me like that. It's quite normal to misjudge antiques. Don't think I'll be the one paying. You call me to look. Ji Linxiao was exasperated with his antics. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. If I can earn 200,000 points in 10 hours, even with the function activated, I can still save a considerable amount. Xiaoming, please assist me in activating that function. Understood. 16, 200 points have been deducted. 63, 800 points loaned. With a handling fee of 6, 380. The upgrade is in progress. Estimated completion in 1 hour. After driving for over 3 hours and searching for antiques for another 2. Nearly 6 hours had passed. Waiting another hour would leave him with only 3 hours to hunt for antiques. There still might be time. Let us go. I'm hungry. Are we coming back later? In a bit, I'll show you what true treasure hunting is. You unrefined bumpkin dare call me a bumpkin. Hey, Ji Linxiao. Don't ignore me. As Ji Linxiao made his way outside, Wang Fujing followed, grumbling and trailing behind him. After all the driving and antique searching, he too felt hungry. If Ji Linxiao didn't treat him to a good meal soon, he would raise a fuss. System upgrade successful. The antique appraisal function is now active. Capable of identifying antique artifacts, paintings, gemstones, jade, etc. As the function upgrades, the range of identifiable treasures will expand. Currently, the following types can be identified. Antique utensils. What does this mean? It means the user can now identify utensil-type antiques, such as bowls, cups, pots, etc. Paintings do not fall under this category. How can I upgrade? 80,000 points are required to reach the next level. Ji Linxiao silently retrieved his phone and began calculating. In total, he owed the system 180 points, and adding the 80,000 points for the function upgrade would leave him with over 40,000 points remaining, enough to purchase more items. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. This beef tripe is delicious. Let us have another serving. Ji Linxiao glanced at the glutton before him, who had already devoured 8 plates of beef tripe. He yanked him to his feet and marched toward the front desk to pay, ignoring Wang Fujing's complaints. Ji Linxiao, you unscrupulous boss. You make your employees work without feeding them. I'll report you. You can certainly try. Let us see who gets kicked out first. With no retort, Wang Fujing had no choice but to fall silent. The two returned to the antique stall, and this time, armed with the System S function. Ji Linxiao surveyed the surroundings with an air of confidence, feeling as if he were in command of the situation. Xiaoming, how do I use this function? Simply approach the antique stall, choose the item you wish to appraise, and I will begin the analysis. Ji Linxiao approached the nearest stall, crouching down to examine the items one by one. The seller, noticing his aimless browsing, thought him a prime target for deception and was ready to swindle him. However, Ji Linxiao anticipated the seller's moves. No need for your introduction, I'll assess it myself. The vendor began to chatter incessantly, but Ji Linxiao focused on the System S information. After inspecting 3 or 4 stalls, the best item he found was merely a Republican-era porcelain bowl, even less valuable than the pot. The rest were counterfeit goods meant to deceive the unsuspecting. Finally, he reached the 6th stall. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a Qing Dynasty antique blue and white porcelain vase. Ji Linxiao was somewhat astonished. The vase that appeared most like a counterfeit was, in fact, a genuine antique. Nowadays, blue and white porcelain is abundant, with many claiming authenticity. Hence, this vase had been overlooked by passers-by. How much for this vase? Seeing a potential customer, the vendor was eager to sell this blue and white porcelain. However, the seller was uncertain of its authenticity. But it was evident that most stalls had at least one genuine article, though Ji Linxiao was not referring to what the vendor considered genuine. Brother, this is authentic blue and white porcelain. How about I sell it to you for this amount? 7 dimes. Are you joking? At least 7 dimes. 7 dimes may not sound like much, but in the past, that was equivalent to 700,000 yuan. While it may seem trivial to Ji Linxiao now, he didn't want to be a fool. System, how much can this vase fetch? Approximately 1 yuan. So little? ISNT this genuine blue and white porcelain? It's not from the palace. Being sold at this price is already generous. Brother, that is a bit pricey. How about 5 dimes? Fine. I'll even give you a bag to carry it in. Just scan here. Ji Linxiao found it amusing as the vendor placed the blue and white porcelain vase into a tattered cloth bag and presented the QR code. Hold on. Let me take another look. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a Ming Dynasty antique sandalwood gourd, estimated at 12 yuan. I'll take this gourd as well. The vendor hesitated momentarily, and Ji Linxiao discerned his uncertainty. It appeared that the vendor was aware of the authenticity of the item in question. Unable to tolerate this any longer, Ji Linxiao proposed a firm price of 0.8, asserting that this gourd would serve perfectly as a decorative piece for his birdcage at home. This is a fine artifact from the Ming Dynasty. Such an offer is simply insufficient. Come now, don't jest with me. You really think this shabby gourd is from the Ming Dynasty? Even as an amateur, I cannot be so easily deceived. The gourd, from an outward appearance, was rather unattractive, resembling something freshly plucked from the earth. A few individuals nearby, engaged in the appraisal of antiques, glanced over at the gourd. Naturally, they were also novices, yet they joined Ji Linxiao in conversation. Ultimately, the vendor buckled under the pressure. All right, how about this? I'll just make a modest profit. Would 0.8 suffice? Deal. Ji Linxiao swiftly scanned the payment code and handed the vase to Wang Wujing, taking the gourd for himself as he departed. At that moment, the vendor watched Ji Linxiao's receding figure, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Chapter 48, The Bet. Ji Linxiao, what on earth do you intend to do with such a collection of worthless trinkets? Huh, aren't you quite the expert in distinguishing antiques? Labeling me as a bumpkin? How about we make a wager? If these so-called worthless items of yours turn out to be antiques, you must report to work daily and shadow me at all times. And if they do not, then you must reserve your position for me and continue paying my salary even if I do not show up. Ji Linxiao internally mused. What a fool. He thinks he has me cornered. Wang Wujing thought to himself. Bumpkin, just wait to hand over your money. With one task remaining, Ji Linxiao walked while allowing the system to analyze the situation. Suddenly, he sensed that they were being followed. Hey, Wang Wujing, it seems we're being tailed. Don't look back. Wang Wujing nearly turned to look, but Ji Linxiao restrained him. After all, if they were discovered, things would become troublesome. Let us head into that alley and have a bit of fun with them. Ji Linxiao and Wang Wujing made their way to a less populated area until they reached a deserted alley. Although their pursuers were puzzled, they continued to follow. After all, with no one around, it was easier to act, right? There were 5 of them. Did they truly fear that they could not overpower these 2 scrawny fellows? With no one left, what was there to hide from? Ji Linxiao handed the gourd to Wang Wujing, turning to address the empty air. Wang Wujing reluctantly accepted the gourd, undertaking the role of protector for the shabby item, despite his own desire to engage in the fight. Kid, you've got some guts. Do you think you two can take us on? 5 brutish men stepped forward, wearing sinister grins as they eyed the duo. It's not the 2 of us. It's just me. Hearing this, the men erupted into laughter. Ha ha, with your spindly arms and legs. I could easily bring you to tears and send you home to mommy. Ji Linxiao chose to ignore their taunts and began inquiring about their statistics through the system. Rest assured, host, they may appear strong, but based on their physical data, your chances of victory stand at 90%. And the remaining 10%? To prevent you from becoming overly arrogant. Armed with the system's analysis, Ji Linxiao felt increasingly confident. The adversaries, believing their numbers gave them an advantage, had come unarmed, likely out of concern for damaging the antiques. Oh, this little punk is trying to act tough. I can do that too. Kid, just hand over that gourd. And we promise to go easy on you. Ji Linxiao dismissed their demands, charging forward to seize one of the men by the arm, deftly sweeping his legs out from under him, sending the brute crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the others rushed in to subdue Ji Linxiao. But having enhanced his physique through potions, he swiftly took down all 5 men in mere moments. In under 3 minutes, they lay sprawled on the ground, howling in disarray. Wang Wujing swallowed hard. Although he had wanted to fight, his spirited intentions faltered before reality. An individual long depleted by indulgence in wine and pleasure could hardly compete. Ji Linxiao clapped his hands and even kicked one of the men struggling to rise. Let us go. Time to peruse more antique stalls. At this moment, Wang Wujing felt a twinge of anxiety. What if these ruffians were indeed after that shabby gourd? Could it truly be an antique? Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 200,000 points. After deducting the loan of 180 points, your balance stands at 129,820 points. Would you like to upgrade the antique appraisal function? Upgrade it. As he uttered those words, Ji Linxiao felt a pang of regret. The freshly acquired points were about to be drained away. Deducting 80,000 points, current balance, 49, 820 points. Upgrading in progress. Expected duration, 10 minutes. Shall we visit the antique appraisal pavilion? All right. Wang Wujing hesitated, scrutinizing the gourd more closely. The longer he looked, the more uneasy he felt, fearing he might truly become Ji Linxiao's laborer. Upon their return to the antique appraisal pavilion, the attendant noticed Wang Wujing and Ji Linxiao again. This time with a vase, a gourd, and a plate in hand. Young Master Wang, have you been on another shopping spree? Would you like me to take a look at these? Yes, yes. With a resolute demeanor, Wang Wujing handed over the items. The attendant began his evaluation. Oh, wow. Oh, young Master Wang, your eye for quality is commendable. All three pieces are indeed authentic, albeit at average prices. Ji Linxiao regarded Wang Wujing with a smile, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. All right, enough looking, I understand now. At that moment, Gu Qingtang descended from upstairs, followed by another individual. Wang Wujing quickly greeted them politely, aware that if he did not, he might find himself in trouble with his grandfather over tea, risking his allowance. Good day, Grandfather Gu. As Wang Wujing recognized the elderly gentleman behind Gu Qingtang, he realized it was his own grandfather. Grandfather. Humph. At last, you comprehend the value of manners. What are you doing here, you little rascal? Accompanying Ji. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him, as if someone was grinning sinisterly. A silent reminder that he was the subordinate and must not forget it. No, I'm here to assist my boss in selecting antiques. Boss. Both Gu Qingtang and Wang Qinghe turned their gaze toward the handsome young man standing with Wang Wujing, who remained silent, merely observing. Yet, he bore a striking resemblance to a scion from a prominent family, more so than Wang Wujing. If Wang Wujing were privy to the thoughts of the two elders, he would undoubtedly curse in his heart. If it weren't for your presence, I wouldn't be so subservient. Aren't you both just concerned about my allowance? Greetings, esteemed elders. While he could pretend not to recognize Ji Linxiao, as Gu Qingtang and Wang Qinghe were Wang Wujing's elders, neglecting to greet him would reflect poorly on his upbringing. Wang Qinghe nodded at Ji Linxiao. He had heard from his second son about his grandson's new job, mentioning a remarkable young man, suggesting Wang Wujing learn from him to ensure his survival in the future, so as not to be marginalized by unsympathetic relatives. Wang Qinghe scrutinized Ji Linxiao, finding him indeed to possess a certain charm, with an unpredictable future ahead. At that moment, the attendant presented the antiques Wang Wujing and Ji Linxiao had brought to Gu Qingtang. Oh, old Wang, your grandson has done well. He has found 3 treasures in one go. Wang Qinghe took the antiques from the attendant, examining them closely. They did not appear to be easily recognizable, at least not for someone of their age. And what could his grandson, an amateur, discern? Enough. You are fully aware of this fellow's capabilities. Yet you still choose to jest with me. Wang Qinghe approached Ji Linxiao, a smile gracing his face as he held a gourd. Might I inquire how to address this young brother? Senior, I am Ji Linxiao. Ah, a fine name indeed. Pray tell, is this gourd for sale? Ji Linxiao glanced at Wang Qinghe, then at the gourd, and finally at Wang Fujing, who was nudging him mischievously from the side. If you are indeed the grandfather of Wang Fujing, then consider this gourd a gift, a token of respect from a junior. Especially since your grandson will continue to work alongside me. Wang Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. In that case, this impish lad will require your assistance moving forward. He then turned his gaze disapprovingly towards Wang Fujing. You little rascal, did you see that? You ought to learn more from young Ji, rather than prancing about with such a carefree demeanor and bringing me disgrace. Understood, Grandpa. Ji Linxiao found Wang Fujing's demeanor amusing. He was no longer the proud rooster, but rather one that had encountered a setback. Chapter 49, The Moon-Gazing Pavilion. Senior Gu, might I inquire if you are selling your calligraphy and paintings? Gu Qingtang, stroking his small mustache, ambled over with a cheerful expression. Did that rascal not inform you? I established this treasure appraisal pavilion to evaluate and wager on treasures. Some of these are my personal collections, while others are spoils of war. Wagering on treasures? What does that entail? At that moment, Wang Fujing was keenly interested, seizing every opportunity to show off. You simpleton, it's a process where one presents an unidentified treasure, and both parties take turns examining and discerning its authenticity. Ultimately, they write their conclusions on a board, and the winner claims the antique wagered by the other, provided both treasures are of comparable value. With a proud demeanor, Wang Fujing explained to Ji Linxiao, who merely rolled his eyes in response. After exchanging pleasantries with the two elders, Ji Linxiao departed, with Wang Fujing hastily bidding farewell and following suit. Once the two had left, Gu Qingtang nudged Wang Qinghe with his elbow. What do you think of that lad? It's hard to say, but after years of observing people, I can affirm he is quite exceptional. Even my second son, who is adept at deception, remarked that this young man possesses great fortune, which is why I allowed Jinger to accompany him. He is also quite handsome, a company owner, polite, and knowledgeable about antiques. How do you feel about my granddaughter pairing with him? Huh, you, a doting grandfather, would willingly part with your granddaughter? I jest, of course. If my granddaughter is to marry, she must find someone wealthy, well-mannered, and kind. While this young man appears commendable, lacking power and influence in society means he has no voice. Meanwhile, Ji Linxiao and Wang Fujing had already walked far enough to remain oblivious to their conversation. Hey, Ji Linxiao, slow down. Ji Linxiao abruptly halted, nearly colliding with Wang Fujing, who was precariously balancing a vase and a plate. Watch where you're going. You could at least announce your sudden stops. Ji Linxiao turned to face him. Where in this vicinity can one purchase calligraphy and paintings? The sooner we buy and return to rest, the better. It's already 8 o'clock. Let me think. Just follow me. After meandering around, they eventually found themselves outside a quaint, antiquated shop, its large sign reading Moon Gazing Pavilion. Upon entering, a delicate scent of sandalwood enveloped them. An elderly woman reclined in a rocking chair, lazily fanning herself with a bamboo fan, while a little girl practiced her calligraphy at a nearby table. Granny. The elderly woman paused her fanning, slightly opening her eyes to gaze at the entrance. Ah, it's Xiao Jing again. What brings you here today? The little girl skipped over, standing beside Wang Fujing with wide, curious eyes as she scrutinized Ji Linxiao. My boss wishes to purchase calligraphy and paintings, so I brought him here. See. The elderly woman resumed fanning herself, while the little girl continued to stare at Ji Linxiao with sparkling eyes. Big brother, you're so handsome. Much better looking than that toad. Xiao Qin, are you itching for trouble again? The little girl made a face and scampered behind her grandmother, exclaiming that the toad was coming to eat people. Ji Linxiao, perplexed, found himself surprisingly unperturbed by the little girl's antics. Wang Fujing made a gesture indicating they would discuss it later, prompting Ji Linxiao to refrain from probing further and instead begin examining the antiques in the shop. With each artifact he encountered, the system provided details, and the more he explored, the more astonished he became. Every piece of calligraphy and every antique in the shop was of considerable value. How could an elderly woman and a small child possibly safeguard such treasures? Casually, Ji Linxiao selected a piece of Song Dynasty calligraphy, featuring the phrase "peace for the descendants," a sentiment every father would surely appreciate. Granny, is this piece for sale? 10 yuan, no haggling. The price seemed quite reasonable. The system indicated a valuation around 1,011 yuan. If he encountered something he truly cherished, he would be willing to pay even more. Ji Linxiao happily settled the payment and exited with Wang Fujing, only for the little girl to hand him a small note and throw him a flirtatious glance. Big brother, do come often. Ji Linxiao felt a rush of fluster. This was rather overwhelming. 3 years of profiting immensely. What a troublesome thought, he mused, shaking his head to dispel the unsettling notion. Upon returning to the hotel, Ji Linxiao gently placed the calligraphy and antiques aside and called for Wang Fujing. Spit it out already. I'm exhausted. Is this how you treat your boss? Oh dear. Great boss, spare me. I'm utterly worn out. I'm not the one driving. Tell me about that granny and the little girl, and I'll let you go. Ji Linxiao was no fool. Wang Fujing had been exceptionally well behaved in the shop, indicating that this was not a mere change of heart, but rather a sign of the formidable background of the elderly woman. They belonged to a prominent military family in the capital, far more influential than the Lin family, understand? With that, Wang Fujing yawned and retreated to his room. If this little tyrant had managed to behave so well, offending them could lead to repercussions that even the Lin family would have to consider, especially given the formidable nature of this other family. Xiao Meng, is Wang Fujing now considered my assistant? Host? Have you lost your mind? That fool hardly resembles a talent, and his loyalty to you is only at 20, mind you. Such a low figure? He doesn't trust you. He is merely working at your company due to family pressure. Fine. What about the loyalty levels of the others? Chen Maxian remains the highest and unchanged. Qian Kanan, 58. Yi Qinglong, 68. Yi Qinghu, 70. Yi Chengxi, 77. All are gradually increasing, but why has Yi Chengxi's risen so swiftly? Ji Linxiao expressed his confusion. At this moment, in the Yi household, Yi Mu was earnestly addressing her 3 sons. Our family's ability to reunite is all thanks to Xiao Ji. You boys must work diligently for his sake from now on. The 3 brothers chorused in unison. Rest assured, we will work hard. Finally, Yi Chengxi remained by his mother's side, acutely aware that his departure had nearly cost her life. His carelessness almost robbed him of the chance to reunite with his family. Without Ji Linxiao's intervention, he would not be standing here today. The more he pondered, the more moved he became, silently vowing to work diligently for Ji Linxiao, willing to face any challenge as long as it would not harm his family. He peeled an apple, slicing it into segments, and tenderly fed them to his mother, savoring this blissful, tranquil moment. Chapter 50, The Wang Family. At the break of dawn, Ji Linxiao embarked on a morning jog nearby. Upon his return, he discovered that Wang Fujing had yet to awaken. He swung open the door and, with a swift kick, roused Wang Fujing from slumber. "You dolt, can't you speak?" Ji Linxiao ignored the remark and proceeded to take a shower and change his clothes. After they finished breakfast, they drove back to N City, with Wang Fujing at the wheel, of course. In the Wang residence, Wang's father sat fuming on the living room sofa, awaiting his son's return. Meanwhile, his mother sipped tea elegantly, fully aware that her husband's admonitions would fall on deaf ears. After all, their son had indeed been spoiled. When Wang Fujing entered, Wang's father's eyes immediately zeroed in on him. Unfazed, Wang Fujing casually remarked, "Dad, you didn't go to the office today? You little rascal. Out all night again. Where on earth have you been? Come on, think something positive." "I was working." "Working? Where that requires you to stay out all night." At that moment, Ji Linxiao peered from behind Wang Fujing, holding a calligraphy piece. "Good morning, Uncle Wang." "Ah, hello there." Wang's father's furious expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a benevolent smile. "What brings you here with Jinger today? Did he cause you trouble at the office? Let me know, and I shall discipline him." "Dad, Mom, look at him." Wang's mother chose to remain oblivious, continuing to sip her tea and read the newspaper. "Not at all. We just returned from a business trip, and I thought to pay you a visit." He handed the calligraphy to Wang's father. After receiving it, Wang's father did not rush to unroll it. "Come inside. Let me show you to my study." Ji Linxiao followed Wang's father to the study, while Wang Fujing hurried back to his room, anxious to avoid further reprimands. Wang's father paid him no mind. Upon entering the study, a delicate scent of ink enveloped them. The shelves were adorned with various antique artifacts, and the walls displayed numerous calligraphic works from ancient literati. A crooked piece of writing lay spread across the desk. "This." Wang's father hastily rolled it up, clearing his throat. "Ah, just some casual practice. Quite unique, indeed." He tidied the desk, unrolling the calligraphy Ji Linxiao had brought, scrutinizing it intently. "This 100 Sons Embrace Prosperity is marvelous, though it seems vaguely familiar. Was it from the shop at Wanggueju that Jinger took me to?" "Ah, no wonder. It's from Grandma Qin's shop. That explains the familiarity." Wang's father cherished the piece, finding a spot to hang it. "Perfectly placed here." He approached Ji Linxiao, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "May I call you Xiao Ji?" "Uncle Wang, that is perfectly fine." "Xiao Ji, you truly have a thoughtful disposition. Should you ever need anything, feel free to speak directly to Jinger." Ji Linxiao nodded with a smile, pondering that a mere $10 calligraphy piece had earned him a favor from the Wang family. Not a bad trade at all. "Xiao Ji, do stay for lunch. Then I shan't be polite." Wang's father guided Ji Linxiao through the study, regaling him with tales of how he acquired the antiques and calligraphy. After their meal, Wang's father inquired, "Will you accompany me, or do you wish to rest at home? Will you be coming to work tomorrow? Do you have something in mind? Doesn't seem like anything pressing." "Then I choose to sleep. You should leave and not disturb my sweet dreams." Wang Fujing, weary from 2 days of exertion, felt utterly drained and had no inclination to flirt with girls. Ji Linxiao did not press further and departed from the Wang residence. After all, if he truly wished to cultivate Wang Fujing as a trusted confidant, maintaining loyalty was paramount. Relentless exploitation would only breed resentment. For under the weight of tyranny lies inevitable resistance. Upon returning home, Ji Linxiao noticed a friend request from WX. He had hardly glanced at his phone that day, as it seemed to have transformed from an essential tool into a mere device for transactions. The profile featured a girl, and upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the secretary brought by Qian Kanan, dressed the same as when she had come to meet him. After accepting the friend request, the secretary promptly messaged, "Hello, Mr. Ji. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself the other day. My name is Wei Shuaman, a graduate from N University's Secretarial Department." Ji Linxiao replied with a single word and then disregarded the conversation. He had little patience for those whose minds wandered astray, should this secretary prove ineffective. He'd have no qualms about dismissing her. Ji Linxiao handed the 2 antiques he had acquired to Butler Yen for safekeeping. "Butler Yen, these are 2 antiques I stumbled upon. They aren't particularly old or valuable, so if someone accidentally damages them, please don't take it too hard." Butler Yen nodded, formulating his own thoughts. If the antiques were indeed mishandled, appropriate consequences should follow. If there was no reaction from the staff, they might grow increasingly careless. Discipline should be meted out judiciously, without being overly harsh. While Ji Linxiao indulged in video games at home, Chen Moinian rushed over, calling, "Old Ji, Brother Xiao, hey." Ji Linxiao, engrossed in VR, only noticed Chun after a prolonged call. "What is up? It's not easy to get your attention. Do you remember that high school reunion scam?" "Yes, it had an impact." "What about those 2? "No big deal. They later created a group chat and added everyone. I figured you probably missed it." "I know of that group. I muted it." "Exactly. They discussed the incident, lambasting that couple." and then decided it's been ages since we last met. They've scheduled a dinner for next Saturday. Are you coming? Depends on the situation. Don't depend on anything. Come with me. I'll be bored otherwise. After much coaxing from Chen Moinian, Ji Linxiao finally relented. All right, I'll accompany you. Joyful. Chen Moinian slid down the slide to seek out Aunt Mao for some treats. Xiaoming, please upgrade the system store. Okay, deducting 20,000 points. Current balance, 29,820 points. Upgrading in progress. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Previously, the upgrade had granted a custom potion. This time, it was expected to do the same, perhaps. Upgrade complete. Divine Aid Dream Mall, level 6, requires 50,000 points. Available for purchase. Mental Strength Potion, beginner, 500 points. Physical Strength Potion, beginner, 500 points. Luck Potion, beginner, 800 points. Wing Chun Manual, beginner, 600 points. Wing Chun Manual, intermediate 1,000 points. Potential Potion, 5,000 points. Swimming Talent Potion, 3,000 points. Hacking Talent Potion, beginner, 2,000 points. Management Talent Potion, beginner, 600 points. Culinary Talent Potion, 600 points. Driving Talent Potion, 1, 200 points. Design, General, Talent Potion, 1, 500 points. Leg Technique Manual, beginner, 600 points. Fist Technique Manual, intermediate 1,000 points. Investigation Talent Potion, 10,000 points. Shadow Talent Potion, 12,000 points. Hacking Talent Potion, advanced 8,000 points. Custom Potion, X1. Current points, 29,820. Please exchange for a Perception Potion. Confirmed. Upgraded to Perception Potion, 8, 500 points each. Let me see what potions are needed. They're all so expensive. Points. Oh, points. When will you also depreciate? System. Ah, the beauty of imagination. Chapter 51. Is the hot pot broth delicious? What level has Yi Qinglong currently attained? Can he reach the proficiency of those who have utilized advanced hacking agents? Currently detecting. Not yet. There is a significant gap. The advanced hacker agent is at the pinnacle of its kind. Very well. Ji Linxiao originally intended that if Yi Qinglong's skills could reach that level, he could save a potion, which costs 8,000. 2 would amount to 16,000. In the end, Ji Linxiao opted to purchase 2 advanced hacker agents and 1 perception agent, along with 5 physical enhancement agents and 5 mental fortitude agents. Deducted points, 29,500. Current points balance, 320. Potions have been allocated in the space. As the points were deducted, Ji Linxiao felt a pang of regret. His freshly acquired points were swiftly depleted. Host, I still advise you to retain some points for emergencies. What further use could points serve? Did I not mention? Ji Linxiao was at a loss for words, realizing he had encountered a forgetful system. But wait, how could a system be forgetful? Allow me to elaborate, host. Points can not only be utilized for the upgrade system functions and purchasing potions in the marketplace, but they can also expedite your recovery from non-lethal injuries. In emergencies, you may spend triple the points to acquire urgently needed potions or techniques, and of course, they can be exchanged for currency. I believe you do not require that, as your daily income surpasses your expenditures. Then why didn't you inform me about the recovery option when I was injured last time? Dear, you had not activated that function. All unactivated functions or items require triple the points. Do you think your points were sufficient at that time? Ji Linxiao felt helpless. He could not argue with the system, so he chose to ignore it and began to peruse his phone. Upon opening it, a flurry of WeChat messages appeared, almost entirely from Wei Shuiyan. Ji Linxiao swiftly manipulated the settings to conceal his moments, activate Do Not Disturb for messages, and limit communication to chat only, rendering his WeChat serene. At that moment, he noticed a message from his aunt, stating that Chu Yixing had achieved 3rd place in the year group during the school mock exam, a remarkable leap of over 200 places. Ji Kaiwei was overjoyed and subsequently invited Chu Yixing's tutor out for a meal, not out of any particular obligation, but to express gratitude and possibly encourage the tutor to maintain their attentiveness towards Chu Yixing's studies. She also invited Ji Linxiao to join them for the meal. Following a lengthy message, she included an address, Longmen Hot Pot Restaurant. A hot pot restaurant? Is it customary to treat a tutor at a hot pot establishment? My aunt's thinking is rather peculiar. Typically, one would choose a more upscale dining venue. However, he recalled that Longmen Hot Pot did indeed offer private rooms. After greeting Chen Mornian and Butler Yin downstairs, they set off. In the car, Chen Mornian examined Ji Linxiao's phone with confusion, checking the address multiple times. A hot pot restaurant? I assume my aunt would choose a more upscale place. I'm not sure. I'm curious as well. Upon arriving at Longmen Hot Pot, they announced their reservation for a private room and were escorted by a beautiful waitress who greeted them with a smile. It must be said that this hot pot restaurant had splendid aesthetics, with an array of handsome waitstaff. Upon entering the private room, they heard Ji Kaiwei discussing Chu Yixing's academic progress with the tutor. When Chu Yixing spotted Ji Linxiao and Chen Mornian entering, it was as if he had seen a savior, signaling with his eyes for help, pleading for his mother to cease her inquiries. Ji Linxiao returned a look that conveyed his inability to assist. It was up to him to persevere. Upon their arrival, Ji Kaiwei hastily introduced them to the tutor, an esteemed retired teacher who had been re-employed due to his exceptional capabilities, wishing to guide more students throughout the years he had remained at the lectern. Ah, Ji Linxiao. Is it? Xiaozheng has mentioned you to me. Xiaozheng. Ji Linxiao looked at him in puzzlement, yet out of courtesy, he greeted the tutor warmly. Yes. You must be wondering why I refer to him in that manner, correct? The seasoned educator, with his wealth of experience, could see through Ji Linxiao's expressions and subtle movements. What you may not know is that Xiao Zheng was once my student. Xiao Du and Xiao Yang were all from the same school, mischievous little rascals. Though they were not in the same grade, they would congregate daily to stir up trouble. Ji Linxiao gazed at the elderly teacher in astonishment, who merely chuckled at his expression. Your cousin is quite intelligent. He simply lacked a solid foundation previously. Recently, I have been helping him consolidate his basics, and thus his grades have improved significantly. I truly appreciate your efforts, dear teacher. Chen Mornian, curious, pulled Ji Kaiwei aside and inquired, Aunt, why a hot pot restaurant? Wouldn't it be better to take the tutor to a fine dining establishment for something easy on the stomach? The tutor chuckled, gazing kindly at Chen Mornian and preemptively answering, Young man, do not fault your aunt. It was my request to come here. It has been ages since I last indulged in hot pot, and my wife is quite strict. So I asked your aunt to take me out without her knowing. In that instant, Ji Linxiao and Chen Mornian felt that the elderly educator was not as austere as he appeared. Rather, he exuded the charm of a playful old child, making them feel at ease. Ji Linxiao inquired whether Ji Kaiwei had already placed the order. She handed him the menu, showcasing her attentiveness. The table was equipped with 2 pots, allowing for a variety of flavors, 1 sweet and sour tomato, 1 mildly spicy beef tallow, 1 fish collagen chicken soup, and 1 mushroom chicken soup. Considering the teacher's age, Ji Linxiao decided against heavy spices and oil, requesting the waitress to minimize the amount of oil and to select the mildest spice level for the spicy pot. Before long, the broth was served. The beef tallow pot simmered with a vibrant red hue, its aroma prompting involuntary sneezes, while the tomato broth sported a glistening layer of oil atop. Somewhat unappetizing. Ji Linxiao frowned and asked Ji Kaiwei, Aunt, are you certain you communicated with the waitress about reducing the oil? Ji Kaiwei also gazed perplexedly at the broth before her. I did mention it. The teacher heard me, didn't you? The elderly teacher nodded. Ah, Ji, let it be. This little oil is inconsequential. My constitution is not so fragile yet. Ji Linxiao's annoyance surfaced, his smile fading from his face. Chen Mornian instantly grasped his concern. Teacher, Xiaoga is worried that if you experience any discomfort from the meal, it would not bode well for your health. And what if your wife inquires about it later? The teacher was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, then turned to smile at both of them. You are both considerate. However, let it be. We all have our struggles. And perhaps the waitress simply forgot. Ji Linxiao stood up, preparing to seek out the waitress. No need. I will speak with her and request a change. It would be unacceptable to invite you for hot pot and then have you leave feeling unwell. The teacher, seeing Ji Linxiao's resolute demeanor, chose not to press further, offering only a gentle reminder. Do not be too forceful. Those who work do not have it easy. Chapter 52, A Minor Conflict. Ji Linxiao stepped outside and spotted a girl at the entrance engrossed in a game. Come on, damn it. Are you just sitting there like a sloth? Ji Linxiao stood behind the irate girl, suppressing his frustration, and inquired politely, Excuse me, miss, were you the one responsible for taking our order? What is it to you? Do you need something? We specifically requested less oil and less spice. I'm uncertain whether you conveyed that to the kitchen. Ugh, how bothersome. What on earth did I forget? The girl shot him an impatient glance. Please inform the kitchen to prepare a fresh pot of broth. As she stared at the blue-gray error screen on her phone, her annoyance grew, prompting her to rise angrily and glare at Ji Linxiao, as if he were solely to blame for her loss. Is it going to kill you to eat this? If you find the broth unsatisfactory, why not dine elsewhere? Ji Linxiao regarded the girl with displeasure. Wasn't it said that the staff at Longmen Hot Pot were well-trained, friendly, polite, and easy on the eyes? Yet this girl stood in stark contrast to the advertised demeanor. The girl looked at Ji Linxiao with disdain. He was quite handsome, but she found him overly troublesome. Ji Linxiao coldly repeated, So, are you going to change the broth or not? What if I refuse? What will you do about it? Her voice grew louder, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. A slightly older female server hurried over to mediate. I apologize, sir. This girl is new, quite young, and a temporary worker who hasn't undergone training yet. Please let me know if you need anything. Ji Linxiao chose to ignore the unruly girl and explained the situation to the newly arrived server, who promptly apologized and assured him that the broth would be replaced immediately. The girl, unwilling to relent, tugged on the server's arm. Shay, why are you being subservient to someone like him? We can manage without one customer at Longman Hot Pot. The woman, referred to as Shay, frowned but said nothing, heading into the private room to fetch the broth. Frustrated by Shay's silence, the girl fixed a furious glare on Ji Linxiao, who remained indifferent, unwilling to engage with a child. Too bothersome, indeed. Shay emerged from the private room, carrying the broth, and the girl concocted a scheme. She stealthily extended her leg, tripping Shay, causing the pot to fly from her hands. Fortunately, the broth was merely warm and had not yet begun to scald. However, in the confined space, Ji Linxiao could not dodge in time and was drenched in the broth. At this moment, he could no longer overlook the situation. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task, parental oversight. Task content, discipline the spoiled, ill-mannered girl. Task duration, 24 hours. Task reward, 5,000 points, can be doubled based on educational level. Ji Linxiao gazed at the task interface, pondering the recent increase in rewards. Was it due to an upgrade in the system? Regardless, he decided to complete the task first. He would take it upon himself to discipline this ill-mannered child on behalf of her parents. Drenched in the red broth, Ji Linxiao was thankfully unharmed. Save for a slight knock from the pot, a trivial injury he could easily overlook. The girl burst into laughter at Ji Linxiao's disheveled appearance. You look ridiculous. Serves you right. Without hesitation, Ji Linxiao approached and delivered a sharp slap across her face. The girl, in disbelief, gasped, "You hit me? How dare you? You'll regret this." With that, she reached for her phone to call for help, but Ji Linxiao, uninterested in her threats, aimed a kick at her stomach, sending her phone flying. He then crushed the device underfoot and advanced toward her menacingly. At this point, the girl began to panic, sitting on the floor and sobbing. Shay, witnessing the scene, quickly scrambled to her feet and positioned herself in front of Ji Linxiao. "Sir, please calm down. You've already struck her. Why not let this go? She is just 16 years old. Child labor?" Ji Linxiao retorted. "It seems I must report this establishment." Shay hastily attempted to explain, but suddenly, an older man appeared behind the girl, helping her to her feet. "Who harmed my daughter?" It turned out the girl was the daughter of the branch manager, who had brought her to the restaurant to keep her occupied and earn some pocket money. The call she made had just been connected, but Ji Linxiao had destroyed her phone before she could utter a word, prompting the man to rush from his office. "Do you have a problem with me?" Ji Linxiao glared at him icily. For a fleeting moment, the man felt a twinge of fear before noticing Ji Linxiao's attire, drenched in red. "Who is this petty fool? You frightened my daughter." Dressed in white, Ji Linxiao was now splattered with the red broth Shay had brought out, a mixture of beef tallow and tomato. "Thanks to your daughter's antics, we need to discuss compensation." Ji Linxiao accepted a damp towel offered by a concerned bystander, nodding in appreciation as he began to wipe his hair. "What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter could never do this." Shay quickly recounted the events, leading the man to realize he was in the wrong, yet he glanced at his daughter, still sobbing in his embrace. "If it weren't for you making her lose that game, she wouldn't be in this situation. She's just a naive girl. You must have terrified her." The staff at Longman Hot Pot were well aware of the girl's behavior, yet dared not speak out, given the generous pay. Apologize or take a beating, choose one. The man shielded his daughter, shouting, "This is a society governed by law. What do you intend to do?" "I'm merely defending myself." "Have you considered what would have happened if that broth had been scalding hot?" The man glared at him, watching his every move, fearful he might strike again. "That's your fault for not dodging it." A grown man, unable to evade. "Pathetic." Ji Linxiao merely chuckled, disregarding the man, and turned to the system. "Xiao Meng, could you assist me? Please state your request. Black out the surveillance in this establishment, so my actions remain unseen." "I can do that, but I will take half of your task reward." "Deal." Ji Linxiao fixed a cold gaze on the two before him. Meanwhile, Chun Manyan and the others, though in a closed room, heard the commotion and rushed out. They found Ji Linxiao covered in red broth. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Manyan, who then rushed back into the room to turn up the heat on the stove. Calmly, Ji Linxiao wiped his face with the towel, musing, "What a lovely father-daughter relationship, yet woefully mismanaged. Allow me to illustrate the consequences of poor upbringing." Chapter 53. Are you incapable? After cleaning the red oil from his face and hair, Ji Linxiao stepped into the private room, where the man was still scolding him while holding his daughter protectively. Several young men, fearing future retribution from the manager, reluctantly approached the booth. As they reached the entrance, their expressions shifted to alarm, and they quickly retreated. Seeing them back away, the man frowned. "You lot. What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to work?" Suddenly, Ji Linxiao emerged, still carrying the remaining pot of broth, which was steaming. What do you think you're doing? This is my territory. I don't believe you dare to act against me. Someone stop him. No one dared to heed the man's call to intervene and stop Ji Linxiao. The attendants present were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, who would willingly position themselves in front of Ji Linxiao's imposing figure, risking their own bodies to shield him from the scalding broth. While money and employment are undoubtedly significant, no one would be reckless enough to jeopardize their appearance for a job. Ji Linxiao let out a cold scoff and hurled the pot in his hand onto the ground before the father and daughter. They could easily evade it if they wished. Whether they chose to do so was entirely their concern. With a resounding crash, "Ah!" The girl's anguished scream echoed in the air as her exposed ankle and calf turned a bright red from the burn. Clutching her leg, she continued to wail in agony. The man, witnessing this, felt a pang of heartache and immediately shouted at the nearby attendants, "What are you doing standing around? Hurry and fetch some ice." He then turned to glare at Ji Linxiao, exclaiming, "You, very well, daring to harm my daughter. I will make you pay until you are utterly destitute." Ji Linxiao calmly returned the man's words to him, stating, "At that distance, you could have easily moved your daughter out of harm's way. A grown man unable to do so is nothing but useless." The man's face flushed crimson with anger as he pulled out his phone to call for assistance. Just then, Ji Kaiwei emerged from the private room, her brow furrowed with worry as she inquired about the situation. Ji Linxiao gestured for Chun Manyan to escort their aunt back inside, instructing that no one should emerge, as he would handle matters outside. Chun Manyan promptly led their aunt back in, trusting Ji Linxiao to resolve the issue, while also fearing that their aunt might inadvertently cause further trouble. Ji Linxiao took out his phone and dialed Qian Kanan. "Mr. Qian, please help me investigate who owns Longman Hot Pot." "Of course, please hold on," Qian Kanan replied. "I've found it, Mr. Ji. It's owned by the Chow family, who have a substantial food industry. Is there something you need?" "Just a minor unpleasant incident at Longman Hot Pot," Ji Linxiao responded. "I will contact the Chow family. They are typically very fair individuals." "All right." Meanwhile, the man sat on the ground, making a call to the police, convinced that such a large surveillance system would not fail to capture his alleged wrongdoing. He conveniently forgot that prior to this incident, his daughter had spilled the broth on Ji Linxiao, and even if he remembered, he would dismiss it as inconsequential, claiming the broth was not even hot. As the man hung up, Ji Linxiao received an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Ji Linxiao?" "Yes, it is. May I ask who is calling?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Chow Yuning. I am currently overseeing the operations at Longman Hot Pot. I just received a call from Qian Kanan S. Sr., stating that there was an issue in my establishment." The man, observing Ji Linxiao engaged in conversation, disdainfully remarked, "Humph. Are you scared now? Useless. As I have already called the police. Even if the king himself came, it would not matter." Ji Linxiao gave him a glance of contempt and recounted the events to Chow Yuning. "I understand, and I sincerely apologize for this. No need for apologies. I merely seek fairness." After hanging up, Ji Linxiao moved a chair beside him and sat down, waiting for the authorities to arrive. Leaving now would only invite suspicion of guilt. At this moment, Chow Yuning had already taken action. He sent a termination notice to the man and the employees of the establishment. Then, he called the man to inform him. The man was taken aback upon receiving the call. "Mr. Husha, this is an official notification from our Longman headquarters. Due to numerous anonymous complaints from employees and customers regarding your conduct during your tenure, we regret to inform you that you are hereby terminated." With that, the call ended. Enraged, he shouted, "Which of you scoundrels filed an anonymous report against me?" Hearing his frenzied outburst, several astute individuals began checking their phones for messages from the work group, confirming their suspicions of his termination. In truth, the situation was not as exaggerated as the phone call suggested. Only a few female employees had submitted anonymous reports, while the majority chose silence, fearing that the anonymity might be a ruse. The pivotal factor was Ji Linxiao's call. He lacked significant influence independently. But due to Qian Kanan's prior assistance to Chow Yuning in the business realm, his current support for Ji Linxiao ensured that the matter would be addressed. The man was finally dismissed, and several female employees were on the verge of tears from relief, having long endured his harassment. Male employees also sighed in relief, knowing that with the removal of the man, his daughter would also no longer be a threat. She had taken advantage of her father's authority, harassing the handsome male staff in the same manner. Before long, the police arrived. "Who called the police?" The man eagerly raised his hand. "I did. It was me. This man attempted to harm my daughter." The officer, puzzled, followed the man's pointing finger to find Ji Linxiao calmly seated, engrossed in his phone. "Sir, filing a false report comes with legal consequences." "I did not. Just look at my daughter's leg," the man insisted, moving aside the ice pack to reveal her severely burned leg. The officer approached to inspect, confirming the burn, yet questioned. What proof do you have that this gentleman intended to harm you? If he wished to do so, he would not be sitting calmly here. Feeling embarrassed, the man quickly altered his statement. It was him. He caused my daughter's injury. I panicked and misspoke. He intended to throw boiling hot broth at us. The officer turned his attention to Ji Linxiao. Sir, is this true? Ji Linxiao smiled and shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Why are you shaking your head? Clearly, this is your doing. Officer, you must check the surveillance. It will undoubtedly clarify everything. The investigating officer signaled to a colleague to review the footage while continuing to ask questions on site. Sir, should we find that you have lied after reviewing the footage, we will impose penalties for filing a false report and disrupting our operations. The man nodded vigorously, understanding the implications, and shot a venomous glare at Ji Linxiao. Thinking to himself, you are finished. Chapter 54. How could the surveillance be like this? Before long, another officer returned. I just reviewed the surveillance footage. Is your camera malfunctioning? Or do you simply neglect timely repairs? The man stared wide-eyed at the officer. Impossible. I was just watching the footage there. You must be protecting him. The officer, irritated by the accusation, responded, to boldly claim that I am covering for him is quite the accusation. Besides, everything I've said has been the truth. If you don't believe me, I can take you to view the footage. The recording cut off at the very moment your daughter tripped the female attendant. Ji Linxiao silently communicated with the system in his mind. Well done, you seized the opportunity perfectly. Of course, it's because of who I am. The system had blacked out the subsequent footage right after the girl tripped the attendant, deliberately omitting the moment the broth was spilled on Ji Linxiao, thereby reducing any suspicion of his manipulation of the surveillance. Upon returning from reviewing the footage with the officer, the man muttered in disbelief, "This is impossible." Seeing Ji Linxiao sitting leisurely, he quickly pointed at him, shouting, "It was him. He definitely tampered with my surveillance." Ji Linxiao set down his phone and coldly fixed his gaze upon him. "Do you have any evidence? Should you speak carelessly, I can sue you for defamation." When Jay observed the surveillance footage, he harbored suspicions that it had been tampered with. Yet, how could he foresee conflicts with others? Had there been underlying tensions prior to this incident? If it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be? Perhaps you yourself wished to disable the cameras, fearing they might capture your daughter in a compromising situation, only to have done so too late. How could this be? It must certainly be your doing. Ji Linxiao shrugged and addressed the onlookers. You all saw that I have remained here the entire time. So how could I have possibly sabotaged the surveillance? The only call I made was to contact his superior, and these cameras are managed independently by each establishment. The headquarters has no control over them. Am I to understand that I could simply conjure a scenario in which I damaged the surveillance? Indeed, that is precisely what you did. The crowd erupted in support of Ji Linxiao. Comrade Jay, this gentleman has not left this spot. His call merely relayed the actions of this man. I handed him a towel to wipe the grease from his face and remained by his side, hearing everything clearly. Yes, indeed, Comrade Jay, this gentleman has remained here throughout. Jay nodded and turned back to the man. Do you have anything further to say? I do. She spilled soup on my daughter's lap. Ji Linxiao chuckled lightly. How could I have walked over and poured it on her lap without her evading it? The surrounding crowd witnessed it. It was you who spilled the soup on my daughter's lap, wasn't he it? The man shouted at the onlookers, who began to murmur, yet remained non-committal, causing the man to become increasingly agitated. Have you all lost your tongues? Just tell Comrade Jay it was his doing. At that moment, a female server stepped forward from the crowd. Comrade Jay, I witnessed it. The man's eyes brightened. His usual affection for her might just pay off. Quickly, tell us what you saw. The female server, sensing the man's eagerness to lunge at her, hurriedly took refuge beside Comrade Jay. Comrade Jay, I told you that you must ensure my safety. Rest assured, we will protect the witness's safety, Comrade Jay assured, ignoring the man's hostile glare. The female server began recounting her observations. I was responsible for this gentleman's private room. I heard arguing outside and stepped out to take a look. This gentleman was being humiliated by the girl. Then, Sister Sha came out to mediate, saying she would change the pot of soup. After serving it, she tripped, spilling it on this gentleman. He said it was fine, and Sister Sha went to fetch another pot, which was steaming hot. I don't know if she failed to see or if it was intentional, but she tripped Sister Sha again. This time, the gentleman evaded, and the soup only splashed on her, not him. That is what I saw. Comrade Jay, you must ensure my safety. I fear that if I tell the truth, this man will retaliate against me. The female server clutched at Jay's clothing, cowering behind him in apparent terror. Seeing this, Jay quickly reassured her, Madam, you need not worry. We will take measures against such individuals. If you have any needs or evidence, do not hesitate to approach us. We will wield the law to protect you. The female server nodded through tears and then glanced at a few individuals in the crowd, signaling them. Comrade Jay, we saw it too, just as she described. We were simply too frightened to speak earlier, fearing retaliation from this man. If Comrade J can ensure our safety, we are all willing to testify. Several other female servers stepped forward, addressing Comrade J. The surrounding patrons, aside from a few unfamiliar with the situation, were predominantly the establishment staff, all harboring intense disdain for the father and daughter duo. Would they fabricate testimonies? Yet, they spoke only the truth as they perceived it. The man who had passed the towel had witnessed the entire ordeal but chose silence, seeing no need to incite collective anger. Moreover, he had observed the despicable actions of the father and daughter duo. As an ordinary worker himself, he detested such superiors and thought it only fair for the beleaguered young women and men to reclaim their dignity. After further inquiries, Comrade J took both the father and daughter into custody and hoped to have Ji Linxiao provide a statement at the station. Ji Linxiao informed his family, "I'll go make a statement and return shortly. You all continue eating." Before long, several female servers approached, expressing their inability to testify at the station due to work commitments, but offering a representative to deliver the evidence, hoping for justice from Comrade J. Today, Ji Linxiao could indeed be considered the savior of the establishment's staff. He endeavored to satisfy his family, while the female servers vigilantly monitored the chef, ensuring he prepared the soup base to their specifications: a mildly spicy broth, a tomato broth with minimal oil, and additional pieces of fish maw in the chicken broth, with extra chicken in the mushroom chicken soup. When the dishes were served, they reminded the chef to increase the portion sizes. Initially, the old teacher planned to wait for Ji Linxiao to return before they all dined together, but under the persuasion of Ji Kaiwei and others, they began eating. This was their collective desire, as well as Ji Linxiao's. The statement was swiftly completed, and with so many witnesses, Ji Linxiao faced no repercussions. The girl was sent to a juvenile detention center for education, while the man was successfully imprisoned based on the evidence provided by the female servers. Chapter 55. A Chance to Travel. Upon returning to the private room after completing the statement, Ji Linxiao found that they had nearly finished their meal. Their room was the fastest to be served, and the portions were substantial. The others had barely managed to eat. "I sincerely apologize, teacher. It's rare to treat you to a meal and yet encounter such trouble." "Not at all. We've all heard about the events here. You're quite impressive for your age, Ji. Well done." Ji Linxiao blushed and scratched his head, beginning to clear the table. Ji Kaiwei continued discussing Chu Yixing's studies with the teacher, while Ji Linxiao focused on indulging in the feast, occasionally receiving fruit platters and desserts from the servers. They claimed it was from a different table that had ordered incorrectly, yet Ji Linxiao understood this was their way of expressing gratitude. In truth, Ji Linxiao hadn't done much. He merely sought justice for himself and inadvertently rendered justice for the servers. He hadn't intended to accept their offerings, but seeing their sincere eyes, he chose to accept them. Isn't the feeling of doing good quite pleasant? Host, you stumbled into this situation by chance. It wasn't a genuine desire to do good. You should learn from Chun Moyan. Though a bit too heroic, he truly steps up when needed. Ji Linxiao scratched his head, contemplating whether he should amend his ways in the future and perhaps engage in some good deeds. He wasn't thinking of the rewards of gratitude, but rather felt that he could help others and shine in the process, which was rather gratifying. After the meal, Chen Moyan drove the old teacher home, while Ji Linxiao took Ji Kaiwei and Chu Yixing back. In the car, "Xing, your exams are approaching, right? Have you thought about which university to attend?" Not yet, but I do prefer something close to home." "Do well, and you can attend a better university. With transportation so convenient now, you can return anytime." Chu Yixing nodded, remaining silent, while Ji Kaiwei looked at her son with pride, pleased that he was considerate of home. Upon arriving home, Ji Linxiao lay on his bed, checking the information released by the system. He had received a notification while driving, but opted to temporarily ignore it due to the task at hand. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sending the girl to the juvenile detention center for rehabilitation. The reward for the task is doubled, granting 10,000 points, with a loan deduction of 5,000 points. Current points available, 5,320. Just as the freshly acquired points began to feel warm in his hands, they vanished. Ji Linxiao inwardly cursed the system, but this time, he chose not to purchase potions with all his points. Instead, he heeded the system's advice and decided to reserve a portion for unforeseen circumstances. "Xiaoming, I feel as if I am merely a bystander, doing nothing while Qian Kanan handles everything. What can I do to trigger a task? The host needs to explore on their own." Ji Linxiao understood the system's temperament well. Previously, it had always demanded points for any endeavor. "Then I will give you 500 points. 2,000. Too much, let us settle for 800. 1,000, no less. Deal." Ji Linxiao initially intended to budget 1,000 points, merely starting low for negotiation. The system sensed it had been duped by the host, yet it could not go back on its word, lest it face punishment. Deducting 1,000 points from the host to answer the hostess question. Tasks can be triggered in various ways. The host may choose to travel, which would allow the detection feature to identify talent and potentially trigger short-term tasks. Ji Linxiao nodded thoughtfully, deciding to schedule the trip for next week, as there was a gathering this weekend. And it seemed inappropriate for the boss to be off gallivanting so soon after the company's opening. The next morning, Ji Linxiao followed his usual routine of morning jogging, showering, and heading downstairs for breakfast. By the time he arrived at the office, it was already past 9. All the employees were present, familiarizing themselves with their tasks as per Qian Kanan's instructions. Upon seeing Ji Linxiao enter, they all greeted him cheerfully, and he merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. When he spotted Chen Manyan, he winked at him before heading to his office. As he pushed open the large office door, he saw on one end of the office Wang Fujing lounging on the sofa, while on the other end sat the female secretary. Upon Ji Linxiao's entrance, both rose to their feet. Wang Fujing, eager to speak, exclaimed, "Ji Linxiao, how come you're later than I am?" Ji Linxiao disdainfully pushed him away, replying, "I am the boss, and my tardiness is due to the fact that I pay your salary." Wang Fujing muttered under his breath, "But there's no salary this month." At that moment, the female secretary hurried over, exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Ji. Why didn't you respond to my message yesterday?" Her dulcet tone sent shivers down Ji Linxiao's spine. "What is your name again?" "Mr. Ji, you really do have a sense of humor. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wei Xuemian, 20 years old." Before she could finish, Ji Linxiao interrupted. "All right, I've got it. No need to continue. And that skirt is too short. Change it." This time, Wei Xuemian had learned her lesson. She opted for professional secretary attire and modified her pencil skirt, ensuring that any sudden movement would reveal far too much. The smile on Wei Xuemian's face froze, and she simply acknowledged his request before stepping out. As soon as she left, Wang Fujing leaned in closer. "Look at you. Not swayed by beauty. When I walked in, she was already posing provocatively. I've seen plenty of such women in my father's office. Let me give you a heads up, those types love to play tricks. Where can you find a good girl when old Qian insists on pairing you with her?" "Old Qian?" Ji Linxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised at their newfound familiarity. Yet, it made sense, given Wang Fujing's naturally sociable demeanor. "I know what I'm doing. As long as you do. I'm just worried you'll be seduced by beauty and the company will go under, leaving me with no salary." Wang Fujing's current situation was rather dire. His father had frozen all his bank accounts to encourage him to undergo a transformation under Ji Linxiao's guidance, giving him a new card with just a penny in it. This was a significant blow to someone who had never had to worry about money, making him extremely apprehensive about Ji Linxiao's potential failure, as it would mean no salary for him. Detected Wang Fujing's loyalty has increased, current level, 40. Ji Linxiao gave him a puzzled look, wondering what had caused this proud young man's loyalty to soar by 40 points. Was it merely because he remained unaffected by female allure? Could it be that Wang Fujing was gay? With that thought, Ji Linxiao shifted slightly away, but Wang Fujing, oblivious, continued to ramble about the secretary's shortcomings. Chapter 56. The initial use of the potion. Ji Linxiao's company was developing in an orderly fashion. After a few days of adaptation and familiarity, employees had officially begun their work. Everyone was diligently fulfilling their roles, as the sooner they completed their tasks, the earlier they could rest. Qian Kanan had enlisted another group of construction workers to assist Zheng Yongyan's renovation team, aiming for a quicker opening of the commercial complex. Several shops had already contacted the company regarding rental agreements. Of course, this did not greatly concern Ji Linxiao. He merely needed to review the documents brought by Qian Kanan and sign where necessary. Wang Fujing and Ji Linxiao's playful banter continued to gradually increase Wang Fujing's loyalty. Although the progress was slow, any increase was a positive development. After all, no one wanted to keep an unfaithful person close, right? Xiaoming. What is the loyalty level of that female secretary again? Currently querying. Wei Xuemian's loyalty is at 11. So low. Ji Linxiao was startled by the figure, recalling that the system had mentioned a high likelihood of betrayal if loyalty fell below 20. Rest assured, host. According to system analysis, this individual will not betray you for now. Remember, those with ambition do not rest until their goals are achieved. Ji Linxiao pondered this reasoning. Although her loyalty was low, he currently had nothing that would warrant betrayal. Company secrets? What secrets could a newly established company possibly have? Luring away talent? They had all joined for the benefits. So it was unlikely anyone would leave. It must only be about money. Ji Linxiao's mind raced through countless schemes for financial gain, recalling novels and films he had previously seen, and several ideas began to form. Xiaoming, if the other party has hidden cameras, can you detect and block them? Are you referring to pinhole cameras? That would cost 1,000 points to ensure complete blocking, guaranteeing they capture nothing. 1,000 points seemed acceptable to Ji Linxiao. given his balance. If the other party was not particularly cautious, surely they wouldn't have more than 5 cameras, right? Having assured himself about the cameras, he realized it was time to administer the potion. Ji Linxiao instructed Wang Fujing to remain at the company and keep an eye on Wei Xuemian. You don't need to tell me. I'm watching her all the time. She certainly doesn't seem like a good person. Ji Linxiao smiled, thanking him. After that, he headed upstairs, leaving Wang Fujing standing there, awkwardly scratching his face. Thank you? Being a little tyrant, he was unaccustomed to expressions of gratitude. Rarely did anyone say thank you to him. It was either flattery or accusations of being a burden to the Wang family. Thank you felt like a foreign word. Wang Fujing's loyalty has increased, current level, 49. Ji Linxiao chose to disregard the loyalty of Wang Fujing, as he found himself perplexed by its inexplicable increase, despite having done nothing to warrant it. In the secret base, Ye Qingsha was engaged in physical training. Upon noticing Ji Linxiao's arrival, he hurried over, exclaiming, Boss, what brings you here today? I'm looking for your elder brother. Where's Ye Qinghu? Oh, he went out to buy snacks with the second brother. Buying snacks? Ji Linxiao inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Isn't there food available downstairs? Why venture out? We're not particularly accustomed to overly sweet treats. We prefer something with more flavor, he replied. I see, you simply crave snacks. That does present a dilemma. The earliest we can open the store in the commercial district is still over a month away, although we have manpower to aid in the renovations. Setting up the stores will require additional time. Ji Linxiao took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Fujing, requesting assistance in procuring several vending machines for snacks. This way, the company could stock them with food, alleviating the need for employees with cravings to make long trips to purchase snacks. Naturally, they would be offered at a discounted price for employees, slightly cheaper than outside, as Ji Linxiao was not particularly concerned about the money. Rather, he valued the dedication and hard work of his employees. At that moment, Wang Fujing was lost in his thoughts, and when he finally saw the message, he muttered to himself. Great, being used as a tool again. Ji Linxiao, I'm touched. Before long, the brothers Hu and Long returned, each carrying 4 large bags of snacks. Ah, good morning. Boss, what brings you here today? Ye Qinghu asked, a hint of awkwardness in his voice, aware that leaving during work hours to buy snacks might raise eyebrows. Ji Linxiao smiled as he accepted the bags, rummaging through them for his favorite treats while conversing with them. Why be so tense? Treat it like home. We aren't working right now, so feel free to enjoy yourselves. The 2 brothers breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly began to indulge in the snacks, having craved them for quite some time. What is the purpose of your visit today? I need to discuss something with you. Me? Yes, but no rush. Eat first, and I'll explain afterward. Ye Qinghu hastily devoured the snacks in his hands. Boss, please tell me. Ji Linxiao chuckled at the sight of Ye Qinghu's mouth stuffed full. After all, it had been a while since he had assigned a task. As a special team under Ji Linxiao, they finally had a role to play. Here's the situation. Ji Linxiao briefed them on the matter concerning the female secretary. I need you to closely follow me when I'm out with her, and report any suspicious individuals immediately. Understood. I ask you once more, do you trust me? Absolutely. But I require more than just your trust. I need your discretion and your ability to keep secrets. The trio exchanged glances, wondering what secret was at hand. Can you manage that? Ji Linxiao asked, his demeanor shifting to a serious one, a stark contrast to his usual warm smile. The 3 brothers realized that Ji Linxiao was entrusting them with company secrets. Since they had chosen to serve Ji Linxiao, they would undoubtedly uphold this trust and remain loyal, without any ulterior motives, lest they betray their past identities. We can do it. We swear by our former identities that we will never betray Ji Linxiao. Good. Ji Linxiao produced 2 vials from his pocket, handing one each to Ye Qinghu and Ye Qinglong. This is for you too. Ye Qingsha's hasn't been developed yet. Developed? The 3 stared at the small vials in curiosity. You needn't ask for specifics, knowing one be of any use. This is a potion I developed in collaboration with others, designed to help you swiftly acquire a skill. I have specifically selected this research for you. Without hesitation, the brothers uncorked the vials and drank the contents. A wave of dizziness swept over them, but they soon regained their composure, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at Ji Linxiao. Take your time to digest this, as I will rely on your newfound knowledge when the need arises. Yes, boss. Chapter 57, The Class Reunion. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Throughout the week, Ji Linxiao had been subtly vigilant regarding Wei Xuemian, carefully monitoring her movements, yet she seemed to lack any significant activity, occasionally appearing to flaunt her allure, only to be reprimanded by Ji Linxiao to adjust her attire. At 6 o'clock, Ji Linxiao clocked out punctually and was the first to rush through the company's doors, with Wang Fujing reluctantly following suit, internally grumbling. What kind of boss leads the charge in clocking out? Doesn't he fear setting a poor example for the employees? Upon arriving home, Lin Xiao changed his clothes. And Chen Monian hurriedly returned as well. Why are you back so late? Was there an urgent matter at the company? No. I was just discussing some work-related issues with Manager Qi. I'll go change now. Wait for me. Lin Xiao nodded. Having previously informed his family that he would not be home for dinner, he grabbed his car keys and headed to the underground parking garage. Which car to take? Lin Xiao pondered, aware that a flashy vehicle would attract too much attention, while a less expensive one might invite disdain. Suffering from severe decision-making anxiety, he opted to return upstairs, gather all the keys, close his eyes, jumble them, and randomly select one. It appeared to be the key for a Ferrari. Just then, Chen Monian emerged, having swiftly changed his attire. Are we taking one car, or each driving our own? I don't have a car, they're all yours. One will suffice. Are you not drinking? Heh, I'll drink, you drive. Lin Xiao feigned annoyance, pretending to kick him, while Chen Monian hastily dashed to the garage. With so many cars, he had no idea which one was his. He pressed the buttons on the keys, looking for the one that lit up. Not far away, a black car's lights illuminated, and Chen Monian rushed over, embracing the vehicle. Ferrari 812. Oh darling, your sleek black design is absolutely stunning. Lin Xiao shot him a disdainful glance as Chen Monian began kissing the car. Don't touch it. It hasn't been washed and is covered in germs. You can drive any of my cars whenever you like. Chen Monian nodded eagerly, climbing into the car and exploring it with his hands. Well, it seems I don't need to wash it. You've already cleaned it. Why don't you drive, you big man? What a major regret in life. Ignoring him, Lin Xiao pressed the accelerator and sped towards the restaurant. Check the group chat for the address. I didn't look. You didn't check before starting to drive? Chen Monian reluctantly pulled out his phone. Let me see. Blue Ocean Hotel. He also activated the navigation, considering that this friend of his, previously accustomed to the monotonous routine of commuting between home and the company, likely had no idea where the restaurant was. Of course, Chen Monian himself was equally oblivious. Or else he would have given him directions. The pair arrived at the restaurant and casually parked the car, just in time to encounter Yu Xiaoyu. Let us go say hello. Lin Xiao sighed and followed suit. Xiaoyu, over here. Yu Xiaoyu turned at the sound of his voice, smiling as she waved at them. Did you just arrive? Yes. How have you been lately? The two struck up a conversation, while Lin Xiao, feeling less inclined to engage, hoped not to encounter that person from high school. He decided to let it go. It was all in the past. If she sought to cause trouble, he would not hesitate to give her a taste of her own medicine. The three individuals entered the private room, and as soon as the door swung open, they beheld a man standing at the center, fervently delivering a speech, his passionate rhetoric causing spittle to fly 3 meters away. It was the old homeroom teacher. Lin Xiao and Chen Monian politely greeted him, considering it a sufficient acknowledgement, and casually found a place to sit down. They had no desire to engage in extensive interaction with their former teacher. After all, they had been the epitome of underperforming students in his eyes, not one to offer gifts or enroll in additional classes, thus depriving him of potential earnings. Oh dear, you are all my exemplary students. How you have grown. How you have prospered. The old teacher proclaimed, his tone brimming with satisfaction. Lin Xiao smirked disdainfully, inwardly scoffing. Prospered? You just want something from us, don't you? He intended to quietly enjoy his meal, contributing to the shared expenses as necessary, and avoiding the second round of festivities. He had only come at Chen Monian's behest. Old G, they didn't say anything about inviting Gu Siyuan, he remarked. Gu Siyuan was the nickname they had given their homeroom teacher back in the day, a moniker they used in private. Who knows? If you don't want to stay, we can leave now. Since we are here, it would be inappropriate to leave now. Besides, it's not a significant issue. We can just act like invisible observers. The two settled into a corner, whispering to one another. Jiang Lanlan, with her keen eyes, spotted them. Lin Xiao Monian, you've arrived. The two exchanged glances. Their hopes of remaining unnoticed had been dashed. Everyone was aware of the incident involving Jiang Lanlan, and she had publicly acknowledged that thanks to Lin Xiao and Chen Monian, she and Yu Xiaoyu had been able to return home safely. Teacher Gu adjusted his thick glasses and approached the two. Xiao Ji, Xiao Nian, I've heard about that incident. You both deserve commendation. But isn't it a bit unkind to send a classmate away? Lin Xiao feigned ignorance, too weary to engage with him. He had been the most frequent receiver of reprimands during their school days. It seemed the old man still harbored hopes of profiting from this gathering. Chen Monian could not hold back and stood up to rebuke him. Teacher Gu, that's not fair. It wasn't us who sent him away, it was the law. Besides, they nearly beat me into the ICU. Gu Siyuan paused, dismissively retorting, yet here you stand, perfectly fine. Why dwell on it? We are all from the same class. Why create discord? You. Chen Monian was momentarily at a loss for words, his anger causing his head to throb. At that moment, Lin Xiao interjected, Teacher Gu, I trust the Qian family didn't offer you any incentives to act as their spokesperson. Did they? That would be quite embarrassing. For it was not Qianxi who injured Chun Manyan. You've mistaken your target. Gu Xiyuan glared at him as if his cover had been blown. Ji Linxiao, it seems you've chosen to absorb only the most unsavory lessons over the years, lacking even the basic respect for your elders. Respect for elders? First, one must be a worthy elder to earn that respect, Ji Linxiao shot back. Gu Xiyuan's face flushed with anger as he began clutching his chest, gasping dramatically. Those nearby quickly rushed to support him. Ji Linxiao, perhaps you should tone it down. Teacher Gu is getting on in years and has a weak heart. Ji Linxiao ignored them, engrossed in his phone. Xiaoming, please check if this old man has heart problems. 500 points. Please go ahead and deduct, you heartless system. Scan successfully. This gentleman is in excellent health. No issues whatsoever. Pretending? Then let us see who can pretend better. Chapter 58. Refusal of the Saint. With the assistance of several individuals, Gu Xiyuan settled into his seat, regaining his composure, and donned a sorrowful expression to begin his earnest persuasion of Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu approached. Teacher Gu, Qianxi's situation has nothing to do with them. It was Lan Lan and I who sent him away. Jiang Lan Lan felt a bit awkward, surprised by Yu Xiaoyu's sudden interjection, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Yu Xiaoyu's words successfully redirected Gu Xiyuan's attention. Xiao Yu Xiaolan. We are all classmates, are we not? Although Lan Lan transferred midway, we all shared the same classroom for quite some time. Can you truly bear to see him suffer inside? You've sustained no real harm. All it takes is a simple letter of understanding. Jiang Lan Lan, uncertain, glanced between Yu Xiaoyu and Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao remained indifferent, merely observing her next move, for after all, this was the person the system had deemed talented. How I suffer. My dear students, how could it come to this? I must have failed in my duties as a teacher. Gu Xiyuan, noticing Jiang Lan Lan's hesitation, began pounding his chest and gazing at them with tear-filled eyes. Please, Teacher Gu, don't be like this. I agree to it. Gu Xiyuan, satisfied, turned to Yu Xiaoyu, who wore a frosty expression as she regarded the two. I disagree. Xiaoyu, why not? What if you upset him and cause him distress? Jiang Lan Lan questioned Yu Xiaoyu, puzzled, as she perceived that they indeed had not suffered any harm. Having returned home unscathed, disagreeing means disagreeing, no further explanation needed. You are the saint, I am not. With that, Yu Xiaoyu turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Gu Xiyuan's expression darkening. This insolent girl had shown him no respect, having been so meek back in school, now displaying such stubbornness. Ji Linxiao looked at Jiang Lan Lan with disappointment, silently conversing with the system. Is this the talent you spoke of? Data indicates Jiang Lan Lan has indeed achieved some success. She qualifies as a talent in management. But I do not require someone with an excessive saintly complex. Such traits can hinder progress and lead to disaster. She nearly allowed a scoundrel to ruin everything, and now she seeks to extend forgiveness to him? Truly laughable. Host, you are quite heartless. It seems this young lady harbors feelings for you. I am heartless. If I were to accept her, who knows when her ridiculous saintly tendencies might lead her to betray me. After soothing Gu Xiyuan, Jiang Lan Lan attempted to chase after Yu Xiaoyu, but was stopped by Gu Xiyuan. Lan Lan, you are still a kind-hearted child, unlike Xiaoyu. She has changed. Let her reflect on her own. Jiang Lan Lan fell silent. Indeed, Yu Xiaoyu was not quite the same as before, and her motivation for attending this reunion was solely to see Ji Linxiao. She turned to Ji Linxiao, only to find him engrossed in conversation with Chun Manyan. Did he truly regard her as inferior to a mere man? If Ji Linxiao could read her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Please, can you compare with my good friend of over 20 years? There must be some limits to jesting. Jiang Lan Lan approached Ji Linxiao, just as he remarked, Manyan, weren't you just insisting I accompany you to the restroom? Are we still going? Chun Manyan, catching Ji Linxiao's glance, quickly added, let us go, let us go. I'm about to burst. Excuse us. Thus, the two politely bid farewell to Jiang Lan Lan before exiting, leaving her standing awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or stand. Old Ji, is this really appropriate? After all, Jiang Lan Lan is a girl. Ji Linxiao raised an eyebrow, casting a look of disdain in his direction. When did you become a saint? I'm not. I just think she is, after all, a girl. Well then, you can go back and sit with her. Forget it. When the two returned to the private room, Jiang Lan Lan had already resumed her previous seat, eagerly awaiting Ji Linxiao and the others to join her. However, Ji Linxiao casually chose a spot considerably distant from where he was originally seated. Although Jiang Lan Lan contemplated moving closer, she was momentarily detained by a female classmate who engaged her in conversation, stealing glances at Ji Linxiao from time to time. The girl, noticing her distracted demeanor, playfully teased. Jiang Lan Lan, you're not still harboring feelings for Ji Linxiao, are you? Aren't you afraid of provoking Li Lu again? At this, a blush crept onto Jiang Lanlan's cheeks. They had already parted ways. You're quite the gossip, aren't you? I wasn't even aware of that. But why isn't Li Lu here today? Is she afraid of running into Ji Linxiao? Jiang Lanlan shook her head, uncertain herself, only knowing that they had broken up because Li Lu had betrayed him. Eventually, most attendees had gathered, with a few absentees, including those who had already entered and the mysteriously missing Li Lu, as well as the recently departed Yu Xiaoyu. The remaining crowd urged Gu Siyuan to say a few words before they could dine, while Ji Linxiao exhibited signs of impatience. Hadn't he already spoken enough? Why was there a need for further idle chatter? Many listened attentively to Gu Siyuan's impassioned speech, while Ji Linxiao, yawning and scrolling through his phone, was caught in the act by some onlookers. Ji Linxiao, Ge Laoshi is speaking, and here you are yawning and fiddling with your phone. How disrespectful. Ji Linxiao looked up in the direction of the voice, finding it vaguely familiar. After a moment's thought, he recalled the name, Go Toffing. Ah, it's you. After all these years, you're still just a worker. No wonder you can't bear to meet the teacher's gaze. Ji Linxiao retorted. What right do you have to question my respect for the teacher? Go Toffing, with a mocking grin, presented a gift box to Gu Siyuan. Here's a tea guanyin for you. Teacher, at your age, you should drink some tea for your health and not let certain people get under your skin. If it's not enough, feel free to let me know, and I'll send more. Gu Siyuan's eyes sparkled with delight at the gift, exclaiming, well done, good student. Go Toffing shot Ji Linxiao a challenging glance, as if to say, can you afford something this extravagant? This box of tea is worth more than half a month of your salary. Ji Linxiao merely scoffed, disregarding him. After all, at his current status, it would seem rather petty to engage in such a comparison. With Go Toffing setting the precedent, most classmates began presenting their gifts to the teacher, who had previously been hesitant to initiate. Even those without gifts contributed red envelopes, as it seemed inappropriate not to participate. All eyes turned to Ji Linxiao and Chen Manyan, who remained silent. Chen Manyan felt the weight of their gazes and appeared flustered, while Ji Linxiao reassuringly placed a hand on his leg. Congratulations, host, for activating the task. Do not underestimate the young, for they are not poor. Task content. Slap the faces of those who look down on you. Task time limit, 2 hours. Task reward, 5,000 points. Host, give it your all, and let the facts hit them hard. Make them weep with the weight of wealth. Chapter 59. Complicated emotions. Back in the day, Manyan and I were under the teacher's care, and we are truly grateful. Today, we wish our teacher the fortune of the East Sea and a longevity akin to that of the South Mountain. As I am driving today, I offer tea in place of wine to toast to you, teacher. Ji Linxiao raised a cup of tea from the table and drank it in one gulp, causing Gu Siyuan's face to turn pale. Fortune and longevity akin to his care? Everyone knew how he had ridiculed them both in class daily, coercing them to present gifts, and ostracizing them if they did not. This was no benevolence. It was a curse for him to lack fortune and hasten his demise. Yet, he could not express his anger. That would be tantamount to being slapped in the face, and after treating them so poorly, he still expected gifts? At that moment, Go Toffing emerged as a savior, alleviating Gu Siyuan's embarrassment while turning the attention back to Ji Linxiao. Well, it seems you've been doing quite well these past few years. Even driving a car. How's that Li Lu doing? I must say, she was quite something, very skilled at moving. Ji Linxiao, with a sardonic gaze, replied. Surely no one is unaware that I've already dumped her? Would anyone truly use that to elevate their own status? Several who had once been involved with Li Lu stifled their laughter, for she was notorious as the public bus back in the day. They had even conspired to keep their past encounters from Ji Linxiao, as there was a peculiar thrill in being with someone else's girlfriend. Yet now, Ji Linxiao seemed unbothered. And what purpose did it serve to bring it up again? Oh dear, my car keys feel rather heavy, he remarked, displaying the keys to his extravagant car. Nearby girls discreetly inched closer, for such a vehicle was worth a fortune, and one would need a significant income to afford it. Chen Manyan chuckled quietly to himself. Was that all? Ji Linxiao's garage was filled with high-end cars, most of which were more valuable than the one he flaunted. How shameless of him. As boys and girls began to flatter Go Toffing, even Gu Siyuan lavished him with praise, while Go Toffing proudly raised his chin towards Ji Linxiao, casting a smug glance his way. Chen Manyan nudged Ji Linxiao, signaling him not to let this insufferable fellow get to him. Ji Linxiao whispered back. There's no need for such ostentation. I'm not in Wangfujing. Seeing Ji Linxiao's indifference, Go Toffing resumed his phone game, growing bored and abandoning the topic. Finally, the meal commenced, with several taking turns to toast Gu Siyuan. Chen Manyan politely urged Ji Linxiao to join him. Teacher, I toast to you. Gu Siyuan glanced at them, saying, I can hardly accept this. Chen Manyan halted his raised hand, and Ji Linxiao, seeing his hesitation, chose to return to his seat and eat. After all, it was a paid meal, and he would not let it go to waste. Everyone began inquiring about each other's recent developments. keen to learn who had prospered and hoping to foster connections that might benefit them. Go Toffing was particularly adept at this, as several approached him with insincere flattery. I'm doing far better than some mere workers. They toil their entire lives, and that car may not even be worth a fraction of what I have. Zhang Lanlan, listening to Go Toffing's constant jabs at Ji Linxiao, felt a surge of indignation and stepped in front of him. Ji Linxiao has worked hard. Even if he is a worker, he survives through his own capabilities. What? Are you implying my wealth comes from deceit? He retorted. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Zhang Lanlan found herself at a loss for words. Her rationality faltered when it came to Ji Linxiao. Perhaps this was what it meant to care for someone deeply. Not wishing to argue further, she decided that in her heart, Ji Linxiao was the best. She moved to sit beside him, as many began to freely circulate and sit near those they wished to curry favor with. Naturally, space opened up beside Ji Linxiao and Chun Manyan, for Ji Linxiao had once been notoriously broke, relying on scholarships to get by in school. Before Zhang Lanlan could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Ji Linxiao, who remarked, "We don't seem to be that familiar. So please call me by my full name." Chun Manyan, stifling a laugh from behind, only straightened up after receiving a glare from Ji Linxiao. Truly, he was as dense as a wooden block, utterly lacking in charm. One could only assume he would remain a bachelor for quite some time. Zhang Lanlan, feeling awkward from Ji Linxiao's interruption, gazed at him with a hint of grievance. After all, he had recklessly come to her rescue last time. Could it not imply that he had feelings for her? If he felt nothing, why would he have saved her? Clenching the hem of her clothing tightly, she endeavored to suppress her tears, while Ji Linxiao, noticing her distress, chose to focus on his meal, pretending he had not seen her. Host, how can you be so heartless? Are you really going to let the girl cry? I had no close ties with her, and comforting her would only bring trouble upon myself. With so many girls around, couldn't she find someone else to comfort her? But shouldn't a gentleman at least offer a tissue to a lady? I refused. You are not human and cannot comprehend the trouble I would face if I were to comfort her. What trouble? After rescuing her last time, coupled with her prior interest in me, it was inevitable that she might assume I harbored feelings for her. If I were to comfort her now and hand her a tissue, she would surely conclude that I liked her, merely shy about expressing it. And thus I would find it impossible to extricate myself from her. If I ignored her, I would bear the label of a scoundrel. Humans are so complex. It's quite strange. It is indeed peculiar. Ji Linxiao, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, recalled his mother and Li Lu. What truly is love? He too longed to understand. If one does not care, why engage in a relationship? People can be quite odd. Just as Ji Linxiao was lost in his thoughts, preparing to spiral into melancholy, he was poked by Chun Manyan. Ji Linxiao turned to him with a brooding gaze. What is it? Guodatsuan has summoned you again. Ji Linxiao, feeling irritable, raised his head. This nonsense was truly vexing. Once was not enough, and now it happened again. Did he intend to keep pestering? Ji Linxiao coldly regarded Guo Toffing, whose mocking expression stirred Ji Linxiao's ire. Old Ji, I recall you have a widowed aunt. My friend S family is looking for a cleaning lady. Why not send your aunt? The salary is 2 cents a month. Quite generous, wouldn't you say? 2 cents? That's barely enough to buy a meal, Ji Linxiao scoffed. His aunt cultivated flowers and raised fish at home, living quite well, though it seems she could indeed use someone to clean. Host, control your expression. You're smiling too lewdly. Chapter 60. Is 1 yuan insufficient? Then let it be 2. Ji Linxiao rummaged through his pocket, suddenly recalling that he had removed the assorted change from his new clothes. Xiaoming, give me some coins. All right. 5 1 yuan coins materialized in Ji Linxiao's pocket. The devalued 1 yuan coin was vastly different from the past. It was crafted entirely from silver, adorned with a serial QR code for authenticity verification, now commonly referred to as a 1 yuan silver coin. Naturally, the system provided coins that were entirely legitimate. Ji Linxiao tossed 1 coin at Guo Toffing's feet. This money is sufficient to hire your mother to clean our house for half a year. Guo Toffing initially stared dumbfounded at the shiny object that had landed at his feet, but before he could process it, Ji Linxiao's derisive words struck him. You impoverished wretch. How much could you possibly afford? You think you can hire my mother? Let me tell you, she won't lift a finger for less than 10 cents a month. Ji Linxiao merely smiled silently at him, while those around Guo Toffing stared intently at the coin on the ground, too afraid to breathe. It was only then that Guo Toffing sensed something was amiss. The crowd was not joining him in mocking Ji Linxiao. He looked around, puzzled. How much could this coin from a pauper possibly be worth? Was it 1 cent or 5? When he finally glanced down, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1 yuan. Guo Toffing's voice trembled. Is this for real? This broke guy can actually pull out a yuan? I thought he was living off student loans. And now he is a laborer after graduating. Where did this money come from? He quickly picked up the coin from the ground. Ji Linxiao. This coin better not be fake. You know counterfeiting is illegal. Don't put us all in jeopardy for the sake of your pride. Ji Linxiao chuckled coldly. Not enough? Then let me toss another one. He threw another coin at Guotafeng's feet. This time, a nearby man was the first to pick it up. Isn't it simple to verify if it's real by scanning the QR code on it? He then took out his phone and scanned the code on the back of the coin. Within moments, a female robotic voice emanated from the device. The 1 yuan silver coin you inquired about is an authentic currency produced by the state, serial number 12138. May the esteemed owner of this 1 yuan silver coin enjoy its use. The man's hand trembled, dropping the coin again. This is real. It had directly linked to the National Mint's verification website. Silence fell over the crowd, and Guotafeng suddenly felt the coin in his hand was a bit too hot to hold. This 1 yuan coin was worth at least 10 yuan to mint. Ji Linxiao had just produced 2 of them. At that moment, everyone rushed to Ji Linxiao's side, eager to ingratiate themselves with flattering words. Brother Xiao, I had a feeling you'd be successful. Brother Xiao, I never bullied you back in the day. I even stood up for you a few times. Lin Xiao, do you have time tonight? The sudden shift in attitude made Ji Linxiao smirk inwardly. Indeed, with wealth comes admiration. Without it, one is looked down upon. After responding perfunctorily to a few of them, he turned his attention back to Guotafeng. He hadn't even provoked this individual today. They hadn't exchanged a single word since his arrival. Why was this person fixated on him? The incessant barking was quite bothersome. Ji Linxiao racked his brain, trying to recall if he had wronged this person in the past. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Guodatsuan seemed to be a flunky of Qian Ci, who had trailed behind Qian back in school, calling him brother Qian day in and day out. So today he had come to defend Qian Ci? Ji Linxiao finally understood why Guodatsuan had targeted him. How could he tolerate this? Xiaoming, find out where Guodatsuan is currently employed. Understood. This individual previously worked under Qian Ci, but is now involved in illicit dealings since Qian's company was acquired by you. Illicit dealings? No wonder he was making so much money. Is there any evidence? I am currently checking for purchase records and surveillance footage. Apologies, host. This person is quite cautious. No information has been found yet. No matter, he will eventually slip up. Ji Linxiao observed the man before him, noticing that Guotafeng was now sweating profusely. Datsuan, since you're not working, why not return my money? After all, you surely don't lack for it, correct? Guotafeng swallowed hard. How could he not lack it? This was 2 yuan. How many risky jobs would he have to undertake to earn such a sum? But his current persona forbade him from accepting Ji Linxiao's money. And resigned, he prepared to return the coins to Ji Linxiao. Before he could take a step forward, the money in his hand had disappeared. It turned out that the individual who had just scanned the code not only picked up the money from the ground, but also took the money from Guotafeng's hand and presented it to Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao regarded the man's actions with great satisfaction. He was perceptive and astute, although he could no longer recall the man's name. Ji Linxiao took a coin from his palm, saying, "Thank you. Allow me to gift you this 1 yuan coin as a token of my gratitude." The man before him widened his eyes in astonishment, his mouth agape for a considerable time, and after a few seconds, he finally managed to respond, "Thank you, Brother Xiao." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." The others around them were filled with regret, lamenting why they hadn't thought of it first. Had they been quicker to return the money to Ji Linxiao, that 1 yuan coin would have been theirs. At that moment, Gu Xiyuan, who had been eavesdropping nearby, approached, patting Ji Linxiao on the shoulder with a smile. "Lin Xiao, I was perhaps a bit harsh on you back in the day, but it was all for the purpose of motivating you to excel in your studies. Just look at you now, achieving such success. A mere casual gesture has resulted in a 1 yuan coin. Remember, dear child, do not forget the gratitude you owe to your teachers." Ji Linxiao grasped the underlying message in Gu Xiyuan's words. The ridicule and exclusion he faced were intended to spur him to greater heights. Now that he had achieved success, it was time to reciprocate. Indeed, without Teacher Gu, there would be no present-day version of me. I happen to know a director at the Central Hospital of City N. Since your heart isn't in the best condition, I can assist in contacting him for a comprehensive examination. And all subsequent medical expenses can be discounted by 30 thanks to my influence. 30%? Not a full waiver? Gu Xiyuan, though somewhat dissatisfied, acknowledged that medical expenses could be exorbitant, so he acquiesced to the discount. It was fortuitous as he had been contemplating a full medical checkup. Especially after exhausting nights with those mischievous spirits, it was beginning to take its toll. Very well, Lin Xiao, you have a kind heart. You all should take a page from Lin Xiao's book, understand? Ji Linxiao quietly chuckled to himself, thinking, go ahead and get checked out. I know people. I'll conveniently arrange for you to be diagnosed with something to keep you in check, you old miser.